In the realm of the East Divine region, just 20 miles from the heavenly feather sect, on a solitary hill, a wooden cottage stood before a stone table where a pair of youthful lovers nestled close together. The young man possessed a strikingly handsome visage, while the young woman radiated a beauty that could rival the heavens, forming a picturesque couple. "Brother Fang, do I appear beautiful?" Su Wanner, with her large, glistening eyes, gazed adoringly at Fang Chen, her delicate hand playfully tracing his chest. Fang Chen responded with a tender smile. "Wanner will always be the most beautiful. 5 years prior, Fang Chen's master, Tianyangzi, the esteemed leader of the seventh peak, returned gravely injured. In his dying breath, he implored Fang Chen to cripple his own cultivation, instructing him to guard his grave for 5 years. After this period, all mysteries would unfold. Deeply indebted to his master, Fang Chen unhesitatingly complied, even as he struggled to understand. It was only then that Tianyangzi smiled peacefully and passed on. Fang Chen interred his master on a hill 20 miles southwest of the seventh peak, and has since devoted himself to guarding the grave for 5 long years. In that time, his status transformed from a revered prodigy of the seventh peak to a mere outer disciple, ridiculed as a fool by others. Yet, his devoted companion, Su Wanner, remained steadfast, often keeping him company throughout these years. With a sweet smile, Su Wanner inquired, "Brother Fang, has your heavenly Dao Bone yet taken form? If it has, perhaps your cultivation could be restored." The heavenly Dao Bone, a rare and coveted gift, was a natural endowment that indicated the potential to become one of the continent's most formidable cultivators. Fang Chen smiled softly, a secret shared only with Su Wanner and his master. "It took shape last night. Today marks the final day of guarding my master's grave. Once I return to awaken the heavenly Dao Bone, I shall surely be able to reconstruct my cultivation. Once my cultivation is restored, I will undoubtedly pass the seventh peak's assessments and reclaim my place." Has it truly taken form? Upon hearing this, Su Wanner beamed with joy, but a flicker of malice flashed in her eyes. "Then I need not maintain my charade any longer." Her tone turned icy in an instant. Bang! In the next moment, Su Wanner struck out with a palm, striking Fang Chen squarely in the chest. Caught off guard, he was sent sprawling, coughing up blood as he crashed to the ground. "Ha ha ha!" Before Fang Chen could recover from the pain, a mocking voice approached. A young man sauntered over, his eyes brimming with derision and excitement. "Fang Chen, for 5 years, Wanner has accompanied you, and you truly believe she cared for you, a worthless fool? She merely awaited the maturation of your heavenly Dao Bone." Fang Chen felt as if struck by lightning, disbelief washing over him as he gazed at Su Wanner. "Su Wanner, tell me this is a lie," he bellowed, desperate for her to deny the betrayal. But Su Wanner's face twisted in contempt as she stepped closer to the young man, intertwining her arm with his and planting a kiss upon his cheek. "Fool, do you know who this is? This is Senior Luo Yun, a genius from the second peak. He began cultivating at 6, reached the peak of spirit gathering by 15, and is now at the 6th level of the postnatal stage. He surpasses you by leagues. The ranks of cultivators are divided into spirit gathering, postnatal, innate, Zhou Yuan, questioning Dao, and master. To reach spirit gathering at 15 is indeed remarkable. Were it not for your heavenly Dao Bone, would I have wasted my time on you?" She scoffed. Luo Yun laughed heartily. "Fang Chen, did you know? After you became a waste, Wanner was already mine, and she gave her first to me. I have laughed countless times at how you, like a love-struck dog, pursued a woman who has been with me countless times. Especially just now, I could hardly contain my mirth. You indeed fit the rumors, a worthless fool. Why? Why treat me so?" Fang Chen roared as he charged at them, but as a cripple, he was no match for them. As he drew near, Luo Yun's foot came crashing down upon him, pinning him to the ground. Luo Yun drew a dagger from behind, its blade glinting ominously. Fang Chen felt his limbs severed by the strike. His anguished cries echoed throughout the hilltop. "Well, it's time to collect your bones. Your screams will surely be delightful," Luo Yun sneered, and with that, the dagger descended, peeling away Fang Chen's flesh layer by layer. The excruciating pain coursed through Fang Chen, his cries filled with despair, rage, and hatred. Ultimately, he was consumed by an unbearable darkness. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, a flash of golden light erupted from Tianyang's grave, vanishing into Fang Chen's body. Neither Su Wanner nor Luo Yun noticed this occurrence. "Wanner, I cherished you as my beloved. How could you betray me thus?" Fang Chen roared, jolting upright in a pool of blood, realizing that Luo Yun and Su Wanner had long departed. "My wounds have healed." Fang Chen stared in astonishment at his bloodied hands. The meridians that Luo Yun had severed were restored, and though his back still ached slightly, he had returned to his former state. Were it not for the blood-soaked ground and the emptiness of his heavenly Dao Bone, he would have thought it all a dream. What is happening? He stood, perplexed. Just then, two figures appeared in the distance. Fang Chen immediately became alert. Disregarding the mystery of his recovery as they approached, he could discern their identities, a venerable elder and a young maiden. The maiden was strikingly beautiful, her eyes dark as jade, her skin as smooth as polished ivory. The elder exuded an ethereal presence, his slender form emanating an aura of profound mystery. They reached Fang Chen, and the elder spoke first. "Are you Fang Chen?" Though uncertain, Fang Chen replied, "I am Fang Chen." Upon his acknowledgement, the elder turned to the maiden and took a step back. The maiden's voice rang out, melodious yet frigid, "I am Lin Xuan. 10 years ago, the 7th Peak Master arranged a marriage with my grandfather. Today, I am here to annul it." "Annul the marriage?" 10 years ago? Fang Chen was taken aback, memories stirring within him. At that time, he had exhibited remarkable talent as a child, prompting Lin Xuan's grandfather to forge an alliance with Tianyangzi. Initially resistant, Tianyangzi had eventually acquiesced, reassured by the promise of unwavering commitment to the union. However, it seemed that the other party no longer wished to uphold the promise. For Fang Chen had been merely 6 then, he had dismissed it as a casual mention from his master, never anticipating that the principal would arrive at his doorstep today. Seeing Fang Chen silent, Lin Xuan assumed reluctance and her voice grew colder. "I am now the current saintess of the 1st Peak. The chasm between us is insurmountable." "Hand over the marriage contract." "The 1st Peak saintess?" Fang Chen's heart raced with astonishment. The 1st Peak and the 7th Peak were both part of the Heavenly Feather Sect's 7 peaks, with the 1st Peak always holding the prestigious position at the top. The title of Saint Maiden can only be bestowed upon the direct disciples of the Master of the Heavenly Feather Sect. This implies that the young girl before him is not only the most exceptional talent of the 1st Peak, but also a cherished disciple of the sect leader, promising an extraordinary future. However, after a moment of astonishment, he regained his composure. These matters had become inconsequential to him. "Follow me," he instructed, rising to enter the wooden cabin. Lin Xuan followed him inside, her delicate brows furrowing slightly at the sight of the dilapidated structure, yet she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Her purpose for coming here was to annul the engagement and settle the past. As for anything else, she possessed no interest whatsoever. Yet, a sense of worry crept in. The marriage contract represented a significant opportunity for Fang Chen. If he were unwilling to dissolve their engagement, what would she do? Before long, Fang Chen emerged from the cabin, holding an antiquated wooden box. "The marriage contract you seek should be within this," he announced. Lin Xuan's eyes brightened, though she understood that Fang Chen would not part with it easily. Thus, she proposed, "If you are willing to give it to me, I can offer you a 2nd-rank spirit essence pill in return." Fang Chen's brow furrowed in disdain as he unceremoniously handed her the marriage contract from the box, coldly stating, "Take it. I require nothing of yours." Lin Xuan was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that Fang Chen would so readily relinquish the contract. This left her plans in disarray, akin to striking a fist against cotton. "Is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave without further ado," Fang Chen said, his desire being solely to honor his master on this last day, wishing to avoid unnecessary conversation with Lin. "Xuan, take care of yourself," Lin Xuan replied, her brow slightly furrowed as she cast a lingering glance at Fang Chen before gracefully departing with the elder. Fang Chen maintained a placid expression, yet his heart ached profoundly. This pain was not due to Lin Xuan, but rather the betrayal of Su Wan'er. "Enough. Today marks the final day of my 5-year vigil at the tomb. I shall ponder these matters further after this," he mused, his countenance shadowed with sorrow. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through his chest, accompanied by a flash of golden light before him. Chapter 2. The Blood of the Sword Demon. The ancient sword demon. The golden light dimmed slightly, revealing an object beneath its glow. It was a small tower, crafted from a blend of gold and copper, marred by rust, with a total of 9 peculiar and ancient-looking tiers that exuded an aura of age. What could this be? Fang Chen was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the tower before him in confusion. Before he could gather his thoughts, the surrounding space suddenly warped. He felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and when he regained his composure, he found himself inside the tower. The interior of the tower was no different from an ordinary dais tower. It housed only a sealed stone staircase and a table with a box at its center. Before he could comprehend his surroundings, a voice resonated in his mind, and moments later, he understood the nature of this place. This was the opportunity left to him by his master. He gazed at the box on the table, muttering to himself. The earlier voice was indeed a transmission from his master, revealing that this tower was a treasure of heaven and earth, which had caused him grave injuries. His master had instructed him to guard the tomb, using his own essence to nurture the tower. The act of shattering his Danshin was necessary, as it served as a medium. It was evident that his master, Tianyangzi, had exerted considerable effort for him to seize this opportunity. Rest assured, master, I shall strive diligently and will not betray your efforts, he declared resolutely, moving toward the table. According to his master, this tower comprised 99 levels, each holding its own unique transformation, and he was curious about the nature of the first level's opportunity. As he spoke, he opened the box, revealing a single droplet of black blood floating within. The moment he opened it, a surge of demonic energy rushed forth, accompanied by a piercing sword intent. Demonic energy? Sword intent. In the next instant, the droplet of blood seemed to perceive a delectable meal, charging directly toward Fang Chen and entering his body through his forehead. He felt as though his head had been struck fiercely with a knife, a sensation that coursed from his skin to his bones and into his very brain. The excruciating pain caused him to tumble from the high platform, rolling on the ground and howling in agony. This drop of blood seemed intent on consuming his body, and the tearing pain nearly drove him to the brink of collapse. He screamed in madness, rolling back and forth on the ground as the blood felt like it was boiling, as if countless ants were gnawing at his flesh. This torment was tenfold more agonizing than the pain of having his heavenly bone scraped. He wished for nothing more than to succumb to death and end his suffering. Yet, he sensed that if he truly lost consciousness, he might never awaken again. Gritting his teeth, he clenched his fists and knelt on the ground, resisting the torment. Thoughts of his master's words, the betrayal of his junior sister, and the humiliation from Luo Yun surged through his mind. I cannot perish here. There are still many things I must accomplish. My vengeance remains unfulfilled. Thus, Fang Chen clung to this willpower for half an hour. His fingers dug deeply into the flesh of his palms, blood continuously flowing from his mouth, his eyes a terrifying crimson. But the moment the pain subsided, Fang Chen's physique felt as though it had emerged from a cocoon. Ancient patterns materialized on his arms, and in that instant, he felt an inexhaustible surge of power. My Danshin has been restored. To Fang Chen's astonishment, his shattered Danshin had indeed returned, and it was now several times larger than before. I have my Danshin back. I can cultivate again. Wait. His cultivation has returned to the gathering spirit realm, advancing directly to the 4th level. Moreover, it seems that my heavenly Dao Bone has also returned. Wait a moment. Why has the heavenly Dao Bone turned pitch black? And why is there a trace of demonic energy? Just as Fang Chen pondered these questions, a drop of demonic blood appeared within his Danshin, now reduced to a quarter of its original size. The demonic blood ignited like a flickering flame, and a faint aura of demonic energy began to circulate through his meridians. Upon reaching the sea of consciousness, a surge of memories belonging to the demonic blood flooded his mind. The ancient sword demon, a formidable race from the primordial era. One sword could cleave the heavens and the earth. One sword could annihilate all living beings. Fang Chen was astounded. This was indeed the mightiest race of ancient times. And he had just absorbed a fragment of their blood? Moreover, he had only taken in a mere quarter? The heavenly Dao Bone within me has also been reborn due to the demonic blood. It has transformed into the heavenly Dao demonic bone of the ancient sword demon. With this bone, my comprehension of all things related to the demonic path will be exponentially superior to that of others. I can even channel the energy from the blood of the sword demon into the heavenly Dao demonic bone, enhancing its power and awakening more innate talents. He gently closed his eyes, and in the next moment, a realization dawned upon him. A white character resembling a sword, no larger than a fist, materialized before him. Staring at this character, Fang Chen was filled with disbelief. A Taoist script. I have actually comprehended a Taoist script so effortlessly. This heavenly Dao demonic bone is truly extraordinary. It is incomparably stronger than my previous heavenly Dao bone. To venture further along the path of cultivation, one must grasp a Taoist script, as it is essential for breaking through to the questioning Dao realm. The Taoist script not only signifies entry into the questioning Dao realm, but also represents one's personal combat prowess. In a clash between cultivators with and without a Taoist script, the latter will almost invariably emerge victorious. Yet, comprehending a Taoist script is no simple feat. Most cultivators struggle throughout their lives to grasp even a single script, remaining stagnant like Zhou Yuan. Most importantly, those who can fathom a Taoist script while still in the gathering spirit realm are exceedingly rare. Those who can do so are the pinnacle talents of the Kishan continent. And he, having merely absorbed a quarter of the sword demon's blood, has comprehended the sword character Taoist script. How could he not be exhilarated? This must be the opportunity bestowed upon me by my master. Indeed, my master did not deceive me. Danshin, Taoist script, physical body, heavenly Dao demonic bone. Although I am merely at the 4th level of the Gathering Spirit Realm, I already possess the combat strength of a 9th level Gathering Spirit Realm cultivator. A Danshin the size of a basketball should typically only be developed upon reaching the acquired realm. Yet he possesses it now. This proves that he wields spiritual power comparable to that of an early acquired realm practitioner while still in the Gathering Spirit Realm. Coupled with the transformation of his physique from the sword demon's blood and the enhancement of his talents by the heavenly Dao demonic bone, achieving the combat strength of a 9th level Gathering Spirit Realm cultivator is indeed within reach. Tears streamed down Fang Chen's face. No one could fathom the trials he had endured over these 5 years. A talented youth, a prodigy of heaven, the direct disciple of the peak master. The focus of countless gazes. At that time, he shone brilliantly, but in an instant, his master passed away, and he fell into despair. He endured endless humiliation and laughter. Even betrayal. Had it been anyone else, they would have succumbed to despair after such relentless blows. After a long while, Fang Chen gradually regained his composure. Master, your disciple understands your painstaking efforts. I shall not disappoint your expectations. I will carve out my own path in the world of cultivation. Su Wan'er, Luo Yun. Wait for me. Fang Chen has returned. With great effort, he uttered the final few sentences through clenched teeth. He then turned his gaze towards the stone staircase leading to the 2nd floor. According to his master's teachings, the 2nd level would unlock once his strength reached a certain threshold. Thus, Fang Chen did not linger any longer. With a mere thought, he departed from the small tower. And after a moment of dizziness, he found himself back in his modest chamber. Upon his return, Fang Chen immediately inspected his Danshin, where the golden small tower floated, emanating a gentle glow. It was indeed the small tower. Additionally, there remained a quarter of the blood of the sword demon, but his current cultivation level was insufficient to absorb it. He could either wait until his prowess advanced or find a pure Yin energy to counteract the Yang energy within the demonic blood. A faint smile graced Fang Chen's lips as he knelt once more before his master's grave, bowing 3 times. Master, the 5 years have come to an end. I must descend the mountain. I shall return to visit you again. He knew his master's wife was aware of his imminent departure and had likely prepared a feast in anticipation. Rest assured, Master, she treats me as her own son, and I will care for her as if she were my biological mother, cherishing our time together. He bowed 3 more times. After his master's passing, his master's wife had moved from the 7th peak to settle in the city of Yu beneath the sect's mountain. Interestingly, his master was a prodigy, having attained the position of peak lord at a young age, while his master's wife was an ordinary mortal without any cultivation. Fang Chen had once inquired about this, but his master simply smiled and offered no explanation. Yet, it was evident that his master held deep affection for her, devoid of any pretense. Fang Chen, along with Su Wan'er, had grown up on the 7th peak, often overlooked by his master during training, and it could be said that his master's wife had raised them both with great care. She doted on Fang Chen and Su Wan'er, providing them with a carefree and splendid childhood. The thought of soon reuniting with his master's wife, who was like a mother to him, brought a smile to Fang Chen's face. However, at that moment, the jade talisman he had kept at his waist suddenly trembled violently. Startled, he grasped the talisman in his hand. In the next instant, it shattered into pieces, causing Fang Chen's expression to shift. This talisman contained a trace of his master's wife's aura. Its destruction signified that she was in grave danger. Damn it! Whoever dares to harm my master's wife shall face utter annihilation. Fang Chen's eyes instantly turned crimson as he sprinted down the mountain. Fortunately, the city of Yu lay just below, and before long, he had entered the city, arriving at the entrance of his master's wife's residence. Bang! As he approached, he heard the sound of porcelain shattering from within. Without hesitation, he kicked open the door, only to witness a scene that ignited a fury within him. His aged master's wife was being forcefully struck by Su Wan'er, sent flying with a single slap. Her cheeks were already swollen and bruised, likely having endured several blows prior to this moment. Old hag, tell me, where are the treasures left by my master? Bring them out now. Su Wan'er spat with a sharp and arrogant tone, pointing accusingly at Qiumei. With a sorrowful expression, Qiumei shook her head and replied, there are none left. I have given you all the treasures your master left behind over the years. There is nothing remaining. Su Wan'er sneered, old hag. Do you think I believe your words? My master was the peak lord. How could it be merely that little? Hurry up and produce them. You, a mere mortal, would face no consequences even if I were to kill you. As her words faded, a dagger materialized in her hand. Stop right there, Fang Chen exclaimed, his eyes wide with fury as he charged towards Su Wan'er. Chapter 3. Indulgent Bodies. Facing the mistress had always favored Su Wan'er, often sharing her treats first with her. This had left Fang Chen feeling quite envious. Though the mistress would merely smile and remind him that Su Wanner was like a sister, deserving of greater affection from her brother. However, now Su Wanner raised the dagger, aiming it at the very mistress who cherished her the most. Just as the blade was about to descend, Fang Chen seized her hand with a firm grip. The strength granted by the blood of the sword demon surged through him, causing Su Wanner to wince in pain as the dagger clattered to the ground. He then forcefully pushed her back several steps. "Mistress, are you unharmed?" Fang Chen crouched down, his gaze filled with concern for the mistress. Meanwhile, on a rooftop nearby, an elder accompanying Lin Xuan observed the scene unfold with clarity. Previously, after Lin Xuan descended the mountain, Fang Chen piqued the elder's curiosity, prompting him to remain and discern what was special about Fang Chen. The elder held Fang Chen in contempt, yet, obeying the saintess's orders, he waited at the base of the mountain. Upon witnessing Fang Chen dash from the mountain into the city, he naturally followed. Seeing the recent events, he shook his head slightly, his expression rife with disdain. This Fang Chen is truly a coward. How humiliating for the mistress to be treated in such a manner while he shows mercy to the sister who betrayed him. He deserves this disgrace. It is a clear choice for the young lady to sever her engagement with such a feeble coward. With a look of boredom, he mused that there was nothing more to behold and decided to return and report to the young lady. With that, his figure vanished from sight. "Fang Chen, you're still alive?" Su Wanner was taken aback to see Fang Chen standing before her. But she quickly scoffed. "What does it matter if you live? A waste is still a waste, forever the lowliest of bastards." Fang Chen paid her no heed. His primary concern was for the mistress's well-being. "Mistress, are you all right?" Qiu Mei, upon seeing Fang Chen return, had tears brimming in her eyes as she shook her head, saying, "I am fine. The mistress is unharmed." Yet Fang Chen remained uneasy, assisting Qiu Mei while probing her condition with his consciousness. After confirming that it was merely a superficial injury, he quietly breathed a sigh of relief. "Mistress, I apologize for returning late. It was my fault," Fang Chen said, his face filled with guilt. Qiu Mei smiled gently. "As long as you are safe, that is all that matters." Feeling ignored, Su Wanner became infuriated. "Waste. I am speaking to you. Did you not hear me? How dare you disregard me, you worthless fool? Die." As she spoke, she stepped forward, delivering a palm strike aimed at Fang Chen's chest, intending to kill him with one blow. In her eyes, he was still the same waste whose Danshan had been destroyed, easy prey for her, especially since she was at the 7th level of the Gathering Spirit Realm. However, just as she launched her attack, Fang Chen's gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes upon her. In an instant, his hand transformed into a palm, meeting Su Wanner's strike with a counterattack. Su Wanner felt a tremendous force strike her palm, an immediate pain radiating from her hand throughout her body. Yet Fang Chen remained unaffected, stepping forward with determination. He raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap. The sound echoed as it left Su Wanner's face bruised and swollen. "You, how dare you strike me?" Su Wanner gasped in disbelief, gingerly touching her bruised cheek, her astonishment quickly morphing into rage. "You despicable wretch. I will kill you," she bellowed, transforming her palm into a claw and lunging at Fang Chen. "Today, I shall punish you for your disloyalty and ingratitude." Fang Chen's gaze was icy as he advanced with swift precision, effortlessly neutralizing Su Wanner's claw strike. "How is this possible?" Su Wanner was incredulous. However, Fang Chen was not surprised. Su Wanner had never applied herself to her training, seeking only someone to rely on. Otherwise, after years, she would not have remained at the 7th level of the Gathering Spirit Realm. He thundered, "Your master has nurtured you with care. How dare you inflict harm upon your biological parents? You even contemplate matricide. These blows serve as punishment for your unfilial, treacherous, and ungrateful behavior." With a series of strikes, Su Wanner's cheeks turned a painful shade of purple, her vision blurred with stars, and she even lost 2 teeth. She fell heavily to the ground, engulfed by pain and fear. She could not comprehend how Fang Chen, who had recently been on the brink of death, had recovered so swiftly and with such formidable strength. Yet, just as Fang Chen was about to deliver a fatal blow to Su Wanner, he was halted by Qiu Mei. "Little Fang, let it go. If she dies, you too will suffer." Unable to bear the sight any longer, she reflected that despite Su Wanner's shamelessness, she had watched her grow up. Furthermore, infighting among disciples was a grave sin. Su Wanner's death would ruin Fang Chen's future as well. However, she felt utterly disappointed in Su Wanner, considering this her final plea for mercy. From this point forward, her ties with Su Wanner would be severed. Fang Chen gazed at his master's bruised cheeks, his heart heavy with concern. Yet, Qiu Mei was right. He could not allow Su Wanner to ruin her own future. He glared at Su Wanner and spoke in a low, firm voice, "Get out." If you dare to harm my master again, I will personally see to it that you and your vile accomplice meet your end. I, Fang Chen, guarantee it. Su Wan'er dared not linger any longer, casting a venomous glare at Fang Chen before fleeing in disarray. Fang Chen assisted his master in sitting down on a chair and said, "Master, allow me to heal your injuries." He placed his hands on her wrist, channeling a gentle stream of spiritual energy into Chiu Mei's body, swiftly reaching her cheeks. Chiu Mei felt a soothing warmth, and after a short while, the pain subsided significantly and the swelling diminished. However, her immediate concern was not her own injuries, but rather the joyful inquiry, "Little Fang, has your Danshan recovered?" Fang Chen nodded. "Yes, master, it has fully recovered. In a month, the 7 peaks assessment will take place, and I will give my all. Together, we shall return to the 7th peak." Chiu Mei's eyes glistened with unshed tears, overwhelmed with happiness. As long as you are safe, that is all that matters. She cared little for anything else. The mere thought of Fang Chen's well-being filled her with contentment. On a spirit ship measuring 3 zhang in length, an elder returned to Lin Xuan's side, embellishing the events he had witnessed, portraying Fang Chen in an utterly unfavorable light. Lin Xuan's delicate brows furrowed slightly, followed by a subtle shake of her head. The once prodigious talent of yesteryears had descended into the realm of cowardice and ineptitude, lacking even the courage to defend his master's wife. How lamentable, pitiable, and absurd. Yet, such is the fate of the inept, left with naught but impotent rage against the heavens. She grasped a jade cup with her elegant hand and sipped the fragrant tea, her alluring lips barely touching the surface. "Let us proceed to the 2nd peak," she declared. "Minjao is also betrothed to this individual. She must annul this engagement. Should he become attached, it would truly complicate matters." The spirit vessel transformed into a beam of light, swiftly making its way to the 2nd peak. Upon arrival at the grand estate of the 2nd peak, Lin Xuan's vessel descended directly into the courtyard. Maidservants approached to greet her, bowing respectfully as they announced, "Your Highness, the young lady has yet to rise." Lin Xuan's brows knitted in concern. "Has she relapsed?" The maidservant shook her head. "No, she has merely been unusually lethargic of late." Lin Xuan nodded slightly. "Very well, I shall go see her." Minjao, the direct disciple of the 2nd peak's master, had entered the postnatal realm by the tender age of 10 and was celebrated alongside Lin Xuan as the dual beauties of the Tianyu divine sect. The contrast of ice and fire aptly described their personalities. Lin Xuan, known for her frigid demeanor, was often referred to as the Ice Queen, while Minjao, with her voluptuous figure and enchanting beauty, captivated hearts with her every smile, earning her the moniker of the Flame Beauty. Having grown up together, their bond was inseparable. As Lin Xuan entered the bedroom and drew back the curtains, she found Minjao curled up, her posture languid like that of a cat. Yet, what stirred a rush of blood was the sight of Minjao's flawless, porcelain skin devoid of clothing, her alluring curves fully on display before Lin Xuan. A subtle fragrance wafted through the air, evoking an irresistible desire to draw closer and shower her with affection. Lin Xuan had grown accustomed to such sights and remarked, "Minjao, it is time to wake." Minjao lazily opened her sultry eyes, stretching her body and revealing her stunning form like a work of art. "Oh, is this not my little darling? Have you come to keep me company today?" As she spoke, her hand reached toward Lin Xuan's slender waist, gradually ascending toward heights untold. However, before she could reach her destination, Lin Xuan swiftly swatted her hand away. A glare from Lin Xuan met Minjao's sultry gaze, which was so beguiling that even the most resolute of women would struggle to withstand it. Lin Xuan felt exasperated. Minjao was delightful in every regard, save for her tendency to be overly familiar. Yet, she did not hold it against her, for it was a consequence of her nature as a desire body. This unique spiritual entity was characterized by an irresistible allure, a natural charm, and intense desires. The body was marked by fervent fire, which could not be easily quelled. Otherwise, it could lead to dire consequences, including the risk of demise. Those who succumbed to the desire body's fire would often find themselves drained of life. The inability to release this energy frequently resulted in backlash against the host, akin to the torment of flames or the gnawing of ants on the bones, exceedingly unbearable. Even for the master of the 2nd peak, Lin Xuan stated firmly, "Rise, I have matters to discuss." "What is it?" "Let us converse while we rest," Minjao replied, her voice dripping with allure and temptation. Lin Xuan directly stated, "It's about the engagement you have set." Chapter 4. The Enchantress to the Bone. "My engagement?" Meng Yao's eyes were filled with confusion. Seeing this, Lin Xuan helplessly said, "I mentioned it to you before, but you paid no heed. You must hurry and annul the engagement. Fang Chen is nothing but a spineless wastrel." If you delay and he clings to you, it will be too late for regrets. The name Fang Chen sparked a flicker of memory in Meng Yao. They had met once in their childhood, when Fang Chen was merely 7. Yet he already possessed a maturity akin to that of an adult, leaving a profound impression on her. Quite intriguing. Meng Yao smiled alluringly. I am quite curious to meet this fiancé of mine. She slightly sat up, allowing the bedding to slide off her fair skin. Unbothered by her exposed pride, she directly embraced Lin Xuan's slender waist and whispered enticingly, My dear consort, accompany me to see him. Lin Xuan could sense the gentle fragrance of Meng Yao enveloping her, yet she resolutely shook her head. Forget it. I have no desire to see him again. She was utterly disillusioned with Fang Chen. Oh, come on, accompany me. I happen to need to procure some medicinal pills. Aren't you afraid I might be unable to resist Meng Yao's charms along the way? Lin Xuan felt quite helpless. She naturally did not believe Meng Yao would easily lose herself. Otherwise, she would not have been able to endure until now. All right, I will accompany you. Only then did Meng Yao break into a radiant smile. That's more like it. Even if I were to lose myself, it would only be for you. Others are unworthy. It's also a chance to meet my fiancé. At the second peak of the inner sect, Su Wan'er, having been dismissed by Fang Chen, ran over to complain to Luo Yun, feeling wronged. Upon seeing Su Wan'er's swollen face, Luo Yun's expression instantly turned icy. That worthless fool is still alive. If he hasn't died, he should obediently keep his head down, yet he dares to strike my woman. He truly seeks his own demise. His countenance darkened as he shouted outside. He Xiao. A lean man hurriedly entered. Boss, what is your command? Luo Yun coldly replied. There is someone named Fang Chen in the outer sect. I want him dead. He Xiao smiled slightly upon hearing this. Rest assured, boss. I shall handle it cleanly and efficiently. Meanwhile, after settling his master, Fang Chen left the residence and headed towards the outer sect's Wuzi Peak. Wuzi Peak encompasses over 10 mountain ranges. Though not as grand as the 7 peaks of the inner sect, it is still vast and magnificent. This peak is the most frequented by outer sect disciples, for it houses the outer sect's library, spiritual artifact pavilion, and divine pill pavilion, resources indispensable to the outer disciples. Fang Chen had yet to receive his salary for the month. Although it was merely 2 spirit stones and a first-tier spirit nurturing pill, it held great significance for him, as he was currently penniless. Upon arriving at the divine pill pavilion, Fang Chen announced his name. The disciple responsible for the salary lazily glanced at Fang Chen, uttering no further words as he casually tossed him 2 spirit stones and a pill. Fang Chen carefully received them, securing them in his waist pouch. Just as he raised his head to express his gratitude, he noticed the disciple was staring blankly at something behind him. Startled, Fang Chen turned to look and saw a girl approaching with a smile. The young maiden, approximately 15 or 16 years of age, bore a radiant smile akin to a blossoming flower, her beauty both enchanting and striking, with a complexion as fair as porcelain. Clad in a vivid pink gown that accentuated her alluring figure, she outshone even the most resplendent silks in her presence. This captivating girl was none other than Meng Yao, whose beguiling charm left Fang Chen utterly mesmerized. Only Lin Xuan, whom he had encountered previously, could rival her allure. Fang Chen presumed that she had come to collect her stipend as well, so he stepped aside. However, Meng Yao approached him directly, her hands clasped behind her back. Her toes slightly pointed as she leaned closer, a playful laugh escaping her lips as she said, Senior brother, I am new here and quite unfamiliar with Wuzi Peak. Might you accompany me on a stroll? Fang Chen instinctively cast a glance at Meng Yao, his eyelids fluttering slightly. She truly possessed an irresistible charm. Her every motion was effortlessly graceful and enticing, devoid of any pretense. Such innate allure could only stem from her very essence. Outside the divine pill pavilion, Lin Xuan quietly observed the unfolding scene. The two had initially intended to visit the elder of the pavilion for medicinal pills, yet they had unexpectedly encountered Fang Chen, who was there to collect his stipend. Upon learning of Fang Chen's identity, Meng Yao felt a stirring within her heart. She devised a plan to ensnare Fang Chen's soul with her enchanting demeanor, hoping to provoke his inner desires before revealing her intent to annul their engagement, an opportunity to humiliate him thoroughly. She was utterly indifferent to how disconcerted Fang Chen's expression might become. However, as Meng Yao drew near, Fang Chen instinctively took several steps back, creating distance between them. After Su Wan'er's betrayal, he found it increasingly difficult to trust women, particularly those of striking beauty. Moreover, he was not naive. He recognized that he possessed no remarkable traits at present, thus why would she take an interest in him? He replied coolly, I'm sorry, I'm not familiar. You should seek someone else. With that, he attempted to bypass Meng Yao and leave the divine pill pavilion. Meng Yao stood momentarily stunned. her expression a blend of naivete and allure that rendered the onlooking disciple utterly captivated. He was nearly compelled to exclaim, "I can take you." Yet he refrained, fully aware of who she was. The last person who had dared to tease Meng Yao had been rendered blind and crippled. Meng Yao was completely unprepared for Fang Chen's indifference, casting doubt on her own beguiling nature. Was she truly as enchanting as she believed? Or was Fang Chen simply not a man? Surely, even women could not resist her allure. What on earth was wrong with Fang Chen? Her earlier intentions crumbled in the face of his cold response. Outside, Lin Xuan, too, was incredulous at the scene before her. Meng Yao had suitors who would circle the sect for her, yet this was the first time she had witnessed someone outright reject Meng Yao's advances. And in such an impolite manner. Regaining her composure, Meng Yao gazed at Fang Chen's retreating figure with a mix of defiance and curiosity. In a swift motion, she reappeared before him, her speed so great that Fang Chen nearly collided with her. Although he managed to halt just in time, the two found themselves in close proximity, close enough to catch the scent of one another. Yet, Fang Chen's physical form has been transformed by the blood of the sword demon. Although the aura of darkness is faint, it still lingers. This aura, representing extreme yang, poses no threat to others. However, for Meng Yao, whose body embodies extreme yin and indulgence, it serves as a catalyst. In the next moment, Meng Yao's face flushed crimson, her eyes becoming unfocused. Her delicate form weakened, and her entire being radiated warmth. Her slightly parted lips exhaled fragrant breaths, reminiscent of having taken an aphrodisiac. Yet Meng Yao frowned, a look of anguish crossing her features. Despite her willpower battling against it, she experienced an excruciating fire of desire consuming her. Observing Meng Yao on the verge of collapsing, Fang Chen instinctively reached out to support her. However, the sword demon's aura emanating from him only intensified her discomfort. Just as Fang Chen was about to inquire about Meng Yao's condition, a gentle breeze swept past, revealing a woman in her 30s, clad in elder's robes. Standing before them, Lin Xuan, witnessing Meng Yao's sudden ailment, could no longer hesitate and hurried forward, concealing her appearance through secret methods. Fang Chen failed to recognize her as Lin Xuan, the one who had previously called off their engagement. Upon seeing the elder, she quickly exclaimed, "Elder Hong Yun, please, assist in her healing." Elder Hong Yun furrowed her brow, perplexed by Meng Yao's sudden affliction. Nevertheless, she instructed, "You, support her inside." Naturally, she referred to Fang Chen. Fang Chen did not refuse, as Meng Yao had collapsed before her. He carefully carried her into the inner chamber, while Lin Xuan, before entering, warned the disciple responsible for the affairs, "If this matter leaks, I shall have you killed." The disciple, recognizing Lin Xuan, turned pale with fear and hastily nodded in agreement. With that, Lin Xuan entered the room, just in time to see Fang Chen placing Meng Yao on a chair. Elder Hong Yun grasped Meng Yao's wrist, her expression growing grave. The indulgent body has fully erupted. Yin fire is flooding her entire being, and my elixirs are of no use now. What? Elder Hong Yun, you possess the highest alchemical skills in the entire sect. If even you cannot assist her, then Meng Yao will surely. Lin Xuan was thoroughly alarmed. At this moment, Meng Yao appeared to be in a more serious condition, her body flushed, emitting alluring gasps, and displaying immense pain. Indulgent body. Fang Chen's heart stirred. He had perused records of such a physique, which bore an overwhelming yin fire that, during its eruption, could lead to a reversal of yin fire. Furthermore, women with such a constitution, due to the accumulation of yin fire, would perish before reaching the age of 20. He had not anticipated that Meng Yao would possess such a legendary constitution. Yet, simultaneously, a glimmer of hope sparked in his eyes. The sword demon's blood, due to its excessive yang energy, could not be fully refined. However, if he absorbed Meng Yao's pure yin fire, it could counteract the painful process of refinement, allowing for the continued assimilation of the sword demon's blood. He spoke, "I may be able to heal her." Upon hearing this, both Lin Xuan and Elder Hong Yun turned their gazes towards Fang Chen. "You can heal her?" Lin Xuan, naturally skeptical, questioned, "Do you even understand alchemy?" Elder Hong Yun, too, was incredulous, yet she replied delicately, "Young disciple, the indulgent body is no trivial matter. It is not something that can be cured so easily." Aware of their disbelief, Fang Chen reiterated, "Though I am not an alchemist, I possess the means to heal her." "He can heal, so let him give it a try." Meng Yao spoke, her voice tinged with urgency. At this moment, she curled up in her chair, her fragrant sweat already soaking her garments, accentuating her enchanting figure in a way that was utterly captivating. Her suffering was so profound that she could no longer afford to hesitate. She had to gamble everything on a desperate hope. Lin Xuan, though reluctant, acquiesced to the situation. There were no other options left. They had no choice but to let Fang Chen attempt a remedy. Then you must lift your garment to expose your lower abdomen. I need to place my hand there to channel my energy, Fang Chen said, slightly embarrassed. It was not his intention to take advantage, to absorb the yin fire. Intimate contact was essential. The yin fire resided in the abdomen, making this approach the most suitable. Meng Yao's expression suddenly turned icy as she fixed an intense gaze upon Fang Chen. Lin Xuan was both astonished and furious. Are you trying to take advantage of her? She felt utterly disillusioned with Fang Chen. Although he was somewhat inept, she had previously held him in higher regard when he returned the marriage contract. Yet now, in a moment of desperation, he seemed intent on exploiting the situation. Was he truly so despicable? Could he not control himself? Meng Yao remained silent for a moment before nodding. All right. In her heart, she thought, he must be unable to resist my appearance. Humph. Men are all the same. Fine. If he dares to lay a hand on me, I shall simply strike him away. Then I will bring up the matter of the annulment. At that point, he will surely be filled with shame and unable to refuse. Meng Yao. Lin Xuan gazed at her in disbelief, taken aback by her agreement. Meng Yao exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Xuan, who immediately understood her intent. Yet, she felt it was unjust for Meng Yao to pay such a hefty price for an annulment. Did he even deserve it? Nevertheless, she refrained from dissuading her. As long as the marriage could be dissolved, anything would be worth it. With great effort, Meng Yao suppressed her pain and slightly pulled up her clothing, revealing her flawless, snow-white, and smooth abdomen. Let us begin, she said, her tone laced with a hint of allure. However, her eyes remained coldly fixed on Fang Chen. Should he reveal even a flicker of desire, she would not hesitate to retaliate. Fang Chen maintained his composure as he crouched before Meng Yao, gazing at her immaculate abdomen before extending his hand. The unprecedented softness sent a shiver through him, compounded by the heat radiating from Meng Yao's body, stirring an unsettling sensation within him. Yet he quickly regained his calm. With a focused thought, he commenced the refinement of the sword demon blood within him. In an instant, an overwhelming and scorching pain surged throughout his body. It seemed that the yin fire within Meng Yao sensed the terrifying yang energy coursing through Fang Chen, allowing the energy to flow through her abdomen effortlessly into him. The yin fire and yang fire collided, and the pain vanished without a trace, replaced by the pure energy of the sword demon blood merging within Fang Chen's being. The sword character Dao patterns within Fang Chen shimmered brilliantly. A luminous wheel began to form. Second-level Dao patterns. Should anyone witness the Dao patterns within his being, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the Tianyuming sect. To comprehend Dao patterns before reaching the enlightenment stage was already a mark of genius, and second-level Dao patterns were the epitome of exceptional talent. Even the Grand Tianyu Divine Sect comprises only a handful of individuals. Meng Yao, unaware of this, awaited Fang Chen's hand. However, Fang Chen did not act recklessly. Instead, she felt the yin fire within her gradually dissipating. A warm current flowed from Fang Chen's palm into her abdomen, spreading throughout her entire being. At that moment, Meng Yao experienced an overwhelming sensation of comfort. Yet, this sensation quickly faded. Why has it stopped? The sudden disappearance of this feeling left Meng Yao somewhat dissatisfied. Yet, when she turned to gaze at Fang Chen, she was taken aback by his appearance. His eyes were blood red, and blood seemed to ooze from his 7 orifices. His complexion was pale with a hint of green, appearing exceedingly frail. What happened to you? Meng Yao exclaimed in alarm. Fang Chen shook his head, replying, It's nothing, just a significant expenditure of energy. He had already absorbed half of the blood of the sword demon, but upon preparing to continue his absorption, he realized that his physical form could not withstand the transformation induced by the sword demon's blood. Thus, he immediately ceased his attempts to refine it further. It seemed that he would need to wait until his cultivation advanced before he could continue the refinement. Nevertheless, he mused that the energy from the blood of the sword demon he had just refined should suffice for a breakthrough to the 5th level of spirit gathering. Meng Yao was oblivious to these thoughts. She attributed Fang Chen's condition to his efforts in healing her. At that moment, she became aware that the pain she had been experiencing had vanished. A glimmer of surprise flashed in her eyes as she adjusted her clothing and stood up, discovering that she was indeed healed. Hong Yun and Lin Xuan also regarded this scene with incredulity. Was she truly well? However, Lin Xuan, shaking her head in disbelief, thought to herself, it must be mere luck. The yin fire within Meng Yao likely receded on its own, a phenomenon that had occurred before. Hong Yun shared this sentiment, believing that if the condition of excessive indulgence could be resolved so easily, it would not be classified as an incurable affliction. It was not that they were unwilling to believe. Rather, their understanding of the nature of excessive indulgence led them to skepticism. Only Meng Yao, with her enchanting gaze, looked at Fang Chen with delight, fully aware that it was indeed Fang Chen's intervention that had saved her. Once he had somewhat recovered, Fang Chen stated, "I am unable to completely cure this condition. Further treatment is necessary for a complete remedy." Lin Xuan furrowed her brow, astonished that he would claim the credit for himself, and seemed to take advantage of Meng Yao. However, to her astonishment, Meng Yao readily agreed. Chapter 6. The lives of these individuals rest in your hands. Lin Xuan gazed at Meng Yao in disbelief. Meng Yao, with a radiant smile, approached Ling Fan and said, "Let me reintroduce myself. My name is Meng Yao." Fang Chen clasped his hands together and replied, "I am Fang Chen, an outer disciple." Meng Yao, with a flirtatious glint in her eye, charmingly said, "You can simply call me Meng Yao, or Meng Air if you prefer." As she mentioned Meng Air, she deliberately leaned closer to Fang Chen's ear, her alluring voice striking a chord within him. Fang Chen's face flushed crimson, and he quickly stepped back, saying, "Let's stick with Meng Yao." Seeing Fang Chen in such a flustered state, Meng Yao erupted into laughter, captivatingly enchanting. "Very well, I shall call you Brother Fang then." With that, she tossed a flirtatious glance in Fang Chen's direction. Fang Chen felt a sense of helplessness. It was evident that Meng Yao was teasing him. Meng Yao again remarked, "By the way, Brother Fang, you mentioned that I should continue my treatment. I'll come find you in a few days, and you can attend to me properly." The final words, coupled with her charming and alluring tone, stirred the imagination. "I shall return to this place," she added. Fang Chen performed a respectful bow, reluctant to linger any longer, and fled in embarrassment. Observing this, Meng Yao revealed a captivating smile once more. Lin Xuan cast an unhappy glance at Meng Yao and said, "Meng Yao, why haven't you mentioned the matter of the annulment?" Meng Yao, watching Fang Chen disappear beyond the door and noticing Lin Xuan's irritation, hurriedly replied, "Oh, that can be discussed at any time. There's no need to rush." Yet, she thought to herself, this fellow is nothing but a lay-chair. Once taking advantage of you is insufficient. He wishes to continue doing so. Lin Xuan was utterly disappointed in Fang Chen. "All right, he is not as terrible as you make him out to be. Let us go." Feeling exasperated, Lin Xuan could only say, "You wait outside for me. I'll fetch some elixirs from Elder Hong Yun." "Very well," Meng Yao replied, expressing her gratitude to Elder Hong Yun before making her way to the entrance. Elder Hong Yun observed the scene, chuckling and shaking her head. "Youth is truly delightful." Lin Xuan said, "I apologize for troubling you, Elder Hong Yun." To which Elder Hong Yun shook her head. "I have watched this girl grow up. To say it's a trouble is too courteous. Come with me." Thus, Lin Xuan followed Elder Hong Yun to obtain the elixirs. Meng Yao refrained from accompanying them, concerned that the potent medicinal scent within Elder Hong Yun's chamber would rekindle her indulgent nature. Upon reaching the entrance of the Divine Elixir Pavilion, Meng Yao saw Fang Chen being confronted by several outer disciples at the 8th level of spirit gathering. Each of them glared menacingly at Fang Chen, their intentions far from benign. The leader among them was He Xiao, sent by Luo Yun. "You are Fang Chen. Is it you who harmed Senior Sister Su?" He Xiao fixed a cold gaze upon Fang Chen. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen instantly recognized their identities and replied nonchalantly, "If she dares to strike my masteress wife, she must be prepared for my retaliation." He Xiao sneered, "What is your masteress wife to me? If Senior Sister Su wishes to eliminate her, she may do so. But you should not touch Senior Sister Su." He continued, "Now, either you cripple your own cultivation and limbs, or we shall end your life." He looked down on Fang Chen disdainfully. Fang Chen maintained a calm demeanor. "This is within the sect." He Xiao burst into laughter. "That depends on who it concerns. Here, Brother Luo is like a god. Whoever he wishes dead must die." With that, he lunged at Fang Chen, his palm aimed directly at his heart. If struck, death was certain. Fang Chen scoffed. Although his opponent was at the 8th level of spirit gathering, 4 levels above him, his body had been transformed by the blood of the sword demon. And with the sword character Dao mark, he possessed the strength to contend even at the 9th level, let alone with someone merely at the 8th level. He struck first. Both palms collided. In the next moment, a crack echoed through the air. He Xiao's hand shattered. Yet, Fang Chen emerged completely unscathed. A scream erupted. He Xiao was propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. His hand now resembled a twisted, limp string, utterly powerless. The entire assembly was momentarily stunned, including Meng Yao, who had initially intended to intervene from a distance. They were astonished that He Xiao, several realms above Fang Chen, was vanquished with a single strike. "What are you all waiting for? Attack!" He Xiao, suppressing his pain, glared at Fang Chen with fierce resentment and shouted. It was only then that the others regained their senses and rushed towards Fang Chen. Faced with this onslaught, Fang Chen exhibited no fear. The sword-like intent within him erupted. His palm transformed into a sword finger, and with each pointed jab, he sent an adversary flying. In mere moments, the ground was strewn with those groaning in agony. From a distance, Meng Yao stood in shock. Wasn't Fang Chen supposed to be a waste? In just a few exchanges, he had subdued cultivators of higher cultivation than himself. What was happening? As she was lost in thought, several figures emerged. They donned identical attire, all disciples of the Outer Sect's law enforcement hall. The leader, Huang Yong, frowned upon seeing the fallen bodies. He Xiao, spotting Huang Yong, felt a surge of hope and exclaimed, "Brother Huang, it's me. I'm by Brother Luo Yun's side." Upon hearing Luo Yun's name, Huang Yong immediately recognized He Xiao. He inquired, "Junior brother He, what transpired? Who attacked you?" He Xiao pointed at Fang Chen. "It was him. He ambushed us out of nowhere and even threatened my life. Brother Huang, you must apprehend him. I was merely executing tasks for Brother Luo." Huang Yong's gaze swiftly fixed on Fang Chen. "You dare to ambush someone within the sect? Such a crime deserves death," he bellowed. Fang Chen frowned and replied, "They blocked my path and attempted to assault me. I was merely acting in self-defense." Huang Yong sneered. "Self-defense? Nonsense. Clearly, you attacked from behind. How dare you argue here?" In truth, he discerned that He Xiao was the one seeking trouble with Fang Chen, only to be taught a lesson instead. Yet, it mattered little. He Xiao had Luo Yun backing him, a genius from the second peak. Such an opportunity to curry favor with Luo Yun was not to be missed. This man is vicious and ruthless. He even dares to harm his fellow disciples, sever his limbs, and expel him from the TNU divine sect. Huang Yong hastily condemned Fang Chen. Yes, his followers immediately moved to act. He Xiao grinned maliciously. "Aren't you strong? Go on, continue. If you attack the law enforcement hall, you are surely doomed. Once you perish, I will take care of your master." Fang Chen's gaze turned icy, locking onto He Xiao. His master was his most vulnerable point. Any threat against her would be met with lethal retribution. Just as he prepared to strike, Meng Yao's voice resonated from behind him. "Luo Yun? Humph. I was unaware that this outer sect had become his dominion." This time, Meng Yao's tone was devoid of allure, replaced by an overwhelming authority. As her words settled, she positioned herself protectively in front of Fang Chen. Huang Yong, intending to reprimand anyone who dared obstruct the law enforcement hall, found his resolve faltering upon encountering Meng Yao's stunningly beautiful visage. He collapsed to the ground in weakness. Meng Yao's gaze remained icy. "Speak. When did this outer sect become the realm of that waste Luo Yun? Twisting right and wrong. Do you dare to challenge me as well?" She advanced. Her enchanting eyes filled with coldness. "Meng Shijia, I didn't know this senior brother was your friend. I acknowledge my mistakes. Please spare me this once." Huang Yong fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing his head in supplication. Yet, Meng Yao exhibited no trace of compassion. "You are to resign from your position in the law enforcement hall and leave the heavenly feather sect. Should I see you again, you shall die." She turned her gaze towards the other disciples of the law enforcement hall and added, "You are no exception." Huang Yong was engulfed in utter despair. His life had been irrevocably ruined. At this moment, he loathed He Xiao intensely, wishing he could dismantle him piece by piece. It was all because of them that he had met with such a fate. He Xiao, too, cowered in fear, shrinking to the ground. Even Luo Yun had to show utmost respect in Meng Yao's presence, let alone himself. Seeing Meng Yao gaze at him, he hastily knelt and pleaded, "Sister Meng, I realize my errors." He struck himself repeatedly with his other hand, having lost all semblance of his former arrogance. Meng Yao cast a disdainful glance in his direction before her expression softened as she looked at Fang Chen. "Their fates are in your hands." Chapter 7. The Soul Heaven Demon. I'm Master Fang. I realize my mistakes. Please spare me this once. He Xiao, displaying a modicum of cleverness, immediately turned to Fang Chen in desperation. Fang Chen's demeanor was icy, devoid of any pity. "Self-destruct your cultivation and leave the heavenly feather sect." Having absorbed the blood of the sword demon and suffered betrayal, Fang Chen would no longer grant his adversaries any chances. Meng Yao regarded Fang Chen with admiration. Pity in the cultivation world was the most laughable of sentiments. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan had just exited the Divine Dan Pavilion and chanced upon this scene. Her brows furrowed in disapproval. To her, Fang Chen was merely exploiting Meng Yao's influence to bully others, destroying one's stanchion. How is this any different from murder? It is even more brutal than killing. He Xiao trembled, his eyes filled with despair. "What are you still hesitating for?" Meng Yao said coldly. He Xiao understood the implication of her words. If he did not destroy his own cultivation, his fate would be even more tragic, and his family would suffer as a consequence. "Thank you both for your mercy." Without hesitation, he struck his chest with his palm, shattering his stanchion. The others, too, dared not hesitate, hastily following suit in self-destruction of their dantians. On the second peak, Meng Yao was akin to a deity. Observing this, Meng Yao scoffed. Aren't you all going to leave? He Xiao and the others could only endure the intense pain and despair, fleeing in disarray. Fang Chen regarded Meng Yao with a complex expression, his heart unsettled. The ability to compel individuals to self-destruct their dantians with mere words indicated Meng Yao's considerable stature within the sect. It seemed that after 5 years of guarding the tomb, he was oblivious to the myriad changes within the Heavenly Feather sect. What's wrong? Are you interested in me? I could offer you a chance to know me better. Privately, of course. In the presence of Fang Chen, Meng Yao reverted to her enchanting demeanor, her every movement captivating. No. Fang Chen resolutely shook his head and replied, I am grateful for today. I shall ensure your indulgent nature is thoroughly resolved as a token of my gratitude. Farewell. With that, he slightly cupped his hands in respect and turned to leave. Watching Fang Chen's upright and unwavering figure, Meng Yao found herself questioning her appeal. Was her beauty no longer alluring enough? Or was this fellow simply dull? Perhaps he had a preference for the same sex? Meng Yao, why do you still assist him in bullying others? Lin Xuan approached, expressing her grievances. However, Minjao did not respond to her inquiry. Instead, she asked Xuan, do you think I have lost my allure? Lin Xuan was taken aback, gazing at the enchanting Minjao, and shook her head, not at all. Yet, that fellow has not even spared me a glance, thought Minjao, her brows furrowing in concern. Lin Xuan paused for a moment, then recalled something, saying, he was previously in a relationship with his junior sister, but she betrayed him. Perhaps he is yet to emerge from that shadow. A glimmer of insight flashed in Minjao's eyes. That must be it. With a renewed smile, she mused. He can aid me in overcoming my indulgent nature. Recognizes my extraordinary identity, yet does not seek to ingratiate himself, and is able to resist my temptations. Quite intriguing. As she watched Fang Chen's retreating figure, she remarked, I suddenly find myself reluctant to end the engagement so soon. This fellow is far too interesting. Upon returning to his residence, Fang Chen went to visit his teacher's wife. Relieved to see her fully recovered, he then retreated to his chamber, sitting cross-legged. At this moment, a substantial amount of the blood energy from the sword demon remained unabsorbed. And such energy must not be squandered. As Fang Chen continued to absorb the energy, both his physical form and cultivation level were steadily ascending. The progress of his sword Dao also mirrored this growth, albeit at a significantly slower pace, almost negligible. Fang Chen was not surprised by this. After all, his sword Dao was already at the 2nd level, and further advancement would not be simple. Both comprehension and cultivation must keep pace. To elevate his Dao again, he would need to reach the postnatal realm. This period of seclusion lasted 2 days, and when the morning sunlight streamed into the room, Fang Chen's aura transformed. Steadily rising from the 4th to the 5th level of the gathering spirit realm, he slowly opened his eyes and let out a thunderous roar. A terrifying sword might erupted forth, infused with a faint demonic energy. Simultaneously, his eyes turned crimson, exuding an unspoken authority. At that moment, the world around him underwent subtle changes. Fang Chen noticed everything was incredibly vivid. He could even see a cicada singing on a tree 20 yards away, its minute movements appearing to slow down before his eyes. Overjoyed, he realized that his recent absorption had fortuitously awakened the ancient sword demon's soul celestial eye, which possessed the ability to perceive all things in existence and delivered a formidable soul attack. With a glance, it could turn all into blood and bones, capable of piercing through the heavens and altering the very laws. Of course, the soul celestial eye he had awakened was not yet that powerful, perhaps not even a billionth of its potential. However, it would grant him the ability to anticipate his opponent's movements in battle, and their actions would appear considerably slower. For further enhancement, he would need to continue absorbing the sword demon's blood. Fang Chen was quite satisfied with this eye, as it would greatly benefit him in combat. Just as he intended to rise, he felt his aura slightly dissipate and become unstable, but fortunately, he managed to suppress it and restore his stability. Fang Chen slowly opened his eyes and sighed softly. The blood of the sword demon is indeed remarkable, but my rapid breakthrough has rendered my foundation somewhat unstable. It appears that I must visit the library to seek a martial art suitable for me. Without a foundational cultivation method, one's realm is prone to instability. He decided not to linger in the room any longer and made his way to the library. However, upon exiting, he noticed a figure in the courtyard, and his expression instantly turned cold. It was Su Wanner. At that moment, Su Wanner was pouring tea for her teacher's wife, Xiao Mei, displaying a demeanor of innocence and understanding. Fang Chen's countenance did not soften due to her seemingly obedient appearance. Rather, his brow furrowed tightly. He entered the hall and halted the teacher's wife's intention to drink tea, promptly questioning Su Wanner, "What brings you here?" Upon seeing Fang Chen, A glimmer of light flickered in Su Wan'er's eyes, revealing a look of grievance. Brother Fang, I realize my mistakes. I was compelled by Luo Yun before. He threatened to kill me if I did not assist him. I have always cherished you since childhood, and I promise to treat you well moving forward. After speaking, she adopted a pitiful expression. Had the heavenly Dao Bone not been excavated, Fang Chen might have believed her words. However, now every action of Su Wan'er seemed utterly contrived to him, filling him with disgust. He replied coldly, compelled? After I abolished my danshan, you turned to another. To secure a better backing, you even divulged my secret. I fail to see how you were coerced. Su Wan'er's previously pitiful demeanor froze instantly. The reason for her visit was due to He Xiu's downfall. Upon learning that Fang Chen single-handedly overcame several seventh-layer gathering spirit realm experts, both Luo Yun and she were taken aback. They distinctly remembered that Fang Chen had been gravely injured and near death. His swift recovery could only be attributed to some extraordinary treasure. As for Meng Yao's intervention, while they were surprised, they did not dwell on it, merely assuming she was passing by to right a wrong. However, Luo Yun was deeply curious about Fang Chen's recovery, speculating that the former 7th Peak Master must have left behind some precious artifact, prompting Su Wan'er to return for it. Thus, the current scene unfolded. Qiumei had intended to counsel Fang Chen, but upon hearing his words, she chose to remain silent. If Su Wan'er had only injured herself, she could tolerate it for Fang Chen's sake. However, having harmed Fang Chen, she could not overlook it. The corners of Su Wan'er's mouth twitched slightly, but she quickly regained her composure, once again donning a smile. Brother Fang, I truly regret my actions. Fang Chen responded directly, speak, what is your purpose for being here? With a smile, Su Wan'er replied, I merely wished to check on the teacher's wife and was curious about how Brother Fang recovered. Was it indeed that our master left behind some treasure? Teacher's wife, as I am also a disciple of our master, you cannot show favoritism. I deserve a share too. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen chuckled. So that is the reason. Chapter 8. Reunion with Lin Xuan. It turns out she guessed that his recovery might be attributed to some treasure left by their master. Thus, if I present the treasure, you shall return to my side. Is that correct? Fang Chen remarked with an air of indifference. Indeed. Su Wan'er eagerly nodded, exclaiming, Fang Chen, as long as you surrender the master's treasure, I will return to you. I assure you, I shall never abandon you again. Fang Chen smiled once more, yet his gaze turned frigid. What if I refuse? Su Wan'er hastily replied, the master's treasure includes my share. I am also his disciple. You must agree, right? However, Qiumei's face was marred by disappointment. She turned away, offering no response to Su Wan'er's query. Fang Chen scoffed, Su Wan'er, are you foolish, or am I? Though the master accepted you in the past, you were never formally taken as a disciple. Thus, you do not qualify as one. Previously, he had harbored some resentment towards the master for not accepting her. But now he recognized the master's discernment, having seen through her true nature long ago. The pitiful visage Su Wan'er had donned instantly vanished. She realized that the tactics she had relied upon in the past were now ineffective against Fang Chen. Resolutely, she ceased her pretense and pointed an accusatory finger at him, shouting, Fang Chen, do you think regaining your power changes anything? In my eyes, you remain a worthless fool. Nothing more. Let me make this clear. You must hand over the master's treasure. Otherwise, this matter is far from over. Fang Chen regarded her coldly. What? Do you still wish to resort to violence? To kill me? Su Wan'er, naturally, did not dare to do so. The Tianyang's tomb was a desolate place where killing Fang Chen would bear no consequences. Yet, if discovered in Yuchen, it would lead to significant trouble for her. Nevertheless, she cast a derisive glance at Qiumei and declared, Fang Chen, I am powerless against you. However, this old hag is merely a mortal. I could easily eliminate her. In fact, I could sell her to some wandering cultivators. Individuals like her are quite sought after. Slap. Before she could finish her sentence, Fang Chen struck her fiercely. Though she had anticipated the move, she was still caught off guard, sent sprawling by the force of the blow. Dare to insult my master's wife, Su Wan'er? You deserve to perish, Fang Chen intoned coldly, a genuine intent to kill igniting within him. Ah, it hurts. Su Wan'er cried out incessantly. Fang Chen's slap had been delivered with great force, instantly causing her cheek to swell and bruise. You worthless fool, how dare you hit me? Fang Chen, this time, you shall meet your end. She glared menacingly at him, bellowing, come in, subdue him. The door was forcefully kicked open, and 10 8th-level gathering spirit realm cultivators stormed in, each wielding magical artifacts. It appeared that Su Wan'er had not only prepared for a confrontation, but had also laid the groundwork for a decisive confrontation. Fang Chen observed this scene with a cold smile. Very well, let us see how you fare against the Soul Heaven Demon Eye. As he spoke, his gaze transformed into a vivid crimson. In an instant, the movements of the 10 intruders slowed, and their next actions became discernible. Fang Chen lunged forward without trepidation, his fingers transforming into sword-like points. With his formidable physical speed, he struck with precision, piercing one assailant's shoulder before they could even react. Others attempted to attack from Fang Chen's blind spots, yet he evaded them effortlessly, as though he possessed eyes in the back of his head. Utilizing the residual strength of his opponent, he swiftly pierced through their shoulder with a single finger. In a mere span of 10 breaths, 10 individuals lay in the courtyard, wailing in agony, their shoulders rendered useless by Fang Chen, with no hope of recovery for at least half a year. How could this be possible? Su Wan'er gazed in horror at this scene, never having imagined that the once ineffectual Fang Chen could now contend with 10 formidable opponents at the 8th layer of spirit gathering. Fang Chen regarded Su Wan'er with indifference. Her heart raced under the intense gaze of his crimson eyes, feeling as if a murderous fiend had set its sights on her. Trembling in fear, yet, he refrained from striking again, the crimson in his eyes gradually fading. Leave this place. Returning will not be as simple, he stated coldly. It was not that he did not wish to kill, but rather that he could not afford to invite trouble upon himself by slaying Su Wan'er. Su Wan'er, too terrified to linger any longer, fled in disarray, as did those lying wounded on the ground, dragging their injuries as they escaped the estate. However, as they departed, a sense of resentment welled within Su Wan'er. Upon crossing the threshold, she glared at Fang Chen with bitterness, declaring, Fang Chen, I know you will participate in the 7 Peaks assessment to re-enter the inner sect. I assure you, no matter how hard you strive, you will never pass the assessment. You shall never return to the inner sect in this lifetime. She left with a triumphant smile. Fang Chen remained unfazed, replying, Then let us see whether you can dominate within the Tianyu divine sect, or if I, Fang Chen, will tread upon your face as I ascend to the 7th peak. Just as Su Wan'er departed, another figure appeared at the entrance, Meng Yao. Meng Yao looked toward the direction Su Wan'er had taken, puzzled. Who is that woman with the birthmark? She seems familiar, as if she were your former companion. Fang Chen was taken aback. Have you met her? Meng Yao shook her head, a charming smile gracing her lips. I did some inquiries. She came here, seeking to reconcile with you, perhaps? She then fixed her gaze on Fang Chen, inquiring, Did you agree? Fang Chen replied, No. She returned to deceive me. I will not fall for her tricks again. Meng Yao expressed her admiration. That's the spirit. It shows you possess some backbone. Why have you come here so suddenly, Miss Meng? Fang Chen asked, puzzled. Meng Yao's cheeks flushed slightly as she alluringly responded, I've been feeling rather unwell lately. So I came to seek your company. As she spoke, her gaze lingered on Fang Chen, enchanting and captivating. Fang Chen realized that her indulgent nature had flared up again, prompting her to seek him for healing. Come, let us go to my place for a private treatment, she suggested, her words laced with temptation. However, Fang Chen hesitated, but, my master's wife. He feared that Su Wan'er would bring trouble to his master's wife. Meng Yao, recognizing Fang Chen's concern, smiled reassuringly. That's simple. She clapped her hands, and instantly, 2 women appeared. Your Highness, they greeted respectfully. Fang Chen was taken aback by their speed, unable to react in time. Meng Yao instructed, Ensure the safety of the elder inside. There must be no mishaps. Yes, they replied with a bow before swiftly vanishing from sight. Let us go? These 2 are postnatal realm experts, and with them around, nothing will go awry, Meng Yao said with a seductive smile. Fang Chen felt a sense of relief and nodded, saying, All right, I will inform my master's wife. Please wait for me a moment. He then proceeded to share his intention of treating Meng Yao's injuries with Qiumei. Curiously, Qiumei glanced at Meng Yao, who gracefully returned the gesture with a smile and a bow of respect. Observing this, Qiumei refrained from saying much more, merely advising them to exercise caution before allowing Fang Chen and Meng Yao to depart. However, as the 2 left the mansion together, Su Wan'er reappeared in the alley, her gaze filled with venom as she watched Fang Chen and Meng Yao depart. How could this worthless man possibly know such an exquisite woman? Jealousy consumed her as she recalled her earlier sighting of Meng Yao's unparalleled beauty upon leaving the mansion. Spotting her entering Qiumei's residence, she decided to linger and observe the woman's intentions. Now, witnessing the 2 depart with laughter and camaraderie intensified her envy. She did not know Meng Yao, as her status as an outer sect disciple limited her visits to the 2nd peak, rendering her unqualified to meet someone like Meng Yao. That woman is undoubtedly using Fang Chen, the good-for-nothing. She firmly believed that after Fang Chen left her, he could not possibly find a beauty that surpassed her in allure. Meng Yao led Fang Chen onto her spiritual vessel, arriving at her residence on the 2nd peak. Upon stepping off the vessel and gazing at the mansion, which was infused with a far denser spiritual energy than that of the Wuzi Peak, Fang Chen was momentarily taken aback. To reside in such a place on the second peak, one must possess an exceedingly high status. If Fang Chen's conjecture was correct, Meng Yao was likely a direct disciple of the peak master. As he followed Meng Yao into the mansion, he was once again astonished upon encountering another breathtaking beauty within, the illustrious Lin Xuan. Chapter 9. The Eruption of the Indulgent Body. Fang Chen was taken aback. He had not anticipated meeting Lin Xuan here. "Let me introduce you. This is my close friend, Lin Xuan," Meng Yao said, linking her arm with Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan shot Meng Yao an annoyed glance and remarked, "You really went to fetch him." Meng Yao playfully stuck out her tongue and replied, "But he truly saved me last time." Lin Xuan retorted bluntly, "Last time, he was merely trying to take advantage of you." It was only when his sinister fire receded that he refrained. She then turned to Fang Chen with a frosty demeanor, stating, "I am aware of your intentions for being here, but this time I will not allow you to take advantage of Meng Yao." Feeling somewhat awkward, Fang Chen could only explain, "I genuinely can treat her." "And how do you intend to do that?" Lin Xuan interrogated. Fang Chen found himself at a loss for words, unable to divulge the secret of the blood of the sword demon, as it was far too significant. Thus, he opted for silence. Seeing Fang Chen's reticence, Lin Xuan felt a fleeting sense of triumph at having exposed him. She then pulled Meng Yao towards the hall of the mansion, declaring, "Meng Yao, this time I have found a fifth-tier alchemist. He will undoubtedly be able to cure your indulgent body." A fifth-tier alchemist? Meng Yao was taken aback. A fourth-tier alchemist in the Divine East region was already a figure of great repute, while fifth-tier alchemists were exceedingly rare, found only within the upper echelons of a few prestigious sections. However, those esteemed alchemists were notoriously proud and preferred to seclude themselves within their alchemical chambers, making it far more challenging to solicit their assistance than to seek divine intervention. Lin Xuan's ability to procure the services of a fifth-tier alchemist must have required immense effort and considerable sacrifice. In the hall, an elderly man sat at the head seat, squinting slightly, delicately savoring the tea in his cup. He displayed no reaction to the entrance of Meng Yao and her companions. Lin Xuan, with utmost respect, bowed to him and then spoke, "Elder Tian." The alchemist known as Elder Tian finally opened his eyes slightly, directing his gaze towards Lin Xuan before it settled upon Meng Yao. After a brief moment, he withdrew his gaze and remarked, "Miss Lin, my assistance this time will settle the last favor owed to your Lin family. Have you made your decision?" Without hesitation, Lin Xuan nodded and replied, "Elder Tian, I have made my decision. Please, do proceed." Upon hearing this, Elder Tian refrained from further discussion. He turned to Meng Yao and stated, "I am aware of your condition. A body of indulgence rarely survives past the age of 20. However, now that you have encountered me, I shall assist you in resolving this issue." As he spoke, he produced a vial from his hand. Contained within is a fifth-tier elixir known as the Heavenly Fire Spirit Pill. This pill has been recently developed by me, designed to counteract your condition of indulgence. With this elixir, your affliction shall undoubtedly be alleviated. Fifth tier. A glimmer of light flashed in Meng Yao's eyes. Such elixirs were exceedingly rare and immensely valuable. She cast a grateful glance at Lin Xuan, understanding that this elixir had come at a significant cost to her. Yet, she hesitated, for she had also invited Fang Chen to assist with her healing, and it felt somewhat inappropriate to leave him sidelined while she sought treatment from another. Lin Xuan perceived Meng Yao's hesitation, recognizing it stemmed from Fang Chen. She urged, "Meng Yao, what are you still hesitating for? Do you truly believe he can cure you?" Elder Tian, too, regarded Fang Chen, having heard of his endeavors from Lin Xuan, and found the notion of him curing Meng Yao utterly ludicrous. If the condition of indulgence could be so easily remedied, many gifted women would not be succumbing before the age of 20. Of course, as a venerable alchemist, Elder Tian held Fang Chen in such disdain that he could not even be bothered to mock him. Meng Yao insisted, "Fang Chen can truly heal me." Fang Chen then interjected, "Miss Meng, you should first take the Heavenly Fire Spirit Pill. If it can resolve your issue in one go, that would indeed be fortuitous. At present, I cannot rectify your condition in a single attempt." He genuinely wished for Meng Yao's recovery. For had it not been for her intervention a couple of days prior, he might still be languishing in the enforcement hall. Meng Yao pondered for a moment, then ultimately acquiesced, "Very well." Her hesitation was not rooted in distrust of Fang Chen, but rather in the torment that her condition had inflicted upon her for over a decade, each moment of suffering rendering her existence unbearable. Now that an opportunity presented itself to potentially resolve her affliction, she was unwilling to forfeit it. She then accepted the elixir from Elder Tian, pouring a golden spirit pill into her palm, and, with a delicate opening of her cherry-like lips, swallowed it whole. A powerful warmth surged into Meng Yao's danshan, and the indulgent body seemed to sense an impending threat, immediately responding with an explosive reaction. The two forces collided instantaneously, akin to armies clashing in a fierce battle, resulting in a river of blood. The heavenly fire spirit pill, imbued with potent energy, momentarily repelled the ominous energy of the indulgent body, as if determined to subdue it entirely. Joy surged within Meng Yao. It seems to be effective. Hearing this, Lin Xuan also felt a flicker of delight. She cast a glance at Fang Chen, her eyes gleaming with pride, as if to convey, "Young man, if you wish to take advantage of Meng Yao again, dream on." However, in the next breath, the indulgent body appeared to be fully awakened, unleashing an even more terrifying wave of ominous energy that began to devour the medicinal potency with overwhelming force, growing increasingly formidable. Instantly, Meng Yao's face flushed with heat, wisps of white smoke rising as her body became flushed and scalding, trembling in immense pain. "Meng Yao!" Lin Xuan exclaimed in alarm. "Heavens! What is happening?" Heavens also changed countenance, hastening to Meng Yao's side to check her pulse. Yet, the moment he touched her wrist, a horrifying wave of ominous energy surged forth, invading his body. Heavens grunted, spewing forth a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with terror. "What a terrifying force! My medicinal potency has been consumed by that malevolent energy. The indulgent body has been completely awakened." Lin Xuan instantly panicked. "What should we do?" "Heavens, didn't you say you could heal Meng Yao?" This. Heaven's expression grew awkward and grim. He had not anticipated that the indulgent body would prove to be so troublesome and perilous. The only solution now was for someone else to absorb the ominous energy from her body, but that energy was far too formidable. Even the strongest constitution would struggle to withstand it. He stated, "I will do it," Lin Xuan declared, rushing towards Meng Yao, but was halted by Heavens. "Your constitution is too weak. Even if you attempt to absorb it, you would only manage a fraction. And it would not only be futile, but could also cost you your life," Heavens warned. "But I cannot stand by and watch Meng Yao suffer like this." Lin Xuan's eyes reddened. She had not anticipated that her actions might lead to Meng Yao's demise. Just then, Fang Chen appeared beside Meng Yao, grasping her hand directly. Upon witnessing this, Lin Xuan erupted in fury. "What are you doing at such a critical moment? How dare you take advantage of Meng Yao?" She charged forward, intending to kick Fang Chen away, but was once again restrained by Heavens. "Wait, he is absorbing the ominous energy from within her." "What?" Lin Xuan was taken aback, and soon saw streams of red ominous energy flowing from Meng Yao into Fang Chen's body. Fang Chen grimaced in pain, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. "Are you trying to get yourself killed? Continuing like this could lead to your demise," Lin Xuan cried out. Yet, Fang Chen did not respond. In that moment, he activated the remaining half of his sword demon blood, refining it while simultaneously resisting the terrifying ominous energy. Fortunately, the sword demon blood was sufficiently potent to withstand it. This. Heavens gazed on in astonishment. Had it been anyone else, they would have succumbed to the ominous energy by now, yet Fang Chen was managing to endure it. His constitution was remarkably resilient. Perhaps he could truly withstand this malevolent energy. But just then, a surge of ominous energy erupted violently from Meng Yao's body. Chapter 10. Why has it stopped? This is bad. Tian Lao's expression shifted slightly as he led Lin Xuan out of the hall. Immediately, several formation flags materialized in his hand, shooting towards the periphery of the hall. In an instant, the hall was sealed off. The sinister energy within was contained, preventing any leakage. However, this also trapped Fang Chen and Meng Yao inside, rendering the situation within completely obscured from the outside. At this moment, Fang Chen furrowed his brow, the eruption of his lascivious form exceeding his expectations. Feeling discomfort, Meng Yao suddenly clung to Fang Chen, stirring a tumult within his heart. Yet, upon seeing the exquisite pain etched across Meng Yao's enchanting visage, he suppressed his inner turmoil. Sensing Fang Chen's lack of cooperation, Meng Yao's delicate brows knitted slightly as she began to withdraw. Gazing at her perspiring, alluring figure, Fang Chen's brows twitched. Fortunately, his rationality maintained dominion over his consciousness, preventing him from losing control. "Ah!" A captivating sound echoed, causing Fang Chen's heart to spiral into chaos. "Apologies," he gritted his teeth and declared, no longer hesitating, as he summoned the remaining blood of the sword demon with all his might. The two energies collided instantaneously, incessantly consuming each other's pure yin and pure yang energy. Meng Yao, utterly drained, collapsed into Fang Chen's embrace. Simultaneously, she felt that familiar sense of comfort return to her Danshan. Fang Chen felt tormented. Meng Yao's voice was innately enchanting, and the way she uttered sounds was utterly intoxicating. Fortunately, this ordeal did not persist for long. After approximately half an hour, the yin fire that Meng Yao had unleashed was once again subdued. Fang Chen exhaled a heavy breath, a bitter smile tugging at his lips. The blood of the sword demon within him had been completely refined, yet he dared not allow his body to assimilate this energy, fearing he could not withstand it, thus transferring it entirely to the heavenly Dao demon bone. Now, the demonic energy surging from the heavenly Dao demon bone was exceedingly potent, granting Fang Chen an inkling of enlightenment. Why has it stopped? Meng Yao stirred from her daze, seemingly still craving more. However, upon awakening and realizing she was nestled in Fang Chen's arms, with her outer garments vanished, leaving only her intimate attire, the blush that had just faded returned with fervor. You. Assuming Fang Chen was responsible, she raised her hand to strike. But upon noticing his pale, weakened countenance, she realized he had acted solely to heal her. Glancing at the faint red marks on Fang Chen's neck, remnants of her own actions, her cheeks flushed deeper, her bashful demeanor exuding an irresistible allure. Thank you for saving me once again. To repay your kindness, I shall become your Dao companion. What do you say? She gazed at Fang Chen with sultry eyes, a sight that could enchant countless men. Fang Chen, too, felt his face warm under her gaze, unable to meet her eyes directly. Miss Meng, you are too kind. I promised to treat your ailments. How could I stand by and watch you suffer? He stammered. Witnessing Fang Chen's flustered state, Meng Yao couldn't help but chuckle. Yet, she pouted, feigning anger, and said, did we not agree? I shall call you Brother Fang, and you must call me Meng Yao. Now do it. In the realm of dreams, under the warning gaze of Meng Yao, Fang Chen ultimately chose to yield. Satisfied, Meng Yao nodded and said, very well. It is thanks to you that I am alive. I can grant you any request, anything at all. Her voice brimmed with temptation, suggesting that even the most audacious of desires would be met with her acquiescence. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen's heart stirred. He had been troubled by his inability to enter the library to select a cultivation method. With Meng Yao's assistance, this endeavor would become effortlessly achievable. Thus, he declared, I wish to enter the library. The library? Meng Yao blinked her large, glistening eyes, suspecting she had misheard. Fang Chen affirmed, indeed, as an outer disciple. I lack the qualifications to access the higher levels of the library. Hence, I wish to enter and choose a cultivation technique for my practice. Meng Yao's face fell in disappointment. How could Fang Chen, in the presence of such a stunning beauty, opt for the library instead? Nevertheless, she relented. And with a flash of light, an ancient token appeared in her hand, which she promptly handed to Fang Chen. Once you reach the library, present this token, and you shall gain entry without any restrictions. Fang Chen accepted the token and expressed his gratitude, saying, thank you. Once I acquire the technique I desire, I shall return it. That won't be necessary, Meng Yao replied as she donned her clothing. I have plenty of such tokens, consider it a gift. Fang Chen wished to refuse, but after receiving a sharp glare from Meng Yao, he chose to remain silent. It was prudent to concede rather than provoke further conflict. Once Meng Yao was fully dressed, they departed the formation together. The formation sealed the exterior but not the interior, a commonly used array by alchemists, thus imposing no restrictions on them. Upon witnessing Meng Yao emerge unscathed, even the usually stoic Lin Xuan displayed a look of unrestrained joy. Meng Yao, are you all right? Meng Yao reassured her, I am fine. Thanks to Fang Chen, I have miraculously survived. Lin Xuan turned her gaze to Fang Chen, and even in her disbelief, she had to acknowledge that he had saved Meng Yao. Just as she intended to express her gratitude, she noticed a lipstick mark on Fang Chen's neck, igniting her fury. You were certainly up to no good inside. Taking advantage of Meng Yao, it was only then that Fang Chen recalled the unaddressed lipstick on his neck. Meng Yao's cheeks flushed crimson as she hurriedly interjected, Xuan, this is merely a result of my own reckless impulses. He truly did not do anything to me. Lin Xuan remained unconvinced, believing Fang Chen's proximity to Meng Yao was fueled by desire for both beauty and status. Yet, acknowledging Fang Chen's role in saving Meng Yao, she refrained from further comments. However, her vigilance towards Fang Chen intensified, solidifying her resolve to reclaim the marriage contract from Meng Yao. Elder Tian approached, expressing his apologies to Meng Yao. Miss Meng, I sincerely regret that the elixir caused you harm. Meng Yao shook her head, saying, Elder Tian, please do not mention it. You acted to save me. Elder Tian sighed deeply and turned to Lin Xuan, stating, this debt of gratitude is not to be forgotten. Should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. He then turned his gaze towards Fang Chen and remarked, this young brother was indeed underestimated by me. Today, thanks to your assistance, my reputation shall remain intact. I owe you a favor. Should you visit the Heavenly Pill Spirit Tower in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out, and I shall reward you handsomely. The mention of the heavenly pill spirit tower startled Fang Chen slightly, for it was the foremost alchemical authority in the Divine East region. A force so formidable that even the TNU Divine sect treated it with utmost respect. He quickly clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Senior, you are too kind. It is merely my duty." The elder did not linger any longer. After retracting the formation, he took his leave. "I must also take my leave," Fang Chen said, returning the farewell gesture, as he intended to visit the library to select a suitable cultivation method. "I shall escort you," Meng Yao offered. However, Lin Xuan intervened, saying, "I have something to discuss with you." Meng Yao replied, "Let me speak when I return." "That will not do," Lin Xuan insisted, grasping her hand firmly. Observing this, Fang Chen interjected, "There is no need for that. I can manage on my own." "Meng Yao, you have just recovered and need to rest well." Upon hearing Fang Chen call Meng Yao's name, Lin Xuan's brows knitted slightly. Fang Chen, sensing the moment, chose not to linger further and departed from the estate. Watching him leave, Meng Yao felt a hint of reluctance. Lin Xuan, however, pulled her back into the room and questioned, "Meng Yao, you must not act recklessly. He came here with intentions directed towards you. Did you hear how he addressed you? He called you by your name directly." Chapter 11. The Fierce Demon Sword Technique. Meng Yao's cheeks flushed slightly, as she dared not reveal to Lin Xuan that it was she who had encouraged Fang Chen to call her by name. Thus, she replied, "What of it? He has saved me twice already. That is not acceptable." Lin Xuan stated resolutely, "No matter what, I cannot allow him to succeed." She was convinced that Fang Chen sought to take advantage of Meng Yao and was determined to shield her dear friend from any potential peril. After Fang Chen departed, he made his way directly to the Wuzi Peak and arrived at the library. The library comprised 9 levels, the lower 3, the middle 3, and the upper 3. The lower 3 levels were accessible to all disciples, the middle 3 were reserved for inner disciples and above, while entry to the upper 3 levels was restricted to core disciples. At that moment, the library was bustling with numerous disciples. Fang Chen approached the counter, where an elder, seated in a grand chair, was dozing with his eyes half closed. Fang Chen respectfully bowed and said, "Elder, I wish to ascend to a higher level." He produced the token given to him by Meng Yao. The elder lazily opened his eyes, but his expression shifted to one of surprise upon seeing the token in Fang Chen's hand. It was a heavenly grade token. This token represented the highest rank among the sect's disciples, granting significant privileges, making entry to the outer library a mere formality. However, such tokens were exceedingly rare, only held by core disciples and above, and could be counted on one's fingers. The notion of anyone impersonating or finding such a token was utterly implausible, as it was uniquely attuned to its owner. Without the owner's consent, it could not be utilized. The token in Fang Chen's hand emanated a faint spiritual glow, signifying his eligibility to wield it. The elder regarded Fang Chen intently before saying, "You may enter. The library shall impose no restrictions upon you." Fang Chen understood that Meng Yao's token was extraordinary, yet he had not anticipated its remarkable utility. "Thank you," he expressed gratefully. He clasped his hands in gratitude and promptly ascended to the upper levels. The cultivation methods of the Kishan continent are categorized into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow, with the lowest being the ordinary tier and the highest being the heavenly tier. Each tier is further divided into 9 ranks. The lower 3 levels of the external library of the TNU Divine Sect house the ordinary tier ranks 1 to 5. The middle 3 levels contain ranks 5 to 9. While the upper 3 levels hold the top 3 ranks of the yellow tier. Fang Chen was not in haste to reach the upper 3 levels. Instead, he first ventured into the middle 3 levels to select a cultivation method. Upon arrival, he noticed a significant decrease in the number of individuals, as only inner disciples could ascend to this level. He began his exploration on the 4th level, where most of the methods were ordinary tier ranks 5 and 6. But they were largely mundane and failed to capture Fang Chen's interest. Thus, he ascended directly to the 6th level, which comprised ordinary tier rank 9 methods, vastly superior to those below. Fang Chen surveyed the area but again shook his head. There were some sword cultivation methods present, yet most were focused on the orthodox sword techniques, which were unsuitable for him at this moment. After all, he possessed the body of a sword demon, making the cultivation of demonic swords far more appropriate. Regrettably, the amount of sword demon blood he had absorbed was insufficient. Had he been able to awaken the innate divine abilities of the sword demon blood, he would not have needed to search so desperately for a cultivation method. Finding no success on the 6th level, Fang Chen proceeded to the 7th level, where he discovered the space nearly deserted. The TNU Divine Sect boasted more than one library. The inner sect had a more advanced one, yet it was newly constructed, while this place, known as Wuzi Peak, was part of the older generation. Nevertheless, The available cultivation methods were quite comprehensive, although new methods were no longer replicated or sent here. Upon examining the 7th level, Fang Chen observed that the covers of the cultivation methods were quite antiquated, with dust collected in many areas, indicating a long absence of maintenance. As he continued his search, he indeed stumbled upon several commendable demonic cultivation methods. However, as these methods were not focused on sword cultivation, Fang Chen reluctantly had to abandon them. After a thorough inspection, he ascended once more, reaching the 8th level, where he approached a corner shelf. Here, he found approximately 7 or 8 demonic cultivation methods. After scanning through them, his gaze fell upon one particular method, and a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. He took the method into his hands and opened it to reveal the fierce demonic sword technique, a yellow tier rank 2 method consisting of 9 layers. The technique emphasized a fierce sword strike that transitions into demonic power, delivering a decisive blow. Note, this method is a demonic technique. While its power is formidable, it carries the risk of succumbing to madness, requiring practitioners to exercise utmost caution. After reviewing it, Fang Chen realized that this technique fused the essence of demonic energy with swordplay, transforming the demonic sword into a fierce offensive force, with each strike requiring a relentless intensity to amplify its potency. However, if one were to falter in spirit, it could lead to madness during cultivation or combat, resulting in fatal consequences. Yet, a spark of determination ignited within Fang Chen. This technique seemed tailor-made for him. As for the risk of madness, he was already a demon. How could he fall into madness? He had made his choice. Fang Chen decisively confirmed his selection, but, upon reflection, decided to take a glance at the 9th level. Unfortunately, the 9th level contained only a few scattered methods, with no demonic cultivation techniques to be found. Consequently, Fang Chen returned to the counter, placing the method before the elder with respect, saying, "Elder, I have chosen my cultivation method." He promptly produced 2 spirit stones. Borrowing techniques requires payment in spirit stones, and 2 stones a month is considered reasonable. However, if any damage occurs, compensation is required at market value. The elder glanced at the spirit stones and remarked indifferently, "With your heaven-grade token, you need not pay in spirit stones. Simply record the duration of your borrowing. However, you may only borrow for a maximum of 3 years before return." Such privilege startled Fang Chen, and then pleasantly surprised him. Saving 2 spirit stones was a significant benefit, as it constituted his entire wealth at present. "Thank you, elder. I would like to borrow for a year," he stated. The elder nodded, then glanced at the technique with some astonishment. "A demonic technique? You wish to practice the dark arts?" Fang Chen did not deny it, nodding in affirmation. The elder gazed deeply at him and advised, "I suggest you choose another. While practicing the dark arts may offer rapid advancement, it often results in an unstable foundation, fraught with peril. Particularly with this technique, it is all too easy to fall into madness. This is why, in recent millennia, practitioners of dark arts have dwindled, while those of the righteous path have flourished. Moreover, while the distinction between righteous and demonic practitioners is often blurred, the notorious deeds of demonic cultivators have sullied their reputation." Fang Chen understood the elder's concern for his well-being, but having already absorbed the blood of the sword demon, his path was irrevocably set towards the dark arts. "Thank you for your words, elder, but I have made my decision," he replied gratefully. Upon hearing this, the elder sighed deeply and ceased his counsel. "Since you are resolute, I shall not dissuade you further. Take care of yourself." He then registered Fang Chen's borrowing, and Fang Chen bowed in gratitude as he took the technique. Instead of returning directly, Fang Chen held the token in his hand, pondering, "If the library can be utilized, surely the spirit artifact pavilion can as well." Having acquired the technique, it would be difficult to cultivate without a suitable sword artifact. He could not rely solely on his fingers as a sword. Thus, he made his way toward the spirit artifact pavilion. Artifacts are categorized into 5 grades: heaven, earth, profound, yellow, and mortal, each further divided into 9 tiers. Upon entering the spirit artifact pavilion, Fang Chen noticed numerous disciples selecting artifacts. This was quite normal, considering the imminent 7 Peaks assessment. Everyone wished to choose a suitable artifact for this important event. Naturally, most disciples could only rent. Renting was not prohibitively expensive. A decent 3rd-tier mortal artifact cost merely 2 spirit stones per month. However, the higher the grade of the artifact, the steeper the price. Any damage incurred during the rental period would also necessitate compensation at market value. The spirit artifact pavilion, unlike the library, was not divided into 9 levels, but occupied a single expansive floor, offering artifacts ranging from 3rd to 9th tier. As Fang Chen ventured further inside, he headed directly toward the sword artifacts. Yet, after only a few steps, he heard a sarcastic voice. You mixed blood? You dare to come here? Chapter 12. Encounter with Su Wanner. Fang Chen's expression instantly turned frigid. He recognized that voice all too well. Who but Su Wanner could it be? Su Wanner looked at him with disdain. What? Here to rent an artifact? Do you possess the spirit stones? It seems all your spirit stones from the past 5 years, along with your previous treasures, are in my possession. She let out a mocking cackle, her eyes gleaming with derision. Of course. If you were to kneel before me and beg, I might show you a modicum of mercy and grant you a mundane artifact of no higher than the 3rd tier. Perhaps. Fang Chen remained impassive, choosing not to engage with this venomous woman. Is that not Miss Su? At that moment, a voice resonated as a middle-aged man approached with a smile, addressing Su Wanner. Miss Su, young Master Luo has made the necessary arrangements. The mundane artifact of the 7th tier that you requested will be delivered immediately. Su Wanner turned her gaze towards the middle-aged man, her eyes lighting up as she promptly bowed in gratitude. Thank you, Master Ning of the Ningyang Pavilion. The man before her was Ningyang, the Vice Master of the Spirit Artifact Pavilion. Ningyang replied with a smile. Miss Su, there is no need for such formality. As young Master Luo's partner, you are akin to family. He beckoned a disciple to fetch the artifact, and soon the disciple returned, holding a long box with both hands. Upon opening it, they beheld a delicate pink jade sword, exquisitely crafted. The scabbard of the sword was carved from the rare pink cloud jade found in the heavenly gold mountain, its smooth surface imbued with a rosy hue, befitting the noble Miss Su. Ningyang elaborated. Su Wanner's eyes sparkled with delight as she admired the slender sword. What is the price? She inquired eagerly. Ningyang chuckled. I assure you, this sword requires no payment of spirit stones. Su Wanner was overjoyed at his words. Trembling with excitement as she grasped the sword, her cheeks flushed with exhilaration. She playfully twirled the sword in her hands and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Master Ning. Ningyang's smile widened as he replied. Miss Su, there is no need for excessive gratitude. Simply speak a few kind words on my behalf in front of young Master Luo. Of course, I shall. Su Wanner nodded eagerly. She then turned her gaze towards Fang Chen, her expression filled with provocation and triumph. Did you see that? What Luo Yin can provide for me? You could never give me in this lifetime. A worthless wretch like you will always be trampled upon at the bottom. You should be thankful that I even spent those 5 years with you. In response to her taunt, Fang Chen scoffed. No matter how dazzling you may appear, it cannot conceal your shameless and venomous nature. I must thank Luo Yun for allowing me to see your true wickedness. Su Wanner remained unabashedly proud as she retorted, People strive for greater heights. Do you expect me to be dragged down by a worthless being like you? I have been making progress for the past 5 years. What about you? To this, Fang Chen laughed. You consider yourself to be progressing? Is it through your filthy body that you claim to advance? Do you genuinely believe that Luo Yun would regard a vile woman like you as a partner? Ultimately, you are destined for abandonment. What did you say? His words pierced through Su Wanner like a sharp thorn, causing her veins to flare with rage. Ningyang, sensing the tension, inquired, Miss Su, who is he? Only then did Su Wanner recall Ning Yang's presence, a glimmer of cunning flashing in her eyes. He is but a worthless fool. She divulged Fang Chen's identity to Ningyang. Upon hearing Fang Chen's background, Ningyang chuckled, So you are the one who abandoned his cultivation and became the subject of ridicule. How audacious of you to return to the Tianyu divine sect. Years ago, Fang Chen's decision to abandon his cultivation in order to guard a grave had rendered him a subject of ridicule, a fool in the eyes of many. Most had since forgotten, but Su Wanner's words rekindled memories of that time. She implored, Master Ningyang, I beseech you to take action and properly discipline this disgraceful disciple who tarnishes our sect's reputation. Upon learning of Fang Chen's identity, Ningyang's concerns dissipated. He nodded with a smile. Miss Su, rest assured. He then turned to Fang Chen and stated nonchalantly, Disciple, I suspect you have pilfered treasures from the Spirit Artifact Pavilion. I must conduct a search. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Su Wanner's eyes. Indeed, Ningyang was determined to cripple Fang Chen. Fang Chen furrowed his brow and retorted coldly, What right do you have to search me? Su Wanner smirked. Master Ningyang is the Vice Master of the Outer Sect's Spirit Artifact Pavilion. Do you question his authority? She continued. The theft of artifacts from the pavilion is a grave offense, punishable by flogging or even the forfeiture of one's cultivation and expulsion from the sect. A waste of space and a thief to boot. You have truly brought shame upon the disciples of Tianyu Divine Sect. The commotion had drawn the attention of many within the pavilion. Upon realizing Fang Chen's identity, they began to mock him. Indeed, a thief. Get out of Tianyu Divine Sect. We do not accept thieving disciples. What a disgrace to our sect. They understood that Fang Chen had been framed. Yet they saw this as an opportunity to curry favor with Ningyang. Gaining his approval could lead to future advantages within the outer sect. Su Wan'er, sensing their enthusiasm, was even more pleased. Fang Chen, surrender the stolen items. If you fail to do so, your cultivation will be destroyed, and you will be expelled. Fang Chen observed the unfolding scene with indifference, curious to see how they would frame him. With his hands clasped behind his back, a hint of mockery danced in his eyes. Fool, even at death's door, you feign ignorance, Su Wan'er scoffed, then turned to Ningyang, Master Ningyang. This impertinent fool shows no signs of repentance. It is time to take action. Very well, Ningyang replied haughtily, gesturing, seize this man. Yes. 2 disciples from the pavilion promptly prepared to apprehend Fang Chen. At that moment, an elder descended from the upper floor. Noticing the crowd, he furrowed his brow. Upon spotting Ningyang among them, he inquired, Elder Ning, what has transpired? Ningyang glanced at the elder, his expression shifting slightly. The newcomer was Dong Huide, the master of the spirit artifact pavilion and Ningyang's superior. Ningyang quickly explained, Master, this individual has stolen treasures from our pavilion. I intend to punish him. Stolen treasures from our pavilion? Dong Huide's brow furrowed. Such a crime had not occurred in millennia. Even the most foolish disciples knew that the spirit artifact pavilion was heavily guarded. How could one succeed in theft? Observing the current situation, it was evident that matters were not as straightforward as they seemed. However, he found it unnecessary to intervene for the sake of a single disciple, as it might jeopardize his relationship with Dong Huide. Despite his disdain for Ningyang's connections, he still felt the need to maintain appearances. Just as he was about to speak and depart, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Fang Chen, who was encircled by the crowd. He noticed a faint glow emanating from Fang Chen's waist. Upon closer inspection, his eyes widened in shock and cold sweat broke out upon his brow. It was the Tianzi token. This indeed symbolizes a status of nobility. Those who possess this token wield immense power and authority within the Heavenly Feather sect. To eliminate him would be a trivial endeavor. Furthermore, this token possesses a recognition feature, and at this moment, a faint ethereal glow emanates from the character Tian, signifying that Fang Chen is the rightful owner of the token. Instantly, a cold sweat breaks out on his forehead. He realizes that Fang Chen's identity must be extraordinary. Should Fang Chen suffer any misfortune here, even if he manages to retain his position, he would undoubtedly attract considerable trouble. Meanwhile, Ningyang, witnessing Dong Huide's indifference towards the matter, secretly breathes a sigh of relief. He then grins maliciously at Fang Chen, saying, You are doomed, boy. What are you still standing there for? Seize him. Yes. The disciples within the hall glare menacingly at Fang Chen, with one exclaiming, You scoundrel. I will make you understand the meaning of a fate worse than death. He steps forward, approaching Fang Chen. However, at that moment, Dong Huide suddenly shouts, Wait. Ningyang, taken aback, looks at Dong Huide in confusion. Dong Huide quickly descends the stairs, questioning Ningyang, What do you intend to do? Naturally, to apprehend this thief. If he dares to resist, we shall directly incapacitate him. Ningyang instinctively lays bare his plan under Dong Huide's questioning. Slap. Dong Huide delivers a resounding slap, sending Ningyang sprawling to the ground. An immediate silence envelopes the hall. Dong Huide furiously declares, You dare frame someone in my presence. Do you truly believe I, as the sect master, am inconsequential? Chapter 13, Cultivation Sect Master. I did not. He is merely a thief. Ningyang attempts to defend himself. Dong Huide sneers. Then tell me, which artifact did he steal? At this, Ningyang finds himself at a loss for words. Each artifact within the sect is meticulously catalogued, making the notion of loss impossible. This was merely an excuse he concocted to undermine Fang Chen, yet he did not anticipate the sect master's fierce reaction, even resorting to violence against him. Sect master, I am the brother of Elder Ning Shao from the inner sect. Ningyang can only invoke the name of his powerful relative to instill fear in Dong Huide. However, Dong Huide coldly retorts, And what of it? You have violated sect rules. You have slandered a disciple, and even sought to incapacitate him. I hereby announce that from this day forth, you are no longer the vice master of the spirit artifact pavilion. Now get out. Upon hearing this, the entire assembly is left in stunned silence. To expel a vice master for the sake of a single disciple is unprecedented. And you too. Dong Huide points at the 2 disciples who followed Ningyang. You, along with Ningyang, are also to be stripped of your identities within the spirit artifact pavilion. You are forever barred from purchasing or renting artifacts from the pavilion. Upon hearing this, the 2 disciples' legs buckle, and they collapse to the ground. They had merely sought to curry favor with Ningyang. You are no different. Dong Huide's gaze falls upon the disciples who had just insulted Fang Chen. Their expressions turn pale, filled with regret. Why did they so foolishly jeer just moments ago? If the Spirit Artifact Pavilion denies them entry, it would spell disaster for them. While there may be superior artifacts outside the pavilion, their prices are exorbitantly higher, far beyond what lower-tier individuals can afford to rent. As for borrowing from others, who would be foolish enough to offer you collateral? If the artifact is damaged, it is the borrower who must bear the cost. Ning Yang remained oblivious to the true motives behind Dong Hui's actions, merely believing that Dong Hui sought to use this opportunity to expel him. Gritting his teeth, he fixed a fierce gaze upon Dong Hui and warned, "You will pay for this." As he turned to leave, he cast a venomous glare at Fang Chen, blaming him for his predicament. If not for Fang Chen, how could Dong Hui dare to confront him? Upon finishing his words, he departed without further delay. Dong Hui smirked inwardly, knowing that even if Ning Yang sought out Ning Xiao, it would be futile. Although the inner sect elders held a higher status, they were still subordinate to core disciples. Given that Fang Chen possessed a heavenly token, he had no reason to fear even if Ning Xiao were to come in person. The remaining onlookers, intimidated, also chose to leave the Spirit Artifact Pavilion in haste. Su Wan'er, realizing she could not ensnare Fang Chen, wore an exceptionally grim expression. With a scowl, she spat. "You worthless fool, do not revel in your triumph. Come the 7 Peaks assessment, your demise is assured." With that, she turned to leave. "Wait," Fang Chen called out. Su Wan'er halted. "What do you want?" Fang Chen replied calmly. "I recall that this sword was guaranteed by Ning Yang. Now that he is no longer the vice master of the Spirit Artifact Pavilion, he lacks the authority to provide assurance." Dong Hui, overhearing this, understood Fang Chen's implication. He coldly addressed Su Wan'er. "Ning Yang's guarantees are now rendered void. If you wish to purchase this sword, you must pay 2,500 spirit stones." Su Wan'er's countenance shifted dramatically. She lacked the means to procure such an amount. The spirit stones she had previously obtained from Fang Chen had long been squandered. Naturally, Luo Yun would not provide her with such a sum, at most offering 100 or 200 stones. With a venomous glare directed at Fang Chen, she longed to exact her vengeance. Feeling the weight of the onlooker's stares, she grit her teeth and declared, "A mere 2,500 spirit stones? What is that worth? I shall return to fetch them immediately." Dong Hui, however, responded icily, "I'm afraid, in light of your collusion with Ning Yang to frame a disciple, you have been placed on the Spirit Artifact Pavilion's blacklist." Su Wan'er's expression darkened further, but she dared not unleash her fury upon Dong Hui. Instead, she spat at Fang Chen. "During the 7 Peaks assessment, your demise is inevitable." With that, she relinquished the slender sword and left in disgrace. Fang Chen calmly watched her departure. The 7 Peaks assessment? He would await it. At that moment, Dong Hui turned to Fang Chen, saying, "I apologize, my nephew, for the injustice you have suffered. This is my fault." Fang Chen noticed Dong Hui's gaze frequently drifting to the token at his waist. Realizing its influence had played a significant role, he could not help but express gratitude for Meng Yao's assistance once more. He clasped his hands in respect, saying, "There is no need for such formality, Master. I owe my thanks to you for your timely intervention. Indeed, how could I allow such a situation to unfold within the Spirit Artifact Pavilion?" Dong Hui proclaimed with righteous indignation. He then continued, "As a gesture of my apology, you may select any artifact below the yellow grade from the pavilion, and it will be charged to my account." At this declaration, gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. A common 9th grade artifact was valued at 3,000 spirit stones. For an outer sect disciple, this was an astronomical sum, yet Fang Chen would receive it effortlessly. In that moment, envious and jealous gazes were cast upon Fang Chen. Fang Chen was momentarily taken aback. After a brief silence, he did not refuse but expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Master." He indeed required a superior magical artifact, and this was not a time for politeness. After his expression of thanks, he entered the sword section to begin selecting his weapon. Soon, he found himself pausing before a sword. The Dragon's Roar sword, measuring 1.5 meters in length, boasted a long blade and a dragon-shaped hilt, feeling somewhat lightweight, classified as a 9th-tier mundane item. However, upon touching it, Fang Chen shook his head. The sword was too light and not suitable for him. He then moved to another sword. The Heavenly Peak sword, with a length of 1.4 meters, was slightly thinner and more agile, also a 9th-tier mundane item. After some consideration, Fang Chen again shook his head. He examined several more swords, but none seemed appropriate. Just as he was about to reach the end of the selection, a sword, as dark as ink, caught his attention. The Black Roar sword, measuring 1.5 meters in length and weighing 500 pounds, possessed a slender blade with glimmering edges, exuding a sharpness that was palpable. Also classified as a 9th-tier mundane item. Most crucially, Fang Chen sensed a surge of demonic energy emanating from it. As he touched the sword, the fierce demonic energy surged toward him, seeking to invade his being. Fang Chen let out a cold snort. His aura erupted, instantly suppressing this demonic force. The unyielding demonic energy was swiftly intimidated by the might of Fang Chen's sword demon physique, no longer daring to resist. This was the one. A slight smile graced Fang Chen's face as he made his decision. This sword was indeed a demonic sword, perfectly suited for him. Upon seeing the sword Fang Chen had chosen, Dong Huade was momentarily surprised. He could not help but advise, I suggest you select another. This is a demonic sword, imbued with demonic energy. Initially, you may be able to suppress it, but as the sword remains with you longer, the demonic energy will gradually corrupt you, leading you down a path of demonic madness. Several individuals before you have perished due to this sword. Fang Chen, however, resolutely shook his head. Thank you, master. But I have made up my mind. Witnessing Fang Chen's determination, Dong Huade ceased his counsel. Very well, I will say no more. However, should you feel the demonic energy entering your body, it would be wise to discard this sword promptly. Thank you, master. Fang Chen understood that the other was acting in his best interest and expressed his gratitude. He then returned to his residence, and after meeting with his teacher's wife, he made his way to the courtyard. Now that he possessed both magical artifacts and techniques, everything was in place. All that was left was the right moment to begin his cultivation. He took out the fierce demonic sword technique. The first layer of the fierce demonic sword technique involves nurturing the sword with demonic energy, concentrating it in the blade, delivering lethal strikes with every move. It is solely offensive, with no defensive measures. After reading the introduction, Fang Chen recited the incantation of the first layer, deeply contemplating its meaning. To his astonishment, with the presence of the heavenly Dao demonic bone, he found himself grasping some insights into the first layer of this intricate technique. This revelation brought immense joy to Fang Chen's heart. With such understanding, perhaps he could cultivate the fierce demonic sword technique to the second or even third layer before the 7 peaks assessment. He then seated himself on the ground, placing the sword across his legs, and began to circulate the incantation. The heavenly Dao demonic bone within him glimmered faintly, and streams of demonic energy began to gather within his dantian, subsequently flowing through his body's meridians. The demonic energy could not be autonomously activated. Only spiritual power could be harnessed for movement. The practitioners of demonic cultivation transform spiritual power into demonic energy through their techniques, which gives rise to the concept of demonic cultivation. However, those who delve into demonic practices without deep understanding often find the demonic energy they convert to be tainted with impurities, making it exceedingly rare for anyone to achieve pure demonic energy. Yet, Fang Chen is different, having absorbed the blood of the sword demon. His physical form has transformed into that of a sword demon, allowing him to generate exceptionally pure demonic energy without the need for spiritual energy conversion. Aided by the heavenly Dao demonic bone, one might say he is a natural-born demonic cultivator. In no time, with the assistance of the heavenly Dao demonic bone, within just the span of a single incense stick, a swirling mass of demonic energy envelopes Fang Chen, intertwining with the Black Ming's sword. Boom! As Fang Chen opens his eyes, a torrent of demonic energy sweeps through the surroundings. Chapter 14. The 7 Peaks Assessment begins. He roars with intensity, grasping the Black Ming's sword and unleashing a flurry of strikes in the clearing. Each swing is executed with remarkable ferocity, unleashing a barrage of lethal attacks. However, at the moment he delivers his final blow, a violet-black sword radiance erupts, only to suddenly shatter 2 zhang away, dissipating into nothingness. Fang Chen furrows his brow. The last strike was meant to be the most powerful, yet he finds himself unable to fuse the sword energy with the demonic energy seamlessly. It appears he must engage in further contemplation and rigorous training. Mastering the first layer of this ferocious demonic sword technique will not be an easy feat. Although the cultivation of demonic techniques yields rapid progress, not everyone can swiftly master them. For now, he can only endure through arduous practice to fully grasp the technique. Subsequently, Fang Chen sits down once more, dedicating himself to the comprehension of the fierce demonic sword technique. Time flies, and the 7 Peaks assessment approaches. Fang Chen sits in the courtyard, which now lies in disarray and ruin. Suddenly, his aura surges dramatically, and he breaks through to the 6th level of the gathering spirit realm. He opens his eyes, feeling the changes within him, a glimmer of joy illuminating his gaze. Not only has he ascended to the 6th level of the gathering spirit realm, but he has also advanced to the 2nd layer of the fierce sword demon technique. Luo Yun, Su Wanner, I shall see how you intend to prevent me from passing the 7 Peaks assessment. As Fang Chen grits his teeth, the small tower within his dantian trembles slightly, only to quickly return to normal. Fang Chen perceives the tower's change and is filled with immense delight. The second layer of the small tower has been unlocked. With a thought, he re-enters the small tower. Upon reaching the first level again, he notices no changes, save for the stone staircase leading to the second level, which is now open. Without hesitation, he steps inside. The second level remains unchanged, still consisting of a table and a box. He wonders whether the second layer still contains the blood of the sword demon. He secretly hopes for its presence, as the blood has proven immensely beneficial to him. He then opens the wooden box. Upon seeing its contents, a spark of excitement flashes in Fang Chen's eyes. Inside, there are indeed 2 drops of sword demon blood. Truly, Fang Chen rejoices, but soon he notices a faint orb of light in the corner of the box. What could this be? He gazes at it in confusion, and at that moment, the 2 drops of sword demon blood have already entered his body, appearing within his dantian. However, the excruciating sensation akin to the last time did not manifest, nor did the blood of the sword demon initially integrate into his being. It appears that after my first integration, there is no need for further voluntary merging. Instead, I can choose to integrate whenever I desire. Fang Chen contemplated inwardly, then shifted his gaze toward the star cluster. What is this? He reached out, and upon touching the radiant orb, it entered his mind. Instantly, a torrent of ancestral memories, not belonging to him, surged within his consciousness. After an indeterminate passage of time, Fang Chen finally regained his composure. Yet at this moment, he was overwhelmed with exhilaration. For that orb was indeed a legacy. Moreover, it was a legacy of alchemy. It contained the memories of a 6th-rank alchemist. It is well known that in the Divine Eastern region, a 5th-rank alchemist is already considered top tier, and there is but one 6th-rank master. To have inadvertently acquired the complete legacy of a 6th-rank master is nothing short of exhilarating for Fang Chen. After a brief moment, he calmed himself. This is not the time to ponder over this legacy. The assessment at the 7 peaks is about to commence, and it is time to set forth. He exited the small tower and entered the hall, where he encountered his master's wife, Xiaomei. Master, Fang Chen greeted respectfully. Xiaofang, have you completed your training? Xiaomei, who was currently weaving, smiled upon seeing Fang Chen. Although Tian Yangzi had prepared an abundance of mundane wealth for her that could last a lifetime, Xiaomei was not one to remain idle, so she often engaged in weaving garments. From childhood to now, all of Fang Chen's clothing had been crafted by her hands. Come, Xiaomei said with a smile, I have woven you a new outer garment. Try it on and see if it fits. Yes, Fang Chen nodded, accepting the garment. It was a long robe interwoven with white and blue, and upon wearing it, it enhanced his already handsome visage, imbuing it with an added vigor. After observing him, Xiaomei sighed. Ah, how swiftly time passes. The little Fang who once barely reached my waist has grown this tall. Fang Chen understood that his master's wife was feeling nostalgic for their master and missing home. Their master was no longer present, yet their home still resided on the 7th peak. Rest assured, Master, Fang Chen declared resolutely, today is the day of the 7 peaks assessment. I promise you, I will return to the 7th peak with you. Xiaomei gazed at Fang Chen's determined expression and once again smiled warmly. Good, I believe in your ability to succeed. After bidding farewell to Xiaomei, Fang Chen made his way to the nameless peak. The assessment venue for the 7 peaks was situated in an expansive clearing behind the mountain, and at that moment, the square was teeming with people, numbering over 10,000. Of course, half of them were merely there to watch the spectacle, while those gathered in the center were the outer disciples participating in the assessment. Most of them were at the 7th or 8th level of spirit gathering, as everyone was aware that at least a 7th level was required to have a chance of passing the 7 peaks assessment. Naturally, there were also many at the 9th level of spirit gathering. They had intentionally waited until reaching the 9th level to participate, for a simple reason: the rewards. The top 10 in each assessment would receive various rewards, and the first place prize was particularly generous. Hence, even if they had the capability to enter the inner sect, many preferred to remain in the outer sect until they felt sufficiently confident to compete. There were also some with merely the 6th level of spirit gathering among them. Most of these individuals do not believe they will succeed. Their participation is merely to glean knowledge in preparation for the upcoming 7 peaks assessment. Among them is Fang Chen, who at this moment occupies the least conspicuous position in the square, awaiting the commencement of the evaluation. Look, is that Lin Luo? Wow, it truly is her. At merely 15 years of age, she has already reached the pinnacle of the spirit gathering 9th level, making her a favorite to win this assessment. The emergence of this young girl captures the attention of many. Her eyes are bright and spirited, with elegantly shaped brows and a delicate nose, revealing charming dimples on her cheeks, a vision of unparalleled beauty. Yet, her demeanor is somewhat frosty, She does not relish being the center of attention. Luo Ao has also arrived. Another voice exclaims, drawing additional gazes. Luo Ao, the cousin of the inner sect's second peak genius Luo Yun, has reached the peak of the spirit-gathering 9th level at the tender age of 17, making him another contender for the championship. I believe the victor will emerge from among these two. Indeed, at the mention of this name, Fang Chen furrows his brow and glances in their direction. In the crowd, Luo Ao basks in the adoration of those around him, flaunting an air of superiority. Beside him stands a familiar face, Su Wanner. She had previously remarked that she would undoubtedly fail this 7 peaks assessment, yet she has still come to participate. Upon her arrival, she surveys the surroundings as if searching for someone. Upon spotting Fang Chen, her face lights up with delight, only to quickly turn into a fierce glare as she whispers to Luo Ao, "That is Fang Chen." Upon hearing this, Luo Ao also directs his gaze toward Fang Chen, his expression full of disdain and contempt. Is that the person my cousin wishes to eliminate? He strides toward Fang Chen, with Su Wanner at his side. You are Fang Chen. Luo Ao looks down upon him, his eyes brimming with arrogance, as if observing an insignificant insect. Su Wanner smirks at Fang Chen, a look of malicious glee on her face. You wretched cur dare to show your face here. Truly, you must be tired of living. She then addresses the crowd. Behold, this is the foolish Fang Chen from 5 years ago. He cast away his cultivation to guard his master's tomb. How laughable. Her words evoke memories among the onlookers. Is he that same fool from back then? How amusing. He wasted his cultivation to guard a tomb. What filial piety. No, that is foolishness. Ha ha. The crowd regards Fang Chen with derision, as if he were a simpleton. Despite the scornful remarks surrounding him, Fang Chen remains unperturbed, disinterested in responding. There is no need for it. Luo Ao coldly states, I will grant you a chance. Discard your cultivation and leave. Return to guarding your master's tomb. And perhaps I will spare your life. His tone is commanding, leaving no room for refusal. Fang Chen gazes at him nonchalantly, asking, really? Of course, replies Luo Ao, full of pride. At this, Fang Chen scoffs. You truly believe yourself to be significant? Reaching the peak at 17? I attained that before I was 10. Who do you think you are? The arrogance on Luo Ao's face vanishes instantly, replaced by a chilling demeanor. The crowd falls silent, realizing Fang Chen has just provoked Luo Ao. Very well. After a brief silence, Luo Ao coldly declared, if you encounter me during the 7 peaks assessment, I will ensure you experience a fate worse than death. You are doomed. Su Wanner let out a sinister laugh, convinced of Fang Chen's imminent demise. The surrounding onlookers cast mocking, pitying, and gloating glances at Fang Chen, for offending Luo Ao and the outer sect was tantamount to courting death. Silence. A person of great importance has arrived, came a shout from the distance, drawing everyone's attention to the high platform at the front of the grand hall, where more than a dozen figures had mysteriously appeared. Most of these individuals were elderly, comprising both outer and inner sect elders. However, when they turned their gaze to the leader, they were taken aback. It was a young girl, adorned in a form-fitting red gown that accentuated her alluring curves, her straight, snow-white legs elegantly visible beneath the hem. Coupled with her extraordinary beauty that could captivate nations, she left all the men present spellbound. She was Meng Yao, one of the supervising elders for this occasion. Chapter 15. Cloud Immortal Pill. Meng Yao's countenance radiated with a smile that rendered her already stunning visage even more enchanting. Upon learning that Fang Chen would participate in the 7 peaks assessment, she resolved to witness his performance and subsequently draw him into the 2nd peak. This way, even if he were to unleash his latent desires later, his presence would ensure his safety. It is Sister Meng Yao. My heavens. It truly is Sister Meng Yao. What brings her to the outer sect? It appeared she had come to observe the 7 peaks assessment. As one of the dual prodigies of the TNU divine sect, Meng Yao's reputation was immense, known far and wide. Her unparalleled beauty and physique drove many to madness, making her the object of countless dreams. Meng Yao, however, did not carry herself with the airs of a celestial being. She surveyed the crowd below, where the disciples she gazed upon were rendered ecstatic, their hearts racing with anticipation, hoping her enchanting eyes would eventually settle upon them. Just a glance from her would fulfill their lives. Yet, her captivating gaze swept across their faces before finally resting upon Fang Chen. Upon seeing him, her eyes sparkled, and she cast a flirtatious glance his way. However, Fang Chen was not alone. Many others were present in his vicinity. That enchanting glance left everyone in his area utterly mesmerized, followed by a wave of excitement and fervor. That flirtatious glance from Sister Meng Yao is undoubtedly meant for me. Nonsense. It was clearly directed at me. It must be for me. Just look at my dashing looks. Sister Meng Yao has surely taken a liking to me. The disciples quarreled fiercely over the ownership of a single glance. Enough of this nonsense. Luo Ao's lackeys glared at them, exclaiming, "What are you all? How dare you claim such a thing?" That glance was undoubtedly meant for our boss. "You aren't worthy to compete." Luo Ao, too, was captivated by Meng Yao's recent glance, his heart racing with excitement. Sister Meng, Yao must have heard of me. That's why she came to observe the 7 Peaks assessment. It has to be, he thought to himself, his resolve solidifying. He would perform splendidly and not let Sister Meng Yao down. Upon witnessing the throngs of admirers captivated by Meng Yao, Su Wan'er felt an overwhelming sense of jealousy. She gazed at Meng Yao, sensing a familiarity that eluded her memory. Although she had encountered Meng Yao previously, it was merely a fleeting glimpse of her profile and silhouette. Moreover, as Fang Chen appeared to her as nothing more than a lowly wretch, she failed to associate the exalted Meng Yao with him. In another chamber, Lin Suan observed the unfolding scene from a high vantage point. Though she remained concealed, she clearly witnessed Meng Yao casting a flirtatious glance towards Fang Chen. A wave of helplessness washed over her. For several days, Meng Yao had expressed a desire to meet Fang Chen, yet Lin had thwarted her attempts. She had anticipated that Meng Yao would eventually forget about him. But to her dismay, she had come seeking him once more. Glaring at Fang Chen, she seethed internally, "Fang Chen, I will not allow Meng Yao to fall for your tricks." Meanwhile, Luo Yun had also arrived in a different high tower. Upon seeing Meng Yao, he was momentarily taken aback, a glint of desire flickering in his eyes. Who within the Tianyu divine sect would not wish to possess such a stunning beauty as Meng Yao? He himself harbored such aspirations. In fact, part of his decision to join the second peak was motivated by his admiration for her. What brings her here? He pondered, gazing curiously at Meng Yao's mesmerizing visage. Yet, despite his musings, he could not fathom the reason and simply shook his head, muttering to himself, "Perhaps she merely wishes to observe the outer sect examination." His attention then shifted to Fang Chen, noting the apparent progress in his cultivation. This wretch seems to have made some advancements. Intriguing indeed. He must harbor some secret. I shall ensure his elimination before capturing him. I am determined to extract the truth behind his recovery. With a sinister smile, he contemplated the preparations he had made for the upcoming 7 Peaks assessment, confident that Fang Chen would scarcely survive the first challenge. Unbeknownst to Fang Chen, he had already drawn the scrutiny of numerous individuals. In response to Meng Yao's alluring glance, he could only muster a wry smile, choosing to feign ignorance. At that moment, the presiding elder stepped forward to declare, "Enough chatter, the 7 Peaks assessment is about to commence." As his words resonated, the commotion below settled into an attentive silence. The elder continued, "The 7 Peaks assessment comprises 3 trials. The first assesses talent, the second evaluates willpower, and the third is a contest on the arena. Successfully navigating the first 2 trials grants entry into the inner sect's 7 Peaks. Though the third trial offers substantial rewards that will greatly aid you after entering the inner sect." A voice from the crowd inquired, "Elder, what are the rewards?" The elder replied, "The 8 finalists will each receive a second-tier lulling herb to enhance their cultivation, while the top 4 will receive 3 herbs each. The champion will be awarded 5 lulling herbs, along with a special reward." At this juncture, he smiled enigmatically. Curiosity rippled through the crowd as they speculated about the nature of the special reward. Could it be a kiss from senior Sister Meng? One pondered in amusement. The elder, with a slight smile, announced, "This special reward has been generously provided by Sister Meng herself. It is a 3rd-tier Yungxian pill." At this revelation, the crowd erupted into excitement. Did I hear correctly? The Yungxian pill. That is an essential elixir for entering the postnatal realm. Incredibly precious. Even the inner disciples must pay a considerable price to obtain it. The Yungxian pill is exceedingly rare outside, available only in abundance at grand sects like the Tianyu divine sect. Yet, despite its relative availability, it remains a precious commodity, scarce even for the Tianyu divine sect, with not every disciple able to possess it. This scarcity results in many cultivators spending their entire lives confined to the gathering spirit realm, unable to advance further. The crowd was filled with eager anticipation, their eyes ablaze with fervor. Perhaps this could be their chance to ascend to greatness. Among them, Luo Ao was particularly exhilarated. Even though the Luo family was powerful, acquiring a single Yungxian pill posed a challenge. Should he obtain this elixir, he might swiftly step into the postnatal realm. Indeed, Sister Meng had come for him. He was undoubtedly a strong contender for the championship. This precious pill could only be his. Who else could claim it? His heart swelled with conviction, believing that Meng Yao had come specifically for him. Beside him, Ling Fan's eyes also gleamed with hope, for the Yungxian pill held profound significance for him as well. Seeing the disciples brimming with enthusiasm, the presiding elder was quite pleased. However, No one noticed his fleeting glance toward Fang Chen in the distance, which he quickly averted without drawing any attention. He said calmly, "All right. Now step forward to register and receive your numbers in preparation for the first assessment." Immediately, over 100 disciples approached, each carrying a wooden box. More than 5,000 participants were set to take part in the 7 Peaks assessment, yet the registration and lottery proceeded swiftly. Fang Chen found himself near the end of the line, and after a stick of incense had burned, it was finally his turn. He reported his name and began to draw lots. As his hand reached into the box, he touched a slip of paper. Without much thought, he took the slip and moved to the side. Upon opening it, he found the number 5,321, a rather lowly draw, suggesting he would be among the last to participate. Nevertheless, Fang Chen paid it little mind, securing the slip before finding a spot to wait. Once everyone had drawn their lots, the presiding elder waved his hand, and a sphere of spirit energy, roughly the size of a basketball, materialized before the high platform. The orb was currently transparent, shimmering with ethereal light. The elder announced, "Talent is divided into 9 levels. To pass the first assessment is quite straightforward. One merely needs to achieve a level 4 to succeed." A curious voice inquired, "Elder, we were tested for our talent upon entering the outer sect. Why must we be tested again?" The elder explained, "The reason is simple. Talent can change as you cultivate. If your foundation is unstable, or if you harbor latent issues during your training, it could lead to a decline in your talent. Thus, do not assume that passing the outer sect's talent test guarantees success in the inner sect. Your foundation is paramount." With that, the first assessment officially commenced. Number 1. Step forward. A youth of 18 emerged from the crowd, somewhat anxious as he approached the spirit orb. He placed his hands upon it and channeled a thread of spiritual energy. The orb flickered slightly, and soon, a series of light points began to illuminate. However, by the 3rd point, the orb ceased to shine, dimming once again. Witnessing this, despair filled the youth's eyes. The elder beside them proclaimed, "3rd-tier talent, not approved." Instantly, tension gripped the crowd. The first individual had failed, indicating that this preliminary assessment was far from straightforward. Next, number 2, the elder announced once more. One by one, disciples ascended the stage for testing, the elder's voice continuously declaring the results of their performance. Most of those who succeeded possessed talents rated between 4 and 5, with the occasional 6th-tier talent, primarily due to their nearing 25 years of age and the stability of their foundational skills. Before long, half of the participants had completed their evaluations. When a young maiden stepped onto the platform, she immediately captivated the attention of many. Lin Luer? The spectators wondered what tier of talent she would possess. With anticipation, they watched as Lin Luer placed her hands upon the spirit orb, which soon began to emit radiant points of light. When all the points had manifested, the crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. Good heavens! A 7th-tier talent. Truly, Lin Luer lives up to her reputation. The crowd marveled, while the elder on stage regarded Lin Luer with admiration. Yet, Lin Luer maintained her composure, bowing gracefully before descending from the platform. After a succession of several individuals, it was Su Wanner's turn. With an air of pride, she ascended the stage and placed her hands upon the spirit orb. Unbeknownst to the onlookers, hidden within her palm lay a talisman, cleverly concealed. This talisman could alter the orb's response, elevating her talent rating. The presiding elder had noticed this, but chose to remain silent, having received orders from Luo Yun to ensure Su Wanner passed at all costs. Soon, the orb flickered with light, revealing an astonishing 7 points. 7. She too possessed a 7th-tier talent. My goodness, who is this person? Another with 7th-tier talent. The crowd erupted in exclamations, their astonishment directed towards Su Wanner. She swiftly concealed the talisman, basking in the adoration and awe reflected in the gazes of those around her, a sense of pride swelling within her. So this is what it feels like to be regarded as a genius. She glanced at Fang Chen, hoping to discern shock or regret in his eyes. However, to her frustration, Fang Chen remained utterly unfazed, not even sparing her a second glance. Humph, I shall see how long you can gloat. It will be quite amusing when your talent is revealed to be merely 1st tier, she thought with a sinister smile, fully aware of Luo Yun's plans against Fang Chen. After several hundred more participants, it was finally Luo Ao's turn. Before ascending the stage, he cast a cold glare at Fang Chen, declaring, "You'll learn what true talent is." Then, he stepped onto the platform, placing his hands upon the spirit orb to channel his spiritual energy. Immediately, the points of light began to illuminate rapidly. 1 point, 2, 7, 8. 8 points. This was truly remarkable. Good heavens, I must be mistaken. 8th-tier talent. Luo Ao was indeed extraordinary. The Luo family was terrifying, having already produced Luo Yun and now another prodigy, Luo Ao. It seemed they were poised for greatness. The crowd gasped in awe, many female disciples gazing at Luo Ao with admiration and infatuation. Luo Ao was immensely pleased with his performance, lifting his head high and casting a disdainful glance at Fang Chen, as if he were observing an insignificant insect. Do you see? This is the chasm that separates us. After descending from the stage, Luo Ao arrogantly remarked as he passed by Fang Chen. Is that so? Fang Chen replied with a slight smirk, then let us see. The number of participants gradually dwindled until only one remained. Just as the elder was about to announce the next contestant, the chief judge approached the spirit orb, seemingly assessing its spiritual essence. Unbeknownst to anyone, the chief judge held a piece of dark purple jade in his hand, which he surreptitiously infused into the orb at the moment of contact. Instantly, the orb dimmed slightly, yet no one noticed this detail, nor would they suspect that the chief judge had tampered with it. At that moment, another elder announced the final participant, the 5,321st contestant. Please step forward. Fang Chen emerged from the crowd, drawing the attention of countless onlookers. Overestimating oneself, Luo Ao scoffed. Let us see how you embarrass yourself. Beside him, Su Wanna chuckled derisively. To have self-sabotaged your cultivation and still show up. Do you believe you possess the same talent as before? Self-destruction leaves immense hidden dangers. I doubt he can even reach the third rank. I estimate he will be first rank. Many people below laughed in agreement. Let me witness your so-called talent. Only Meng Yao's enchanting gaze was filled with anticipation. Ignoring the jeers, Fang Chen approached the spirit orb, gently placing his hand upon it and channeling his spiritual energy into it. Yet, after a moment, the orb showed no response. Observing this scene, the crowd erupted into laughter. Could it be that he doesn't even qualify for the first rank? Truly a waste among wastes. No wonder he is a fool who would self-sabotage his cultivation. How impressive. Laughter echoed throughout the area. The chief judge inwardly sneered. The fallen stone would diminish the spirit orb's essence tenfold, no matter how exceptional your talent. You could only achieve the first rank. In the tall building, Luo Yun coldly regarded Fang Chen. This is the consequence of crossing me. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan shook her head, aware of Fang Chen's ineptitude, yet astonished that he had sunk to such depths, unable to attain even the first rank. Her resolve to prevent Fang Chen from causing harm to Meng Yao only strengthened. However, their laughter quickly ceased. The spirit orb suddenly radiated a brilliant light. Then, with a resounding bang, it shattered into dust. Silence enveloped the arena, with everyone staring in astonishment, bewildered by the scene. What had just transpired? How did the orb explode? I don't know. I just saw a burst of light, and then it exploded. So did Fang Chen pass or not? Following the shock, murmurs rippled through the crowd. Yet, Fang Chen remained serene, unperturbed by the spectacle. He was no longer the man he once was. The sword demon body, the celestial demon bone, the soul sky demon eye, the sword demon bloodline, and the Dao text. Each of these attributes appearing in a single individual would surpass the spirit orb's detection limit of the 9th rank, multiplied by the number of his abilities, even diminished tenfold. They would still lead to an explosion. Fang Chen's talent is unparalleled by those present. Meng Yao's alluring eyes blinked in surprise. The outcome exceeded her expectations. The chief elder, equally astonished, gazed at the unfolding scene, momentarily at a loss. But soon, his expression turned cold as he stated, "The spirit pearl has shattered, which signifies your failure to pass the assessment. You are eliminated." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into chaos. Was this truly a failure? How could an explosion be deemed a success? Perhaps it was a sign of exceptional talent that led to the explosion? What are you thinking? Such a notion is preposterous. The onlookers buzzed with opinions. Some believed Fang Chen should advance, while others argued he deserved to be eliminated. In the tall building, Luo Yun was also taken aback by the outcome, yet he felt satisfaction upon hearing the chief elder's verdict. Although the spirit pearl had exploded, the mere elimination of Fang Chen sufficed. But just then, Meng Yao spoke up, capturing everyone's attention. "Chief elder," she asserted, "how can you declare elimination when the spirit pearl failed to assess his talent?" The chief elder was taken aback by Meng Yao's defense of Fang Chen. Indeed, it should be considered a pass. Perhaps his talent was simply too extraordinary. Yes, yes, echoed the other elders, recognizing Meng Yao's esteemed position and aligning themselves accordingly. Realizing he could not proceed with Fang Chen's elimination, the chief elder proposed, "Very well, I have a spare spirit pearl. Let us retest this disciple." Meng Yao fixed him with a frosty gaze. "If you have a spare, why not present it instead of hastily declaring elimination?" The chief elder, sweating profusely, could only stammer an explanation. "I simply did not think of it at the moment." He then produced another spirit pearl, which contained 2 pieces of meteorite stone. "Let us try once more," he said coldly to Fang Chen. Fang Chen cast a glance at him. suspecting the elder was affiliated with Luo Yun. He smirked internally and placed his hand upon the spirit pearl once again. Boom. Much to everyone's astonishment, the spirit pearl exploded once more. Silence fell over the crowd. What on earth was happening? Indeed, Meng Yao mused privately, her golden eyes shimmering with intrigue as she beheld the explosion. She clearly witnessed the spirit pearl engulfed in a myriad of luminous points, bursting forth due to its overwhelming intensity. This indicated that Fang Chen's talent surpassed the limits of the spirit pearl's assessment, achieving a rank beyond 9. Her beautiful eyes blinked with curiosity as she regarded Fang Chen. This man is becoming increasingly intriguing, she thought, her interest in him deepening. The chief elder, bewildered by the second explosion, muttered in disbelief, "I refuse to accept this." He retrieved yet another spirit pearl, this time adding a full 10 meteorite stones. Boom. The spirit pearl shattered once again. The chief elder was left at a loss, having exhausted his supply of spirit pearls. Meng Yao, observing the scene, remarked nonchalantly, "Why not continue?" The chief elder could only respond awkwardly, "There are no more spirit pearls left." Upon witnessing this, Meng Yao remarked, "In that case, let him pass directly. If he truly lacks the ability, he will undoubtedly fail the second challenge." "Indeed, I concur with what Master Meng has stated," echoed several other elders. The chief elder, realizing the futility of rebuttal, acknowledged that there was no means to eliminate Fang Chen at the first hurdle. Ultimately, with gritted teeth, he declared Fang Chen to have successfully passed the assessment. "This fellow is extraordinarily fortunate to have made it through. How is it that I didn't have such luck when it was my turn? What does it matter if he is fortunate? He shall surely be eliminated in the second round." The crowd gazed at Fang Chen with envy, particularly those who had been eliminated, their resentment palpable. Luo Ao's expression darkened, yet he maintained an air of disdain, muttering, "Just a lucky wretch. He will undoubtedly falter in the second challenge." Su Wanner's countenance was equally grim. She had confidently asserted that Fang Chen would not even surmount the first hurdle, yet here he was, having triumphed. What of it, having passed the first challenge? Brother Luo has prepared much more than that. Her expression swiftly morphed into a cold smirk. Luo Yun, too, was taken aback by Fang Chen's unexpected success, his demeanor souring. However, it soon transformed into a sneer. "In the second challenge, I shall ensure you do not take a single step." The second challenge was not held here. Under the guidance of the chief elder, the assembly proceeded to another mountain of the Wuzi Peak. Here lay an extensive staircase made of white jade, consisting of 1,000 steps, crafted at great expense by the sect's rune masters and smiths. Upon stepping onto the staircase, one would feel an overwhelming force of suppression, rendering the wills of the faint-hearted incapable of ascending even the first 10 steps. The chief elder elucidated, "This staircase is the heavenly ascension steps." The second challenge of this assessment. The path to success is simple. You need not conquer all 1,000 steps. Merely 100 will suffice. However, I advise you to gauge your own capabilities. If you attempt to ascend beyond your limits, the backlash may prove fatal. As he spoke of death, he cast a deliberate glance at Fang Chen. He produced a token, specifically for controlling the heavenly ascension steps. With a flicker of light from the token, the staircase emanated a soft glow, officially commencing the trial. "Come on, what are you waiting for?" A disciple was the first to dash up the heavenly ascension steps. Yet, barely upon taking the first step, he was enveloped by a terrifying force of suppression. Instantly, his stature seemed to diminish by half. Nevertheless, he managed to endure this initial step. After fully acclimating, he continued upward. Observing this, others followed suit, ascending the staircase. Over 3,000 individuals had passed the first challenge. Yet the vast staircase accommodated them without excessive crowding. Luo Ao approached Fang Chen, mockingly gazing at him. "Wretch, let's see if you can even manage the first step." Beside him, Su Wanner scoffed. "In this round, you will understand the true meaning of despair." Fang Chen furrowed his brow as he regarded the two heading towards the staircase, occasionally irritated by the barking of dogs nearby. Upon Luo Ao's entrance onto the staircase, he appeared to tread as if on solid ground. He ascended effortlessly, casually reaching the 19th step, where he finally began to slow his pace. What is even more astonishing is that Su Wanner, who stands beside Luo Ao, is similarly unwavering, steadfastly trailing behind him. Ling Fan furrows his brow upon witnessing this. While Luo Ao's presence is not surprising given his genius status, he is acutely aware of Su Wanner's true capabilities. In terms of both talent and diligence, she is exceedingly mediocre, making her current ease implausible. His gaze shifts towards the elder presiding over the trials, who holds the command token, and suddenly everything becomes clear. It is evident that he has the ability to manipulate the oppressive aura above, thereby alleviating the pressure on Su Wanner, allowing her to navigate this challenge with such ease. Fang Chen's speculation was not unfounded. Not only is Su Wan'er receiving this leniency, but so too is Luo Ao. However, Luo Ao merely experiences a reduction of 1/10 of the pressure, while Su Wan'er enjoys a reprieve of 90%. Even if Su Wan'er were utterly inept, following in Luo Ao's footsteps under such diminished pressure would still be a trivial endeavor. As the majority of participants commence their ascent, Fang Chen decides to follow suit and steps onto the heavenly ladder. Unbeknownst to him, the elder's gaze is fixed intently upon him. The moment he sets foot on the first step, an overwhelming force of suppression envelopes him. The elder sneers, remarking that the pressure upon Fang Chen is tenfold that of others. Even a cultivator at the early stage of the postnatal realm would find it difficult to withstand. The elder is eager to observe how he intends to overcome this trial. Fang Chen's brow furrows slightly. The pressure feels distinctly amiss. Were it not for the transformation he underwent through the blood of the sword demon, coupled with the inhumane torment he has endured, he would likely struggle to bear such weight. He casts a frosty glare at the elder, who meets his gaze with a mocking expression. Fang Chen is certain that this predicament is a result of the elder's machinations. Meanwhile, Luo Ao and Su Wan'er, witnessing Fang Chen's immobility on the first step, cannot suppress their derisive laughter. Do you truly believe you can contend with us? Dispatching you would be a mere trifle. Yet, their amusement quickly shifts to disbelief. Chapter 18. What of 20-fold pressure? After merely 2 heartbeats on the first step, Fang Chen boldly strides onto the second, then the third, and the fourth. It is as though the 10-fold suppression bears no impact upon him whatsoever. No one knows how Fang Chen has endured these past 5 years. The repercussions of his self-inflicted injury have haunted him relentlessly, alongside the confusion and fear of an uncertain future, compounded by the agony of excruciating trials, Su Wan'er's betrayal, and the suffering endured during his transformation into the sword demon. Fang Chen's willpower is not solely a product of the sword demon's blood. He possesses an inherent strength of his own. What does it matter if the pressure he faces is 10 times greater than that of others? With resolute steps, Fang Chen ascends. 10 steps, 20 steps, 30 steps, 50 steps. Gradually, he finds himself catching up to the 3 individuals at the forefront. Although his pace begins to slow, his gaze remains unwavering, steadfast in its determination. In stark contrast, Su Wan'er, who is only enduring 1/10 of the pressure, is already beating with sweat. Indeed, even a mere 1/10 proves to be a formidable challenge for her. As she glances back at the advancing Fang Chen, her expression twists in disbelief. Impossible. How can this waste be so powerful? Luo Ao, too, is intently fixated on Fang Chen, his mind swirling with questions. Is it possible that the elder did not impose the 10-fold suppression upon him? The chief elder was equally perplexed. He could distinctly sense the 10-fold suppression emanating from Fang Chen. Yet, astonishingly, Fang Chen continued to move swiftly, even catching up with the first group of competitors. I refuse to believe this. The chief elder's expression darkened as the token in his hand emitted a faint glow. In an instant, the pressure on Fang Chen surged to an astounding 20-fold. Fang Chen's body momentarily sank, yet his gaze remained resolute. The sword demon physique erupted forth, and the soul heaven demon eye was unveiled. He straightened his back and pressed onward. How is this possible? What on earth is happening? The chief elder could no longer conceal his astonishment, his eyes wide open as he observed the unfolding events. I refuse to accept this. Gritting his teeth, he intensified the suppression further. 30-fold, 40-fold, 50-fold. Upon reaching 50-fold, Fang Chen found himself unable to advance any further, half kneeling on the 78th step. The chief elder felt a surge of joy, but his expression quickly shifted. He had forgotten that at 50-fold, the pressure of the celestial ladder would manifest as tangible force. In the next moment, everyone witnessed the visible waves of suppression enveloping Fang Chen, pinning him down and making each step a formidable challenge. Meng Yao had been closely observing Fang Chen. Initially, she believed that his willpower was his weakness. However, when she noticed him occasionally sinking as though burdened by an unseen weight, she sensed something was amiss. Now, witnessing the palpable force of suppression on Fang Chen, she instantly understood that the chief elder was manipulating the situation. Such materialized pressure could only appear at 50-fold, and even a peak innate realm practitioner would find it exceedingly difficult to withstand. Anger surged within her enchanting visage as her icy gaze locked onto the chief elder. What is the meaning of this? The chief elder, caught off guard by Meng Yao's cold stare, was at a loss for words. The crowd, too, recognized the anomaly. The pressure on Fang Chen was incomparably greater than that on others. Yet, despite this, Fang Chen continued to ascend relentlessly. What formidable willpower it must take to achieve such a feat. Cold sweat trickled down the chief elder's brow as he stammered, unsure of how to respond. Sister Ming, there's no need to be concerned. Just then, Luo Yun approached, instantly eliciting gasps from many onlookers. It's senior brother Luo Yun. Good heavens, he is so handsome. Luo Yun was well known in the Tianyu divine sect, not only for his talent, but also for being the young master of the Luo family. Meng Yao recognized him as well, but her demeanor remained frosty. What? Did you orchestrate this? Luo Yun maintained his smile and replied, Of course not. But I do understand why the chief elder is acting this way. Meng Yao's expression remained icy. Speak. With a knowing smile, Luo Yun continued. I presume Sister Ming is unaware that Fang Chen is quite the lecherous individual. After he abandoned his cultivation, Sister Su cared for him meticulously for 5 whole years to help restore his confidence. Yet, he, ungrateful for Sister Su's kindness, attempted to take advantage of her. It was utterly despicable. Had I not happened to pass by, Sister Su would have fallen victim to his vile intentions. I have conveyed this matter to the presiding elder, who, I am certain, is equally indignant, thus directing his ire towards Fang Chen. Upon uttering these words, the entire assembly was taken aback. In the next moment, all eyes turned to Fang Chen with unbridled fury. What? To think that Fang Chen is such a malevolent individual. Sister Su has taken care of him. Yet he harbors intentions of misconduct. Bah! Such a person should never be admitted as a disciple of our heavenly feather sect. He must be expelled from the sect. It is truly repugnant. The crowd erupted in vehement denunciations towards Fang Chen, firmly believing that brother Luo Yun would never deceive them. This matter is undoubtedly true. A glimmer of determination flashed in the presiding elder's eyes as he nodded fervently, exclaiming, Yes, yes. I cannot allow such a disciple to remain as an inner disciple of our heavenly feather sect. To think he is of such character. From a distance, Lin Suan felt utterly disillusioned with Fang Chen, realizing that his earlier bloodied state was due to his failed misconduct, having been reprimanded by Luo Yun. Amidst the surrounding vitriol, Fang Chen maintained an air of calm, for he had no intention of offering explanations, knowing full well that none would believe his words. His gaze remained fixed ahead, understanding that only by growing stronger could he unravel the web of slander woven against him. Yet, there was one who believed in Fang Chen, and that was Meng Yao. She could not fathom that a person, who upon their first encounter chose to retreat, could be a leicheer. Nor could she accept that someone who remained unshaken in the face of her allure could be so vile. During the time he tended to her injuries, he had numerous opportunities to take advantage of her, yet he refrained. Even when she was entirely consumed by her desires, Fang Chen remained unaffected. Such a person could not possibly be a leicheer. Is there any evidence? Meng Yao inquired coldly. Luo Yun was taken aback. This was a fabrication, and there was no evidence to present. Even if there were, how could it be produced? It was evident that Meng Yao did not believe his claims. Fang Chen, standing on the heavenly ladder, was momentarily surprised. He discerned the trust in Meng Yao's tone. This stirred a flicker of warmth within his frostbitten heart. Perhaps the first soul to trust him in 5 years, aside from his teacher. Luo Yun retorted, How could there be evidence? However, I assure you that every word I utter is the truth. Every word is the truth. Meng Yao scoffed, pointing her delicate finger at Fang Chen. Then tell me, would someone capable of enduring 50 times the pressure of the heavenly ladder be a leicheer? Luo Yun was instantly rendered speechless. The will tested by the heavenly ladder examines a person's steadfast resolve, which includes their state of mind. The will of a leicheer is exceedingly fragile, consumed by thoughts of desire. Such individuals, let alone withstand 50 times the pressure, would struggle under even ordinary duress. Indeed, Fang Chen had just demonstrated his ability to endure pressures far exceeding those of others while ascending the heavenly ladder. Could there be some misunderstanding? I do not believe Fang Chen is that kind of person, some voices echoed in doubt. They were not genuinely defending Fang Chen. Rather, they were compelled to speak up simply because it was Meng Yao advocating for him. Luo Yun's expression darkened instantaneously, realizing that Meng Yao was resolutely opposing him for the sake of an outer disciple. Dream Yao paid no heed to the expression on his face as she coldly addressed the chief elder, stating, I shall report today's events truthfully. It is not merely you who has imposed pressure upon a disciple, but you have also alleviated the pressure on others. Upon sensing the anomaly, she activated her spiritual eye, perceiving not only the immense pressure endured by Fang Chen, but also the mere 10% of pressure borne by Su Wan'er. With this revelation, her understanding was crystal clear. At these words, the chief elder's complexion turned ashen. He realized he was finished. He was acutely aware of Dream Yao's esteemed position within the sect, and he had indeed committed these transgressions. It was undeniable that he would lose his position as elder, and whether he could remain in the Tianyu divine sect was now in grave doubt. He cast a desperate glance towards Luo Yun, hoping for assistance in extricating himself from this predicament. However, Luo Yun's expression was exceptionally grim, with no solutions forthcoming. In comparison to Dream Yao, his own status within the sect paled in significance. He could only communicate telepathically with the chief elder. Resign from your position and return home. I will speak to my father and ensure you are appointed as a guest elder in the Luo family. You shall not be treated poorly. Upon hearing this, the chief elder fell into utter despair. A guest elder in the Luo family could not possibly compare to the prestige of being an elder in the Tianyu divine sect. Yet, having offended Dream Yao, he had no choice but to follow Luo Yun's counsel. Now, relinquish the token, Dream Yao commanded coldly. At that moment, she shed her enchanting demeanor, her frigid beauty sending shivers down the spines of those present. The chief elder dared not hesitate, obediently handing over the token to Dream Yao. As she took the token, she proclaimed, I shall oversee this 7 peaks assessment, and I will restore equal pressure upon all. As she spoke, the token emitted a radiant glow. In an instant, Fang Chen felt the pressure upon him vanish, leaving him remarkably unburdened. In stark contrast, Su Wanner suddenly felt an overwhelming force of pressure enveloping her entire being. A scream erupted as Su Wanner was launched from the ascending ladder, crashing violently to the ground, spitting blood in a pitiful display. Meanwhile, Luo Ao grunted but managed to withstand the sudden intensification of pressure. In that moment, it dawned upon everyone present. Su Wanner had ascended so swiftly due to the reduced pressure. No wonder, many murmured. Her abilities are quite ordinary. How could she have risen so abruptly? The notion of cheating in the 7 peaks assessment was indeed disgraceful. The crowd regarded Su Wanner with disdain, her humiliation compounded by her fury. Fang Chen. She could only lower her head, gritting her teeth in silence. It was all Fang Chen's fault. Had he been eliminated sooner, her deceit would never have been uncovered. It was all because of that scoundrel. Luo Yun's expression was equally dark, yet he dared not voice his thoughts, merely casting a venomous glare at Fang Chen. It was this wretched scoundrel who had caused him to lose a formidable ally within the sect. Throughout this turmoil, Fang Chen remained resolute, unfazed by the alleviation of pressure. Instead, he continued his ascent, his speed now surpassing that of before. Luo Ao understood that this challenge could not eliminate Fang Chen, so he gritted his teeth and pressed onward. Even if he could not oust Fang Chen, he would be the first to ascend to the 100th level and pass the test. However, he gradually despaired as he realized that Fang Chen climbed the ladder with the ease of an ordinary person ascending stairs, while he struggled with every step. Upon reaching the 87th level, Fang Chen surpassed Lin Luoer, who was in second place. By the 92nd level, he was on par with Luo Ao. Kid, the first place is mine. You better stay behind me, or I will surely kill you. Luo Ao hissed venomously as he saw Fang Chen overtake him. Yet, Fang Chen showed no sign of stopping. He merely shot Luo Ao a cold glance and disdainfully uttered, "Fool," before continuing to advance. Luo Ao's face turned ashen, veins bulging with rage. His gaze towards Fang Chen filled with murderous intent. He swore that he would kill Fang Chen at all costs. You better dare to participate in the 3rd round. If you do, I will certainly slay you on the spot. He spat viciously. However, Fang Chen paid him no mind and quickly ascended to the 100th level. Meng Yao smiled slightly. I knew he would succeed. The others displayed expressions of disbelief, astonished by Fang Chen's remarkable willpower. Indeed, he was no weaker than some ordinary postnatal realm cultivators. As the crowd continued to marvel, Fang Chen did not stop at the 100th level. Instead, he continued his ascent. Everyone was taken aback. Was Fang Chen planning to challenge further? Had he lost his mind? Beyond the 100th level, only those in the postnatal realm dared to tread. Surely, he did not think that having some ease at the 100th level meant he could reach the very top. The pressures before the 100th and after were vastly different. The crowd believed Fang Chen had gone mad, and when he stepped onto the 101st step, he indeed felt a terrifying 5-fold increase in pressure compared to the 100th level. But merely 5-fold? What did that matter? He quickly adapted and continued to ascend, his gaze unwaveringly resolute. 105, 110, 120. By the time Luo Ao reached the 100th level, Fang Chen had already ascended to the 120th step and was still climbing. Luo Ao, unwilling to accept defeat, refused to stop and pressed onward. Yet, when he reached the 115th level, he despaired to discover that he could advance no further. Looking up, he saw that Fang Chen had already arrived at the 150th level. The pressure here was a staggering 10-fold. Yet Fang Chen's steps remained steadfast and unaffected. Soon, he reached the 200th level. At this sight, the crowd gasped in astonishment. The pressure at the 200th level was a full 20-fold. Yet, Fang Chen resolutely continued to ascend. Instantly, he felt a slight weight upon his body. Was this the limit? But then, Fang Chen straightened his waist once more and pressed onward. 210, 230, 250. The pressure had intensified to 30-fold, yet Fang Chen persevered. 300 levels. A 40-fold increase in pressure. But Fang Chen fearlessly forged ahead. The onlookers below were utterly dumbfounded. 300 levels. Throughout the history of external disciples, none have ever ascended to such heights. The sheer strength of Fang Chen's willpower is beyond comprehension. 300 layers. And he continues to ascend. Is he attempting to pierce the heavens? My heavens, how has he cultivated such indomitable will? Even Meng Yao gazes at Fang Chen in astonishment, her enchanting eyes sparkling with fascination, utterly captivated by him. How resolute must his heart be to achieve this? What trials has he endured to possess such unwavering determination? Recalling the moments spent with Fang Chen, though their time together has been brief, each encounter is etched deeply in her heart. She wonders if it is due to the intertwining of her indulgent nature with Fang Chen's sword demon essence, or perhaps because he has chosen to respect her even when he had the opportunity to take advantage. In this moment, her heart flutters. In truth, the marriage contract is not a bad thing after all. Perhaps I should heed my grandfather's advice. Marrying him might indeed be a splendid choice. Such thoughts bloom within her. Unbeknownst to Fang Chen, who has now reached the 350th layer, the crowd below contemplates their own thoughts. Here, the pressure is 50 times greater. Instantly, Fang Chen feels the tangible weight of this oppression. Just as before, he finds himself half kneeling once more. Is this the limit? The onlookers breathe a sigh of relief. 350 layers is already astonishing. Even inner disciples can only reach this height if they are in the late stages of their innate realm. And Fang Chen is merely inches away. Meng Yao's heart tightens slightly. If it becomes unbearable, just give up. You have already accomplished so much. She continuously murmurs this in her mind, fearing that Fang Chen might recklessly push himself further. Fang Chen exhales heavily, the current pressure reminding him of the humiliation he recently endured. Were it not for Meng Yao, he would still be crushed beneath this 50-fold oppression, utterly powerless to even lift his gaze. Is this truly insurmountable? No. If I yield to this pressure, how is it any different from submitting to Luo Yun's foot? Ah! He roars in defiance. His body gradually rises. In that moment, his expression becomes resolutely unwavering. No one can shake his resolve. Suddenly, a drop of sword demon blood within his danshin surges forth, enveloping him. His eyes blaze crimson, and a torrent of demonic energy floods his being, as if he has completely succumbed to the darkness. At the same time, a distant yet commanding voice reverberates in his mind. Stand tall. I, the ancient sword demon, am the sovereign of all realms. Boom. Fang Chen straightens his back. He raises his head. His eyes, blood-red yet resolute, meet the astonished gazes of the crowd. He steps upward. Chapter 20. From this day forth, he is my betrothed. The 351st step. The crowd is left speechless. Fang Chen has withstood the 50-fold pressure. Impossible. How can this waist ascend so high? Luo Ao bellows with a twisted expression. In his eyes, Fang Chen is but an insignificant insect. There is no way he could surpass him, not even in will. Yet this damned bastard has managed to reach such heights. Luo Yun is equally astonished. What merit does Fang Chen possess to arrive at this point? But then, he glances at Meng Yao, contemplating a possibility. Fang Chen must be cheating. Indeed, it must be Meng Yao alleviating the pressure upon him that enabled him to reach such heights. Absolutely. Humph. Just wait and see how I expose you. He sneered. Lin Xuan gazed in disbelief as Fang Chen ascended to the 351st step. But she soon regained her composure and shook her head, stating, willpower does not equate to strength. Talent is the crucial factor for going further. No amount of effort can compare to a genius who has comprehended the Tao texts. The Tao texts are a source of despair for countless cultivators. Without them, one is forever confined to the initial realm, unable to advance further. Fang Chen struggled onward. 352, 353. Each step was immensely arduous. And upon reaching the 359th step, he could proceed no further. Fang Chen slightly raised his hand, signaling that he could go no more. The crowd below remained silent. The 359th step may not seem significant within the inner sect, yet it is a height that inspires despair among the outer disciples. Meng Yao revealed a joyful smile, her enchanting beauty captivating all who beheld it. However, at that moment, a peculiar voice pierced through. This person must be cheating, otherwise it is impossible for him to ascend so high. The speaker was Si Jinai, an underling of Luo Yun, who had been commanded to make such an accusation. The crowd fell into stunned silence, soon realizing that Fang Chen's remarkable height was indeed rather astonishing. I too suspect he might be cheating. Indeed. The pressure he endures cannot possibly be 50 times. Exactly. How could an outer disciple ascend so high? Whispers of doubt arose among the crowd, casting aspersions on Fang Chen. Meng Yao's smile vanished instantly, her expression turning icy as she glared at Luo Yun. It was clear he was behind this. Meeting Meng Yao's gaze, Luo Yun also smiled, saying, Sister Meng, this child abandoned his cultivation 5 years ago. He is nothing but a waste. How could a waste ascend so high? I implore you to see clearly. Internally, he chuckled coldly. Weren't you just advocating for fairness? I am eager to see how you will uphold justice when Fang Chen's deceit is revealed. He was convinced that Meng Yao had lessened Fang Chen's burden. Otherwise, even if Fang Chen could endure the pressure below the 350 steps, he could not possibly ascend any further. Unbeknownst to him, Meng Yao's icy gaze held a hint of derision. Luo Yun continued, Sister Meng, the heavenly ladder is a treasured artifact, and the token is equally significant. It can record the extent of pressure one has withstood above. I urge you to reveal it. To reassure everyone. He chuckled inwardly, eager to see if she would dare. To his surprise, Meng Yao readily agreed. A slight smile graced her lips as she said, Since there is doubt among everyone, I shall show you all. With that, she raised the token in her hand. Instantly, the pressure Fang Chen had endured from the first step to the 359th step was laid bare before the crowd. As they beheld it, they were once again struck with astonishment. Fang Chen had endured a staggering tenfold pressure from the very first step, continuing to an astounding 50 times. However, soon after, the chief elder was discovered deliberately suppressing Fang Chen, prompting Meng Yao to intervene, allowing Fang Chen to regain his previous level of suppression, akin to that of others. Yet, as he ascended further, the intensity of the suppression multiplied continuously, until he reached the 359th level, where he faced an overwhelming force of 52 times the suppression, which ultimately came to an end. How could this be possible? Luo Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. He never anticipated that Fang Chen could endure such enormous pressure. Impossible. How could that worthless individual achieve this? Is there any dissent? Meng Yao's voice resonated in everyone's minds. The crowd fell silent. No one dared to voice any objections. The likes of Si Jinai trembled in fear, retreating into the masses, no longer bold enough to shout. Meng Yao continued, This exemplifies his true willpower. Do not assume that just because you cannot achieve something, others cannot either. Do you truly believe yourself to be a genius? This continent is vast. There are far more talented individuals than you. While you view others as worthless, in their eyes, you are not even worthy of that title. Her words appeared directed at all present, yet it was clear that Meng Yao was subtly addressing a particular individual. Luo Yun's face shifted in color, veins bulging. His expression contorted with rage. Especially upon feeling the peculiar gazes surrounding him, he wished he could find a crevice to hide within. He never expected Meng Yao to be so unabashedly humiliating towards him. Furthermore, Meng Yao stated, capturing everyone's attention as she spoke. She gazed gently at Fang Chen, a smile gracing her lips, and said, My grandfather and Fang Chen's master arranged a marriage contract during their youth. At this revelation, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Fang Chen was momentarily taken aback. Was this true? He quickly recalled that after returning Lin Xuan's marriage certificate, there seemed to be other envelopes below, but at the time, he lacked the inclination to investigate further. Meng Yao continued, I hereby announce that my engagement with Fang Chen shall proceed as planned. From this day forth, Fang Chen is my fiancé, and should anyone dare to insult him again, they shall be at odds with me. The crowd instantly buzzed with excitement. A fiancé? My heavens. Fang Chen is actually Meng Shijia's fiancé. Countless envious and resentful gazes were cast upon the bewildered Fang Chen. No wonder Meng Shijia came today. It was for Fang Chen. Goodness, Meng Shijia's declaration is bound to shake the entire sect. Luo Ao's expression was one of fury. His gaze towards Fang Chen filled with a desire to devour him whole. He shouted, Meng Shijia, you claim that Fang Chen, that worthless one, is your partner? How can this be possible? That waste is unworthy of you. Luo Yun also expressed disbelief, saying, Meng Shijia, that Fang Chen is merely a waste. How could he possibly be worthy of you? Impossible. I refuse to believe it. Fang Chen is merely the refuse I discarded. How could he be? Su Wanner's face turned ashen, akin to one who had ingested something repugnant. Meng Yao cast a cold glance at Luo Yun, Luo Ao, and Su Wanner, causing the three to instantly fall silent. She sneered, saying waste? His talent and willpower are beyond what you could ever compare to. Watch closely, for you will deeply regret your actions today. Suddenly, she gazed at Fang Chen, a tender and enchanting smile gracing her lips. Brother Fang, congratulations on entering the inner sect. Fang Chen looked at Meng Yao, his eyes filled with warmth. Thank you. Meng Yao beamed, captivatingly charming. Between us, there's no need for thanks. Chapter 21. Fortune not far away, Lin Xuan watched anxiously. Yet, in the presence of so many, she felt it inappropriate to voice her objections. What was Meng Yao thinking? How could she agree to this? No. After the 7 Peaks assessment concludes, I must have a serious talk with her. This marriage proposal cannot be accepted, she resolved inwardly. Her gaze then landed on Su Wanner. Perhaps I can glean all of Fang Chen's news from her. The 7 Peaks assessment continued, and the 3rd stage commenced amidst shocking revelations. Meng Yao remarked, passing the 2nd stage signifies formal entry into the inner sect. For the 3rd stage, participation is optional. Those who choose not to participate may step forward. A total of 86 disciples had passed the 2nd stage. Luo Ao approached Fang Chen and whispered, "Bastard. I advise you to withdraw now. Otherwise, once we meet on the arena, I will make you wish for death. You, who cowardly hides behind women, are doomed." Although he appeared to threaten Fang Chen into retreating, he was actually provoking him, hoping to ignite his passion. Once Fang Chen stepped onto the arena, Luo Ao had 100 ways to ensure his demise. Fang Chen regarded him, discerning his intentions. With a cold laugh, he replied, "Is that your tactic? No need for such trouble. Who will live and who will die is yet to be determined." Luo Ao's repeated humiliation had thoroughly enraged him. If the others sought to kill him, he too was prepared for the same. Seeing Fang Chen fall for his provocation, Luo Ao smirked. "Let us see. Don't get eliminated too quickly, but it matters not. Even if you are eliminated, I will ensure your death. A bastard like you is unworthy of senior sister Meng." Among the 86 participants, 21 ultimately withdrew. They either lacked interest or had expended too much energy in the 2nd stage and had to forfeit the 3rd stage's arena battle. Ultimately, 65 participants remained for the 3rd stage. Meng Yao was not surprised by Fang Chen's decision to stay, announcing, "Since no one has withdrawn, let us commence the arena battle. This round will follow an elimination system, and due to one excess participant, one will receive a bye." The drawing of lots began. Everyone stepped forward to draw their lots. After Fang Chen drew his, he looked at his slip. Number 1, quite fortunate indeed. Once all had drawn, Meng Yao declared, "The arena battle begins now. The bye goes to number 1. Who is the fortunate one?" Curiosity swept through the crowd as they sought to discover who number 1 was. "Who is number 1? I'm number 2. Step forward quickly, don't waste everyone's time." Fang Chen was initially taken aback, but then slowly raised his hand. I am number 1. In an instant, all eyes turned to Fang Chen. Upon realizing it was him, the crowd fell silent. Could it be? This fellow is so fortunate. Surely, it cannot be a deliberate act by senior sister Meng. Let us not jump to conclusions. Such by lots are determined by the elders on stage, not by anyone's say-so. Minjao was momentarily taken aback. She had not assisted Fang Chen in any way. The draw had been proposed by someone and accepted without dissent from the other elders, suggesting that Fang Chen's fortune was merely a stroke of luck. Indeed, luck was on his side, and this might increase his chances of encountering stronger opponents in the next round. She then addressed the disciple, informing him that he would have a bye in the 1st round and need not engage in battle. Luo Ao, on the other hand, appeared indifferent, confident that regardless of Fang Chen's ranking, their inevitable confrontation would result in his demise. The others took turns ascending the stage, with the 2nd and 3rd participants battling it out. Many gazed enviously at Fang Chen, yet they dismissed it as mere fortune. Thus, the 1st match commenced. The arena boasted 10 platforms, allowing for simultaneous contests without any issues. Fang Chen, undeterred by the inactivity, observed the duels of his fellow sword-wielding disciples, hoping to glean some insights from their techniques. To his disappointment, however, their swordsmanship was rather rudimentary, indicative of beginners with little to offer in terms of learning. He overlooked the fact that he had already comprehended the profound essence of the sword, while these disciples, no matter their innate talent, could not possibly rival his extraordinary abilities. The inaugural match did not last long. Within the span of a single incense stick, all duels concluded. From 65 participants, only 33 would advance. Minjao, ever considerate, granted everyone a half-hour respite for rest or healing. Once the time had elapsed, she announced the commencement of the 2nd round's draw, which, once again, included byes. The participants began to draw lots anew to ensure fairness and prevent any collusion. Fang Chen drew number 33, a result that both relieved and exhilarated him. Finally, he would have the opportunity to ascend the stage. Eager to showcase his skills, this would be his 1st participation in the arena since his recovery. After conferring with the elders, Minjao announced the byes for the 2nd round. After deliberation, the drawn bye was revealed to be number 33. Who holds the last number? The crowd inquired, glancing about. Yet, none turned their gaze toward Fang Chen, as they believed that one stroke of luck was sufficient. It was implausible for fortune to favor him a second time. However, they failed to notice Fang Chen's stunned expression, caught in a moment of uncertainty. This was untenable. He could not fathom how to explain it. Nearby, a young disciple inadvertently spotted Fang Chen's number and exclaimed, "It's him." Instantly, all eyes turned towards Fang Chen, and bewilderment washed over the crowd as they recognized him. Again, this must be a trick. Yet, he indeed held number 33 in his hand. What on earth is happening? The entire arena fixated on Fang Chen, their gazes a tumultuous blend of envy, jealousy, and resentment. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Fang Chen had anticipated a chance to compete, only to find himself with another bye. Minjeo's exquisite visage mirrored disbelief. She had truly not aided Fang Chen. Yet, the peculiar stares from the crowd rendered any explanation futile. With a resigned smile, she chose not to clarify the situation, deeming it unnecessary. "Well, I shall be curious to see how long your luck holds out." This time, even Luo Ao's expression turned cold, his heart brimming with jealousy and an intensifying murderous intent towards Fang Chen. How could this wretched bastard possess such fortune? It must be that vile woman manipulating things behind the scenes. Absolutely. Below, Su Wanner watched with eyes reddening in fury, consumed by envy. Why was she eliminated while Fang Chen advanced so effortlessly? Clearly, he was nothing but a discarded bastard. He did not deserve such luck. Humph. Relying solely on a woman's support, a worthless individual. Luo Yun snorted in disdain, convinced that Fang Chen's luck could not possibly be so fortuitous. It must be Meng Yao's secret machinations, utterly shameless. Yet, he conveniently forgot how he had aided Su Wanner in the second round while targeting Fang Chen. I am eager to see how many rounds he can avoid competition. He believed Meng Yao's covert assistance had its limits, certainly not so brazenly obvious. However, what transpired next left him utterly dumbfounded and infuriated. Fang Chen, too, received a bye in the top 16, and again in the top 8. Initially, some accused him of cheating, but gradually, the murmurs faded into silence. By the time the top 4 was announced, it appeared as if everyone had grown accustomed to it. The so-called notions of unfairness and injustice seemed laughable in the face of absolute power. At this moment, they were convinced that Meng Yao was secretly aiding Fang Chen. Yet, what could they do? Who would dare confront Sister Meng if she chose to help someone? Moreover, even if they did confront her, they had no evidence. The elders above would be insulted if they claimed Sister Meng was cheating. They were unaware that, at this moment, Fang Chen and Meng Yao were even more astonished than they were. Fang Chen gazed at Meng Yao, whose enchanting visage was filled with astonishment. Their eyes met, and though they exchanged no words nor thoughts, it was as if they understood each other perfectly. Fang Chen silently questioned, "Is this your doing?" Meng Yao silently replied, "I did not do anything. I too am bewildered by this situation." However, upon reaching the top 4, everyone believed Fang Chen's luck had finally run out. In the previous battle, 2 opponents had sustained severe injuries and could no longer continue in the arena. Now, the number of competitors had returned to 8, with no more buys. Chapter 22, Life and Death Arena. Humph. I am eager to see how he continues to avoid competition. I guarantee he will be directly eliminated in the next match. Indeed, the crowd looked on with gleeful anticipation at Fang Chen. Yet, Fang Chen felt a surge of excitement. He could finally engage in a proper battle. Watching others fight had ignited his own fervor, and he had been eagerly awaiting his first opponent. Now, it had finally arrived. Thus, the matches for the top 4 officially commenced. After the draw, Fang Chen stepped onto the stage, awaiting his opponent's arrival. Before long, a pale-faced youth with a hint of green in his complexion ascended the arena. Though his countenance was poor, his gaze remained resolute. "Are you all right, senior?" Fang Chen inquired with concern upon noticing the youth's pallor. The young man steadfastly shook his head. "I'm fine. I can still fight. Defeating you will be no problem at all." Witnessing Fang Chen's consecutive buys, the youth was filled with jealousy. Upon witnessing his opponent was Fang Chen, he silently vowed to defeat him. Fang Chen, noticing this, chose not to utter another word. Subsequently, they announced their names. "I am Hu Mo. I am Fang Chen." The elder, observing this, declared, "The match begins." Fang Chen gazed at the He Ming sword in his grasp and proclaimed, "This battle marks our inaugural clash. Allow me to witness your true prowess." Suddenly, a loud thud echoed as a heavy object fell to the ground. Upon closer inspection, Fang Chen was astonished to see Hu Mo collapsed at a distance, unconscious. The elder's expression shifted, and he hurried over to assess the situation. After a brief examination, he shook his head in resignation, casting a peculiar glance towards Fang Chen. Fang Chen was taken aback. Why was he looking at him in such a manner? He had done nothing at all. Moments later, the elder announced, due to Hu Mo's severe injuries, Fang Chen is declared the victor. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. Suddenly, a voice erupted in anger. Someone had hurled their sword to the ground in frustration, expressing their indignation. Chaos ensued. How is this even possible? His luck is extraordinary. Where is his ancestral grave? I wish to relocate mine next to his. At that moment, the spectators felt as though their worldviews had shattered. Had the middle-aged man been present, one could only imagine his reaction. It seemed that even in his absence, Fang Chen's fortune was remarkably favorable, making it effortless for him to reach the semi-finals. Fang Chen himself wore a peculiar expression, sensing that his luck today was unusually fortuitous. Had his misfortunes over the past 5 years finally shifted? He could only ponder this notion. Thus, he unwittingly advanced to the semifinals. Before long, the semifinals concluded, leaving only 4 contenders. During the draw, Luo Ao approached Fang Chen once more and taunted, "What? Do you truly believe your luck is favorable? This is the heaven's deliberate design, leading you to your demise at my hands. Take a good look at this guy. Soon you shall understand the meaning of hell on earth." Ha ha. He laughed heartily as he departed. Fang Chen regarded him with a calm demeanor, a cold smirk forming within. Soon enough, he would discover whether fortune truly favored him. As the semifinal draw commenced, the audience eagerly anticipated a match between Fang Chen and Luo Ao, envious of Fang Chen's extraordinary luck. However, to their disappointment, Luo Ao ultimately drew Lin Luo another prodigy of this generation. Fang Chen, on the other hand, faced Hu Lai, the only genius ranked just below Luo Ao and Lin Luo. Half an hour later, he stood upon the stage, awaiting his adversary. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Fang Chen's opponent failed to appear. The elder referee repeatedly called out his name to no avail. Just as the time for the match was about to expire, a disciple ascended the stage. The crowd assumed it was Hu Lai, but upon closer inspection, it was clear that this disciple was not him. Upon reaching the elder referee, the disciple bowed respectfully and announced, "Elder, senior brother who is too severely injured to attend this competition and has opted to forfeit." The arena was plunged into silence. Another forfeit. My heavens. How can this individual be so fortunate? Without a fight, he advances directly to the finals. What a stroke of misfortune this is. The crowd chattered incessantly, once again expressing their grievances against the unfairness of fate. Fang Chen was momentarily taken aback by the remark. His sudden streak of good luck left him at a loss for words. Perhaps this was a mere token of mercy from the heavens, acknowledging the trials he had endured over the past 5 years. On the other hand, Luo Ao did not share Fang Chen's fortune. Both were the proud prodigies of this generation, and their confrontation promised to be a fierce battle. Neither side held back, exerting their utmost strength, inciting cheers from the onlookers who were swept up in the fervor of the contest. However, Lin Luo, at merely 15 years of age, lacked the experience and training that the 18-year-old Luo Ao possessed. Ultimately, she fell short and was defeated. Yet, she did manage to land a blow on Luo Ao, though it proved inconsequential. Indeed, in such a scenario, Luo Ao was destined to secure victory. The spectators regarded this clash as the ultimate showdown, scarcely giving any thought to Fang Chen, let alone considering his potential for triumph. Meng Yao furrowed her brow and sent a thought transmission to Fang Chen. "Brother Fang, why not concede this match? Second place is still commendable." She worried that Fang Chen might not be a match for Luo Ao, given that he had spent 5 years in seclusion, effectively wasting those years. After defeating Lin Luo, Luo Ao grew increasingly arrogant, showing no intention of leaving the stage. He remained on the platform, sword pointed at Fang Chen, exclaiming haughtily, "You worthless fool, come up here and meet your demise. Today, I shall demonstrate what a true genius is." His voice boomed, clear for all to hear. Instantly, every gaze turned towards Fang Chen, precisely the outcome Luo Ao desired. Forcing Fang Chen into a position where retreat would be impossible. Fang Chen maintained an air of calmness, first casting a reassuring glance towards Meng Yao. Then, turning to Luo Ao, he smiled and remarked, "What is the point of a mere duel? Let us escalate matters to something far more exhilarating." "What? A life and death contest?" Gasps erupted throughout the crowd, many believing Fang Chen had lost his sanity. Luo Ao was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. He had encountered many who sought their doom, but never one so brazen. The opportunity to eliminate Fang Chen without pretense had presented itself perfectly. "Very well, I accept your challenge." He hastily acquiesced, fearing that Fang Chen might reconsider. Upon the elevated stage, Luo Yun was ecstatic, reveling in the notion that heaven had turned its back on Fang Chen while hell had opened its gates wide. "You dog, once you perish, I shall revel in the demise of that old woman. All of Master S' treasures will ultimately belong to me." Su Wan'er grinned malevolently. Meng Yao found herself at a loss. She had not anticipated Fang Chen would propose a life-and-death contest. Yet, upon witnessing the determination in his eyes, she realized that further protest was futile. Frustrated, she stomped her foot, inwardly cursing, "You fool! If you die, what will become of me? Shall I become a widow?" Truly reckless. Unaware of her turmoil, Fang Chen, upon hearing Luo Ao's acceptance, smiled faintly and stepped onto the high platform. He then addressed the elder referee. "Elder, is our life and death contest valid?" Such a contest required the presence of an elder to validate it. Otherwise, it held no weight. The elder nodded in agreement. "It is indeed valid. You may be a fool, but you are quite meticulous. However, none of this matters. Your death is certain." Luo Ao sneered wickedly. Fang Chen remained silent, his gaze steady upon him. The elder referee declared, "Since both parties have no objections, this battle shall be a life and death contest. With no regard for mortality, regardless of who dies or is injured, there will be no repercussions from the sect." The formation activated, and thus the life and death match commenced. With that, the elder stepped down. Simultaneously, the arena's formation enveloped the two, rendering them unable to escape, while those outside could not interfere or offer assistance. This was the life and death arena of the Tianyu divine sect. Luo Ao grasped a black longsword, the aura of a peak spirit gathering realm practitioner emanating from him. "Today, I shall demonstrate the prowess of a genius. For someone as worthless as you, to perish at my hands would indeed be your fortune in 3 lifetimes." As he spoke, he swung the black sword, causing dark mist to swirl around him, gradually shrouding his figure. The mist spread, covering the entire arena, a manifestation of Luo Ao's dominion. Fang Chen was doomed within this all-encompassing darkness. In this realm of obscurity, Luo Ao remained unaffected, his vision still clear, while others within could scarcely see their own hands. Witnessing this scene, the crowd believed Fang Chen was destined for death. Chapter 23. The March Accord, Life and Death Battle. Fang Chen stood calm amidst the dark mist. When Luo Ao's voice echoed, "Fear not, young one, I will not kill you outright. I will inflict pain upon you gradually, allowing you to perish in agony and bloodshed. I assure you, your suffering will be both tragic and exquisite." Luo Ao, concealed within the mist, anticipated to see the fear etched upon Fang Chen's face. However, Fang Chen remained composed, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Is that so?" He drew the hyming sword and remarked, "While I would relish playing your game, alas, my time is limited, so I shall not indulge you." "That is not for a worthless wretch like you to decide," Luo Ao scoffed. "Nay," Fang Chen countered, the dark radiance of the sword thrumming with demonic energy as the soul heaven demon eye unfurled. Luo Ao, believing Fang Chen blind to his presence, was unaware that Fang Chen could see him clearly. He spoke slowly. "This is precisely what I have the power to determine." As his words fell, a character for sword materialized behind him. Indeed, the Dao character. Simultaneously, Fang Chen's soul heaven demon eye locked onto Luo Ao. Luo Ao suddenly felt a sharp pang in his head. By the time he regained his composure, Fang Chen stood before him, the Dao character hovering ominously behind him. Impossible. The moment the character was uttered, his head was severed. Luo Ao's head soared into the air, his expression one of disbelief. In his mind, Fang Chen could not possibly know his location, nor awaken the Dao character at the spirit gathering realm, let alone slay him with a single sword strike. As his head fell, regret flooded his eyes. Why had he provoked Fang Chen? Why had he engaged in this life and death contest? He had a bright future ahead, yet he met his demise here. Fang Chen sheathed his sword, retracted the character, and closed his eye, his demeanor as tranquil as at the outset. As the dark mist gradually dissipated, the spectators understood that the fierce battle had concluded. How swift! Fang Chen is weaker than expected. To challenge senior brother Luo Ao in such a state is truly to seek one's own demise. Indeed, while death may seem preferable, such a person is unworthy. As they debated and concluded that Fang Chen was undoubtedly doomed, the black mist dissipated. Contrary to their expectations, Fang Chen stood unharmed. And at his feet lay a headless corpse, the head of which, in the distance, belonged to Luo Ao. Boom! The crowd was struck as if by a thunderclap, staring incredulously at the scene before them. Not only had Fang Chen survived, but he had also slain Luo Ao. How could this be? Bang! Luo Yun immediately stood up, his eyes wide with disbelief as he fixed his gaze on the unfolding event. "No, this is impossible. My cousin is at the peak of the spirit gathering realm. How could he possibly perish at the hands of this worthless fool? It is utterly inconceivable. You must have employed some insidious means." "Absolutely. Could it be that Luo Ao was wounded in battle with senior sister Lin?" someone suddenly suggested. This statement garnered considerable agreement. Yes, that must be it. Goodness, Fang Chen's fortune is astonishing. Indeed, being placed in the finals and then encountering an injured Luo Ao, what sheer luck he possesses. The crowd murmured, convinced of Fang Chen's extraordinary fortune. Yet, not everyone shared this sentiment, and among them was Meng Yao. At this moment, her enchanting eyes widened in astonishment, her cherry lips parting slightly in surprise. Within her beautiful gaze, a flicker of golden light danced. While others remained oblivious, she utilized her spiritual vision to perceive everything clearly. This included Fang Chen's sword character Dao text. My heavens, he has actually awakened a Dao text, and it is a second-tier Dao text. He is merely at the spirit-gathering realm. Her heart raced with shock, for even she had only comprehended the Dao text upon entering the postnatal realm. To grasp the Dao text at the spirit-gathering realm is to be a prodigy among prodigies. Overwhelmed with excitement, her cheeks flushed slightly, rendering her even more captivating. What delighted her most was that Fang Chen's displayed prodigious talent would leave her family unable to contest their engagement. You bastard dare to kill my cousin. I will grind you to dust. Suddenly, Luo Yun snapped out of his shock, his eyes filled with murderous intent. With a roar, he leaped down from the high platform, charging forth like a cannonball. The pressure of his 7th-level postnatal realm erupted, locking onto Fang Chen. The elder referee hesitated momentarily, but chose not to intervene. He had no desire to be embroiled in such troublesome affairs, opting to pretend he had not reacted. Luo Yun, what do you intend to do? Meng Yao exclaimed, her voice sharp as she swiftly positioned herself before Fang Chen. She struck out with a palm to intercept Luo Yun's attack. Bang! Luo Yun was sent stumbling back 3 paces, while Meng Yao only retreated 3 steps, supported by Fang Chen. Senior Sister Meng, this man has slain my cousin. He must pay the price. Luo Yun bellowed, disregarding everything. They are fighting for their lives. Do you wish to defy the sect's rules? Meng Yao coldly inquired. Luo Yun's expression remained ferocious. This boy is so treacherous that even in Luo Ao's weakened state, he struck with such malice. A person of such character is bound to be insidious in the future. A backstabber. Such a person deserves to die? Insidious? Fang Chen scoffed. What do you consider treachery compared to your schemes? You colluded with Su Wanner to covet the heavenly Dao Bone within me. Once the bone takes form, you intend to strike me down, to carve my flesh and excavate my bones. Who is the truly treacherous individual here? Who deserves death? His words stirred a tempest of astonishment, leaving the crowd in a state of uproar. What? Did I hear that correctly? To extract another's heavenly Dao Bone? That would ruin a person's life. Excavating bones. Surely, senior brother Luo Yun is not that kind of person. The audience buzzed with speculation. Meng Yao's expression turned icy. To extract another's bones was an act that defied morality. You speak falsely. What kind of person do you think I am, Luo Yun? And what of you, Fang Chen? A mere waste? Do I truly need to covet the heavenly Dao Bone within you? Fang Chen, you are the one who is truly a failure. Yet you cast all blame upon me. How despicable! Luo Yun shouted, his eyes glinting with a frigid, murderous intent. Indeed, Fang Chen, it is your malevolence towards me that led to your injury at the hands of senior brother Yun. Do not attempt to turn the tables. Su Wanner added. Fang Chen's gaze turned cold as he fixed his eyes on the two, sneering, the heavenly Dao Bone has only been within your body for a month. It has not fully integrated with you yet, has it? Our sect possesses a secret method. With just a drop of our blood, we can discern whose heavenly Dao Bone it truly is. Luo Yun, do you dare to verify? All eyes immediately fell upon Luo Yun. Fang Chen's assertion was not without merit. There existed a method within the sect to ascertain the true affinity of the heavenly Dao Bone. If the compatibility with Fang Chen were to exceed 50%, it would undoubtedly belong to him. For if the heavenly Dao Bone had never been present within Fang Chen, such a high compatibility would be impossible. Waste. Who do you think you are to demand a verification? Luo Yun retorted sinisterly, unwilling to grant Fang Chen this opportunity. Upon hearing his words, the crowd could almost confirm that Luo Yun had indeed usurped Fang Chen's heavenly Dao Bone. Otherwise, why would he refuse the verification? In that moment, the gazes of all present towards Luo Yun shifted dramatically. To seize another's Dao Bone was akin to claiming their very life. Such an act was a grave taboo within both the continent and the sect, utterly despicable. Those who had previously idolized Luo Yun were now devastated. Unable to fathom that he could be such a person, Meng Yao's expression turned cold. She had not anticipated that Fang Chen had suffered such a fate. To excavate the heavenly Dao Bone. What a wicked means. Luo Yun, you have stolen another's bone, violating sect rules. I shall certainly report this matter, and will not let it rest. The harm you have inflicted upon Fang Chen shall be repaid tenfold. Luo Yun's complexion paled, and he coldly replied, Sister Meng, Are you certain you wish to meddle? What good is this wretch? Why oppose me, the Luo family, for his sake? Meng Yao's voice turned icy. I tell you, Fang Chen is my fiancé. Whoever dares to harm him shall find themselves at odds with me. Luo Yun's expression shifted slightly. Confronting Meng Yao was a battle his Luo family could not win. He could only redirect his ire back at Fang Chen, roaring in humiliation, Wretch! Do you only dare to cower behind a woman? Is it not your desire to find an opportunity to kill me? Fang Chen gazed at Luo Yun with indifference, stating, I grant you this opportunity. In 3 months, let us engage in a battle of life and death, until one of us is no more. Chapter 24. Do you not wish to take action against me? As Meng Yao's expression subtly shifted, she remarked, he is, after all, at the 7th level of the postnatal realm. Fang Chen offered a slight smile and replied, Do not worry, 3 months will suffice. Excellent. Luo Yun was taken aback by Fang Chen's apparent willingness to court danger, directly agreeing to the terms to prevent any change of heart. Yet, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind, and he asserted, words alone bear no weight. What proof do we have? With a wave of his hand, a shimmering golden parchment appeared, upon which he inscribed several characters before presenting it to Fang Chen. This is the sect's life and death contract. The time limit is inscribed within. Once signed, one must adhere to the vow. Failure to comply results in the forfeiture of one's cultivation and expulsion from the sect. He gestured for Fang Chen to imprint his fingerprint upon it. Without hesitation, Fang Chen pressed his finger down, thereby solidifying the life and death contract, which then returned to Luo Yun's grasp. Luo Yun, visibly satisfied, coldly informed Fang Chen, you now have 3 months to live. Make the most of it. With that, he chose not to linger, departing with his entourage and the lifeless body of Luo Ao. Su Wanner wished to follow but was intercepted by an elderly man. After exchanging words, she departed alongside him. As Luo Yun and his company exited, the 7 Peaks assessment came to a conclusive end. Initially, spectators believed Luo Ao would be the highlight of the day. However, they were astonished to find that Fang Chen had overshadowed him. Not only did he slay Luo Ao, but he also became Meng Yao's fiancé. Once this news spread, it would undoubtedly create a sensation throughout the TNU Divine Sect. Yet, the vast majority believed Fang Chen's success was merely a stroke of luck. Otherwise, he would have faltered at the first hurdle. Congratulations were in order. Meng Yao personally presented Fang Chen with his reward, which included 5 prized Luo Ling grasses and a Yunxian pill. With these resources, coupled with a remaining drop of the sword demon's blood within him, he could swiftly advance to the postnatal realm. Subsequently, he would likely unlock the 3rd layer of the small tower and, within 3 months, defeat Luo Yun. This posed no significant challenge. While pressure may arise, it is such pressure that fuels motivation. With the 7 Peaks assessment concluded, the elder responsible for documenting the successful disciples stepped forward. Now, the disciples who have passed the assessment may choose which peak to join. Remember, this choice could profoundly affect your future path in cultivation. Choose wisely. The elder's gaze settled on Fang Chen as he inquired, to which peak do you wish to belong? Meng Yao looked at Fang Chen with anticipation, hoping he would select the 2nd peak. Fang Chen returned her gaze, understanding her unspoken desire. Yet, in a decisive manner, he gently shook his head and declared, I shall join the 7th peak. He intended to bring his mentor home. He wished to restore the former glory of the 7th peak. He would not abandon it. Upon hearing his declaration, the audience was left in shock. Is he out of his mind? They whispered. He chooses the 7th peak, which is now devoid of practitioners. It has become a wasteland. Did he not realize that the 7th peak was all but a memory? They regarded Fang Chen with incredulous eyes. Only Meng Yao, in her understanding, found his choice unsurprising. After all, Fang Chen was inherently tied to the 7th peak, being the disciple of its former leader. Thus, his decision to return there was entirely reasonable. She could only let out a faint sigh and choose to support Fang Chen. The elder gazed at Fang Chen in astonishment. Yet upon recalling Fang Chen's identity, his surprise diminished. He nodded and said, in 2 days, you may head directly to the 7th peak. Thank you, Elder Xia. Fang Chen expressed his gratitude. Soon after, others began to register for the peaks they wished to enter. Such assessments of the 7 peaks were not overly emphasized by the inner sect, unless an extraordinary genius emerged who had not been predetermined. Talents like Luo Ao and Lin Luoer had typically already been assigned to a peak. For the other disciples, which peak they joined was of little consequence. Presently, aside from the 7th peak, the other peaks were not in need of disciples. They sought only unparalleled geniuses. Once everything was settled, Meng Yao turned to Fang Chen and said, let us return together. Fang Chen did not decline and nodded in agreement. The two boarded a flying ship to Feather City. Leaving behind the envious gazes of the crowd at the arena, along with Luo Yun's resentful glare. On board the ship, Meng Yao's large, watery eyes were fixed upon Fang Chen, causing a slight blush to creep across his cheeks. "What is it?" Fang Chen asked, flustered. Meng Yao broke into a charming smile and said alluringly, "You ask knowingly. We are now partners on the path, and we have a betrothal. Do you not wish to do something for me?" Her face flushed, radiating charm. Her smile was captivating, leaving Fang Chen's heart fluttering, making his breathing labored and his heart racing. Observing Fang Chen's flustered demeanor, Meng Yao giggled softly. "All right, I shall not tease you any further. Even if you wish for it now, I cannot grant it. You know my circumstances. If anything were to happen, we would both perish." Fang Chen understood that Meng Yao was referring to her body of indulgence. Having comprehended the trials and tribulations it brought her, he resolutely stated, "Rest assured. I will certainly find a way to help you with your body of indulgence." Seeing the determination in Fang Chen's eyes, Meng Yao's enchanting gaze sparkled. However, she soon smiled mischievously and leaned closer to him, asking, "What? Are you so eager to resolve my body of indulgence and cultivate together?" Fang Chen's face turned crimson once more, and just as he was about to explain, Meng Yao turned away, saying, "Well, it is not entirely out of the question." With that, she flashed him a smile, her cheeks glowing like the dawn, and returned to the cabin. Fang Chen did not notice that at that moment. Meng Yao's face was also flushed, exceptionally beautiful. Before long, they arrived at Feather City and descended at the city gate, proceeding together to walk back. However, shortly after entering the city, they heard someone call out, "Menger, I can't believe I encounter you here." A handsome young man dressed in blue and white approached them, smiling at Meng Yao, accompanied by two young followers. Upon seeing this man, Meng Yao's brows furrowed, and she coldly replied, "Brother Yu Yuanwen, please call me Sister Meng. Our relationship has not reached such a level." Yu Yuanwen maintained his smile. "Very well, Sister Meng it is then. There is no need to be so formal. Once you turn 18, I shall come to propose. It is essential to note that your mother has consistently supported the matters between us." Meng Yao's expression remained icy. "That was my mother's promise, not mine. Furthermore, I am already engaged, so I kindly ask you to keep your distance." "Engaged?" Yu Yuanwen's smile instantly froze, and only then did he notice Fang Chen by her side. He scrutinized Fang Chen from head to toe and scoffed, "Meng Jr.'s sister. He can't possibly be your fiancé, can he?" Before Meng Yao could respond, Fang Chen took her hand firmly and declared, "I am indeed. So please keep your distance from my fiancé." At the moment Fang Chen grasped her hand, Meng Yao felt a slight tremor in her body. At that moment, she experienced an unprecedented sense of security from him. "What are you? How do you deserve Meng Jr.'s sister? What qualifications do you have to command me?" Yu Yuanwen sneered derisively at Fang Chen. Nearby, a subordinate looked down on Fang Chen with disdain and remarked, "Do you even know who this is? The most outstanding genius among the younger generation of the Fourth Peak. The prestigious Yu family of the Eastern Domain, the young master of the Yu family. Offending young master Yu. You wouldn't even know how you would meet your demise. How dare you lay a hand on young master's woman? Truly courting death." Yu Yuanwen arrogantly regarded Fang Chen and said contemptuously, "I don't care what tricks you used to enchant Meng Jr.'s sister. I now offer you a chance." With a flick of his wrist, a shimmering box appeared in his hand. Upon opening it, there lay a translucent spirit pill within. This is the enlightenment pill. A third-tier elixir. Consuming it grants insight into the principles of heaven and earth, with a great likelihood of awakening one's Tao text. Take this enlightenment pill and roll away from Meng Jr.'s sister. Do not appear before me again. Someone like you will never be worthy of Meng Jr.'s sister. Do you understand? His final words were laced with disdain. Fang Chen glanced at the pill, unable to suppress a sneer. Displaying a counterfeit pill here. Is this what it means to be the young master of the Yu family? Hearing this, Yu Yuanwen was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. "You're hilarious. An imbecile who has never seen a third-tier pill before claims it's fake? Let me enlighten you. I acquired this pill at the Wangxing auction house for a staggering 12,000 spirit stones. Do you even know what the Wangxing auction house is? Someone like you wouldn't know, would you?" Fang Chen maintained his calm demeanor. "The Wangxing auction house, I must admit, is unfamiliar to me." "Then don't embarrass yourself here." Fang Chen looked at the enlightenment pill and spoke nonchalantly. "The enlightenment pill is primarily gold with silver specks. It radiates a luminous aura, and its fragrance is enticing. This pill indeed exhibits such qualities, but its silver luster is notably dull, and its surface bears fine cracks. It appears to be a minor flaw due to improper heat treatment, but it is actually a result of forgery. If I am not mistaken, this is likely a counterfeit pill with a layer of false coating over another pill." As he spoke, Fang Chen extended his hand and tapped the pill. Suddenly, a cracking sound echoed. The surface of the pill shattered, revealing a black pill inside. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd was left in astonishment. This was indeed a counterfeit pill. To their surprise, the pill was inscribed with the words, "Fool." Upon witnessing this, Fang Chen let out a laugh and remarked, "Did you see? That person just called you a fool." Yu Yuanwen was initially taken aback, but his shock swiftly morphed into a deep-seated rage. He never imagined that the elixir he had purchased for 12 spirit stones at the Wanxing auction house was a counterfeit, leaving him with a sense of betrayal. Meng Yao blinked in disbelief, gazing at Fang Chen incredulously. She was well aware of the Wanxing auction house's reputation for integrity, as numerous appraisers were tasked with authenticating items, making it nearly impossible for fakes to go unnoticed. This Yushin pill must have undergone scrutiny at the auction house. Yet it was Fang Chen who discerned its true nature. The commotion had attracted a considerable crowd, especially after Yu Yuanwen's embarrassing revelation about his family. The onlookers regarded him with a mixture of awe and admiration. However, when Fang Chen declared the pill to be a counterfeit, particularly with the use of the term fool, many couldn't help but burst into laughter. My heavens! Who's so cruel? Spending 12 stones on a fake pill? I'm dying of laughter. This young master, you must be a real gullible fool. At that moment, Yu Yuanwen's rage boiled over, especially under the derisive gazes directed at him, making him wish for a hole to hide in. He glared intently at Fang Chen, who had caused him such humiliation. What? A fool? Do you wish to take action? Fang Chen maintained his composure, regarding him with indifference. Meng Yao stepped forward, coldly addressing Yu Yuanwen. What is this, Yu Yuanwen? Do you dare to threaten my fiancé? If you lay a finger on him, I will ensure that you regret it. Junior sister Meng has misunderstood. I harbor no such intentions, Yu Yuanwen replied, a sheen of cold sweat forming on his brow as he quickly shook his head. Though the Yu family was powerful in the Shindong region, the Meng family was akin to celestial beings there, making the Yu family seem comparatively weaker. He could only glare fiercely at Fang Chen before instructing his subordinates. Let us leave. Yet, just as they were about to depart, he discreetly conveyed a message to Fang Chen. Kid, I won't let today's incident pass easily. Just wait. Even with Meng Yao's protection, I have countless ways to make you pay. After delivering his threat, he left in a hasty retreat. Another troublemaker, Fang Chen thought to himself. Feeling somewhat helpless, he understood that this was inevitable, especially since he was currently holding the delicate hand of the enchanting Meng Yao from the Tianyu divine sect. Reflecting on this, he couldn't resist tightening his grip slightly. Her hand felt soft and exquisite, almost ethereal, making it difficult for him to let go. Meng Yao noticed Fang Chen's lingering touch, her cheeks flushing deeper, yet she made no effort to withdraw her hand, allowing him to hold it. Meng Yao. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed, startling the two into releasing their hands and feigning innocence. They turned to see Lin Xuan approaching. Lin Xuan had clearly witnessed the earlier scene and was seething with anger. She strode over to Meng Yao and pulled her aside. Xuan, what's wrong? Meng Yao inquired. Puzzled, Lin Xuan replied, I have something to discuss with you. Noticing Lin Xuan's fierce glare directed at him, Fang Chen knew trouble was brewing. Thus, Fang Chen said to Meng Yao, since senior sister Lin has arrived, I shall take my leave. All right, Meng Yao, observing the hostility Lin Xuan exhibited towards Fang Chen, could only nod helplessly. Immediately, Fang Chen took his leave. Lin Xuan pulled Meng Yao back onto the spirit ship, and Meng Yao inquired, Xuan, what on earth is happening? Meng Yao, do not be deceived by him. I inquired about that Su Wanner, and she revealed everything to me. Fang Chen had consistently mistreated her, and under duress for the treasure, she was compelled to join forces with Luo Yun to extract his heavenly Dao Bone. Furthermore, this Fang Chen was a scoundrel. He Xuan. Meng Yao feigned anger, gazing at Lin Xuan. She stated, you have no idea who that Su Wanner is, but I do. Fang Chen and his master have always doted on her, yet she betrayed Fang Chen and even plotted to kill her master. As for the so-called scoundrel, that is utterly implausible. For 5 years, Fang Chen has been guarding the grave of the esteemed Tian Lingzi. You have also visited that desolate place. Who would go there? Moreover, at that time, Fang Chen was merely a mortal. How could he possibly mistreat the cultivated Su Wanner? Furthermore, he was capable of ascending 359 steps on the Tongtian ladder while in the gathering spirit realm. You should comprehend the enormity of his willpower. How could such a person commit those deeds? Yet, Lin Xuan sought to retort, but found some merit in Meng Yao's words. Meng Yao continued, Xuan, you have been entrenched in your cultivation, detached from worldly affairs, making it difficult to discern right from wrong, perpetually believing in your own perceptions. Reflect carefully on Fang Chen's true nature. Lin Xuan fell into a profound silence. Indeed, it appeared that Fang Chen had not committed any egregious acts. Had she truly misjudged him? Meng Yao grasped Lin Xuan's jade hand and said, in any case, to truly understand a person, One must not only observe with the eyes, but also perceive with the heart. You are betrothed to him, are you not? Why not forego that engagement and marry him alongside me? After all, we promised long ago to always be together. A bride should marry a worthy groom. Meng Yao blinked her large eyes and smiled alluringly. Lin Suiyan's face flushed instantly, glaring at her in indignation. What nonsense are you spouting? Meng Yao chuckled. Regardless, I would not mind at all. Besides, you are my dearest confidant. I could never bear to see you wed to another. As the two continued their playful banter, the spirit ship was filled with the melodious sound of their laughter. Chapter 26. Mental fortitude. Meanwhile, at the Wangxing auction house, Yu Yuanwen produced the Wushan pill, causing a commotion within the auction house. This immediately drew the attention of the higher-ups. Initially, they suspected it was merely a disturbance, but upon confirming that the Wushan pill indeed originated from their auction house, they took the matter seriously. In the Wangxing auction house, within the chamber, a loud bang echoed. Yu Yuanwen, in a fit of rage, pointed at the Wushan pill placed on the table and exclaimed, I spent a staggering 12,000 spirit stones at your establishment only to discover it is a counterfeit. Had it not been for my keen insight, I would have nearly fallen victim to your deceit. At that moment, an elder within the chamber, a senior figure of the Wangxing auction house, could only offer polite apologies to the furious Yu Yuanwen, promising to provide him with an explanation. Just then, the chamber doors swung open, and a woman walked in. The woman, adorned in a flowing crimson robe, entered with a gentle smile, her lips pursed. Her skin was as fair as freshly peeled lotus seeds, and a delicate black mole at the corner of her mouth enhanced her charm, rendering her stunningly beautiful. This enchanting lady was Yan Qilan, the head of the Wangxing auction house. Yu Yuanwen, with a greedy gaze, scrutinized Yan Qilan and then coldly remarked, Has Manager Yan arrived? Take a look for yourself. This is the Wushan pill auction here just a couple of days ago. If it weren't for my discerning eye, I would have been deceived by you. What is this? Has the Wangxing auction house begun to sell counterfeit items? Yan Qilan gazed at the Wushan pill and then at the elder, who subtly nodded, confirming that it had indeed been purchased from their establishment. With this acknowledgement, Yan Qilan maintained her smile and took a seat opposite Yu Yuanwen. She instructed her attendants to serve tea and, with a gentle smile, said, Young Master Yu, there is no need for such anger. To be frank, the degree of forgery of this pill exceeded our expectations. We too have been deceived and are victims in this matter. Therefore, I propose that our auction house compensates you double. What do you think? A glimmer of hope flashed in Yu Yuanwen's eyes, yet he quickly responded with a cold scoff. Is that so? Manager Yan, you think that a mere double compensation will suffice? How much do you desire? At least tenfold. Otherwise, I shall expose this incident to the public, and your establishment's reputation will be tarnished. Unfazed by his threats, Yan Qilan remained composed. She lifted her teacup and took a sip of the fragrant tea before replying, Young Master Yu, one should extend mercy where it is due. Double compensation is all our establishment can offer, but if you insist on tenfold, so be it. It all depends on whether you dare to accept it. Her final words were laced with an icy tone. A tremor of unease coursed through Yu Yuanwen. He had heard from his father that the Wangxing auction house had deep connections and should not be trifled with. In his eagerness to profit from the counterfeit pill, he had overlooked this crucial detail. Clearing his throat, he conceded, Very well, considering your establishment did not act with intent, let us put this matter to rest. Upon hearing this, Yan Qilan's smile returned, and she waved for her attendants to bring forth the spiritual stones. Yu Yuanwen felt an overwhelming sense of joy. He had not anticipated turning a profit from this affair. After collecting the spiritual stones, he made his exit without lingering. Looking at the counterfeit pill, Yan Qilan commanded, Investigate who sold this pill. We must uncover the identity of the perpetrator. Whoever dares to deceive the Wangxing auction house shall face severe consequences. As she spoke, her expression darkened. The failure to detect the counterfeit item was an utter disgrace to her. Yes, the elder acknowledged her command and prepared to investigate. Wait. Yan Qilan suddenly recalled something and continued, Have someone investigate who was able to discern that this was a counterfeit pill. The level of forgery was so sophisticated that it could easily pass as genuine. The fragrance, color, and form were nearly indistinguishable, even fooling our appraisers. Anyone capable of identifying this forgery is undoubtedly exceptional, and if they can be of service to our establishment, we shall avoid such a predicament in the future. Manager, did not young master you just claim that he was the one who identified it? The elder inquired, puzzled. With his limited skills, if he truly could have discerned it, he would not have waited until today to come forward. Yan Qilan replied disdainfully, fully aware of Yu Yuanwen's capabilities. Yes. The elder complied and exited to make the necessary arrangements. Yan Qilan gracefully lifted the fake pill, her curiosity piqued by the identity of the individual capable of discerning such forgery. Upon returning to his residence, Fang Chen eagerly shared the splendid news of his triumph in the Seven Peaks assessment, securing the first position and gaining entry into the inner sanctum of the seventh peak. With his master's wife. Upon hearing the news, Xiaomei was elated and promptly arranged a sumptuous feast. After dinner, Fang Chen retreated to his chamber. During his ascent of the heavenly ladder that day, he had absorbed a drop of the blood of the sword demon. This drop was not for the purposes of enhancing his physical form, cultivation, or other aspects, but was instead assimilated by his willpower. Willpower, often referred to as spiritual power, holds immense significance for cultivators, particularly alchemists, weaponsmiths, array masters, and rune masters. In fact, one could wield spiritual power as a means of attack, striking invisibly, much like Fang Chen's Soul Heaven Demon Eye technique, which relies on the might of spiritual energy. The ability of Luo Yun and Meng Yao to communicate telepathically is also rooted in their spiritual power. However, spiritual power can only be harnessed upon reaching the postnatal realm. It cannot be amassed in the gathering spirit stage. Yet, the blood of the sword demon exceeded all expectations. After absorbing this drop, Fang Chen found himself endowed with spiritual power even within the gathering spirit stage. This illustrates the formidable nature of the ancient sword demon. Presently, Fang Chen's spiritual power surpassed that of the first level of the postnatal realm. It is noteworthy that most cultivators struggle to reach even the first level upon entering the postnatal realm, requiring extensive time and effort. Most importantly, Fang Chen was now poised to begin cultivating his spiritual power, a prospect that other gathering spirit stage cultivators could scarcely fathom. Nevertheless, he was not in haste to cultivate his spiritual power, as such practice also necessitated mental techniques. Without them, the progress would be exceedingly slow. He took out a stalk of Luo Ling grass, resolving that he must swiftly break through to the postnatal realm. With the presence of these 5 stalks of Luo Ling grass, reaching the pinnacle of the gathering spirit stage should be a matter of course. Without a moment's hesitation, he consumed one stalk, chewing and swallowing it. Instantly, a surge of pure energy flooded into Fang Chen's body, which he began to assimilate with fervor. A day later, Fang Chen's aura surged dramatically, propelling him directly from the 6th level of gathering spirit to the pinnacle of the 6th level. He opened his eyes, astonished by the transformation he felt within himself. I have absorbed the full potency of this stalk of Luo Ling grass. If the efficacy of the herb is considered to be complete, an ordinary person would typically only absorb about 30% of its medicinal power, with the remaining 70% expelled through the body's myriad points, dissipating into the air. To absorb more of the medicinal essence, the optimal approach would be to refine it into pills. Yet, even in pill form, the absorption would yield only an additional 10%. Remarkably, Fang Chen had just managed to absorb the entire efficacy of the Luo Ling grass. This explains how he could ascend to the pinnacle of the 6th level with but a single stalk. Moreover, such a breakthrough was exceptionally stable, ensuring no foundational instability. The sword demon physique truly is extraordinary. If I continue consuming these, I shall surely break through to the 7th level by tomorrow. With this thought in mind, he hesitated no longer and retrieved another stalk of Luo Ling grass, resuming his cultivation. The following day, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted. Fang Chen directly ascended to the 7th level. As he sensed the transformation within himself, a subtle smile graced his lips. Ever since the enhancement of the sword demon body, each breakthrough has allowed Fang Chen's strength to multiply exponentially. His physique, abundant spiritual energy, foundation, danshan, and consciousness are all vastly superior to those of an ordinary 7th level spirit gathering realm practitioner. He could even contend with practitioners of the 1st and 2nd levels of the acquired realm. Fang Chen was quite pleased with his transformation. Yet he had no intention of continuing his cultivation. Today marked the 2nd day, and it was time to relocate and report to the 7th peak. He promptly exited his dwelling, but upon witnessing the scene within the estate, he was momentarily taken aback. In the courtyard, numerous figures resembling guards were moving a few pieces of furniture and luggage, while his master's wife and Meng Yao stood at the entrance, chatting amiably and directing the activity. Both women wore radiant smiles, appearing thoroughly engrossed in their conversation. "Brother Fang," Meng Yao exclaimed, her enchanting smile brightening the atmosphere as she spotted Fang Chen. He approached, puzzled, and inquired, "Meng Yao, what brings you here?" Her smile unwavering, she replied, "Today is the day you report to the 7th peak. I came to assist my master's wife with the move." "Master's wife?" Fang Chen was taken aback. Xiaomei stepped forward, saying, "I have already heard from little Meng. Little Fang, you must treat her well from now on. If I find out you bully her, I will not spare you. Thank you, Master's wife, Meng Yao interjected, linking her arm with Qiu Mei's. If Brother Fang ever bullies me, I will come to you. With a smile, Qiu Mei nodded. Yes, if he mistreats you, just tell me, and I shall teach him a lesson. Fang Chen found himself at a loss for words. Had he lost favor after just 2 days of seclusion? Subsequently, Meng Yao asked, Brother Fang, is there anything in your room that needs packing? Actually, there is. Fang Chen recalled something and returned to his room, retrieving the wooden box he had brought back from his master's tomb. Upon opening the box, he carefully examined its contents and discovered an assortment of items, including several marriage certificates. As he reached for one, he paused, sensing something was amiss with their thickness. Upon extraction, he stood frozen in disbelief. He had pulled out a total of 9 marriage certificates. 9 marriage certificates. Meng Yao, who had followed him in, was equally stunned at the sight. Your master has arranged for you a total of 10 brides, including Swan, she remarked, her small nose wrinkling in jealousy as she gazed at Fang Chen. At that moment, Fang Chen found himself at a loss for words. He had been completely unaware of this. I must see which little brides your master has arranged for you, Meng Yao declared, taking the 9 marriage certificates from Fang Chen and flipping through them. As she read the names, her astonishment grew. From the Southern Heaven region, the young lady of the Duanmu family, Duanmu Bai Shui. From the Luo Tian region, the saintess of the Tingxiu sacred sect, Zhao Shimei. The name she recited left Meng Yao in sheer shock. These powers were among the most prestigious in their respective domains, each boasting a heavenly beauty renowned throughout the world. Who could have imagined that they were all betrothed to Fang Chen? If this news were to spread, it would undoubtedly create a sensation across all realms. Fang Chen would undoubtedly be torn to shreds by countless suitors vying for her affection. Meng Yao gazed deeply at Fang Chen and eventually uttered, Your master is truly remarkable. Fang Chen, feeling somewhat embarrassed, smiled awkwardly. He had been unaware of such matters until now. Give it to me, he said, taking the marriage certificate. And then he intended to tear apart all the other certificates, leaving Meng Yao's intact. Stop! Meng Yao exclaimed upon witnessing this, quickly restraining Fang Chen. Why would you tear it? Fang Chen replied, I need only your marriage certificate. Upon hearing these words, Meng Yao felt a slight flutter in her heart. Nonetheless, she snatched the marriage certificate from Fang Chen, asserting, But you cannot tear this. It was left to you by your master, a token of his earnest intentions. However, before Fang Chen could respond, Meng Yao interrupted him. Even if you wish to discard this engagement, you must communicate clearly with the other party before dissolving it. If they are waiting for you while you disregard them, would that not be somewhat irresponsible? Fang Chen found himself unable to refute her words. Thus, Meng Yao carefully placed the marriage certificate back into the wooden box, saying, You should keep it for now. If you have the opportunity to visit there in the future, you can clarify matters with them. This way, there will be no misunderstandings, will there? If they have been waiting for you, you must bring them back. You cannot let them down. Fang Chen stared at Meng Yao, deeply moved by her words. With such a wife, what more could a husband desire? He gently embraced Meng Yao, declaring, In this lifetime, I, Fang Chen, shall never let you down. Meng Yao smiled softly and returned his embrace, saying, But let me make one thing clear. No matter how many wives you have, you must marry me first. I want to be the principal wife. Fang Chen chuckled. Having you alone is more than enough for me. They then tidied up their belongings, and once everything was packed, Meng Yao piloted the spirit ship towards the 7th peak of the Tianyu sacred sect's inner gate. The 7th peak, unlike the other peaks, stands alone. While the others boast multiple mountain territories, covering an immense area, the 7th peak, however, is often referred to as the Waste Peak. Fortunately, it retained the main peak from its glorious past, where Fang Chen and his master's wife once resided. The main peak housed only a few palaces, long since dilapidated and in disrepair. Standing before the grand entrance, Fang Chen gazed at the inscription reading Heavenly Temple of the 7 Peaks, his expression a mixture of emotions. Qiu Mei, standing nearby, shared his sentiments. She never imagined she would return one day. Meng Yao remarked, I have investigated the current situation of the 7th peak. There are hardly any disciples here now, just one peak master who has been absent for an extended period. Thus, the 7th peak can be considered yours alone. You may do as you wish. Sighing softly, Qiu Mei lamented, The old man has returned to his homeland. If he were here, at least there would be someone to converse with. He was a mere mortal, having followed Tian Yangzi, and since my arrival, I have cared for him. It has been about 70 years now. Just then, an icy voice echoed from the seemingly deserted 7th peak sacred hall. Old man, you better sign it quickly. Otherwise, I'll gouge out your eyes, cripple your limbs, and hang you in the woods for the ants to devour. Believing in that appearance must be quite delightful. Hurry. That rascal has kept us waiting for nearly 2 days. We need to return promptly to report to Senior Brother Luo. It is truly unfortunate to waste time on a mere mortal like you. Fang Chen furrowed his brow. Senior Brother Luo? Luo Yun? He pushed open the grand door and, upon glancing inside, discovered 3 disciples garbed in inner sect attire surrounding a frail old man, preparing to strike. Upon recognizing the old man, Fang Chen's expression shifted to one of shock. Grandfather Wang. The man under the foot of the leading disciple was none other than the old man whom the mistress had just mentioned had returned to his hometown. In the next moment, Fang Chen's eyes turned crimson. The old man bore a pale countenance, his tattered garments marred by horrifying wounds, clearly indicating he had endured severe mistreatment. His eyes, now ablaze with fury, locked onto the trio. Old man. Xiao Mei also spotted the old man, and upon seeing his pitiful state, her heart ached. Her eyes reddening. Young lady, young master, I have finally awaited your return. The old man, upon seeing Fang Chen and Xiao Mei, was instantly overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his already sorrowful face. How could you arrive so soon? It was evident that he recognized Fang Chen. His face turned ashen, momentarily at a loss for words. They had come to the 7th peak on Luo Yun's orders to seize control of it. Once the 7th peak was under his dominion, Luo Yun would ensure that Ling Fan had nowhere to reside. They arrived on the first day, but the old man was still in the back mountains of the 7th peak, chopping wood and preparing provisions. Given his advanced age, it was customary for him to leave on the first day and return on the second. Thus, they had only just found him now, having assumed they had more time. Unaware that Fang Chen had arrived so early. You are despicable. However, Fang Chen had no intention of engaging in idle talk with the 3. In a flash, he appeared before the leading disciple, delivering a fierce kick. The leading disciple shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, crashing to the ground. The other 2 did not escape Fang Chen's wrath either, as he swiftly dispatched them with 2 powerful kicks. In that moment, Fang Chen's heart was truly filled with a murderous intent. Grandfather, what on earth is happening? Why do they wish to harm you so? He restrained his bloodlust, seeking clarity first. The old man, overwhelmed with joy and tears, immediately responded to the young master's inquiry. The current master of the 7th peak intends to embark on a distant journey. However, according to the sect's regulations, a responsible person for the 7th peak must be appointed. Aside from this old servant, there was no one else. Thus, the master, without hesitation, entrusted the responsibility of the 7th peak to me. Those 3 wished to coerce me into transferring this responsibility to them, but I refused. Meanwhile, Meng Yao elaborated. After the demise of the former master, the 7th peak inexplicably fell into complete desolation, its spiritual energy severely depleted and rendered devoid of value. Consequently, no one coveted it. It merely retained the name of the 7th peak. The current master holds only a nominal title, so to him, appointing a mortal as the responsible party holds little significance, even if the 7th peak were to perish. Fang Chen nodded, realizing Luo Yun's intentions. What a cunning individual Luo Yun is, employing every possible stratagem to achieve his ends. His expression suddenly turned frigid as he fixed his gaze intensely upon the 3 individuals. Upon witnessing this, Meng Yao understood Fang Chen's intentions. She remarked, "You may do anything except for killing. I will handle the aftermath on my end." Fang Chen nodded in acknowledgement, expressing gratitude. However, the countenance of the 3 transformed dramatically, their faces reflecting sheer terror. "You cannot harm me. I am a subordinate of Luo Yun. If you do so, you will be expelled from the Tianyu divine sect. No one will come to your aid." In response to his threats, Fang Chen remained composed. Seeing this, the leading disciple could only plead, "Brother Fang. No, Master Fang, I implore you to spare me this once. I assure you I will not dare again. Truly, I was coerced by Luo Yun to come here. I did not wish to act this way." He repeatedly bowed his head, seeking forgiveness from Fang Chen. Yet, Fang Chen had no intention of showing mercy to one who had harmed his family. The old man had cared for him since childhood, akin to a grandfather. How could he forgive those who inflicted harm upon his kin? He coldly declared, "Return and inform Luo Yun that his days are numbered, less than 3 months remain." Immediately, he struck. A chorus of anguished cries erupted. The 3 were rendered incapacitated, their dantian and arms destroyed, leaving only their legs intact for the journey back. "Get lost," Fang Chen said icily. The 3, in excruciating pain, dared not linger upon seeing Fang Chen's merciless demeanor, enduring their suffering as they fled the 7 Peaks sacred hall. Meanwhile, Meng Yao produced a healing pill for the old man, facilitating the gradual recovery of his injuries. Upon seeing Miss Xiaomei again, tears streamed down the old man's cheeks. "Miss, young master, you have returned," he cried. Xiaomei, also tearful, inquired, "Old man, did you not return to your homeland?" Why are you still here at the Tianyu divine sect? The old man replied, I could not bear to leave you, my lady, hence I remained. I intended to search for you, but being merely immortal and of advanced age, I could not depart. Once I became the caretaker, I was bound to stay, waiting for you and the young master. Fortunately, heaven has been merciful, and I have finally awaited your return. Chiome wiped her tears and asked, Old man, how have you fared these 5 years? The old man smiled faintly, saying, I cultivated some grains in the back mountain, though the journey is a bit arduous. At least I shall not starve. Observing the frail old man, Fang Chen felt a tumult of emotions. He reassured him, Grandpa, rest easy. Now that I have returned to the 7th peak, I will ensure you no longer suffer. The old man gazed at Fang Chen, smiling, with the young master back. The 7th peak finally has a true master. I believe that with you here, it will surely regain its former glory. Fang Chen nodded emphatically, declaring, Rest assured, Grandpa. I will revitalize the 7th peak. The three engaged in lengthy conversations, recounting their experiences over the past 5 years. Once the old man's injuries had improved, they began to explore the 7 Peaks Sacred Hall. Contrary to expectations, the expansive hall, which should have been in disarray and covered in dust, appeared remarkably clean. Thanks to the old man's diligent upkeep over the years, despite the lack of bustling activity. At the back of the 7 Peaks Sacred Hall stood a residence. The very abode where Tianyang Zi once resided, and it was also Fang Chen's home. The residence was remarkably pristine, a testament to the old man's constant efforts to maintain it in anticipation of their return. Following this, Minjao instructed her attendants to move her belongings inside before preparing to take her leave. She turned to Fang Chen and said, I may need to enter seclusion for a while to hone my skills, so you must diligently train. You must secure victory in 3 months, do you understand? I refuse to be a widow at such a young age. If you let me become one, I shall bestow upon you a green hat. Pouting slightly, she adopted a playful yet enchanting demeanor that stirred one's heart. Fang Chen, well aware of Minjao's concerns for him, nodded with a smile, Rest assured, I will triumph. Upon hearing this, a satisfied smile spread across Minjao's face. Suddenly, she leaned closer to Fang Chen and gently kissed his cheek. He was momentarily taken aback. With a hint of shyness, Minjao remarked, Consider this a small token of encouragement. If you manage to defeat Luo Yun, there will be even greater rewards. After saying this, she playfully cast a captivating glance at Fang Chen, not allowing him a moment to respond before stepping onto her spirit vessel and swiftly departing. Fang Chen remained rooted in place, eventually coming to his senses after a considerable time, caressing the cheek that had felt her kiss, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Minjao did not leave immediately. Instead, she called out, Aunt Jing. A graceful woman, around 30 years of age, emerged from the cabin, her beauty radiating a spirited charm. Upon her arrival, she respectfully addressed, Mississippi Minjao instructed, Aunt Jing, ensure the safety of the 7th peak, especially for Brother Fang and the others. I do not wish for them to encounter any danger. Understood, Aunt Jing replied respectfully, and then vanished in a flash. Minjao was well aware that declaring Fang Chen as her fiancé would inevitably attract trouble. This was all she could do for him at present. If she truly wished to be with Fang Chen, her family would pose the greatest obstacle. Previously, Minjao might have resigned herself to her fate, considering she did not expect to live past 20. However, Fang Chen's appearance had ignited a spark of hope within her. Witnessing his unwavering determination despite his apparent fragility during the second trial profoundly moved her, and she was no longer willing to accept her fate. She resolved to fight to the end. Casting one last glance at the 7th peak, she activated her spirit vessel and vanished into the horizon. At the 2nd peak, in Luo Yun's residence, bang! Luo Yun unleashed a palm strike. It pierced through the chests of the 3 leading disciples who had returned. They were immediately sent flying, blood gushing uncontrollably. Why did the boss kill me? They stared wide-eyed, filled with terror and despair, ultimately succumbing to death. Luo Yun remained furiously enraged. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. You can't even handle this trivial matter. What purpose do you serve? The repeated gains of Fang Chen, coupled with Luo Ao's demise, had driven Luo Yun nearly to madness. Junior brother Luo, who has angered you? At that moment, a voice slowly resonated, followed by a tall figure entering the scene. It was Yu Yuanwen. Chapter 29, A 1,000-Mile Shadow Kill. Senior brother Yu. Luo Yun was not surprised. He had just received a report and had invited him in. He gestured for the corpses to be removed and invited Yu Yuanwen to take a seat. Yu Yuanwen chuckled and remarked, I have heard that your cousin, Luo Shidi, was slain during the 7 Peaks assessment, and he has even dared to challenge you to a life-and-death duel in 3 months. Upon mentioning Fang Chen, Luo Yun's countenance darkened further. This insignificant insect shall surely be vanquished after 3 months, he declared. Yu Yuanwen, however, interjected, are you truly intent on engaging him in combat? Luo Shidi, what do you mean by that? Given your esteemed status, it would be beneath you to engage in a life and death struggle with someone of his caliber. Moreover, do you not understand that a swift resolution is often the most prudent course? The news of Luo Ao's demise will undoubtedly reach the Luo family soon. What will their reaction be upon learning that you have not avenged Luo Ao immediately, but instead are waiting for a 3-month agreement? Might they think you fear Luo Ao's surpassing prowess? Yu Yuanwen smiled knowingly. Luo Yun furrowed his brow, having already contemplated these issues. What exactly are you trying to convey? He inquired, gazing intently at Yu Yuanwen. Yu Yuanwen smiled faintly, rising to his feet and slowly articulating, I have come today to assist you, Luo Shidi, and I hope these items will prove beneficial. As he spoke, he placed a jade slip and a talisman on the table before gracefully departing. Luo Yun picked up the jade slip, which prominently displayed the words 1,000-mile shadow kill. Meanwhile, Fang Chen had left the 7th peak and arrived at U City. He had initially intended to cultivate to the 9th level of spirit gathering and then directly break through to the postnatal realm. However, realizing that all resources would be depleted upon breaking through, leaving him unable to sustain further cultivation, he decided to visit U City. By selling a single Luo Ling Dan there and acquiring some herbs for alchemy, he could amass a modest fortune in a short time. Naturally, this process would require a fair amount of time dedicated to refining. Sighing, Fang Chen lamented, it is indeed true that a penny can thwart even the mightiest hero. Fang Chen, just as he was lost in thought, a familiar and melodious voice rang out. Startled, Fang Chen turned to identify a striking figure. It was Lin Xuan. Today, she donned a blue and white dress, and although she was enveloped in layers of fabric, it only enhanced her ethereal beauty. Beside her stood another young man, clad in a long coat of white feathers, exuding an air of elegance, with sharp brows and bright eyes, quite handsome indeed. Yet, his gaze towards Fang Chen was anything but cordial. What are you doing here? Is today not your entrance into the inner sect? Lin Xuan, seemingly oblivious to the tension, maintained her usual aloof demeanor, though her attitude towards Fang Chen softened slightly. Just a hint. It appeared that Minjeo's earlier words had prompted her to reflect, leading her to realize that she had misunderstood Fang Chen previously. I have moved to the 7th peak, Fang Chen replied. I came today to procure some herbs for my cultivation. Oh, Lin Xuan replied coldly, nodding. Miss Lin, who is he? The young man interjected. Lin Xuan responded coolly. Just a fellow disciple. Just a fellow disciple? The young man's eyes narrowed slightly, displaying a hint of disbelief. However, he refrained from probing further and stated, Miss Lin, the auction at the Wangxing auction house is about to commence. We should not waste time here. Lin Xuan nodded. The reason she had come to U City was to represent her family at the upcoming Wangxing auction. Although she was reluctant, her family insisted that she attend, leaving her with no choice but to acquiesce. Upon encountering the young man, she began to comprehend the family's motives. The youth was named Yi Tianyu, and his family, the Yi clan, held a cooperative relationship with hers. Yi Tianyu had long harbored affections for her, and her family sought to facilitate a union between them to strengthen their alliance. However, Lin Xuan vehemently opposed this notion, firmly declaring her intention not to marry. Yet her family continued to orchestrate meetings between her and Yi Tianyu. Despite her disdain, she felt compelled to endure, as the Lin family relied on their collaboration with the Yi clan. Upon hearing Yi Tianyu's words, she nodded and prepared to head to the Wangxing auction house. Yet, Yi Tianyu, gazing at Fang Chen, remarked with a smile, since this is Miss Lin's junior brother, why not allow him to accompany us? It would be a splendid opportunity for him to broaden his horizons, wouldn't it? The more, the merrier, after all. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Xuan agreed. Inquiring of Fang Chen, do you have other commitments? Fang Chen considered that the Wangxing auction house also dealt in spiritual herbs, and selling his Luo Ling grass there while gaining some experience seemed advantageous. Therefore, he nodded and replied, if that's the case, I am grateful. Yi Tianyu smiled and said, no need for such formality, we are all friends. Unbeknownst to Fang Chen, a cold smirk briefly flickered across Yi Tianyu's lips. As one of the top 3 auction houses in the Xindong region, Wangxing Auction House attracted a multitude of visitors for every auction. At that moment, the entrance was bustling with dignitaries from Yuchen and nearby cities. Yi Tianyu, smiling, produced 2 intricately carved golden invitations and presented them to the attendant at the entrance. The attendant received them with a respectful bow and announced, esteemed guests, please enter. 2. Lin Xuan's brow furrowed slightly. Only 2 may enter? The attendant confirmed, indeed. This auction is a members-only event. Only members are permitted entry. You and young master E are both registered members and may enter. But this gentleman is not a member of Wangxing. The attendant cast an apologetic glance at Fang Chen. Lin Xuan's frown deepened. Is there no way to bring another person inside? The attendant reiterated, unfortunately, this is a members-only auction. Rest assured, Wangxing Auction House guarantees your safety during the event. Tianyu smirked slightly, casting a disdainful glance at Fang Chen, then feigned surprise. Oh, could it be that this friend is not a member of Wangxing? I had thought otherwise. My sincerest apologies for your wasted trip. Fang Chen understood that Tianyu clearly knew the rules of the auction, yet had deliberately brought him along to create a predicament. What puzzled him was that he had not offended Tianyu in any way. As expected, this drew the attention of numerous onlookers. Many, upon seeing Fang Chen dressed in particularly plain handmade garments, mocked him for daring to attend such a prestigious auction. He clearly looks like a pauper. Thinking he can participate in Wangxing's auction, one jeered. Does he really believe that just anyone can attend Wangxing? How utterly laughable. Another chimed in. Pauper, this is no place for you. The crowd continued to ridicule Fang Chen, treating him as if he were a mere jester. Lin Xuan discerned that Tianyu was deliberately putting Fang Chen in an awkward position and coldly fixed her gaze upon him, inquiring, what do you mean by this? Tianyu maintained his smile, responding, Miss Lin, this is all a misunderstanding. I never anticipated that this would be a members-only auction. He then mockingly glanced at Fang Chen, declaring, to express my apologies, I shall offer compensation. With that, he produced 2 spirit stones, stating, this is my token of regret, please accept it. Surely, 2 spirit stones must be of astronomical value to you. Ha ha ha. In his final words, he no longer concealed his derision, laughing openly. Subsequently, he tossed the spirit stones directly in front of Fang Chen, akin to bestowing alms upon a beggar. Fang Chen's expression remained indifferent, while Tianyu continued his taunts. You impoverished wretch, do you not know your own station? Xuan is not someone of your lowly ilk to covet. Depart at once. Do not presume that being a disciple of the Tianyu divine sect grants you any significance. I could easily dispose of someone as despicable as you with a mere flick of my hand. Chapter 30. Are you Fang Chen? Fang Chen was taken aback. It seemed that merely conversing with Lin Xuan had prompted this humiliation. He remained composed, though a chill pervaded his heart. He had not offended Tianyu, yet was subjected to such unwarranted disgrace, as if he were mere clay to be molded at another's whim. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Lin Xuan's icy voice. Young Master E, are you insulting my friend? Although she held Fang Chen in contempt, he was someone she had summoned, and she certainly did not wish for him to suffer due to her. She coldly asserted, since my friend cannot enter, I shall not partake in this Wangxing auction house either. Turning to Fang Chen, she instructed, let us leave. Tianyu was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Lin Xuan would care so deeply for this lowly individual. This only served to solidify his suspicions regarding their relationship, as Lin Xuan typically did not greet acquaintances so readily. Yet, when it came to Fang Chen, she displayed remarkable initiative. This infuriated him further, for he possessed both power and wealth. Yet Lin Xuan dared to reprimand him over a lowly character. He coldly warned, if you dare to leave, I assure you that our collaboration with the Lin family will cease from this day forth. Lin Xuan halted in her tracks, turning to him with an icy demeanor. Are you threatening me? Tianyu, unfazed, thought there was no longer any need for pretenses. He replied, do not think that your status as a saintess in the Tianyu divine sect holds any weight. Our families are in a cooperative relationship. The Tianyu divine sect has always been indifferent to external affairs. Do you truly believe that the sect would tarnish its reputation for you? Lin Xuan clenched her delicate hands tightly, wishing to respond with the same assertiveness she had displayed within her sect. However, thoughts of her family rendered her speechless. That was her family. Even if she bore no fondness for it, it remained her home. Are you, a grown man, only capable of threatening a woman? At this moment, Fang Chen stood resolutely before Lin Xuan, speaking coldly. Tianyu regarded him with disdain, sneering, you, a lowly person, dare to oppose me? Do you feel worthy? I advise you to leave immediately, or I shall make your existence a living hell. Fang Chen fixed him with a steely gaze, the corners of his mouth curving upward slightly. See if I am worthy or not. In the next instant, Fang Chen struck him with a resounding slap. With a swift slap, Fang Chen struck Tianyu's right cheek. Tianyu was taken aback by Fang Chen's audacity to resort to violence. Being merely at the pinnacle of the gathering spirit realm, he was utterly unprepared and was sent flying. A hush fell over the crowd, their disbelief evident as they gazed at Fang Chen, astonished that he had acted upon his words. Oh, my face! How dare you strike me? Tianyu wailed on the ground, his eyes filled with rage as he glared at Fang Chen. Desiring the opportunity to be alone with Lin Xuan, He had come unaccompanied. And now, faced with the prospect of retaliation, he found himself at a loss. You're finished. I will surely have my revenge. He snarled menacingly. Fang Chen's lips curled into a faint smile, feeling a sense of exhilaration. He regarded Tianyu and calmly stated, "Remember my name, Fang Chen. I await your vengeance." Lin Xuan was equally taken aback by Fang Chen's directness. Her stunningly beautiful, yet frosty visage was etched with astonishment. Upon hearing Fang Chen's words, her expression became complex. Being astutely intelligent, she understood that Fang Chen had willingly taken the enmity upon himself to spare her from discomfort. She never anticipated that during her most trying moment, it would be Fang Chen standing before her. What is happening? At that moment, an elderly voice resonated. An aged man clad in the elder's robes of the Wangxing auction house approached. Upon seeing the old man, Tianyu's eyes sparkled with hope as he hastily exclaimed, "Elder Lu, this person is causing a disturbance before the Wangxing auction house. He has brazenly resorted to violence. I implore you, Elder Lu, to seek justice for me." Elder Lu, recognizing Tianyu, quickly responded, "Ah, it is young Master Yi." The Wangxing auction house had a partnership with the Yi family, relying on them for a plethora of resources, which contributed significantly to their revenues. Consequently, Elder Lu felt a surge of annoyance at the sight of Tianyu being struck. This was the Wangxing auction house, and to strike someone here was akin to slapping their own face. "I shall see who possesses such audacity," Elder Lu huffed, glaring at Fang Chen. However, upon catching sight of Fang Chen, he paused, pondering why the face seemed familiar, yet he could not recall where he had seen it before. Lin Xuan's expression shifted slightly as she quickly interjected, "Elder Lu, my friend acted on my behalf." Fang Chen maintained his composure, asserting, "One must bear the consequences of their actions. I did strike, yet I did not intend to provoke the Wangxing auction house." Tianyu sneered, "That is not for you to decide, brat. You're doomed." Growing anxious as Elder Lu remained passive, he urged, "Elder Lu, this lad is Fang Chen, merely a penniless boy without any backing." He assumed Elder Lu was hesitating due to Lin Xuan's presence. Fang Chen. Elder Lu's eyes gleamed with recognition upon hearing Tianyu mention the name. Had not Manager Yin been searching for this individual in recent days? "You are Fang Chen?" he inquired excitedly. Fang Chen looked at Elder Lu with suspicion, unsure of the source of his enthusiasm, yet he nodded affirmatively. "I am. Elder of the Tianyu Divine Sect." Fang Chen. Elder Lu pressed further. "Indeed," Fang Chen affirmed with a nod. "Truly you." Elder Lu exclaimed with delight. With a respectful bow, he remarked, "We have sought you with great difficulty. Come, please enter the hall for a discussion." Fang Chen, bewildered, heard Elder Lu invite him into the auction house, and quickly replied, "But I am not a member. I cannot enter." "You are indeed the highest-ranking member of our Wangxing auction house," Elder Lu promptly asserted. Lin Xuan, standing nearby, was equally perplexed. When had Fang Chen become so esteemed? Tianyu also grasped the situation, exclaiming, "Elder Lu, what are you doing? He is just a poor boy, a person of no wealth or power." Upon hearing this, Elder Lu scolded, "Silence! How dare you insult our esteemed guest, young friend Fang? But he is merely a lowly bastard," Tianyu persisted, failing to comprehend the gravity of the circumstances. Fang Chen's expression turned icy. Tianyu's repeated provocations made him feel underestimated. He halted his steps and calmly replied, "Thank you for your kind invitation, Elder. But I am not interested and will take my leave." He sensed that Elder Lu had a request of him, and though he was unsure of its nature, he felt it prudent to gauge their intentions. If they truly valued him, they would certainly take action against Tianyu. If not, he would suffer little loss by simply turning away. "You think you can?" Tianyu sneered, ready to mock Fang Chen once more, but was abruptly kicked out by Elder Lu, landing unceremoniously on the ground. "How audacious! How dare you insult a distinguished guest of Wangxing auction house? Tianyu, Yi family, you truly have a great deal of nerve. From this day forth, our Wangxing auction house will sever all ties with the Yi family. Your membership is hereby revoked," Elder Lu declared coldly. He recognized that Fang Chen was testing their attitude. "Elder Lu, you must be joking." Tianyu panicked completely. The Yi family depended on Wangxing auction house for acquisitions. Without them, the Yi family would suffer tremendous losses. As for seeking other avenues for acquisitions, that was utterly impossible. The larger entities had their own supply chains and would never consider them. If this news reached his family, he might very well face dire consequences. Elder Lu snorted disdainfully. "Am I jesting? Do you truly think I would make light of this situation? How dare you insult me, a distinguished patron of the Wangxing auction house? Tianyu, you truly possess immense audacity. Henceforth, the Wangxing auction house shall sever all ties with the Yi family. Your Wangxing membership is hereby rendered void," Elder Lu proclaimed coldly. He recognized that Fang Chen was gauging their attitude. Elder Lu, are you jesting? Etienne exclaimed in utter panic. The Yi family's very existence relied upon the acquisitions facilitated by the Wangxing auction house. Without it, they would undoubtedly suffer tremendous losses. As for seeking acquisitions elsewhere, that was utterly implausible. Smaller entities could not satisfy their needs, while the larger ones had their own supply chains. How could they possibly consider them? If this news reached the family, he might very well face dire consequences. Elder Lu snorted disdainfully. Jest? Do you truly believe I would jest with you? The Wangxing auction house is never short of families providing materials. There are countless eager to partner with us. Unlike Fang Chen, a formidable appraiser, whose value to the Wangxing auction house is immeasurable. Talented generals are rare, soldiers are abundant. He then disregarded Etienne's pleas for mercy and respectfully addressed Fang Chen. Young Master Fang, please, for Manager Yin has been seeking you for quite some time. Fang Chen was taken aback that they would genuinely sever cooperation with the Yi family on his behalf. Thus, he chose not to refuse any longer. Elder Lu had not forgotten Lin Xuan and, with a smile and a respectful gesture, added, Miss Lin, since you are a friend of young Master Fang, you are also invited to join us. Lin Xuan, still bewildered by the unfolding events, nodded absent-mindedly and instinctively followed them inside. Soon, only Etienne and a crowd of onlookers remained at the entrance. At that moment, the spectators realized Fang Chen's distinguished status, and ironically, it was Etienne who now faced the repercussions. Their expressions shifted as they began to mock him. How could one fail to recognize the implications of his status? He has certainly made a grave error. Indeed, is he not a fool? To have such a simpleton in their family is truly a misfortune. Etienne's expression transitioned from despair to a sinister scowl. Fang Chen, Lin Xuan, I shall remember this grievance today. You shall pay. He spat through gritted teeth, casting a venomous glare at the two who had already entered, before departing silently. Fang Chen was then invited into the most prestigious hall of the Wangxing auction house. Elder Lu had someone serve tea. As Fang Chen took a sip, he immediately felt a surge of vitality coursing through him. His spirit lifted significantly, and he sensed a gradual enhancement of his cultivation. This revelation astonished him. This was his first experience with such exquisite tea. Lin Xuan, somewhat at a loss, managed to maintain her usual aloof demeanor, having seen her fair share of the world. Although she was the holy maiden of the Tianyu divine sect, the Wangxing auction house was an unimaginably vast entity, and this was merely a branch. Therefore, despite her status, she had never received such high treatment. To her utter astonishment, due to Fang Chen, she was receiving the utmost hospitality from the Wangxing auction house. This made her gaze towards Fang Chen increasingly complex. Elder Lu continued to engage in polite conversation, praising Fang Chen for his youth and accomplishments. Before long, the hall door swung open, and a graceful figure entered, none other than Yin Qilan. Today, Yin Qilan donned a resplendent red long kipao, her exquisite makeup enhancing her already enchanting beauty. Upon entering, she surveyed the room, and her gaze lingered upon Fang Chen. Surely, this must be Fang Chen, the esteemed young Master Fang? Yin Qilan inquired with a radiant smile. Fang Chen rose to greet her, saying, Indeed, that is I. Yin Qilan responded with a charming smile. Young Master Fang truly lives up to the rumors. You are indeed a handsome figure. I imagine many ladies must be enamored by you. Fang Chen replied modestly, You flatter me. May I ask why I have been summoned here today? Upon hearing his forthright words, Yin Qilan maintained her smile. Young Master Fang is indeed straightforward. I shall dispense with any superfluous remarks. Allow me to introduce myself. She seated herself gracefully opposite Fang Chen, her kipao unintentionally revealing her flawless, elongated legs beneath. The perfect curves were captivating, reminiscent of a painting. I am Yin Qilan, the petite manager of the Wangxing auction house, she introduced, before directly addressing the matter at hand. Last time, young Master Yuanwen brought a pill to our auction, which was acquired by my establishment. To be frank, I feel somewhat embarrassed. Our auction house, reputed to be among the top 3 in the divine eastern region, failed to discern its counterfeit nature, which tarnishes our esteemed reputation. We later learned that you were the one who identified the pill's inauthenticity. Is that true? Although she was aware it was indeed Fang Chen, Yin Qilan felt compelled to ask again. Lin Xuan, standing nearby, gazed at Fang Chen in astonishment. She was well aware of the prowess of the Wangxing auction house. If they had been deceived by the pill, it must have been a remarkably sophisticated forgery. Yet, Fang Chen had seen through it. Could it be mere luck? At this moment, Fang Chen comprehended the reason for her demeanor. He did not deny it and nodded, affirming, indeed. Upon hearing his confirmation, a spark of excitement danced in Yin Qilan's eyes as she inquired, Might I ask how you discerned its authenticity? Fang Chen recounted the observations he had made regarding the pill's forgery. Yin Qilan listened intently, pondering deeply before asking, So, You can identify the authenticity of both pills and medicinal materials? Naturally, I cannot claim such prowess, Fang Chen replied cautiously. However, I can discern within the 5th tier. In truth, he could also identify 6th tier items, but that would be too extraordinary to proclaim, so he opted for modesty. Yet, his seemingly humble statement caused those present to gasp in astonishment. 5th tier, in the divine eastern region, that was already considered the highest level. Of course, Yan Qilan would not take Fang Chen's words at face value, for there was no evidence to substantiate his claim. She stated, "We happen to possess several auction items whose authenticity we cannot ascertain. Might we request young Master Fang to evaluate them? Should you succeed, our house will certainly not treat you poorly." Fang Chen contemplated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Yan Qilan clapped her hands, and 5 strikingly beautiful maidens entered, each carrying a redwood tray. The trays were covered with cloth, concealing their contents. The maidens placed the trays on the table and gracefully withdrew. "Please proceed with your assessment," Yan Qilan invited. Fang Chen, with no hesitation, approached the first tray and lifted the cloth. Within lay a 2nd-tier elixir, its entire body radiating a vivid crimson hue, marred by cracks, exuding a rich aroma intertwined with a hint of medicinal scent that, upon inhalation, brought forth a sense of tranquility. Yet, upon merely casting a glance, Fang Chen discerned its authenticity. Although the elixir appeared to shimmer with a vibrant glow, such brilliance was but superficial. The cracks were not indicative of excessive heat, but rather remnants of forgery, revealing it as a counterfeit. Yan Qilan's enchanting eyes sparkled with brilliance. It would typically take their appraisers a considerable amount of time to ascertain the truth, yet Fang Chen had unraveled its secrets with but a single glance. "Please continue," she urged. Fang Chen then unveiled the 2nd item, a verdant herb, resembling jade in its exquisite texture, crystal clear and translucent. Upon examination, he exclaimed, "This is the 3rd-tier jade spirit grass, though regrettably, it is a fake." There existed a spirit herb known as the false heaven jade grass, devoid of any efficacy, yet bearing a certain resemblance to the genuine jade spirit grass. With special modifications, one could easily confuse the two. The sparkle in Yan Qilan's eyes intensified, while Lin Xuan, standing beside her, gazed at Fang Chen in sheer astonishment. She was unaware of Fang Chen's remarkable abilities, as his discerning talents were indeed impressive. He accurately identified all 3 remaining items without a single error, further solidifying Yan Qilan's belief that Fang Chen's earlier assessment of the elixir was no mere stroke of luck, but a testament to his true skill. "Young Master Fang," Yan Qilan rose, clasping her hands in respect. "I beseech you to become a guest elder of our Wanting auction house." "Guest elder?" Fang Chen was momentarily taken aback. Yan Qilan nodded earnestly, stating, "As long as you agree, young Master Fang, we are willing to offer you the highest level of treatment. In addition to becoming our most esteemed member, you will enjoy the utmost privileges and benefits across all branches of Wanting auction house, including a generous discount of 30%. Furthermore, we shall grant you an annual stipend of 100,000 spirit stones." Fang Chen felt a surge of temptation upon hearing this. Lin Xuan could no longer maintain her aloof demeanor, her eyes widening in disbelief as she covered her mouth in shock. She could hardly fathom that Wanting auction house would extend such an invitation to Fang Chen. It was worth noting that just over a month ago, he had been nothing more than an unremarkable individual without cultivation. Yet, in such a brief span, he had risen to become a distinguished guest of Wanting auction house. Seeing Fang Chen hesitate to respond, Yan Qilan grew anxious and asked, "Is there anything that displeases you, young Master Fang? We can certainly negotiate further." Fang Chen shook his head, replying, "No, it is simply that I require much of my time for cultivation and cannot commit to daily duties for your esteemed establishment." Yan Qilan's face broke into a radiant smile as she reassured him, "Fear not, young Master Fang. Your responsibilities are quite simple. You need only assist in the authentication of items when we are unable to discern their authenticity. To be frank, the items that evade our appraisal are quite rare, allowing you ample time to manage your own affairs, only requiring your presence when we truly need you." Fang Chen was taken aback. Such an arrangement was indeed a remarkable opportunity, akin to reaping rewards without excessive labor. To refuse would be an utter folly. "In that case, I have no objections." He nodded in agreement. Yan Qilan's smile blossomed further, becoming all the more captivating. "Welcome, young Master Fang, or rather, Mr. Fang Keping, to our Wanting auction house." The hall erupted with enthusiastic applause. Subsequently, Yan Qilan presented a jade token, offering it with both hands and respectfully stating, "Mr. Fang Keping, this is the esteemed first-grade guest token of our establishment. With this token, you shall enjoy the highest privileges at any of our branches." Simply drop a drop of your blood onto the jade token to acknowledge it as yours. The token was adorned with the emblem of the Wangxing auction house, featuring an exquisite character in its center. The guest ranks of Wangxing auction house are divided into 4 grades, with the first grade being the highest and the 4th grade the lowest. Fang Chen's immediate elevation to the 1st grade demonstrates the significance that Wangxing auction house places on him. Fang Chen accepted the token, while Yan Qiulin retrieved a beautifully crafted small bag with golden edges. She elaborated, "This is a spatial storage bag unique to our house, possessing an internal space of 10 zhong, with 100,000 spirit stones already contained within." A storage bag? Fang Chen's eyes gleamed with excitement. Such bags are not inexpensive in the Shandong region. 1,000 spirit stones would only procure a space of 1 zhong. A storage bag of 10 zhong would cost at least 10,000 spirit stones, and given its origin from Wangxing auction house, it would likely require an additional 2,000. "This is exceedingly precious," Fang Chun hastily remarked. Yan Qiulin responded, "Oh, Mr. Fang Keping, this is merely a token of our acquaintance, a gift bestowed upon each elder. Please accept it." Upon hearing this, Fang Chen felt somewhat reassured. Elder Lu, standing nearby, couldn't help but twitch his lips, pondering, is that so? Why wasn't I given one? Of course, he didn't dare voice this thought. Fang Chun then acknowledged the token with his blood, officially becoming an esteemed elder of the Wangxing auction house. "Perfect," Fang Chen said. "I require some spiritual herbs for alchemy. I would appreciate it if Manager Yin could assist me in locating them." Mr. Fang Keping is also an alchemist. Yan Qiulin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Fang Chun did not deny it, nodding in affirmation. "Yes, but I can only concoct 2nd-tier elixirs." Although he inherited the legacy of a 6th-grade alchemist, the ability to create elixirs is intrinsically linked to one's spiritual power, and he is currently only capable of producing 2nd-tier elixirs. 2nd-tier. Yet Yan Qiulin was even more exhilarated, while Lin Xuan beside her gazed at Fang Chun in disbelief. Unable to contain her curiosity, Yan Qiulin inquired, "May I ask how old you are now, Mr. Fang Keping?" "I just turned 17, Fang Chun replied, somewhat perplexed. A collective gasp echoed throughout the room. The reason alchemists are so highly regarded on the continent is due to the formidable barriers to entry, necessitating exceptional talent for alchemy. Even with talent, one must familiarize oneself with thousands of various alchemical materials in the early stages, a process that can be exceedingly tedious. Despite its monotony, alchemy is indeed highly sought after, leading many to strive tirelessly to become alchemists. While there are indeed many who begin discerning herbs at the tender age of 6 or 7, achieving 2nd grade status at 17 is exceedingly rare, and attaining 1st grade is even more so. This is precisely why everyone was so astounded. "Wonderful, wonderful." Yan Qiulin's smile grew even more radiant and enchanting. In her excitement, her cheeks flushed with color, exuding an alluring charm. She felt an overwhelming urge to embrace Fang Chun and shower him with affection. At long last, they at Wangxing auction house had struck gold. "Whatever materials Mr. Fang Keping requires, do not hesitate to ask." Immediately, she summoned someone to bring the 4 treasures of the study, and Fang Chen meticulously inscribed the materials upon it. Yan Qiulin then dispatched individuals to swiftly gather them. Fang Chen inquired, "I wonder how many spirit stones these materials will require." Yan Qiulin smiled and replied, "There is no need for you to be so courteous, Fang Keping. Consider this my invitation. What do you think?" As she spoke, she cast a flirtatious glance at Fang Chun. However, he remained unmoved and resolutely shook his head, saying, "I appreciate your kindness, Manager Yan, but I must bear this expense myself." He was reluctant to owe too many favors. Upon witnessing Fang Chen's steadfastness, Yan Qiulin refrained from pressing the issue further, understanding that persistence would only lead to his displeasure. "Very well, since you insist, I shall offer you a discount of 20%. How does that sound?" "Thank you." Fang Chun did not continue to refuse, recognizing that it would not be courteous to do so. Yan Qiulin quickly calculated the total price, which turned out to be quite reasonable. After the discount, it amounted to merely 1,521 spirit stones. For someone like Fang Chun, who had recently acquired wealth overnight, this sum was more than sufficient. Before long, all the materials were gathered and presented before Fang Chun. Suddenly, Yan Qiulin inquired, "May I ask where you intend to refine the elixirs, Fang Keping?" Taken aback, Fang Chun realized an important detail he had overlooked. He did not possess a cauldron. Instantly, he felt a twinge of embarrassment, unsure how to articulate his predicament. Observing his discomfort, Yan Qiulin smiled charmingly and stated, "We have a designated alchemy room prepared for the elders here, which is also within your privileges." "Then I shall trouble you, Manager Yan," Fang Chen said, bowing slightly. "Please follow me." Fang Chen nodded and stood, before turning to Lin Xuan, who had just emerged from her astonishment, and said, "Sister Lin, I shall take my leave for now." "Ah, all right." Lin Xuan nodded. Her stunning visage softened, her previously aloof demeanor replaced with a touch of adorably naive charm. Yin Qilan, witnessing this, exchanged a knowing glance with Elder Lu, who instantly comprehended and nodded in agreement. As Fang Chen departed with Yin Qilan, Lin Xuan remarked, "Then I shall take my leave as well." Elder Lu called out, "Miss Lin, please wait a moment." "Is there something else, Elder Lu?" she inquired. With a gentle smile, Elder Lu said, "We have recently severed our partnership with the Yi family and are considering seeking a new collaborator. I recall that the Lin family also engages in such business. How about this? Our two families could collaborate, providing us with the same amount that the Yi family did previously at the same price. What do you think?" Upon hearing this proposal, Lin Xuan's delicate form trembled slightly, her expression rife with disbelief. Chapter 33. Alchemy. Unbeknownst to Fang Chen, his farewell before departing had inadvertently aided Lin Xuan's family. Under Yin Qilan's guidance, they ascended to the third floor of the Wangxing auction house. This level was even more opulent, yet noticeably less populated. As individuals passed by, they respectfully greeted Yin Qilan, while casting curious glances at Fang Chen. Soon, they arrived at a deeper section where numerous alchemy rooms were located, many of which were evidently in use. Yin Qilan led Fang Chen to the last alchemy room. Upon opening the door, he found it to be quite simple, containing a furnace, a stone table, and various necessary tools for alchemy. With a bewitching smile, Yin Qilan inquired, "Fang Keqing, how do you find this alchemy chamber?" Fang Chen nodded appreciatively. "It is indeed quite splendid. Thank you, Manager Yin." Yin Qilan continued, "Would you require an alchemical attendant? If you desire a maid, I can arrange that for you as well. Should you wish for my personal company, I am at your service." Yin Qilan possessed a mature beauty, complemented by her voluptuous figure, an allure that Fang Chen, at his age, found difficult to resist. Fortunately, having been seasoned through various experiences, particularly under the tutelage of Meng Yao, Fang Chen managed to maintain his composure. He replied, "Thank you, Manager Yin, but I can manage on my own." "What a pity." Yin Qilan feigned a sorrowful expression, but quickly regained her composure, offering a graceful bow. "In that case, I shall not intrude further." Fang Chen returned the gesture, watching her depart before he finally entered the alchemy chamber. Once inside, Fang Chen laid out all the materials and picked up a quill to begin writing. Moments later, a formula appeared, the very elixir he intended to concoct, which, when combined with the Luo Ling grass, would amplify its efficacy several-fold, named Luo Tiandan. At this moment, a sense of nervousness washed over him. After all, this was his inaugural attempt at alchemy. He pondered whether his intellect would suffice, even if his hands faltered, to successfully create the elixir. Nevertheless, he steeled himself, thinking that even an unsightly bride must meet her in-laws. Should he fail, he could always try again. As he had ample materials prepared, he ignited the alchemical furnace and commenced the refinement process. With precision, he controlled the flame, refined the herbs, fused them, and ultimately succeeded in forming the elixir. Following the steps from the inherited knowledge, he felt akin to a sixth-tier alchemist, surprisingly adept at the craft, hardly reminiscent of a novice. After half an hour, gazing at the freshly concocted Luo Tiandan, Fang Chen was elated. "I cannot believe my first attempt was indeed a success. This inheritance is truly remarkable. I feel just like that sixth-tier alchemist." He carefully stored the spiritual elixir, then recalibrated his focus. It was time to restore his spiritual energy and continue the refinement. In the ensuing hours, Fang Chen successfully crafted 3 additional Luo Tiandan without a single mishap. He gradually became more accustomed to the alchemical process, shedding the initial self-doubt and anxiety. Moreover, he discovered that the act of alchemy could indeed enhance one's mental acuity. Although the enhancement was modest, it constituted a form of cultivation. With a broader smile, Fang Chen contemplated the elixir in his hand and mused, "This place is quite secure. Why not cultivate right here?" With that thought, he seated himself on the ground, steadying his breath, and consumed one of the Luo Tiandan. Instantly, a surge of pure medicinal energy coursed through his body, entering his dantian and radiating to his limbs and bones. It must be said that Fang Chen's sword demon physique was extraordinarily prodigious. The medicinal energy entered his system and was immediately absorbed without a trace of waste. His power experienced a qualitative leap, elevating him directly to the pinnacle of the 8th stage of spirit gathering. To his astonishment, while absorbing the medicinal energy, he simultaneously practiced the fierce magic sword technique, which unexpectedly activated the heavenly Dao demon bone, accelerating his cultivation even further. With such progress, Fang Chen no longer had to worry about a shaky foundation. Free from any concerns, He hesitated not a moment longer and swallowed another luo tian dan. For the next 5 days, Fang Chen devoted himself to rigorous training. When he finally reopened his eyes, he found that his cultivation had ascended to the pinnacle of the 9th level of spirit gathering, just a step away from breaking through to the postnatal realm. Savoring the enhancement within himself, Fang Chen felt a profound sense of satisfaction. However, it was a pity that he had not entered the small tower once more. It seemed that access to the tower was contingent upon achieving a breakthrough to the postnatal realm. Yet, he was in no rush to make that leap, as carrying the Yungxian pill was quite cumbersome. Thus, he had left the elixir at the 7th peak and had not brought it back with him. Having spent 5 days here, it was time for him to return. He recalled that inner disciples were granted an opportunity to enter the Spirit Surge secret realm upon breaking through to the postnatal realm. Although the spiritual energy there was tumultuous, it was an excellent place for rapid improvement. Once he returned and achieved his breakthrough, he intended to visit the Spirit Surge secret realm to solidify and enhance his strength. After leaving the alchemy chamber, Fang Chen did not encounter Yan Qilan, so he bid farewell to the maid on guard outside and departed from the Wanzheng auction house. However, shortly after his exit, Yan Qilan entered the alchemy chamber accompanied by an elderly man. The old man was clad in alchemist robes, adorned with a badge on his chest, indicating that he was indeed a third-tier alchemist. Approaching the alchemical furnace, he took a gentle whiff and confidently declared that it was a second-tier elixir, and of quite a superior quality. Although Yan Qilan was prepared for this revelation, she was still taken aback. A 17-year-old second-tier alchemist, Fang Chen was truly intriguing. A subtle smile graced her lips, revealing a captivating yet mature allure as she gazed in the direction Fang Chen had departed, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. As Fang Chen exited the Wanzheng auction house, night had already fallen. Nonetheless, he paid little heed to the darkness, as it posed no significant hindrance to him. Thus, he made his way toward the outskirts of the city, preparing to return to the 7th peak. Upon leaving Yechen, Fang Chen had to traverse a mountain forest to reach his sect. Suddenly, he heard the sound of air being sliced through the dense woods, although the noise was faint. Having reached the pinnacle of spirit gathering and possessing the sword demon physique, his senses were heightened, enabling him to rival those of practitioners in the postnatal realm. Instantly, he became alert. Simultaneously, he activated the soul heaven demon eye, swiftly locking onto 3 approaching figures. The trio, clad in black garb and wearing black masks, had eyes that glimmered with a chilling light beneath their masks. Remarkably, all 3 were formidable first-level practitioners of the postnatal realm. Assassins. Fang Chen quickly deduced their identity. In an instant, the 3 surged toward him, sparing no time for conversation, brandishing their lethal blades aimed directly at his vital points. Their movements were swift, precise, and lethal, clearly indicative of well-trained assassins. Had they encountered any other at the pinnacle of spirit gathering, even reacting would have been a challenge, let alone evading them. Unfortunately for them, they faced Fang Chen. In an instant, Fang Chen sprang into action. The Heiming sword was drawn, and a surge of demonic energy enveloped him. The fierce demonic sword art was unleashed, deflecting the trio's onslaught. The Soul Heaven Demon Eye's mental attack was deployed, causing one of the assailants to experience a piercing headache, momentarily disorienting him. Without a moment's hesitation, Fang Chen struck. With a single stroke, he severed the man's head from his body. With his mental prowess now at the 3rd level of the postnatal realm, none below the 3rd level could disregard the mental assault of his Soul Heaven Demon Eye. The remaining 2 were left in shock. They did not anticipate that the mere spirit gathering realm cultivator, Fang Chen, could not only detect their movements, but also swiftly eliminate one of their own. This is bad. This individual's strength does not match the intelligence we received. Withdraw. One of the assassins exclaimed, retreating hastily. Although skilled in the art of assassination, the assassins were ill-equipped for direct confrontation. After their first failure, they would invariably choose to retreat, even when facing someone as seemingly insignificant as Fang Chen, especially since they sensed he was no ordinary spirit-gathering realm practitioner. Leave. No one shall escape. Fang Chen's voice was laced with coldness, and in the next instant, he vanished from sight, moving with a speed that surpassed even the 2 innate realm assassins. Chapter 34. Become my peak's errand disciple with a fierce execution of the demon's sword technique. Fang Chen advanced in a single step, instantaneously positioning himself behind one of the assassins. With a swift stroke, he severed the head from its body, blood gushing forth like a fountain. He then lunged forward, showcasing the formidable prowess of his sword demon physique as he quickly pursued the remaining assassin. I'll fight you to the end. The assassin, taken aback by Fang Chen's astonishing speed, realized escape was futile and lunged at him in desperation. Fang Chen scoffed. Invoking the Soul Sky Demon Eye, the ferocious demon sword technique erupted forth, delivering successive strikes that the assassin could not hope to withstand. His arms were severed with ease. Yet, Fang Chen did not deliver the killing blow. Instead, he pinned the assassin beneath his foot and coldly inquired, "Who sent you? Who are you?" The man, now disarmed, wore a grotesque expression, his eyes filled with malice as he glared at Fang Chen. "It matters not to tell you. We are from the 1,000-mile shadow kill. Someone has paid for your life. As for who that is, you shall never know in this lifetime." He let out a sinister laugh before spewing forth a mouthful of black blood, dying on the spot. Fang Chen's brow furrowed slightly. This man had evidently consumed a poison pill, demonstrating a grim resolve. 1,000-mile shadow kill. Fang Chen pondered gravely. This organization is one of the 3 foremost assassin groups in the Divine Eastern region, possessing immense power and specializing in clandestine killings, loyal only to the highest bidder. The group is shrouded in mystery, with no known leader or headquarters. The only individuals who would send assassins after me must be Luo Yun, Yuan 1, or that Etnu I offended previously. However, it is most likely Luo Yun, given the depth of our enmity. His eyes narrowed slightly, a cold smile playing on his lips. This is intriguing. Casting one last glance at the corpse, he made no further delay and departed. As the night deepened, upon returning to the 7 Peaks Sacred Hall, Fang Chen found the old man waiting for him before the main hall. "Grandfather, why are you still awake at this late hour?" Fang Chen inquired. Upon seeing Fang Chen return, the old man's fatigue vanished. He spoke urgently, "Young master, it's not good. Shortly after you left, a large group arrived, demanding your presence." "A large group?" Fang Chen's brow furrowed. "Is the mistress all right?" The old man shook his head. "The mistress is unharmed. When they saw you did not appear, they intended to break in, but fortunately, an elder from the Tianyu divine sect intervened and drove them away." Hearing this, Fang Chen felt a slight sense of relief before asking, "What do they want with me?" "They claim you are unworthy of Miss Meng and wish for you to leave the Tianyu divine sect," the old man replied. Fang Chen suddenly realized that after confirming his bond with Meng Yao, troubles had indeed come knocking on his door. He inquired, "Will they come today?" The old man replied, "After learning of your absence, some have departed while others intend to wait for your return. However, a particularly stubborn individual has been coming daily and only returns at night." "I understand," Fang Chen responded. "Grandpa, you should rest. I shall handle this matter. Young master, please be cautious. Those individuals possess formidable strength." The old man expressed his concerns. "Rest assured," Fang Chen assured him, and only then did the old man retreat to his room to rest. Yet, after the old man left, Fang Chen's expression turned somber. Undoubtedly, these individuals had come due to his relationship with Meng Yao. "I shall see who dares to cause trouble," he thought. That night, instead of returning to his room to cultivate, he positioned himself outside the 7 Peaks Sacred Hall, practicing the fierce sword demon technique while awaiting the arrival of that person. The following morning, Fang Chen was drenched in sweat as he slowly retracted the black, crying sword from his grasp. The fierce sword demon technique had reached its 3rd layer, resulting in a significant enhancement in both technique and power. Fang Chen estimated that with his current strength, coupled with the sword demon physique, he could easily confront a typical cultivator at the 3rd level of the postnatal realm. Yet, this was insufficient. Fang Chen sensed that his attacks were too singular. To defeat Luo Yun within a mere 3 months, he needed to master other techniques and abilities beyond just the fierce sword demon technique. After a night of contemplation, he conceived an alternative method for rapid advancement. This involved the paths of the body and spirit. Upon entering the postnatal realm, 2 pathways emerged, the path of Dao and the path of body. The path of Dao encompasses the cultivation of both the Dao and spiritual strength, while the path of body focuses on physical cultivation, which is divided into various stages: body refinement, bone forging, marrow cleansing, I Ching, golden body, divine power, celestial body, and 1,000 mountains. Body refinement targets the gathering spirit realm and progresses from there. Generally, individuals choose this path when they cannot comprehend the Tao texts, remaining stagnant at the Yuan realm for life. However, this does not imply that the path of body is weak. On the contrary, it is immensely formidable. In the same realm, cultivators of the path of Tao are no match for those of the path of body. Nonetheless, the pursuit of physical refinement is exceedingly resource-intensive, as the body undergoes significant strain and potential damage during cultivation. Without rare treasures, aspiring far along the path of body is but a pipe dream. Furthermore, in later stages, body cultivators at equivalent realms often find themselves inferior to those who cultivate the Tao, leading many to abandon this route. Yet, Fang Chen was different. His body was that of a sword demon, inherently suited for physical cultivation. As for rare treasures, With his current status as a first-tier guest elder at the 10,000 Stars auction house, he need not worry in the early stages. With this thought, Fang Chen mused. The Eightfold Mountain is not only a sanctuary for cultivation, but also a haven for physical refinement. After resolving this matter, he would venture to the Eightfold Mountain, break through to the postnatal realm, and pursue the path of body. At that moment, a figure appeared on the distant horizon, swiftly approaching his location. Fang Chen immediately took notice as the figure drew near, revealing a strikingly handsome young man, approximately 20 years old, with a shaved head. Upon encountering Fang Chen, his eyes brightened, and he brandished his long staff, pointing assertively. "You are Fang Chen," he proclaimed with pride. Fang Chen nodded in affirmation. The man, with a thumb pointed toward himself, declared, "I am Steel Tiger, the pinnacle genius of the younger generation from the third peak. At the second level of the postnatal realm, I have grasped a glimmer of the great Dao's fortune and aspire to comprehend the Dao text upon entering the innate realm. Only someone as exceptional as I am worthy of Sister Ming. I command you to immediately annul your engagement with her. The fortune of the great Dao signifies the prelude to comprehending the Dao text, a feat not easily achieved by all, unlike Fang Chen, who grasped it in an instant. The difficulty of understanding the Dao text has discouraged the aspirations of many cultivators. To perceive even a sliver of the great Dao's fortune in the postnatal realm is already a remarkable accomplishment." Fang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. "What if I refuse?" Steel Tiger, unfazed by the response, swung his staff and declared, "Then we shall duel. If I win, you will withdraw from your pursuit of Sister Ming." Fang Chen retorted, "I am at the pinnacle of the spirit-gathering realm, while you are merely at the second level of the postnatal realm. Do you not find this somewhat unfair?" Pinnacle of the spirit-gathering realm? Steel Tiger paused, finally registering that Fang Chen's cultivation was indeed solely at the spirit-gathering level. "How can you be so weak? What could Sister Ming possibly see in you? If I win, it does seem a bit like bullying." He fell into a moment of distress. Fang Chen found amusement in this. While Steel Tiger exhibited some talent, his straightforward nature was commendable. He was proud, yet not the type to exploit his advantages. An idea sparked within Fang Chen. If he could recruit this individual to the seventh peak, it would be advantageous. The development of the seventh peak could not rely solely on him, and since he often needed to leave, it was imperative to have someone to safeguard his master and grandfather. With this in mind, he proposed, "I am willing to accept your challenge. But what if I emerge victorious?" "Impossible," Steel Tiger replied confidently. "I cannot possibly lose. Since it is a duel, there must be a victor and a vanquished. If I win and gain nothing, why should I engage in this duel?" Fang Chen questioned. "Indeed," Steel Tiger conceded, recognizing the logic. "Then what would you have me do if you win?" He was a forthright individual, as evidenced by his stubborn persistence in remaining here while others had departed. A subtle smile graced Fang Chen's lips as he replied, "If I win, you shall join my seventh peak as a humble disciple." Chapter 35. How about this? Upon hearing this, Steel Tiger was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. "You truly have the audacity to suggest becoming a mere errand disciple of your seventh peak? Do you dare?" Fang Chen gazed at him calmly. "Very well." Steel Tiger agreed without hesitation, convinced of his impending victory. Believing that any stipulation Fang Chen proposed would be moot, Fang Chen smiled slightly. "Then let us engage in battle." The two positioned themselves outside the sacred hall of the seventh peak, preparing for combat. Steel Tiger swung his iron staff, roaring, "Today, let it be known that only a genius like me is worthy of Sister Ming." With his staff radiating golden light, he unleashed a flurry of golden afterimages, rendering them difficult to perceive. In the blink of an eye, he launched himself forward, arriving before Fang Chen in an instant, and struck down with a single blow. Countless luminous rods surged towards Fang Chen from all directions. Unbeknownst to them, a graceful woman atop the lofty peak observed the scene. She was Jing Yi, sent by the Dream Yao sect. The radiant shadow technique of the third peak. This little bald head has surprisingly mastered such a demanding technique, which speaks to his capabilities. Jing Yi mused. She then turned her gaze to Fang Chen. "This time, I shall refrain from intervening and observe the prowess of the young man favored by the young lady." Previously, when Fang Chen was absent and the Seven Peak Sanctuary was besieged, it was she who resolved the predicament. She regarded Fang Chen with disdain, believing he was unworthy of the young lady's attention. However, under the young lady's command, she had no choice but to comply. Meanwhile, the Steel Tiger charged forth. Dozens of luminous rods simultaneously descended upon Fang Chen. He remained utterly unperturbed. A flash of crimson flickered in his eyes. The Soul Heaven Demon eye unfurled. Instantly, the trajectories of the dozens of rods were laid bare to him. A slight smirk graced his lips as he drew the Black Ming sword. With formidable reflexes and the strength of his physical body, he astonishingly withstood the steel tiger's ferocious assault. How is this possible? The steel tiger's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never encountered anyone who could so effortlessly withstand such a blow. Moreover, Fang Chen was merely at the pinnacle of spirit gathering. He should have succumbed to his prowess. Yet, Fang Chen effortlessly held his ground. What are you dawdling for? It's my turn. Fang Chen's gaze turned sharp in an instant. The fierce demon sword technique erupted. His aggressive and grandiose moves, combined with the sword demon physique, allowed him to execute the third tier of the demon sword technique with remarkable finesse. His overwhelming offensive pushed the steel tiger back repeatedly. The steel tiger sought to counterattack, only to realize that he was not merely caught off guard by a momentary lapse. Fang Chen's onslaught was inherently swift. Had he not been an extraordinary late-stage practitioner, he likely would have already been defeated. What on earth is happening? The steel tiger was profoundly shaken, and he recognized that Fang Chen was not as he had been rumored. The whispers suggested that Fang Chen's success in the Seven Peaks assessment was merely a stroke of luck. But now it was evident that he possessed the strength to claim victory. I cannot afford to lose. If I am defeated by someone at the pinnacle of spirit gathering, my reputation will be tarnished. Realizing Fang Chen's true strength, he resolved to hold nothing back and exert his full effort. You, young man, are formidable. You have earned the right for me to unleash my full power. He remained as arrogant as ever, confident of his impending victory. Is that so? Fang Chen replied calmly. Unfortunately, I shall not grant you that opportunity. As he spoke, a crimson glow flickered in his eyes. The steel tiger suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. Although he quickly regained his composure, that fleeting moment provided Fang Chen the chance to strike. The magic energy on the black Ming sword surged violently, rapidly coalescing into a purple magical blade. A terrifying aura of demonic energy surged forth, accompanied by a piercing sword intent. He bellowed. The purple magical blade descended. The steel tiger had only just regained his senses and was unable to unleash his powers in time to defend himself, resorting instead to blocking with an iron rod. Boom! The purple magical blade struck the steel tiger, sending him flying several feet through the air. He spat out a mouthful of blood and crashed heavily to the ground. This strike is a mystical technique that Fang Chen comprehended while practicing the third layer of the fierce demon sword technique. It can instantaneously gather demonic energy and sword intent, unleashing a terrifying force that ordinary early-stage practitioners cannot withstand. Steel Tiger felt a heaviness in his head, and a tearing pain surged in his chest. At that moment, Fang Chen approached him, pointing his sword at Steel Tiger, and declared, "You have lost." Steel Tiger gazed at the menacing Black Ming sword within arm's reach, fully aware of his defeat. "I refuse to accept this. I have yet to exert my full strength. You ambushed me. This does not count." He glared at Fang Chen, clearly aggrieved. Fang Chen maintained a calm demeanor, a slight smile curling at the corners of his lips. "What of it? Are you still unconvinced?" Suddenly, a character for sword gradually materialized behind Fang Chen, encircled by a luminous halo, signifying the Dao text. This is the Dao text, and it is a second-level Dao text. Steel Tiger was momentarily stunned, his already small eyes nearly bulging out. The Dao text. It is the aspiration of countless practitioners. Even he, who was hailed as a genius, had only grasped a hint of the Dao's essence at the early stage. Yet Fang Chen, merely at the peak of the spirit-gathering realm, had comprehended a second-level Dao text. "Why you? How did you achieve this?" Steel Tiger stammered in astonishment. Fang Chen smiled lightly, responding, "It is not difficult. If you join my seventh peak, I can teach you." "All right." Without a second thought, Steel Tiger eagerly agreed. His eyes burned with fervor as he declared, "As long as I can grasp the Dao text, I will leave the third peak and join the seventh peak." Fang Chen was not surprised. The Dao text was the pursuit of all practitioners. They would sacrifice everything to awaken it. Knowing this, Fang Chen was certain that someone as obsessed with martial arts as Steel Tiger would undoubtedly join the seventh peak. "So you concede?" he inquired. "I concede. I concede." Steel Tiger nodded without hesitation. "I will return to handle matters now. I will join the seventh peak in a few days." Fang Chen's ability to perceive the Dao text at the spirit-gathering realm indicated his exceptional talent. This could very well be a golden opportunity for him to ascend rapidly. Although it was risky, the path of cultivation was fraught with unknown dangers. "Very well." Fang Chen nodded. "I shall await your arrival." Without further ado, Steel Tiger made his promise and departed. As for Fang Chen's revelation of the Dao text, he felt no concern. His comprehension of the Dao text could not remain concealed indefinitely. It would eventually be discovered. Moreover, being discovered might not be a negative outcome. It could potentially draw the sect's attention to him. In the distance, Aunt Jing had only just regained her composure, yet her heart still brimmed with shock. A second-level Dao text. No wonder the young lady held him in such high regard. He was indeed a prodigious talent. Reflecting on this, a spark of realization flashed in her eyes. The young lady's discernment is truly remarkable. If this young man matures, his future achievements will undoubtedly be boundless. At that moment, her previous condescension towards Fang Chen vanished entirely, and she even contemplated uniting Fang Chen and the young lady. No, Fang Chen's extraordinary talent must not be revealed to the sect so soon. If others take advantage of this, the young lady's efforts would be in vain. I must catch up with that young man. No matter what, I cannot allow him to disclose Fang Chen's second-level Dao text. Additionally, she needed to assist him in swiftly completing his transfer to the peak. As she contemplated this, her figure flickered and vanished, darting towards the direction of Steel Tiger. Upon returning to the estate, Fang Chen recognized that even if Steel Tiger genuinely intended to come, it would likely take several days. However, the very next morning, Steel Tiger reappeared, brandishing the jade slip that confirmed his transfer to the 7th peak. Junior brother Fang, I have officially transferred to the 7th peak, he exclaimed, brimming with excitement. So soon? Fang Chen replied, somewhat taken aback. Steel Tiger scratched his head and remarked, I didn't anticipate it would go so smoothly. Perhaps Master believes my resolve is firm. Fang Chen nodded, not giving it much further thought. Steel Tiger, with eager anticipation, asked, so, Junior brother Fang, can you begin teaching me now? Fang Chen cleared his throat and replied, there's no rush. I will teach you once I break through to the postnatal realm. After that, my comprehension of the Great Way will be significantly enhanced. He was not merely brushing off Steel Tiger. It was generally acknowledged that cultivators gain deeper insights after a breakthrough. Steel Tiger understood this well and nodded in agreement. All right, I shall await your breakthrough, he said, then cautiously inquired, when do you expect the breakthrough? Fang Chen replied, I need to visit the Eightfold Mountain for my breakthrough. During my absence, I hope you can protect the 7 Peaks Sacred Hall, especially my master and grandfather Wang. They are merely mortals, and I do not wish for them to come to harm. That is not a problem, Steel Tiger assured, thumping his chest. Junior brother Fang, you can go without worry. As long as I am here, I will ensure they remain unharmed. Moreover, the sect has regulations against wanton killings, and the same applies to mortals. If no one witnesses anything, they may act with more boldness, but in my presence, they will not dare to be reckless. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen felt a slight sense of relief. Before departing, he visited Tianyang Mansion to pay his respects to Chiu Mei, advising her to stay indoors if possible. Naturally, she and the old man agreed. Having completed all these matters, Fang Chen left the 7 Peaks and headed towards the Yuzi Peak. Yuzi Peak is the true center of the Tianyu Divine Sect, housing the Spirit Tool Pavilion, Divine Pill Pavilion, and the Library Pavilion, much like the Yuzi Peak. The Eightfold Mountain, one of the 3 sacred cultivation sites, is nestled in the rear of Yuzi Peak. After traversing several hills, a prominent black mountain loomed ahead, exuding a tumultuous aura of spiritual energy. Dark clouds perpetually shrouded it, with flashes of lightning intermittently illuminating the surroundings. This was the Eightfold Mountain. Fang Chen landed at the foot of the mountain, where a broad clearing lay, marking the entrance to the Eightfold Mountain. Halt! A young man blocked Fang Chen's path at the entrance. The youth, appearing to be around 20 years of age and clad in a blue and white robe, clearly exuded the air of a senior disciple. He scrutinized Fang Chen with a dismissive gaze. Fang Chen clasped his hands in greeting, saying, Senior brother, I am a newly initiated disciple and am entitled to 1 complimentary entry to the Eightfold Mountain. He then produced his disciple token, which Dream Yao had provided him during his relocation. The young man arrogantly accepted the token, glancing at it nonchalantly, but suddenly froze. 7 Peaks. Indeed, Fang Chen confirmed. The young man seemed to recall something, and with a cold snarl, he commanded, take your token and leave. The 7 Peaks is a defunct peak, unworthy of entry into the Eightfold Mountain. Fang Chen furrowed his brow, clearly perceiving that this individual was targeting him, unwilling to allow his entrance to the Eightfold Mountain. He coldly remarked, the 7th peak is also part of the inner sect's 7 peaks, and thus possesses the authority to access the Eightfold Mountain. I declare that you shall not enter. The youth sneered, today, I am on duty. If I say you cannot pass, then you cannot. Fang Chen fixed his gaze upon him and inquired nonchalantly, are you a subordinate of Luo Yun or Yu Yuanwen? If he had indeed offended any influential figures within the sect, it could only be those 2. It was evident that no one else would obstruct him without cause. Clearly, this was orchestrated by either Luo Yun or Yu Yuanwen, or perhaps this individual was deliberately acting to curry favor with them. The youth's expression shifted slightly as he shouted, what nonsense are you spouting? Get lost immediately. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite. The unusual scene attracted the attention of others, who began to gather around. Many of whom, like Fang Chen, were newly admitted disciples. Fang Chen's demeanor turned frigid as he replied, "The one who should leave is you." Wielding a mere chicken feather as though it were an imperial edict. "Do you truly believe you possess any significance? What of the senior disciples? Do they have the right to expel others at will?" The newly admitted disciples exhibited expressions of indignation and outrage upon hearing his words, evidently having faced similar harassment from the youth before. "You slanderous fool." The youth's face turned pale, shouting, "Summon the law enforcement hall. Let them see if I am indeed slandering." Fang Chen retorted coldly, "Indeed. Bring them forth." He confiscated a spirit stone from me before allowing my entry. He even threatened me. This is intolerable. Many of the other newly admitted disciples rose in anger, prepared to unite against the youth. The youth, witnessing this, was thrown into disarray. Oppressing the new disciples was a colossal blunder, coupled with his prior harassment and forcible collection of spirit stones. This was a matter that could not withstand scrutiny. "Fang Chen, you." The youth's face flushed a deep red, veins bulging, yet he found himself at a loss for words. "Step aside," Fang Chen commanded coldly. "I detest those who bully the weak while cowering from the strong. Entering the inner sect without diligent cultivation. Engaging in such petty thievery. Individuals like you are nothing but a stain upon the TNU divine sect, a disgrace." Well said. The new disciples erupted into applause. The senior disciples looked upon the youth with disdain and disgust, feeling shame to be associated with him. The youth's complexion shifted from green to red, his gaze dark and resentful, realizing that he would likely fail to fulfill Luo Yun's directive today. If this matter escalated, he would be the one to suffer. Yet, he was unwilling to let Fang Chen go, and could only send a chilling thought transmission. "Fang Chen, wait for it. I, Zhongguan, will not let this matter rest." With that, he stepped aside, his expression as dark as a stormy sky. Fang Chen cast him a glance, unconcerned, and, under the admiring gazes of the new disciples, strode into the Eightfold Mountain. Zhongguan's countenance remained grim, a fierce killing intent lurking within the depths of his eyes. "This is far from over. I cannot quell my rage without your demise." He seethed through gritted teeth. The Eightfold Mountain comprises 4 vast regions designated for disciples' cultivation, respectively named Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. It is rumored that there are other superior areas within the Eightfold Mountain, specifically designated for the cultivation of elders and formidable beings. As Fang Chen has only recently embarked on his journey and is at the gathering spirit realm, he naturally opts for the most elementary yellow-grade area. The 4 primary regions are interconnected, yet their entrances are situated in different locations. Upon arriving at the entrance of the yellow-grade area, he encounters a formation obscured by mist. Passing through this haze will lead him into the true essence of the Eightfold Mountain. Fang Chen steps forward without hesitation, and as he emerges from the mist, a torrent of violent spiritual energy assaults him. Before he can absorb it, this rampant energy begins to surge into his body. If not refined in a timely manner, it could pose significant harm. Fortunately, as this is merely the entrance, Fang Chen is able to withstand the ferocity of the spiritual energy. Gazing into the yellow-grade area, he observes a desolate mountain peak. The region is expansive, and numerous new disciples are found practicing their cultivation in solitude across various locations. With this in mind, Fang Chen makes his way deeper into the area, intent on finding an uninhabited spot for focused cultivation. This proves to be a simple task, as the yellow-grade area is indeed vast. Soon, he discovers a small hill with a stone wall, a perfect site for training that is unlikely to attract attention or interference. Fang Chen settles onto the ground and retrieves the Yungxian pill he earned from the 7 Peaks assessment. With the Yungxian pill, along with a drop of sword demon blood remaining within him, breaking through to the acquired realm should pose no challenge. However, this represents merely a standard breakthrough. Given the celestial treasures at his disposal, combined with the heavenly Dao demon bone and the sword demon physique, he contemplates attempting a dual breakthrough of both body and technique. Should fortune favor him, he may even unlock a meridian. The gathering spirit realm, as its name implies, focuses on gathering spiritual energy. Once the spiritual power within one's body accumulates to a certain level, it can circulate throughout the entire being. Successfully circulating it once can unlock a meridian, signifying entry into the acquired realm. If one can circulate it twice, they would reach the 2nd level of the acquired realm. After unlocking a meridian, further openings may be postponed until the innate realm is reached, at which point unlocking another meridian would signify entry into the innate stage. However, cultivators who manage to unlock only a single meridian are typically quite weak, serving merely as stepping stones for geniuses. Within the human body, there are a total of 36 meridians, Unlocking all of them to enter the Zhou Yuan realm marks one as a top-tier genius, with a promising future ahead. Yet, even those hailed as geniuses usually manage to unlock no more than 18 meridians. Very few achieve the feat of unlocking all 36 meridians before entering the Zhou Yuan realm. Fang Chen acknowledges that while aspiring to become the foremost individual in the Divine East domain may be challenging, he possesses a degree of confidence in unlocking 18 or even over 20 meridians. At that moment, the surrounding violent spiritual energy begins to surge once more, attempting to invade Fang Chen's body. The longer one remains within the eightfold mountain, the more intense the spiritual energy becomes. Newly initiated disciples can generally endure no more than a single day in this mountain. The process involves first utilizing the surrounding spiritual energy to impact the physical body, followed by circulating one's own spiritual power throughout the body to push physical limits. Such a breakthrough would allow for entry into the acquired realm while simultaneously achieving a first level of body refinement, thereby realizing a dual breakthrough of both body and technique. Such methods of breakthrough are not a secret. However, the process is exceedingly arduous. If one falters, it could lead to immense personal harm, even resulting in the shattering of one's stanchion. Consequently, many opt for a conventional breakthrough rather than the dual cultivation of body and law. Yet, Fang Chen remains undeterred. For he possesses the sword demon body, the sword word Dao text, the Yunxian pill, and the celestial Dao demon bone. To harbor fear would be to squander such gifts. Thus, he ingests the Yunxian pill and commences his breakthrough. Meanwhile, Zhongguan kneels before Luo Yun, his expression resolute. Luo Yun gazes at him and states coolly, "Are you truly determined? This man must not live. My heart's resentment cannot be resolved otherwise. I implore you, senior brother Luo." Zhongguan replies with a fierce countenance. Chapter 37. Breaking through the post-heaven realm. Luo Yun exhales deeply and says, "If that is your wish, then proceed." With a flick of his wrist, a black dagger materializes in his hand. This is a first-tier yellow-grade assassination artifact, known as the Flowing Shadow Blade, capable of killing unseen. After you have slain him, depart immediately. Even if the law enforcement hall investigates, they will find no evidence linking you to the act, even if they suspect you. Luo Yun instructs. Understood. Zhongguan respectfully accepts the Flowing Shadow Blade, nodding earnestly. Rest assured, senior brother Luo, I shall not disappoint you. With a wave of his hand, Luo Yun bids Zhongguan farewell. After Fang Chen consumes the Yunxian pill, a circulatory pathway forms spontaneously within him. This is precisely why the Yunxian pill is deemed essential for breaking through the post-heaven realm. It paves a pathway uniquely suited to the individual, ensuring that the breakthrough is devoid of misdirection. Should one attempt to break through independently, any error in the circulation of spiritual energy could result in severe self-harm. Once the circulation pathway is determined, Fang Chen begins to gather spiritual power and set it in motion. Simultaneously, a torrent of violent spiritual energy continuously surges into Fang Chen's body. Utilizing the sword demon body, he voraciously absorbs and refines it, transforming it into his own spiritual power to integrate into the operational array. This enables a broader pathway, allowing for a swifter operation of spiritual energy in the future compared to others. As the spiritual energy begins to circulate, the first meridian is opened. This process requires utmost concentration. Even the slightest negligence could lead to failure. It is imperative to maintain a sufficient supply of spiritual energy. Any deficiency could result in disaster. As his aura grows increasingly potent and the spiritual energy reaches its midpoint, Fang Chen extracts the last drop of sword demon blood from his dantian to infuse it into his flesh. In an instant, an excruciating pain rends through his entire being, accompanied by a slight tremor throughout his body. Another surge of energy follows the spiritual power, entering into the body refinement process. This is Fang Chen's intention, to employ the sword demon blood as a medium to break through the physical body and enter the body refinement realm. The dual operation will facilitate better integration, significantly benefiting Fang Chen in the future and preventing any rejection that may arise from dual cultivation of body and law. However, this process is fraught with agony and is exceedingly prolonged. Fang Chen feels as if swarms of ants are gnawing at him, coupled with a burning sensation akin to that of purgatory, causing his veins to bulge. Each refinement feels like countless hammers striking his flesh, a torment that is nearly unbearable. Were it not for Fang Chen's formidable willpower, even a peak practitioner of the gathering spirit realm would find it exceedingly difficult to endure. Even those who can ascend the 300 tiers of the celestial ladder are powerless against this overwhelming and despairing anguish. The most excruciating aspect is the state of one's mind, which, amidst such suffering, incessantly whispers, Give up. Why endure such torment? A typical breakthrough suffices. One could enhance the physical body later. Why pursue the arduous dual cultivation of body and technique, adding unnecessary hardship to oneself? You possess the small tower, relying on it. You can still become a formidable powerhouse. Why subject yourself to such trials? Is it not preferable to attain strength with ease? The voice within continuously urged Fang Chen to relinquish his ambitions, and even he found himself wavering. Yet, thoughts of his master's and mistress's expectations, the humiliation from Luo Yun and Su Wan'er, the despair before death, Meng Yao's hopes, and Lin Suiyan's aloof gaze ignited a fierce determination within him. He must grow stronger, immensely stronger. He must reassure his master and mistress. He must make Luo Yun and Su Wan'er pay the price. He could not endure such despair any longer. He wished for Meng Yao to find joy in having him as her fiancé. For this, what is a little pain? Ah! He silently roared in defiance, gritting his teeth to endure. A day passed in a blink, yet for Fang Chen, it felt interminable, each moment stretching like a year. Suddenly, with eyes closed, Fang Chen opened his eyes, revealing a blood-red gaze brimming with fervor. In the next instant, his aura surged, and he completed the circulation of his spiritual energy, achieving the first level of the postnatal realm. Furthermore, through the activation of the blood of the sword demon, he completed his body refinement, successfully breaking through the physical realm as well, advancing 3 minor levels to reach the 3rd level of body refinement. At last, he had entered the postnatal realm. Feeling the changes within, Fang Chen was overwhelmed with excitement. His danshan had expanded to twice its size, more than triple that of an ordinary practitioner of the postnatal realm. The first meridian within him had opened, and it was none other than the central meridian, the most challenging among the 36. Consequently, his speed in circulating spiritual energy was several times faster than that of ordinary practitioners, and the flow of energy through his limbs and bones was significantly smoother. Although merely a matter of speed, in combat, this advantage could tilt the scales of victory, potentially determining the outcome of a battle. Moreover, in daily cultivation, his progress would outpace others significantly, yielding numerous benefits. Achieving the 3rd level of body refinement granted Fang Chen the strength of 5 cauldrons, and his reflexes multiplied accordingly. In combat, this became a formidable asset, allowing him to contend with opponents below the 7th level of the postnatal realm without issue, and even challenge those at the 7th level. At that moment, the small tower within his danshan stirred slightly. The 3rd layer had been unlocked. Filled with joy, Fang Chen wasted no time entering the small tower. Upon reaching the 3rd layer, he found it unchanged, with a table and a box. Opening the box, he was astonished to find 4 drops of sword demon blood and an ancient tome. As anticipated, he had surmised that the sword demon blood was the fundamental reward of each layer, a constant until he truly became an ancient sword demon. He stored the 4 drops of blood in his danshan and then picked up the ancient book. Upon opening it, a surge of delight filled him. What a remarkable technique for cultivating mental strength. Such methods are exceedingly rare, even within the esteemed Tinyu divine sect, which possesses only a scant few. Most are of mundane quality, with merely 2 or 3 classified as yellow grade of the 1st or 2nd tier. Yet, before me lies a tome of yellow grade, 9th tier. This revelation fills Fang Chen with immense excitement. Should this knowledge be disseminated, it would undoubtedly drive countless cultivators in the Eastern Divine region into a frenzy. The yellow grade 9th tier technique, Unyielding Sea of Consciousness, comprises 9 levels. It has the capacity to expand the sea of consciousness, augment mental strength, and, upon reaching mastery, one can attain extraordinary mental abilities. A spark ignites in Fang Chen's eyes, refining mental strength. The purer the mental energy, the greater its potency. Like an accumulation, during clashes of similar mental forces, it is often the more refined energy that prevails. Furthermore, when executing techniques of mental power, the process becomes remarkably fluid and flawless. I have been troubled by the lack of a formidable mental cultivation technique. With this method at my disposal, I can momentarily set aside that concern. This small tower possesses a certain sentience, intuitively understanding my most pressing need. He smiles slightly before emerging from the tower. However, instead of immediately opting to practice the unyielding technique, he resolves to cultivate the path of the physical body. I am still within the 8th peak and cannot squander the abundant spiritual energy here, coupled with the blood of the sword demon coursing through me. This presents an excellent opportunity for body refinement. He then prepares to commence his training in the physical path. Suddenly, Fang Chen senses a mental presence locking onto him. Having broken through to the acquired realm, his sea of consciousness and mental strength have experienced significant enhancement, surpassing that of an ordinary acquired realm 3rd layer. He is acutely aware of the other's perception. Without hesitation, he extends his own mental awareness and swiftly discerns the identity of the one who has marked him. It is he. Fang Chen's expression turns frigid as he recognizes that the intruder is Zhongguan, who had previously made things difficult for him at the entrance of the 8th peak. What could he want? Surely, he does not intend to kill me? Fang Chen's eyes narrow slightly, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Just in time, having recently broken through, he is in need of a sparring partner. Chapter 38. Ambush and counterattack. He summons the Black Ming's sword, placing it beside him, and sits cross-legged on the ground, feigning a posture of deep meditation. Unbeknownst to Zhongguan, his movements have already been detected by Fang Chen. Upon sensing Fang Chen's position, a malevolent grin spreads across his face. At last, I have found you. Grasping the flowing shadow blade, he stealthily approaches Fang Chen, confident that with his acquired realm's second-layer power, he can silently dispatch Fang Chen on the spot. He has even prepared a potion capable of erasing all traces, ensuring Fang Chen disappears from this world entirely. 10 zhong. 5 zhong. 3 zhong. Fang Chen remains seated, seemingly unaware of Zhongguan's approach, until he is 2 zhong away. Zhongguan, filled with lethal confidence, thinks to himself, this is it. Die. With a sinister smile, he swings the flowing shadow blade toward Fang Chen's back. Yet, at this critical moment, Fang Chen moves. He swiftly unsheaths the Black Ming's sword and blocks the attack. Clang. The sharp sound of metal clashing resonates. This. Zhongguan's eyes widen in disbelief. Logically, Fang Chen should not have been able to defend against the strike unless he had prepared in advance. Even if you are prepared, what difference does it make? In the realm of spirit gathering, Zhongguan felt assured of his victory, for he was a practitioner of the second level of the postnatal realm. However, at that moment, Fang Chen's aura erupted, revealing him to be merely at the first level of the postnatal realm. How could this be? Just a few days prior, Fang Chen had been at the spirit gathering realm, and now he had seemingly broken through to the postnatal realm. Yet, with a cold sneer, Zhongguan dismissed it, proclaiming, what does it matter if you have entered the postnatal realm? A novice like you is no match for me. As his words fell, he unleashed the shadow blade, aiming to strike Fang Chen down before he could react. Unbeknownst to him, Fang Chen's mastery in the Dao of cultivation was at the postnatal level, while his body refinement had reached the 3rd level of body tempering. Coupled with the sword demon physique, his speed was far beyond that of Zhongguan, who had yet to cultivate the body tempering stage. In the instant Zhongguan struck, Fang Chen swiftly turned to counter, simultaneously unleashing his spiritual power and executing the fierce demon sword technique. With a resounding impact, they clashed once more, but this time, it was Zhongguan who was forced back several steps, his arm numb and weakened. Zhongguan's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this the fighting prowess of a newly minted postnatal practitioner? Yet, Fang Chen offered no respite. In this deadly encounter, time was of the essence. Discovery could lead to grave consequences. He activated the Soul Heaven Demon Eye, launching a mental assault. Instantly, Zhongguan was beset by excruciating pain in his head, his gathered spiritual energy collapsing in an instant. With his breakthrough into the postnatal realm, Fang Chen's Soul Heaven Demon Eye attack had grown significantly stronger, capable of inflicting sharp pain on early-stage postnatal practitioners, rendering them defenseless. Fang Chen closed in on him without hesitation, and in a swift motion. His sword carved a deep gash across Zhongguan's neck. As the pain registered, Zhongguan snapped back to reality, his eyes filled with fear and disbelief. He had not anticipated Fang Chen's decisiveness, which allowed him no chance of reprieve. You will not die well. Senior brother Luo will avenge me. He gasped with his last breath before succumbing. Fang Chen remained unperturbed, retrieving the shadow blade from Zhongguan's grasp. A yellow-grade weapon, not too shabby, he mused, stowing it away in his storage pouch. He then began to search Zhongguan's corpse, not surprised to find that he lacked a storage pouch, as not everyone possessed one. Nevertheless, he discovered 10 spiritual stones and a vial of potion. Upon opening the vial, a foul, corrosive odor wafted forth, causing Fang Chen to frown slightly. Yet, he couldn't help but smile. Desolate water. I was just pondering how to dispose of the body, and this fellow has conveniently provided me with a solution. He poured the potion directly onto Zhongguan's corpse, which immediately hissed, as if devouring the body. Within the span of a mere incense stick, Zhongguan's remains vanished, as though he had never existed in this world. Realizing that he could no longer cultivate in this area, Fang Chen sought a more secluded location. After confirming that the surroundings were clear, he sat down to begin his cultivation of the body Dao. He first refined a drop of sword demon blood before drawing in the surrounding chaotic spiritual energy to temper his body. This method of cultivation is equally excruciating. Fang Chen must not only endure the radiant energy refined from the blood of the sword demon, but also confront the agonizing trials of physical tempering. Although the process is arduous, the speed of this tempering is remarkably swift and devoid of any adverse effects. Thus, Fang Chen spent a full 20 days on the 8th heavy mountain. On this particular day, Fang Chen's aura surged dramatically, his physical body reaching the 7th level of body tempering, with strength soaring to 100 dings. Yet, he remained somewhat dissatisfied. Having consumed 2 drops of the blood of the sword demon, he found it disheartening that he had only managed to break through to the 7th level of body tempering. This pace felt rather sluggish. Should anyone else hear his lament, they would undoubtedly rebuke him. After all, it takes an ordinary person an entire year of relentless training to achieve such a feat. However, Fang Chen's dissatisfaction stemmed from his awareness of the formidable nature of the blood of the sword demon, which appeared to offer limited benefits in terms of body tempering. It seemed prudent to conserve this blood for enhancing his physique or elevating his cultivation and spiritual strength. He resolved to seek out some medicinal herbs specifically for body tempering at the earliest opportunity. What pleased him was that the 2nd meridian had already opened halfway under the impact of the blood of the sword demon. With continued practice, complete activation was merely a matter of time. Yet, Fang Chen realized he must depart. His current state was saturated, precluding any further absorption of spiritual energy. Remaining any longer would severely affect his well-being. It was time to return. Upon his next visit, he would prepare some body-tempering elixirs. Confident that breaking into the bone-forging realm would pose no issue. As for the blood of the sword demon, it would be better utilized for enhancing his constitution or elevating his cultivation and spiritual prowess. It appeared that the remaining 3 drops of blood were insufficient for his needs. As he made his way to the exit, he contemplated how to judiciously employ the blood of the sword demon to augment his abilities. In the midst of his thoughts, he exited the 8th heavy mountain. Fang Chen's departure went unnoticed by anyone, and no one suspected that a life had been extinguished within the mountain's confines. However, just as Fang Chen stepped out, a formidable consciousness locked onto him. Fang Chen furrowed his brow. This presence was incredibly potent, undoubtedly belonging to an elder. As anticipated, a middle-aged man clad in elder robes approached swiftly, arriving before Fang Chen in a matter of steps. Yet, the man's expression was grim, filled with malevolence. "You are Fang Chen?" he inquired coldly. "Indeed," Fang Chen replied. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed as he coldly stated, "So you are the one who killed Luo Ao?" Fang Chen immediately understood that this man was from the Luo family. "I did kill him," he acknowledged without hesitation. The middle-aged man was taken aback by Fang Chen's nonchalance. His fearless demeanor in the presence of an elder inciting both anger and amusement. "Very well, as long as you dare to admit it. Do you understand? You have slain someone you should not have," he hissed. "He sought to kill me. I merely acted in self-defense." "What of it?" Fang Chen retorted coldly. "He sought to kill you. Therefore, you should have been the one to perish. What is his status, and what are you? A mere wretch compared to him. How dare you presume to stand with him?" The middle-aged man barked. Suddenly, he coldly declared, "I am Luo Ao's uncle, Luo Tianxiao. You have killed him, and I shall ensure you accompany him in death." "What? Elder, do you intend to kill me here?" Fang Chen maintained his composure. Luo Tianxiao sneered. "A wretch like you is not worthy of my personal involvement. I hereby command you, in my capacity as a core elder, to journey to one of the 3 sacred domains, the realm of all things, in 3 days. A newly opened small world there necessitates exploration by disciples. In the Tianyu Divine Sect, elders are categorized into 4 ranks: outer gate, inner gate, core, and elder. The core elders possess the authority to command inner gate disciples. "Elder Luo, this behavior seems rather inappropriate," a voice interjected. Fang Chen turned to see the speaker, the outer gate's alchemy pavilion master, Elder Hongyun, whom he had only met once before. Despite her position as the alchemy pavilion master in the outer gate, Elder Hongyun was indeed an inner gate elder, though her status was still a notch below Luo Tingxiao's. Upon recognizing her, Luo Tianxiao coldly retorted, "Elder Hongyun, this matter does not concern you." Yet, Elder Hongyun was undeterred, stating, "Elder Luo, it is rather improper to impose such difficulties upon a disciple." Luo Tianxiao scoffed, "I have the authority to command disciples. How is this an imposition? Besides, the exploration of a new world offers substantial rewards, and others would fiercely desire the opportunity." Elder Hongyun replied, "Elder Luo, stop obfuscating. I am aware of your intentions. Such actions are not permitted within the Tianyu Divine Sect." Luo Tianxiao remained indifferent, coolly responding, "I do not comprehend your insinuations, and I am not coercing him." He looked disdainfully at Fang Chen, adding, "Of course, he has the option to refuse. However, Such a refusal will incur appropriate penalties. This statement was indeed true. As a core elder, he wielded sufficient authority. It could be said that for Fang Chen, as long as he remained an inner gate disciple, Luo Tianxiao could easily orchestrate his demise. Fang Chen's expression grew icy, as Elder Hong Yun transmitted her voice to him. Do not agree. You have killed Luo Ao. He will undoubtedly arrange for your assassination during this exploration. In the new world, death will go unaccounted for. Only compensation will be provided. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen finally grasped Luo Tingxiao's intentions. He inquired telepathically, what if I refuse? Elder Hong Yun responded, if you refuse, you may face a reduction in your stipend or confinement. However, given Luo Tingxiao's animosity towards you, confinement could last up to 6 months. Fang Chen fell silent. It was a critical period for his cultivation, and confinement would be a tremendous setback. Moreover, in 2 months, he was to engage in a life-and-death duel with Luo Yun, and he could not afford to be confined under any circumstances. He asked again, Elder, if I agree to enter, what is the maximum strength of the cultivators he could send to kill me? If I agree and subsequently emerge, can he still target me? Elder Hong Yun replied, the entrance to the new world is unstable. Cultivators of too high a level may cause a collapse. So only those at the 7th level of the acquired realm can enter. Should you emerge, he cannot command you for 6 months thereafter. This is also a sect regulation to prevent core elders from specifically targeting disciples. 6 months, is it? I understand now. Thank you, Elder. Fang Chen expressed his heartfelt gratitude, astonished that Elder Hong Yun, despite their mere acquaintance, had offered him such assistance. He then turned to Luo Tianxiao and declared, very well, I shall participate. Since entry is limited to the 7th layer, what do I have to fear? Though I may not be able to defeat him, surely I can evade him. Luo Tianxiao was taken aback, not expecting Fang Chen to genuinely accept. With a disdainful sneer, he remarked, you certainly possess courage. Fear not. I shall ensure you are well received in the new world, so you may come to realize that crossing the Luo family is the gravest mistake of your life. He laughed heartily, reveling in his triumph, and vanished into the distance like a fleeting light. How could you agree? I warned you that he seeks your life. Hong Yun reproached. Fang Chen clasped his hands in gratitude once more, saying, thank you for your warning, Elder, but I must confront this challenge. Otherwise, I shall know no peace in the days to come. Rest assured, even if I cannot prevail, I can certainly evade. Seeing Fang Chen's determination, Hong Yun felt it was too perilous to dissuade him further. May you find fortune in your choice, she said, her voice tinged with resignation. Seemingly upset or remorseful, she chose not to linger and departed. Throughout the ordeal, Fang Chen maintained a calm demeanor, his gaze resolute and frigid. You wish for my demise. The Luo family is not yet capable of such a feat. He scoffed inwardly, choosing not to tarry and heading towards the 7th peak. Meanwhile, Luo Tianxiao made his way directly to Luo Yun's residence, disregarding his seclusion and intruding without hesitation. Luo Yun, unperturbed, inquired, Uncle, what brings you such ire? Luo Tianxiao fixed his gaze on Luo Yun, sneering, do you truly not comprehend the source of my anger? How long has it been since I returned to the Luo family? Luo Ao has been slain, and the murderer roams free. Tell me, why should I not be enraged? Were it not for that brat from the Yu family alerting me, would I still be in the dark until my return? Fury coursed through Luo Tianxiao. Luo Ao had been a promising junior he held dear, and now he was gone. Luo Yun, however, was prepared for this confrontation. Rest assured, Uncle, I have arranged a 3-month appointment with that Fang Chen. When the time comes, I shall slay him in the arena and demonstrate to all that the Luo family is not to be trifled with. Luo Tianxiao scoffed. Do not presume I am unaware of your motives. You seek to secure your position as the foremost talent of the Luo family to ultimately seize control. Now that Luo Ao has gained prominence, you perceive a threat and have orchestrated his demise through another's hand. Upon hearing this, Luo Yun's brow furrowed. The Luo family was not united, divided into factions, with Luo Yun and Luo Tianxiao representing opposing sides. As a core elder of the Tianyu divine sect, Luo Yun held considerable authority within the family. This was why he had opted for a more troublesome approach when seizing Fang Chen's heavenly Dao Bone, rather than allowing Luo Tianxiao to take action. Yet, he understood that this was not the time to confront Luo Tianxiao openly, so he reiterated, rest assured, Uncle, I shall avenge our cousin by slaying that scoundrel. Luo Tianxiao, with a dismissive air, replied, no need. I have already arranged for him to participate in the New World expedition in 3 days. I shall arrange for my disciples to enter together. His death is inevitable. After speaking, he cast a cold glance at Luo Yun and remarked, I hear you recently acquired the heavenly Dao Bone, extracted from that Fang Chen. Quite a remarkable feat. Indeed, that even I, Your uncle was unaware of it. Focus on your cultivation. This trivial matter I shall handle myself. With that, he departed without waiting for Luo Yun's response. Luo Yun gazed at the direction in which Luo Tian had left, his expression darkening to an extreme. However, he quickly regained his composure and called out, "Come here." A shadow materialized before him, respectfully kneeling on the ground. Luo Yun instructed, "You will also participate in this new world expedition. Should those individuals fail to eliminate Fang Chen, it will be your task. If possible, it would be best to gain Fang Chen's trust first." "Yes." The shadow nodded respectfully before departing. Luo Yun paid no further heed to anything else and resumed his cultivation, awakening the heavenly Dao Bone. Upon returning to the Seven Peaks Sacred Hall, Gang Hu rushed over immediately. "Ah, junior brother Fang, you have finally returned." Upon seeing Fang Chen, Gang Hu nearly burst into tears. On his first day here, Fang Chen had left directly, leaving the vast Seven Peaks under his care. Regrettably, the spiritual energy of the Seven Peaks was utterly depleted, and cultivation could only rely on spirit stones. Yet, even for a genius like him, the spirit stones were insufficient for such demands, leaving him utterly distressed over the past few days. Just as Gang Hu was about to share his grievances from the past few days, he noticed that Fang Chen had actually broken through to the postnatal realm. Overjoyed, he exclaimed, "Junior brother Fang, you have made a breakthrough?" Fang Chen nodded. "That's wonderful. Can we begin now?" he eagerly inquired. "Yes," Fang Chen replied, not declining. For this was indeed his promise to Gang Hu. He then looked at Gang Hu and asked, "Which character's Dao do you intend to comprehend?" "Naturally, it is the Dao of War." Gang Hu replied excitedly. "The Dao of War can enhance combat prowess. If I can grasp it, my fighting capacity will surely multiply." Dao of War. Fang Chen was somewhat taken aback, as he initially thought Gang Hu would seek to comprehend the Dao of the Staff. However, he said nothing further and nodded, saying, "You should wait for me at the training ground. I will meet with Master first, then join you." "Very well." Gang Hu had no objections. Fang Chen then visited Chiu Mei and sought out the old man to treat his persistent back pain, before heading to the training ground to meet Gang Hu. "Junior brotherling, can we start now?" Gang Hu looked at Fang Chen with anticipation. Fang Chen nodded, "Of course." Chapter 40. The Dao of War with a thought. The Sword Dao text manifested before them. The myriad paths of heaven and earth, though seemingly diverse, ultimately converge into one. Each path appears distinct, yet shares an underlying unity. Fang Chen's comprehension of the Sword Dao text was not solely bestowed by the heavenly Dao Demon Bone, but rather stemmed from genuine awakening and understanding, with the heavenly Dao Demon Bone serving a supportive role. Thus, Fang Chen's grasp of the great Dao was profoundly sincere. This is also why he was confident that Gang Hu could similarly awaken his own Dao text. Though their paths may differ, the essence of all paths remains the same, allowing one to derive their own Dao text from his comprehension. After expounding upon the essence of the great path, Fang Chen remarked, "First, delve into my sword character Dao text to grasp the fundamental principles of the Dao, and then integrate it into your martial path." Such a method of cultivation is quite prevalent. Within the TNU Divine Sect, elders often present their Dao texts for others to comprehend. However, these sessions typically involve hundreds or even thousands of participants, making it nearly impossible to attain any meaningful insights. In contrast, this one-on-one comprehension is immensely more effective, akin to having exclusive access. "By the way," Fang Chen inquired, "since you wish to understand the battle character Dao text, do you have any preparations?" "Indeed," Steel Tiger replied, retrieving 2 jade slips and an ancient tome from a nearby satchel. These contain detailed explanations and discussions on the battle character Dao text. "May I take a look?" Fang Chen asked, finding it a pleasant diversion. Of course, Steel Tiger handed over the items and resumed his contemplation of Fang Chen's sword character Dao text. Fang Chen began by perusing the ancient tome, authored by a formidable figure who had awakened the battle character Dao text. The insights regarding the battle character were exceedingly thorough, revealing numerous interpretations. For instance, though the world may be at peace, to forget war is to court danger. The concept of battle encompasses both external aggression and internal fortitude. Fang Chen discerned that the essence of battle resides more within the heart than in external manifestations. As he continued reading, he began to experience faint insights. He then picked up the jade slips and began to study them as well. Meanwhile, Steel Tiger was immersed in his own understanding of the sword character Dao text, and both were engrossed in their respective cultivations. "It appears that Dao texts are indeed profound," Fang Chen mused, and after some time, Steel Tiger finally gleaned some insights. Gradually becoming exhilarated, he felt confident that he could comprehend a Dao text upon entering the pre-heaven realm. Suddenly, he noticed a flicker of light near the sword character Dao text. The light swiftly transformed into a character. "Battle. Battle?" he exclaimed, the battle character Dao text. Steel Tiger was instantly electrified. Have I truly comprehended the battle character Dao text? Ha! Just as he was about to burst into laughter, he realized something was amiss. Wait, why is that Dao text manifesting near junior brother Fang and not with me? Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. The luminous aura of the battle character Dao text was not directed towards him, but rather towards Fang Chen. This was not the battle character Dao text he had comprehended. It was evidently Fang Chen's own realization. At that moment, he stood frozen, his gaze fixed intently on Fang Chen without blinking. Meanwhile, Fang Chen finished examining the last jade slip and remarked, the battle character Dao text is indeed profound and inscrutable. He then sensed Steel Tiger's unwavering stare and queried, why are you looking at me? Aren't you going to continue your comprehension? Steel Tiger remained silent, instinctively raising his finger towards the battle character Dao text. Fang Chen turned to look and was equally astonished. You comprehended it? He asked. Steel Tiger remained mute, and it dawned on Fang Chen that the battle character Dao text, positioned adjacent to the sword character Dao text, was unmistakably his own realization. He stood there, motionless, and after a considerable time, he finally regained his composure, uncertainly asking, have I comprehended the battle character Dao text? You pose that question to me? Who else am I to inquire? Steel Tiger sprang up, lamenting, oh my heavens! This is the profound text I yearn to comprehend. After so much effort, I still haven't grasped it. Those concepts eluded me for ages. Yet he merely glanced at it once. Just once. And he discerned it. Is there no room left for others? Fang Chen, equally flabbergasted, acknowledged that after his perusal, he did indeed glean some insights, and even his heavenly Dao demon bone reacted. However, he assumed he had merely touched upon the essence of certain grand principles, unaware that he had actually comprehended the war character Dao text. As he contemplated the war character Dao text, realizing its significance, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. As the name implies, the war character Dao text enhances combat prowess, yet it possesses the potential to elevate Fang Chen's combat strength by an entire minor realm. Though it seems merely a minor realm, it wields tremendous influence during Fang Chen's battles against opponents of higher tiers. My heavenly Dao demon bone. Could it be any more extraordinary? Fang Chen mused. Meanwhile, Steel Tiger continued to bemoan his fate, struggling to accept this reality. Observing this, Fang Chen, somewhat exasperated, remarked, Steel brother, why be so despondent? My understanding of the war character Dao text enables you to grasp it directly, thus accelerating your own comprehension. Steel Tiger still bore a woeful expression, fixating intently on Fang Chen. He had always considered himself a prodigy, believing he was at least marginally inferior to the top echelon of the Tianyu divine sect. However, Fang Chen's emergence made him acutely aware of the harsh truth. There will always be someone more talented. It was utterly astounding. If you were to showcase your talents, you would undoubtedly receive the sect's focused cultivation, he said enviously. Fang Chen replied with a gentle smile, I wish to remain on the 7th peak for now. As for sect cultivation, that can be discussed later. He added, all right, let us continue our training. I will share my insights on the war character Dao text with you, which I believe will be immensely beneficial. Steel Tiger could only nod in agreement and resumed his practice. 2 days later, Steel Tiger sat cross-legged in the center of the training field. Under Fang Chen's guidance, his understanding of the war character had made significant progress. Although he couldn't fully grasp it, what he had acquired was sufficient for a month or two of training. At that moment, Fang Chen's storage bag emitted a sound. With a thought, he retrieved the source of the sound. It was a guest token from the Wangxing auction house. After sensing its significance, he learned that someone was seeking him. Given that his upcoming entry into the 10,000 Things realm would undoubtedly entail fierce battles, he needed to prepare thoroughly. He refrained from disturbing Steel Tiger's training and departed directly towards the Wangxing auction house. Before long, he arrived at the Wangxing auction house, where Elder Lu awaited his arrival. Upon seeing Fang Chen, he respectfully ushered him inside. They entered the highest grade parlor, where Yen Qiulin, adorned in a golden cheongsam, revealed her long, fair legs, exuding an enchanting allure that captivated all. Upon Fang Chen's arrival, she broke into a radiant smile and said, Guest Fang, you have arrived. Please take a seat. Fang Chen clasped his hands in greeting, Manager Yen. He then inquired, May I ask what matters you wish to discuss? Yen Qiulin, with a smile, replied, You remain as forthright as ever, Guest Fang. In that case, I shall speak plainly. She clapped her hands, and outside the door stood 3 exquisite maidens, each gracefully carrying a tray, which was veiled by delicate fabric. Yen Qiulin remarked, In recent days, the people below have procured these 3 items. Although they could not discern their true nature, they sensed that these objects were extraordinary, hence they brought them back. My appraisers have examined them as well. Yet they too found it difficult to ascertain their value. Thus we must seek your expertise, Fang Chen. With that, she instructed the maidens to unveil the cloth. Fang Chen gazed upon the 3 items. 2 were medicinal materials, while 1 was a magical artifact. The artifact resembled a shield, adorned with grotesque faces of malevolent spirits. He could even perceive an eerie energy emanating from it. It felt as though the sinister visages were leering at him, seemingly intent on pulling him into the shield itself. Noticing Fang Chen's keen interest in the shield, Yin Qilan was not surprised. She cautioned, Fang Chen, exercise caution. This shield is a growth-type magical artifact. Growth-type artifact. Fang Chen exclaimed, a hint of astonishment coloring his voice, for such artifacts were exceedingly rare. They could elevate their rank much like cultivators. Each growth-type artifact held a measurable value. Yin Qilan nodded, but then a wry smile crossed her face as she continued. However, this artifact possesses a certain malevolence. Malevolence? Fang Chen inquired. Indeed, it consumes its master. Chapter 41. The demonic shield consumes its master. Fang Chen felt a tremor within. Artifacts that devour their wielders were not uncommon, particularly among those of a more sinister nature, where the wielder often met a tragic fate. Even the most formidable weapons were typically avoided by all but the most reckless of individuals. Yin Qilan elaborated. If this were merely a weapon of malice, it would be one thing, but this object is exceptionally fierce. Almost anyone who wields it will be met with a backlash. We have brought it forth to see if you can resolve this issue. If you can, it would be a joyous occasion for all. However, if you cannot, we will have no choice but to seal it away permanently. Fang Chen regarded the shield, inexplicably feeling a sense of familiarity. May I touch it? He asked. Yin Qilan replied, no. This item is truly malevolent. A previous appraiser touched it and was immediately backlashed, nearly losing his life on the spot. Fang Chen was somewhat taken aback. He had not expected it to be so sinister. Yet, gazing at the shield, he insisted, I still wish to try. Do not worry. I shall be fine. Yin Qilan hesitated, wanting to voice further caution, but seeing the resolute expression on Fang Chen's face, she sighed softly and said, since you are so determined, I shall not press further. However, should anything go awry, please release the shield immediately. She then signaled Elder Lu, indicating that he should be ready to intervene should Fang Chen find himself in danger. Fang Chen nodded, extending his hand and pressing it directly against the shield. In that instant, a torrent of terrifying energy surged into his body, as if attempting to corrode his consciousness and seize control of his physical form. Fang Chen was momentarily startled, but then he let out a cold snort. The demonic energy of the sword demon physique erupted instantaneously. The ancient aura of the sword demon immediately suppressing this force, rendering it unable to act rashly. Yin Qilan was initially prepared to take action, but upon witnessing Fang Chen's cold snort, the grotesque figures on the shield ceased their menacing grins, their expressions transforming into sheer terror as if they had encountered their nemesis. This revelation left Yin Qilan and her companions in utter astonishment. It is worth noting that it took the intervention of a formidable being from the Zhouyuan realm to control the shield previously. Even that mighty figure had proclaimed that such a malevolent artifact was beyond the grasp of any wielder. Yet, Fang Chen had accomplished the impossible. Fang Chen retracted his hand and spoke. This shield is known as the Blood Demon Shield, a yellow-grade Tier 2 magical artifact. Within it resides a spirit, albeit one forged through exceedingly sinister methods, infused with demonic energy to become a demon spirit. If my conjecture is accurate, the craftsman who forged this treasure likely never anticipated its malevolence and ultimately perished at its hands. Yin Qilan gazed at Fang Chen in shock, for his subsequent description was remarkably precise. Upon discovering the shield, there were numerous corpses nearby, one of which belonged to the very craftsman who had forged this treasure. Is it possible to suppress the demon spirit within this shield? Yin Qilan inquired. Fang Chen nodded yes, but it would require the intervention of a being of the Dao Inquiry realm to seal it. Upon hearing this, disappointment washed over Yin Qilan and her companions. The cost of summoning a being of such caliber was exorbitant. After a moment of hesitation, Fang Chen proposed, if possible, could you sell me the Blood Demon Shield? I am willing to purchase it at the highest price. He could sense the terrifying nature of the Blood Demon Shield, which not only boasted formidable defensive capabilities, but also possessed devastating offensive potential, rivaling that of other artifacts of the same tier. This was precisely what Fang Chen needed. Yin Qilan and the others were momentarily taken aback, staring at Fang Chen. He elaborated, I practice the path of demonic arts, and this artifact aligns perfectly with my discipline, allowing me to subdue it. As he spoke, an explosion of demonic energy radiated from his being, causing both Yin Qilan and Master Lu to blanch in horror. Such a dense and pure demonic aura was a rare sight. It was no wonder Fang Chen could dominate this shield. Without a moment's hesitation, Yin Qilan nodded, Master Fang. You are a distinguished elder of our Wangxing auction house, so it is certainly permissible. Thank you, Fang Chen replied gratefully. Yin Qilan smiled charmingly. There is no need for such formality, Master Fang. We did not expend many spirit stones to acquire this item. Even if auctioned, its excessive danger might diminish its value significantly, possibly even leading to a failure to sell. Given your privileges and discounts, I can offer it to you for 10,000 spirit stones. Would that be satisfactory? 10,000 spirit stones for a yellow grade tier 2 artifact was indeed a considerable price. Yet it was evident that Wangxing auction house had incurred notable losses due to this treasure. Thus, Fang Chen did not hesitate, nodding in agreement. Very well. Let it be so. He then added, Manager Yan, I also require some healing and recovery elixirs, as well as talismans, preferably those for escape and confusing enemies, along with powerful offensive talismans. Does Wangxing have such items? Yin Qilan regarded Fang Chen. Are you preparing for a trial? Fang Chen nodded. With a smile, Yin Qilan replied, Indeed, we do have such items. Please wait a moment. She turned to Elder Lu, who understood her intent, and stepped outside. Yin Qilan continued. There is no need for Fang Keqing to be anxious. We still have 2 medicinal materials that we have yet to identify, and I kindly ask you to assist us once more. This was only fitting. He turned his gaze toward the 2 remaining items, both of which were rare and obscure medicinal herbs. However, Fang Chen, with his extensive and comprehensive memory as a 6th grade alchemist, faced no difficulty in recognizing them. With just a glance and a sniff, he elucidated their properties. Upon hearing his explanations, Yin Qilan felt an even deeper admiration for Fang Chen. Simultaneously, she grew increasingly curious about how this young man had acquired such profound knowledge at such a tender age. Before long, Elder Lu returned, bringing with him 4 ornate boxes and 3 elixir vials. The maid began to open the boxes one by one, revealing talismans within. Elder Lu introduced. This box contains Earth Escape talismans, all of the 9th grade, capable of unleashing a speed equivalent to that of a first-level innate expert. Within this box, you will find Earth Escape talismans, Mist talismans, and Illusion talismans, all of the 9th grade. There are also 1st grade explosive talismans, which possess the power of a full force strike from an 8th or 9th level acquired realm expert. As for the elixirs, they include healing elixirs and spirit recovery elixirs, both of 3rd grade, as well as a 3rd grade elixir that can enhance combat prowess. In truth, the Wangxing auction house offers even better items. Yet not all superior items would be beneficial to Fang Chen. Certain talismans and elixirs can pose significant dangers if used before reaching a certain realm. Thus, these are the most suitable for him at present. After listening to the introductions, Fang Chen purchased 5 Earth Escape talismans, 3 Mist talismans, 3 Illusion talismans, and 3 explosive talismans. As for the elixirs, he acquired 20 of each healing and spirit recovery elixir, along with 3 battle enhancement elixirs. These treasures cost him over 20,000 spirit stones, leaving him feeling quite pained for some time. Subsequently, Fang Chen took his leave and returned to the 7th peak with his purchases. Upon reaching his room, he retrieved the demon shield. Growth-type magical artifacts require a drop of blood to acknowledge their master, but recognizing a master for a weapon like the demon shield is exceedingly perilous, as it can lead to a potential backlash at any moment. Nevertheless, Fang Chen was undeterred. The ancient sword demon was among the most formidable existences in the demonic path. Even though Fang Chen's current sword demon body was but a fraction of the true ancient sword demon, he could still instill fear in this minor weapon. He pricked his fingertip and let a drop of blood fall upon the demon shield. Instantly, the shield's aura surged and resonated with Fang Chen. The acknowledgement of the master commenced. Yet, just as it began, a terrifying demonic energy surged into Fang Chen's body. The demon shield, unwilling to yield so easily, attempted to resist despite recognizing Fang Chen's strength. Fang Chen let out a cold snort. The sword demon body erupted once more. Submit, he commanded. In that moment, the demon shield felt as though a divine being stood before it, looking down contemptuously. Should it entertain even the slightest thought of resistance, it would be crushed like an ant. The demon shield instantly lost the courage to resist and obediently submitted to Fang Chen. Seeing this, Fang Chen revealed a smile. Yet he understood that even though the demon shield acknowledged him as its master, the potential for backlash remained, and caution was still imperative. While it is indeed possible to elevate another, one must never surpass their own strength. Otherwise, one is destined to be consumed by their own ambitions. Clutching the demon shield, he sought to discern its profound abilities. Upon this contemplation, a wave of delight washed over him. For the demon shield not only boasted formidable defensive capabilities, but also possessed the power to absorb the abilities of others, transforming them into his own offensive might. Thus, it could be said that Fang Chen could both defend and attack simultaneously. With this shield in hand, he had gained a vital safeguard for his upcoming journey to the realm of all things. Contemplating the expedition to Mount All Things on the morrow, Fang Chen's expression turned cold. If they seek to take my life, let us see who shall prevail. On the third day, after bidding farewell to his master, Fang Chen set forth towards the realm of all things at Yuzi Peak. This realm was located on an adjacent mountain, where a vast expanse lay atop. In the center of this space stood several imposing statues, with a gaping black hole-like rift at the heart, serving as the entrance to the realm of all things. At that moment, a throng of over 1,000 individuals had gathered nearby. Some were there to partake in the exploration of the new world, while many others had come merely to witness the spectacle. Luo Tianxiao had arrived long before. He was the overseer of this expedition into the new realm. With his eyes partially closed, he appeared to be in a state of slumber. Yet, in the next moment, he abruptly opened his eyes, a subtle smirk gracing his lips. Finally, they have come. As Fang Chen approached, he instantly captured the attention of the crowd. You dare to show your face here, hybrid? A mocking voice rang out just as he reached the gathering. Fang Chen frowned slightly. He recognized that voice all too well. It belonged to Su Wanner. Her cold gaze bore into him, as if she were observing an ant on the brink of demise. What business do you, an outer disciple, have here? Fang Chen inquired, his brow furrowing in disdain. A triumphant smile crept across Su Wanner's face as she replied, Why should I not be here? I am now an inner disciple, and thus, I am entitled to be present. After her elimination, Su Wanner had leveraged her connections with Luo Yun to gain entry into the inner sect. Such occurrences were not uncommon within the sect. They merely caused some inconvenience. You struggled and fought your way into the inner sect, yet for me, it was effortless. She sneered. In this realm of all things, you shall surely perish in the new world. As she spoke, a flicker of hatred crossed her countenance. Rest assured, once you are gone, I shall take excellent care of your master. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen's expression turned icy. A surge of terrifying demonic energy erupted from him. Locking onto Su Wanner, his master was his Achilles heel. Anyone who dared to harm her would provoke his unyielding wrath. Su Wanner, taken aback by the overwhelming aura emanating from Fang Chen, stumbled backward, nearly falling to the ground. However, she was swiftly caught by a striking young man, standing tall at 9 feet, approximately 22 years of age. Accompanying him were a robustly built man with a rugged appearance and a stunningly beautiful woman, exuding an alluring charm. Fang Chen's brow furrowed. All three were at the 7th level of the acquired realm. Not only that, but trailing behind them were an additional 47 individuals, all eyeing Fang Chen with ill intent. If Fang Chen's instincts served him correctly, these were assassins arranged by Luo Tianxiao. You are Fang Chen, are you not? The young man fixed his gaze upon Fang Chen, speaking coldly. Fang Chen remained silent, merely casting a detached glance in his direction. The young man let out a derisive laugh and continued, I truly wonder where you derive your courage from to offend my master. Enjoy your time now, for it will be your final moments. He then transmitted, Remember my name, Luo Xiao, the one who will take your life. A burly man named Du Tianchong mockingly interjected, If you kneel down now and bow 3 times to us, an elder Luo, perhaps we might grant you a merciful end. Remember, that includes each one of us. Enough of this, a woman named by Xiaongmei interjected disdainfully. Such a lowly creature doesn't he deserve to kneel before me in supplication? It's simply disgusting. Sister Bai is right. This wretch is unworthy of kneeling before us, Su Wanner remarked, her expression filled with arrogance as she regarded Fang Chen. Emboldened by the presence of so many powerful individuals behind her, Luo Xiao spoke again. I've heard that your heavenly Dao Bone was taken by Brother Luo Yun? Huh. It is your lifetime honor that Brother Luo Yun claimed your heavenly Dao Bone, yet you still dare to provoke him. Truly, you are ignorant of your own mortality. Bai Xiaongmei chimed in with contempt. Indeed, a worthless creature like you thinks you can challenge Brother Luo Yun to a life-and-death battle? You should be grateful he hasn't killed you yet, and here you are, still boasting. You are utterly foolish. Du Tianchong added, That's right, you're courting death. Losing your heavenly Dao Bone is a privilege for you. A mere waste dares to offend the Luo family. The crowd behind them echoed their disdainful sentiments, their gazes filled with scorn and derision directed at Fang Chen. Fang Chen maintained a calm demeanor as he regarded them, and then a faint smile crept upon his lips as he addressed Luo Tianxiao. I must say, Elder Luo is indeed remarkable. The crowd was taken aback momentarily. Then their expressions turned to contempt. Clearly, Fang Chen's words were interpreted as a sign of submission, as if he intended to plead for mercy. What is this, wretch? Are you now afraid? It's too late, Su Wan'er sneered, looking down upon Fang Chen with evident satisfaction. Fang Chen's smile remained, and he continued. The livestock raised by Elder Luo is remarkably obedient and protective. Upon hearing this, the crowd froze in surprise. The onlooking disciples gasped, as Fang Chen had brazenly insulted Luo Xiao and the others by likening them to domesticated animals. Luo Xiao and his companions were instantly enraged, barely restraining themselves from attacking. You have quite the audacity, Du Tianchong bellowed. The others glared at Fang Chen with fury, wishing to tear him apart. Yet, Fang Chen remained unperturbed, his expression tranquil amidst their wrath. Enough, Luo Tianxiao finally interjected. There's no need to engage in verbal sparring with someone who is about to perish. Once you enter, do what you must. Remember, when you encounter a demon beast, do not kill it immediately. There may be new beasts appearing inside. Dissect it before slaying. The crowd understood Luo Tianxiao's implication. Do not slay Fang Chen outright, but rather torment him to make him comprehend the depths of despair. Luo Xiao and the others laughed sinisterly, affirming, yes. Fang Chen understood their intentions, yet his expression remained calm. Junior brother Fang. At that moment, Fang Chen heard the voice of a young girl. He turned his gaze slowly and beheld a maiden who appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old. Clad in a light green garment, with a delicate oval face and striking beauty, she cast a fleeting glance at him before quickly averting her eyes. Who are you? Fang Chen inquired telepathically. The girl responded, I am Han Xiangxiang, a disciple of Elder Hong Yun. She instructed me that if you encounter me in the new world, you may seek my assistance. While I may not possess other abilities, I can certainly ensure your protection. Fang Chen was taken aback, feeling a surge of gratitude. Although he had only met Elder Hong Yun once, she had consistently supported him. Thank you, senior sister Han. He conveyed his thanks telepathically. Han Xiangxiang continued. It is my duty. However, we must not allow others to perceive our connection, or I may become a target once we enter. Understood. I will make my way toward the central region of the new world, and you shall find me there, she concluded, and with that, she melted into the crowd, vanishing from sight. All right, Luo Tianxiao announced, since everyone has arrived, let us prepare to enter the new world. All participants, please step forward. The crowd immediately sprang into action, and soon, over 300 individuals emerged from the throng of over 1,000, while the rest stepped aside. These 300 were the disciples set to enter the new world, and Fang Chen was among them. Luo Tianxiao continued, your task is to explore the new world. Each of you will be provided with a magical artifact that allows you to read a map. Once inside, you are to explore various areas and complete the entire map within a month. Naturally, this is a sect mission and comes with rewards. Each entrant will receive 20 spirit stones, and those who produce a more complete and detailed map will earn a third-tier elixir, the Opening Veins Heavenly Pill. The Opening Veins Heavenly Pill, exclaimed the crowd, their excitement palpable. That is a divine pill that aids in opening meridians. Those who did not participate were filled with regret. However, such opportunities are not simply available by choice. One must meet specific criteria. Fang Chen felt a stirring in his heart. The meridian opening elixir would indeed benefit him immensely. Subsequently, Luo Tianxiao instructed his subordinates to distribute the map recording artifacts to the disciples below. When one of the disciples handed the artifact to Fang Chen, his expression bore an unusual intensity. Fang Chen noticed this, but did not dwell on it, as he had become the center of attention, attracting many curious gazes. The distributed artifact resembled a plate, a mere third-tier object, radiating a soft glow adorned with various runes. Its usage was simple. Once activated, it would autonomously record the surrounding environment and could be adjusted for more detailed mapping. Soon, all 300 individuals received their map artifacts. Luo Tianxiao cautioned, remember, you must safeguard these map artifacts. Should you lose them, you will forfeit your eligibility and be unable to claim the 20 spirit stones. Yes, the crowd replied in unison. Luo Tianxiao then produced a token, performing a series of hand seals that cast an imprint upon the spatial rift. The spatial rift shimmered subtly, its form shifting. Luo Tian laughed and said, by entering, you shall be transported directly to a new world. However, the location is uncertain, yet rest assured, you will not be sent near any threatening beings. What are we waiting for? Charge! A voice shouted, and without hesitation, one leaped into the rift. The others soon followed suit, vanishing into the void. Luo Xiao and her companions remained unmoved, clearly intent on waiting for Fang Chen to enter before following. Fang Chen understood their intentions and, without hesitation, stepped into the rift alongside the others. Upon witnessing this, Luo Xiao and her companions promptly followed. As soon as everyone had entered, The rift instantly sealed, with its next opening set for a month later. Upon entering the rift, Fang Chen felt the surrounding space in disarray, being swept away by the forces of the void. When he emerged from the rift, he experienced a moment of dizziness. But fortunately, it dissipated almost immediately. Surveying his surroundings, he found himself in a tranquil, dense forest, eerily still, devoid of even the slightest breeze. After confirming there was no immediate danger, he ascended the highest hill to observe the area. At the same time, he activated his map artifact, rapidly documenting the surroundings. The area stretched for 1,000 miles, enveloped in dense forest with ancient vines entwined, resembling a primordial wilderness. Occasionally, the echoes of beastly roars and rustling sounds confirmed that this was not a safe haven. After assessing the general situation, Fang Chen ventured deeper into the forest. In such a small world, powerful beings typically would first test the waters and ensure there were no excessively formidable beasts before allowing their disciples to enter. If entering here meant certain death, there would not be so many eager disciples. Roar! As Fang Chen journeyed, a crimson fire lion leapt from the underbrush. Exuding a fierce aura, its claws like blades lunging towards him. However, Fang Chen was well prepared. The Hyming sword was unsheathed without him noticing. Unfazed by the fire lion's assault, he charged forward with increased speed. The clash between the Hyming sword and the fire lion's claws erupted in a shower of sparks. In the next moment, the sword's intent surged forth, sending the fire lion reeling. The fire lion was taken aback, astonished that this bipedal creature possessed such strength. Without a moment's hesitation, it turned tail and fled. Fang Chen was momentarily stunned, realizing that this fire lion, merely a level 2 beast, possessed such high intelligence. Just as he considered pursuing, he suddenly sensed someone approaching. He swiftly abandoned the chase, climbing a tree to conceal his presence. After 5 breaths, 3 figures appeared abruptly at the location Fang Chen had just occupied. Upon closer inspection, he recognized them as 3 of the over 50 individuals he had observed prior to entering. Memorizing their appearances was not difficult for him, given his innate talent. Yet, he was puzzled as to why these 3 had appeared here. Was it mere coincidence? How had they discovered his presence? His brow furrowed in contemplation. At that moment, one of the individuals below remarked, "Strange, there was a commotion here moments ago. That fellow should be nearby. He can't have gone far. Let us continue the pursuit." Agreed. As the 3 individuals prepared to continue their pursuit, Fang Chen observed them closely. One of the trio was at the 4th stage of the acquired realm, while the other 2 were at the 3rd stage. A sense of determination surged within him. They were indeed killable. He mused silently before vanishing from the tree in a swift motion. Unbeknownst to him, a leaf had appeared in his hand. As his figure descended rapidly, he propelled the leaf towards the side, severing a branch with precision. Who? The 3 instantly turned, alert and wary. Simultaneously, Fang Chen reached the rear of one of them. That individual felt an instantaneous chill creep up his spine, but before he could react, he felt an inexplicable lightness, his head rolling away from his body. In a daze, he beheld a headless corpse standing where he once was, and realization struck him. His head had been severed. In that moment of shock, the remaining 2 finally comprehended that they had been deceived. As they turned, they were met with Fang Chen's frigid demeanor. "You bastard! How dare you kill my men?" The 4th stage cultivator roared in fury, swinging a heavy hammer towards Fang Chen, while the other brandished a long sword in an attempt to strike him down. Fang Chen, however, was well prepared. The demonic shield appeared seemingly from nowhere, intercepting the attack from the 4th stage cultivator. Meanwhile, Fang Chen's eyes glinted crimson, instilling a sharp pain in the head of the 3rd stage cultivator, causing his attack to falter. Fang Chen seized this moment, delivering a lethal strike. Glancing towards the other side, he was astonished to see the demonic shield had latched onto the 4th stage cultivator's massive hammer with ferocity. "Well done," Fang Chen praised. As he gathered dark energy into his black sword, the purple glowing demonic blade materializing and slicing towards the 4th stage cultivator. The cultivator's expression shifted dramatically. He could not afford to be distracted by the hammer as he retreated while retrieving a defensive artifact, preparing to activate it. Yet, Fang Chen's crimson gaze flickered, and the 4th stage cultivator felt a sharp pain in his head, causing his movements to slow. In that brief hesitation, Fang Chen's purple blade struck true, cleaving him in 2. After dispatching the 3, Fang Chen felt a slight dizziness. Although the psychic assault of the soul heaven demonic eye was potent, it exacted a considerable toll on his mental energy. He could only sustain such bursts twice in quick succession. Once he had collected all the treasures and spiritual stones from their bodies, he fled in a specific direction. Approximately a stick of incense later, 5 figures materialized at the scene, including a formidable 6th stage cultivator and a 5th stage practitioner. Upon witnessing the gruesome sight of the three corpses, their brows furrowed deeply. The sixth-stage cultivator snorted disdainfully. How audacious to kill our men. This bastard has some nerve. He produced a glass-like artifact, within which a light pulsed rhythmically, moving away into the distance. After assessing the situation, he swiftly discerned Fang Chen's escape route and commanded, "Pursue." The five swiftly gave chase. As Fang Chen fled and altered his course, he soon sensed the approach of five powerful presences closing in behind him. His brow furrowed in concern. What was happening? How had they discovered his whereabouts? In an effort to leave no trace, he maintained a deliberate, measured pace, frequently altering his position. Logically, his pursuers should not have been able to detect his whereabouts. Could it be that they possessed some arcane tracking technique? No. If it were merely one or two individuals, it would be manageable, but the fact that three others had previously known his location rendered the situation exceedingly peculiar. A possibility flickered in Fang Chen's mind. He decided to test it. With determination, he produced a ground-escaping talisman and affixed it to his calf. In an instant, he plunged into the earth. At that moment, Fang Chen's speed surged, exceeding tenfold. Within the span of a mere time, he had left his pursuers far behind. The sudden acceleration astonished the sixth-level cultivator slightly. Yet, with a disdainful sneer, he gazed at the luminous orb in his hand, declaring, "I shall see just how far you can flee." Chapter 44. Slaying the sixth-level Fang Chen's evasion carried him a considerable distance, spanning dozens of miles. He paused within a dense forest atop a hill and retrieved his treasured map. This was the object he suspected to be tampered with, for aside from this map, which was a gift from Luo Tianxiao, nothing else on his person could possibly be compromised. He tossed the item to the ground, but, after a moment's contemplation, picked it back up. After pondering, he buried the map in the soil and affixed an explosive talisman upon it, setting a trap. This explosive talisman possessed the formidable power of an 8th or 9th tier cultivator. Should his adversaries remain oblivious, even a 7th tier practitioner would be gravely injured or meet their demise. After completing these preparations, Fang Chen, still uneasy, produced an illusion array to further obscure the trap. With this, it would become exceedingly challenging for his pursuers to discern the trap's nature. Once finished, he ascended a towering tree several zhang high, concealing his presence as he awaited silently. After approximately the duration of a stick of incense, his pursuers indeed returned, solidifying his suspicion that something on him had betrayed his location. Soon, the group halted near the trap he had set and cautiously approached the location of the treasured map. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes. It was as he suspected. Under the guidance of a 6th-level cultivator, the group drew nearer. He released the spirit orb in his hand, scanning his surroundings and glancing downwards. A smirk crept upon his lips as he coldly remarked, "Hiding underground, are we?" Earlier, Fang Chen had utilized a ground-escaping talisman, leading him to subconsciously believe that Fang Chen was concealed beneath the earth. He glanced at his companions, seemingly communicating something to them. They all nodded in agreement. And then the five of them quietly gathered their spiritual energy, transforming it into a powerful technique. "Attack!" roared the 6th-level cultivator. In unison, the five launched their assault. Boom! The force of their combined attack was tremendous, instantly creating an exceedingly deep crater in the ground, approximately 10 zhang. The five grinned wickedly, calculating that Fang Chen must be around 5 zhang deep. Under their united onslaught, it was certain he would be obliterated. They instinctively looked down, only to discover a faint golden light flickering within the pit. Curiosity piqued, they leaned closer, and as the smoke dissipated, their expressions shifted dramatically upon recognizing the object. "Oh no, it's an offensive talisman." The five reacted, but by then, there was no opportunity for evasion. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted. The very ground trembled violently. The great tree swayed uncontrollably. Leaves cascaded down like a blizzard. Among the five, the three with the weakest cultivation were caught completely off guard, instantaneously reduced to mere pulp. Only the 6th and 5th level cultivators survived due to their superior realms, albeit severely injured. The 5th level cultivator had even suffered a grievous injury. With one half of his body obliterated, his anguished cries echoing incessantly. The 6th level cultivator, though in a somewhat better state, was nonetheless spitting blood repeatedly, feeling as if his internal organs had been displaced. Before he could regain his composure, he suddenly sensed a murderous intent locking onto him. His complexion paled as he turned to see Fang Chen swiftly traversing through the fallen leaves, wielding the Black Ming sword infused with demonic energy, charging towards him. "You dog!" he cursed. "How dare you set a trap?" Despite his severe injuries, the 6th level cultivator, even at a fraction of his peak power, felt more than capable of dispatching a mere 1st level Fang Chen. He summoned his treasured sword and advanced directly to confront him. In response, Fang Chen unleashed the formidable demonic sword technique, executing a ferocious and powerful swordplay that clashed with the 6th-level cultivator. He aimed to swiftly eliminate this formidable opponent and then deal with the still screaming 5th-level cultivator before departing. At this moment, Fang Chen was acutely aware that the cacophony of explosions had drawn considerable attention and reinforcements would soon arrive. Yet, the 6th-level cultivator, despite his injuries, was not an adversary Fang Chen could easily dispatch. The two engaged in a fierce battle, exchanging blows in a rapid succession of 10 intense encounters. However, the outcome remained inconclusive, as neither could gain the upper hand. The 6th-level cultivator was astonished by Fang Chen's combat prowess, surprised that a mere 1st-level cultivator could possess such strength. Yet, he sneered, "What does it matter if you can contend with me? Soon, others will arrive, and you will undoubtedly perish." Fang Chen maintained his composure, fully aware of the implications. The 6th-level cultivator continued to taunt, "I truly wonder where your misplaced confidence stems from. Challenging the Luo family despite being a powerless wretch. Do you truly believe that with Sister Meng's protection, you can evade consequences? Should you fall here, Sister Meng will have no recourse against the Luo family. However, if you kneel before me now and bow 3 times, I might consider sparing your life. Otherwise, when the others arrive, you shall face a gruesome demise." He sought to unsettle Fang Chen with his words, hoping to provoke a flaw in his demeanor. Fang Chen, aware of his adversary's intentions, couldn't help but smirk. "You seem overly confident in claiming a stalemate against me." The 6th-level cultivator mocked. "What? Do you think you can kill me? A mere wretch like you. Do you possess such capability? Just watch." Suddenly, Fang Chen's expression turned frigid, and in the next moment, a character materialized behind him. Sword, the embodiment of the sword's essence. The 6th-level cultivator was momentarily stunned upon seeing this character, his eyes widening in disbelief as he screamed, "The essence? How is this possible? How can a wretch like you possess the essence?" Disregarding his shock, Fang Chen manifested another character behind him, Battle. The 6th-level cultivator was utterly bewildered. 2 essences. Fang Chen had comprehended 2 essences in the postnatal realm. Such a feat could only be achieved by a prodigious genius. Impossible. A worthless wretch like you cannot be a genius. Absolutely impossible. He could hardly accept the reality that the mongrel he had always looked down upon was, in fact, an extraordinary genius. Now it was abundantly clear who the true waste was, wasn't it? Fang Chen remarked coldly. "So what if you have comprehended a couple of deist texts? My realm stands firm. You are no match for me," he bellowed. "Is that so?" Fang Chen's lips curled into a slight smile as he activated the deist texts. The sword character text instantaneously augmented the power of his swordsmanship. The battle character text elevated Fang Chen's strength from the 1st level of the postnatal realm directly to the 2nd level. With the dual enhancements, the fierce demonic sword technique surged in might, and he swiftly gained the upper hand. The 6th-level cultivator, already injured, found his wounds worsening under Fang Chen's relentless assault, to the point of nearly collapsing. Panic set in. "Don't kill me. I was coerced into this. If you spare my life, I can lead you to others," he pleaded urgently. Fang Chen regarded him with a slight smile. "Very well." The 6th-level cultivator was taken aback, surprised by Fang Chen's unexpected leniency. But in the next moment, a crimson light flickered in Fang Chen's eyes. The 6th-level cultivator felt a sudden, sharp pain in his head. Yet this pain was but fleeting. After all, the 6th-level cultivator's sea of consciousness was formidable, beyond Fang Chen's current capability to breach. In that fleeting moment, Fang Chen's black crying sword had already been unsheathed. However, the 6th-level cultivator reacted swiftly, darting aside to evade. Yet the sword still found its mark, severing one of his hands. Fang Chen was slightly taken aback. This marked the first time his soul heaven demonic eye had failed, indicating he must urgently enhance its mental power. Otherwise, against a 7th-level opponent, his psychic attacks would be utterly futile. A scream erupted from the 6th-level cultivator. Although Fang Chen's strike did not claim his life, it rendered him completely devoid of combat capability. Lacking the courage to confront Fang Chen further, he turned and fled. But Fang Chen would not grant him such an opportunity. A short blade materialized in his hand. Indeed, it was the flowing shadow blade. With a surge of physical might, he launched the flowing shadow blade. The blade cut through the air, piercing the fleeing 6th-level cultivator. "You shall not die well." The 6th-level cultivator's eyes widened in horror as he fixed his gaze on Fang Chen, using the last of his strength to utter those words. Yet Fang Chen did not spare him a second glance. He approached the 5th-level cultivator, who lay on the ground, utterly incapacitated. "No." The 5th-level cultivator begged for mercy, but Fang Chen showed no hesitation, delivering a fatal blow. He then searched the bodies of the two, to his astonishment discovering that both possessed storage pouches, which filled him with delight. Grasping the storage pouches, he swiftly fled in a determined direction. However, just 30 breaths after his departure, 7 figures emerged. Among them was the burly man of the 7th level of the postnatal realm, Du Tianchong. Chapter 45, Breakthrough. Postnatal level 3, gazing upon the battlefield littered with signs of conflict and 5 lifeless bodies. His expression grew exceedingly grim. A few fools, ensnared by that mongrel's scheme. The traces of the battle clearly indicated that the group had been ambushed and injured, leading to their demise at Fang Chen's hands. He took out a spiritual orb, but upon seeing the vanished light points, his countenance darkened further. It seemed that the mongrel had discerned the tracking mark upon the map treasure. Du Tianchong remarked coldly. Brother Du, how shall we proceed in our search? If he chooses to hide, it may prove quite challenging to locate him, a disciple inquired cautiously. Du Tianchong maintained his composure, a cold smile gracing his lips. Does he think that without a tracking mark he can evade us? Little does he realize there are myriad ways to trace an individual. The disciple complimented. That scoundrel is surely unaware that Brother Du is a master tracker. He believes he has escaped unscathed. With Brother Du on our side, that scoundrel is doomed. Indeed, indeed. Others chimed in, showering him with praise. Du Tianchong's expression reflected satisfaction. Brother Du, one disciple timidly suggested, should we not first regroup with Brother Luo and Sister Bai before we launch our assault on that scoundrel? This remark did not earn Du Tianchong's approval. Instead, it was met with a frosty glare. The disciple, sensing the tension, quickly apologized. Forgive me, Brother Du, for my impertinence. Du Tianchong snorted disdainfully, declaring, such insignificant insects need not warrant the combined effort of the 3 of us. I alone can handle it. Indeed, indeed. Brother Du's power is unparalleled. One is more than sufficient. The disciple eagerly affirmed. Only then did Du Tianchong reveal a satisfied smile. He retrieved an elongated needle-like object from his storage bag, and, after murmuring a few incantations, pressed it down. The needle began to rotate, gradually indicating a direction. However, its trajectory was quite unstable, merely providing a rough approximation. He commanded, let us move. Scatter and search. That wretched scoundrel cannot have fled far. Yes. The group surged forth with determination, scouring the path that Fang Chen had taken in his escape. At that moment, Fang Chen had already covered several dozen miles, finding refuge in a cave where he concealed the entrance. To ensure his safety, he affixed an illusion talisman at the cave's mouth before retrieving his spoils from this encounter. The 3 individuals he had first encountered possessed insufficient cultivation and therefore held little treasure, amounting to merely 100 spirit stones and a few low-grade healing pills. These pills were of little use to Fang Chen, yet he did not discard them, tossing them into a corner of his storage bag. Next, he extracted 2 storage bags. He first examined the one belonging to a cultivator at the 5th layer of the acquired realm, which was easily accessible due to its owner's demise. Compared to Fang Chen's storage bag, this one was significantly smaller, barely a yard in size. However, its contents were plentiful, 500 spirit stones, over a dozen 2nd-tier healing and restorative pills, 2 ordinary 8th-tier fireball talismans, and 3 magical artifacts of 7th and 8th tiers. Additionally, there were 2 1st-tier yellow-grade cultivation manuals, one detailing hammer techniques, and the other titled Extreme Shadow Step. Extreme Shadow Step, Fang Chen mused, feeling a flicker of interest. Speed was indeed one of his considerable weaknesses, although bolstered by his physical prowess and the sword demon body. Without the enhancement of a technique, he could never fully unleash his body's potential. While the Extreme Shadow Step was merely a 1st-tier yellow-grade technique, it could still provide him with some assistance in the early stages. However, Fang Chen did not immediately begin to cultivate it. Instead, he picked up the storage bag belonging to a cultivator at the 6th layer of the acquired realm. This bag was larger than the 5th layers, measuring approximately 2 yards in size. Within the enclosure, there was a considerable abundance of items, with a total of no less than 1,000 spirit stones alone. In addition, there were 2 vials each of healing elixirs and restorative potions, both classified as grade 1 of the yellow tier. A variety of medicinal herbs and materials from mystical beasts were valued at approximately 3,000 to 4,000 spirit stones. Among the treasures was a personal magic weapon belonging to a cultivator of the 6th level, the Heavenly Gang Sword, categorized as a 2nd-tier yellow-grade artifact. Fang Chen tested it. Although its grade surpassed that of his Black Ming sword, it was not suited for demonic cultivators and could only serve as an ordinary artifact. Additionally, there was a 1st-tier yellow-grade magic weapon, while the remainder consisted of mundane items, which held no utility for Fang Chen. Nevertheless, he gathered all these items into his storage bag, intending to sell them after exiting. an endeavor that promised a considerable profit. However, as Fang Chen organized his belongings, he discovered a wooden box nestled in the corner of his storage bag, obscured by numerous beast materials that had initially concealed it from his view. Now that the items were cleared away, he naturally took notice of it. The box, hidden with such secrecy, must contain something of great significance. He retrieved the box and tore off the sealing talisman on top, revealing 3 vials within. Upon opening the first, he poured out a pill, and, upon inhaling its aroma, exclaimed in delight, a second-tier spirit elevation pill. There are 5 of them. Such treasures could significantly enhance one's cultivation. If consumed in their entirety, they might allow for a swift breakthrough to the 2nd level. While 5 might be insufficient for others, Fang Chen could absorb the full potency of the pills. This singular advantage set him apart from the rest. He then opened the other 2 vials, both containing spirit elevation pills, totaling a remarkable 15. The corners of Fang Chen's mouth curled upward in joy. It was worth noting that 15 of these pills would cost a staggering 15,000 spirit stones. Evidently, these elixirs were intended for someone aiming to break through to the 7th level of the acquired realm, yet fortune favored him instead. If he were to refine all of them and combine it with a drop of blood from the sword demon, he could potentially leap 2 minor realms in cultivation. This would grant him the strength to confront or even vanquish opponents at the 6th level of the acquired realm. Given that his ability to locate his magic weapon had now diminished, even if his pursuers sought him, they would require a significant amount of time to track him down. With this thought in mind, Fang Chen wasted no time. He seized 3 spirit elevation pills and consumed them, commencing the refinement process. Instantly, a surge of pure spiritual energy flooded into his dantian, awakening the sword demon physique. He absorbed the potency of the pills with unwavering focus, diligently practicing the ferocious sword demon technique. This intense training lasted a full 10 days. Through relentless effort, the torment of the sword demon blood, and the insatiable consumption of the spirit elevation pills, Fang Chen achieved a complete cycle of spiritual energy. Reaching the 3rd cycle, his spirit power became even purer, and his foundation solidified. Moreover, the ferocious sword demon technique advanced to its 3rd pinnacle, just 1 step away from the 4th. With his cultivation progressing seamlessly, he experienced 2 consecutive breakthroughs, elevating him directly to the 3rd level of the acquired realm. Fang Chen opened his eyes. He swung his sword, striking the rock wall. Instantly, he left a sword mark several feet deep etched into the stone. The prowess of the sword demon physique was indeed formidable, allowing him to attain successive breakthroughs and solidify his cultivation with remarkable strength. Moreover, the spiritual power must be even more formidable and pure, surpassing that of ordinary peers by countless magnitudes. Furthermore, I have cultivated the 1st layer of the unyielding technique using a drop of the sword demon's blood. Truly, this is a technique from the small tower. My mental strength has multiplied exponentially and grown even purer. Thus, my soul heavenly demon eye attack will become even more potent. Should I encounter a 6th layer practitioner again, it will undoubtedly not be merely a fleeting moment. In addition, there is the extreme shadow step technique. Due to the influence of the heavenly Dao Bone, Fang Chen effortlessly mastered the 1st layer. It can be said that his strength has experienced a qualitative leap. Now, not only can I contend with a 6th layer opponent, but I may even be capable of slaying them. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Fang Chen's eyes. If there is any regret, it is that I did not enter the small tower this time to unlock the 4th layer. At this moment, a commotion arose from outside. That bastard truly knows how to hide. It has been 10 days, and his trace remains elusive. Let us continue the search. Brother Du has stated that the guy is in this vicinity. We have now begun a thorough sweep, and I believe we will soon uncover that scoundrel. Chapter 46. Who is the prey? Fang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems that the opponent, having lost their map artifact, still possesses other means to pinpoint my location. However, the range of this tracking appears to be somewhat broad, making it challenging to locate me. Brother Du? He seems to be one of the 3 7th layer practitioners. Given the circumstances, it appears that only one is present, without the other 2 joining forces. Does he intend to claim this achievement solely for himself? A faint smile curled at the corners of Fang Chen's mouth. If I can eliminate him now, I can prevent the 3 from uniting. Battling a 7th layer with a 3rd layer would be perceived as suicidal by others. Yet, Fang Chen is different. His current strength allows him to contend with a 7th layer, though killing one remains quite difficult. Nevertheless, Fang Chen possesses several trump cards, explosive talismans, fireball talismans, and battle-enhancing war sky pills. Coupled with his sword, the battle script, and his mastery of the 7th layer of body refinement, he can meticulously prepare for victory. Taking action is feasible, but it necessitates first eliminating all nearby individuals to create a one-on-one confrontation. Although this may be troublesome, it is not impossible. Should I fail, I can always retreat. Without further hesitation, he exited the cave and, utilizing the sole heavenly demon eye, quickly located the two individuals he had overheard earlier. One of them was at the 5th layer of postnatal cultivation, while the other was at the 4th layer. It seems I have underestimated them, evidently. Slaying one 6th layer practitioner was insufficient to instill caution in them. In light of this, I shall not hold back. Without a moment's pause, he unleashed the extreme shadow step. His figure moved like a specter, silently weaving through the dense forest, swiftly approaching the two. At this moment, the two had yet to detect Fang Chen's approach, lazily scouting while engaging in idle conversation, appearing quite lethargic. After all, they had searched for 10 days and found nothing. Du Tianchong, however, was convinced that Fang Chen was nearby. Who could endure 10 days of searching without results? Where do you think that kid is hiding? One asked languidly. Who cares? Regardless of where he is, the major credit for killing him 1T belonged to us. The other replied, yawning. Indeed. He nodded slightly, gazing at those beside him, and continued, you say. He was about to voice some grievances when he noticed a glint at the neck of the person next to him. Upon closer inspection, it was a sharp blade. They had been focused on exploring ahead, unaware that someone lurked behind them, and even less did they expect Fang Chen to launch a surprise attack. Caution! He wished to warn, but just as he shouted, the blade slid forth. The head fell, and in an instant, life was extinguished. He stared wide-eyed, not comprehending how he had met his demise. Another individual reacted quickly, drawing his sword to strike at Fang Chen. Yet Fang Chen was swifter. Moreover, he held no intention of holding back his strength. The sword, accompanied by the words of battle and the appearance of 2 runes. How could this be possible? How could this bastard comprehend runes? A tremor coursed through his heart, disbelief filling his eyes, causing his movements to falter momentarily. Meanwhile, Fang Chen showed no signs of hesitation. With all his might, he swung his sword down. Only then did the opponent react. But it was too late to mount a proper defense. Even though his cultivation was superior to Fang Chen's, facing a full-force strike from Fang Chen, even a 7th-tier expert would not dare to be careless, let alone him. Bang! That sword instantly sent the treasured blade flying. It struck his shoulder directly, severing it along with one arm. A scream of agony erupted, accompanied by a visage of sheer terror. At that moment, Fang Chen had already raised his sword once more, ready to claim his life again. No, don't kill me. I was forced into this. Spare me. Crack. As the words fell, Fang Chen's sword descended. The man's eyes widened in disbelief and despair, ultimately succumbing to death. Without pausing, Fang Chen hastened away in a particular direction. Others were surely nearby. Although the sounds of battle were not loud, they would undoubtedly attract attention. Lingering here could lead to being targeted, and entanglement would bring endless trouble. Indeed, merely 10 breaths after Fang Chen's departure, 3 figures appeared in an instant. Before long, several more emerged, among them Du Tianchong. Upon seeing the 2 corpses, Du Tianchang's expression darkened considerably. It was evident that this was the work of a person, and who else could have committed such an act here but Fang Chen? After inspecting the bodies, one remarked, Brother Du, it is indeed him. The wounds are identical to those of the previous victims. Du Tianchang's countenance turned icy as he looked in Fang Chen's direction and commanded, pursue. Yes. Along with Du Tianchong, a total of 7 individuals chased after Fang Chen. In the distance, Fang Chen, through his soul heaven demon eye, observed the 7 pursuing him, including 6 others. He murmured softly before darting toward another location. Du Tianchang's needle disc artifact was undergoing constant transformation, and his brows furrowed. He declared, form groups of 3. I shall go alone. Spread out to search. Since Fang Chen could handle 2 opponents alone, 3 would support each other, making it unlikely for Fang Chen to kill them all. Understood. The 6 complied, promptly dividing into groups to search for Fang Chen's whereabouts. Fang Chen, of course, observed everything. 1 6th tier on the left and 2 4th tiers. 2 5th tiers and 1 4th tier on the right. He would first target the weaker ones. He slightly curled his lips, moving towards the right. While eliminating 3 adversaries simultaneously posed a challenge, he was confident that with the Soul Heaven Demon Eye, he could incapacitate 2 opponents of the 5th layer, allowing him to achieve a dual kill with a single strike. The remaining 4th layer foe was hardly worth his concern. Du Tianchong, still searching for Fang Chen's figure with his long needle magic tool, suddenly heard commotion to the right, indicating a fierce battle. He immediately rushed in that direction. The distance between them merely 100 paces, and he arrived in just 10 breaths. However, upon his arrival, he was met with the sight of 3 slain bodies. As for Fang Chen, he had already vanished without a trace. In a mere 10 breaths, Fang Chen had swiftly dispatched 2 fifth-layer cultivators and 1 fourth-layer opponent, all with a single sword strike. How could this be possible? Du Tianqiang's expression darkened profoundly. Fang Chen's strength far exceeded his expectations. This was not the prowess one would expect from a newly initiated disciple. Du Shixing, what happened? The 6th-layer disciples approached, their expressions shifting upon witnessing the scene. This Fang Chen has audacity to dare slay so many of us. He truly deserves death. He cursed. Du Tianqiang sensed something amiss when the other 2 disciples of the 4th layer had yet to appear. They should have arrived by now. This disciple realized too late that the 2 behind were too slow. Not good. Du Tianqiang's expression changed as he headed towards the direction of the 6th-layer disciples. Soon, he encountered the other 2 4th-layer disciples, but regrettably, they were lifeless corpses as well, slain by a single sword strike without a sound. Du Tianqiang's countenance darkened to the extreme. Fang Chen had not fled after slaughtering his comrades. Instead, upon sensing the 2 were isolated, he had decisively eliminated them. The situation now felt as though Fang Chen was not the prey, but rather, they were the ones being systematically hunted by him. Du Tianqiang could even sense a pair of chilling crimson eyes lurking in the shadows, fixated upon him. Suddenly, Du Tianqiang's pupils constricted slightly, as if he had perceived something. The 6th-layer disciple beside him noticed his unusual demeanor and inquired, Du Shixing, have you discovered something? Du Tianqiang did not respond immediately. He pondered for a moment before glancing at him and said, it is impossible for the 2 of us to catch up with him now. He will not show himself. You should seek out the others while I continue the pursuit. Understood. I will fetch Shixing Luo and Shijibai. With everyone joining forces, we shall surely eliminate that scoundrel. But Du Shixing, be cautious. Though that scoundrel may lack strength, he is full of cunning and treachery, the disciple warned. Do not worry. I will be fine. Du Tianqiang replied calmly. Go now? Yes. The disciple complied and departed. Yet, Du Tianqiang did not pursue. Instead, he stood still, motionless. After a full hour had passed, he suddenly fixed his gaze in a particular direction, stating softly, so you finally choose to reveal yourself. From within the dense forest, a figure slowly emerged. It was Fang Chen. Fang Chen regarded him with a calm demeanor and remarked, you truly are ruthless. You have indeed honored my request. The disciples of the 6-fold realm who followed you have truly encountered an unfortunate fate. Du Tianqiang dismissed the matter with indifference, stating that his demise held no significance to him. As long as it lured you out, his death would be justified. In Chapter 47, Confrontation with Du Tianqiang, it was revealed that Fang Chen had not strayed far, but had instead directly communicated with Du Tianqiang, urging him to deceive another individual, thereby granting him an opportunity for self-destruction. Fang Chen merely spoke in jest, unaware that Du Tianqiang would take him seriously. His absence was merely to eliminate that individual of the 6-fold realm. Fang Chen inquired, are you not concerned that I might slay that person and not return? Du Tianqiang replied, while your absence would hinder my pursuit, I could still ally with Luo Xiao and Bai Xiaomei to relentlessly hunt you down. To avoid having us 3 unite against you, you would naturally seize this opportunity, wouldn't you? With a smile, Du Tianqiang wagered his fate. I can slay those of the 6-fold realm. Do you not fear I could also bring about your end? Fang Chen responded calmly. Du Tianqiang, with a confident grin, retorted, I am aware of your abilities, yet in the face of absolute power, all is mere embellishment. Enough of this banter, he continued. I shall use your head as a bargaining chip to gain entry under Elder Luo's tutelage. As his words fell, a brilliant light erupted from his hand, revealing a violet long blade. With a swift stride, he closed the distance and struck down. The blow was extraordinarily fierce, as if it could cleave through anything. Fang Chen raised his sword to parry. The clash resounded. Bang! In their initial confrontation, Fang Chen was forced back 5 paces, his hands numb from the impact. He was somewhat astonished. This was the first time he had found himself at a disadvantage in a direct confrontation. Du Tianqiang, having only retreated a single pace, gazed at Fang Chen in astonishment. To think you could withstand my attack and only stagger back 5 paces. No wonder a practitioner of the 3rd realm can slay those of the 6th. Yet the disparity in their realms was evident. You cannot defeat me. As he spoke, Du Tianqiang charged at Fang Chen once more, relentlessly attacking. Fang Chen, recognizing the gravity of the situation, unleashed the formidable sword demon technique and met him head-on. Bang! Their exchanges were purely aggressive, resulting in an intense collision. Trees within a 10-pace radius were utterly decimated. Despite Fang Chen exerting all his strength with the sword demon technique, he remained no match for Du Tianqiang. The gap in their realms was insurmountable. He was being driven back relentlessly, bearing several wounds, appearing on the brink of defeat. Is this truly your only skill? Were you not confident in your ability to slay me? Du Tianchong laughed triumphantly, convinced of his inevitable victory. Fang Chen remained silent, his countenance cold and unyielding. Du Tianchong sneered. I am weary of this trivial exchange. It is time to end you and explore this new world. I have wasted far too much time on a worthless being like you. As he spoke, his aura surged dramatically. Purple energy enveloped him. His form began to morph, resembling that of a purple wolf. To perish beneath my divine power is a stroke of fortune for you. Accept your fate. His long blade melded into his body, transforming into sharp claws. Bang! In the blink of an eye, Du Tianchong appeared before Fang Chen, descending with a flurry of strikes, unleashing 100 claws in the span of a breath. Although Fang Chen's soul heaven demon eye kept pace, his physical form struggled to keep up. The myriad of claws descended upon him, overwhelming his defenses. Ultimately, one claw inflicted a gruesome wound upon his chest. Were it not for his 7th level of the pure body realm and his sword demon constitution, he would have met his demise with that single strike. He actually withstood it? Du Tianchong was taken aback, but soon a cold smile spread across his face. I am eager to see how many more you can endure. As he spoke, he launched another attack towards Fang Chen. Fang Chen, maintaining his composure, summoned a brilliant light in his hand just as the assault approached, manifesting the demon shield to defend himself. Du Tianchong regarded this with disdain and pressed on with his assault. Countless claws struck the demon shield, forcing Fang Chen back repeatedly. However, to his astonishment, the seemingly ordinary demon shield did not shatter under his ferocious onslaught. Instead, a wailing sound echoed from above, reminiscent of ghostly cries. This shield is no ordinary artifact. He focused intently on the enigmatic demon shield, sensing an extraordinary aura emanating from it. A flicker of greed flashed in his eyes, and his attacks grew ever more savage. Such a marvelous treasure wasted on a mongrel like you. It rightfully belongs to me. Only I am worthy of it. He sneered. Fang Chen remained impassive, utilizing the demon shield to fend off the strikes while consuming several healing pills. With his sword demon constitution, he fully absorbed the medicinal power, instantly halting the bleeding and temporarily stabilizing his injuries. Yet, he understood that if this continued, death was inevitable. Rather than await his demise, he retaliated, swinging the Black Ming sword. It was the purple light demon blade. Du Tianchong, however, merely scoffed, shielding himself with his claws and effortlessly blocking the strike. Such a feeble slash dares to harm me? A foolish dream, he mocked. But in the next moment, the demon shield, having endured countless assaults, suddenly erupted with a beam of black light, hurtling towards Du Tianchong. This was the demon shield's divine ability, devour and counterattack. The strike came just as Du Tianchong had successfully parried Fang Chen's technique, catching him off guard. Yet, being at the 7th level of the postnatal realm, he reacted swiftly, dodging to the side. However, the attack was too sudden, and it struck his shoulder, piercing through and causing a profuse flow of blood. Yet, Du Tianqiang's unique purple wolf form allowed him to stifle a grunt and channel his spirit energy to staunch the bleeding, mitigating the impact. Nevertheless, this act ignited his fury. You are as good as dead, Du Tianchong roared, a surge of purple energy enveloping him, merging into his right arm. His right arm expanded frantically, forming 5 long blades, slashing towards Fang Chen. Fang Chen's expression shifted slightly as he desperately activated the demon shield. Boom! The purple energy blades collided with the demon shield, launching Fang Chen through the air. He spat out several mouthfuls of blood mid-flight, crashing to the ground, uncertain of his fate. Simultaneously, the demon shield was sent flying towards Du Tianchong. Initially intent on finishing Fang Chen off, Du Tianqiang's eyes sparkled with excitement upon seeing the approaching demon shield. He leapt forward, grasping the shield. Ha! This shield is mine, he exclaimed with wild joy, a thrill akin to acquiring a priceless treasure. But in the next instant, his expression shifted dramatically. A terrifying demonic energy surged into his body from the shield. First, it invaded his arm, then his dantian. He quickly unleashed his spiritual power to resist, barely managing to stave off the impending invasion of demonic energy into his dantian. He let out a faint sigh of relief. If only he were granted a moment's respite, he could suppress the backlash from the demonic shield. Yet, Fang Chen would not afford him such an opportunity. The instant he sensed the demonic shield's backlash against Du Tianchong, he sprang into action. His eyes glowed a fierce crimson. The reason the demonic shield was hurled towards Du Tianchong was entirely his doing. He intended to exploit the terrifying devouring force of the shield to catch Du Tianchong off guard with its backlash. Once the demonic energy entered his body, it would become Fang Chen's chance to counterattack. The soul demon eye unleashed a mental assault. Du Tianchong immediately felt a sharp pain in his head. The defenses he had just formed crumbled in an instant. The demonic energy surged deeper, penetrating into his dantian. With a cough, Du Tianchong spat out a mouthful of blood, his veins bulging. This was a sign of being possessed by the demon. Simultaneously, Fang Chen gathered the demonic energy of the Black Ming's sword, the purple glowing demonic blade slashing once more. Du Tianchong attempted to defend himself, but the moment he channeled his spiritual energy, he was met with a backlash. The demonic shield seemed to cling to his hand, impossible to shake off. As Fang Chen's strike drew near, fear and regret filled Du Tianchong's eyes. No. Just as he uttered that single word, Fang Chen's purple glowing demonic blade swept across his neck, severing his head. Even in death, his eyes brimmed with unwillingness. For his own carelessness and greed had led to his demise at the hands of someone he deemed insignificant. Fang Chen knelt on the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. This time, he had sustained significant injuries, verging on the brink of death. Yet, he understood that this was not a place for rest and recovery. After consuming a healing pill and a recovery potion, he took Du Tianchong's storage bag and erased all traces of the battle, particularly ensuring not a drop of his blood remained. Should any malevolent individual acquire his blood, they could swiftly locate him. Once assured that no issues remained, Fang Chen set off in a particular direction. After stealthily traversing several dozen miles, he discovered a cave halfway up a mountain. After eliminating the second-tier beast within, he promptly claimed the beast's lair. Once the entrance was secured, Fang Chen finally sat down to begin his healing process. As soon as he relaxed, the pain from his wounds surged, causing him to grimace and tremble uncontrollably. After consuming 5 healing pills, Fang Chen could no longer endure and succumbed into unconsciousness. Chapter 48. Breakthrough. Postnatal. Fourth layer. Uncertain of how long he had been asleep, Fang Chen gradually regained consciousness. At this moment, the healing pills had staunched his bleeding, but the pain still rendered every movement akin to enduring a whipping. Fortunately, the unyielding heart method was in operation, providing him with considerable relief. He let out a bitter laugh. Had it not been for my body being that of the sword demon, capable of fully absorbing the healing pill's medicinal properties, along with my 7th-level body refinement realm, I might truly have perished at the hands of that Du Tianchong. After bandaging his wounds, he sat cross-legged on the ground to assess his condition. Yet, upon inspection, he was left astounded. Wait, how did my physical body break through to the 9th level of body refinement? What is going on? At this moment, his physical realm unexpectedly broke through during his unconsciousness, solidifying his foundation with virtually no instability. This was likely due to the body of the sword demon. For injuries sustained in battle could also refine and enhance one's physical prowess, achieving advancements that rivaled the consumption of the sword demon's blood. However, this method is fraught with peril, as sustaining injuries could easily lead to immediate demise or provide opportunities for others to exploit. To my astonishment, this misfortune has turned into a blessing, significantly enhancing my cultivation. If I were to encounter a 7th-tier powerhouse again, I would not find myself in such a dire predicament. Contemplating this, a glint of cold light flickered in Fang Chen's eyes. He had no intention of hiding until the exit was opened. If they sought to kill him in this new world, he would annihilate them within it. Transformed by the demonic path, Fang Chen was far from benevolent. First, he examined the treasures within Du Tianchong's storage bag. Upon opening it, he reached inside. Du Tianchong's artifacts were far superior to those of others, boasting a generous 3 zhang of space. There were over 3,000 spirit stones, alongside a plethora of materials and medicinal herbs, their total worth exceeding 10,000. Among these were numerous 2nd and 3rd-tier items, some exceedingly rare. Additionally, there were several vials of elixirs, approximately 5 or 6 in number. The healing and mana recovery elixirs were of high quality, but what delighted Fang Chen the most was the presence of 2 vials of spirit enhancement pills. If consumed in their entirety, breaking through to the 4th level would pose no challenge at all. In addition, there were several artifacts, including a treasured sword wielded by Du Tianchong, classified as a 3rd-tier yellow-grade artifact, quite precious indeed. Regrettably, as Fang Chen practiced swordsmanship, his combat strength would not see a further increase from this. Other items included a wolf's claw, a shield, and a long needle box. After some tinkering, Fang Chen discerned its purpose. It was likely a treasure designed for tracking his whereabouts, albeit only capable of indicating a general direction, which explained why they had been unable to locate him. He decided to keep it, as it might prove useful in the future. He placed the long needle box into his storage bag. Continuing his search for other valuable items, he indeed discovered a delicate jade vial. Upon opening it, a fragrant aroma of elixirs wafted forth, subtly enhancing his cultivation. This was A gleam of brilliance flashed in Fang Chen's eyes as he poured out the contents of the jade vial. A golden-red elixir appeared in his hand, its alluring fragrance captivating. This was a third-tier spirit vein pill, rivaling the heavenly vein pill. If consumed now, opening a second meridian would pose no difficulty. First, he would open the meridian, then break through to the fourth level of the acquired realm. By subsequently cultivating the fierce demonic sword technique with dual meridians, his power would multiply. A slight smile graced Fang Chen's lips. Should he encounter a seventh-tier powerhouse again, he would possess far more than mere combat prowess. However, he was not in haste to cultivate. First, he organized his belongings, retaining the useful items in his storage bag and placing the unnecessary ones into another bag. He then examined the storage bag of the sixth-tier opponent. Yet to his disappointment, this individual's resources were not as substantial as those of the previous sixth tier, possessing only a couple of spirit enhancement pills. Reflecting on the previous sixth tier's relative weakness, it seemed they had only recently broken through, hence the scarcity of enhancement resources. After organizing everything, Fang Chen placed the spirit pulse pill and the spirit elevation pill before him. He then sat cross-legged on the ground, striving to attain his optimal state. Once prepared, he consumed the spirit pulse pill. Instantly, a surge of profound energy coursed through his body, guided by Fang Chen into the partially open meridian. The second meridian he sought to open was the celestial meridian, which connects the sea of consciousness and the Danshan, holding an importance akin to that of the central meridian. However, the central meridian is more suitable as the primary pathway to be opened, as it governs the entire body. For others, opening these meridians is exceedingly challenging. Even with the spirit pulse pill, it remains a formidable task. In the early stages, 1 or 2 pills may suffice to open a meridian, but the difficulty escalates exponentially for subsequent meridians. Not only does it require a substantial quantity of spirit-opening pills, but their quality must also be increasingly higher. Yet, Fang Chen is different. Due to the transformation from the blood of the sword demon, the process of opening meridians is more arduous. Nevertheless, once he succeeds, his meridians will be more formidable than those of others. This is the very confidence that fuels Fang Chen's belief that he can contend with a seventh-layer practitioner after opening his meridians. Before long, Fang Chen immersed himself in his cultivation. The corpse of Du Tianchang had been torn to shreds by passing beasts, and at that moment, over 20 people had gathered at the scene. Luo Xiao, Bai Xiangmei, and others were present, and they recognized Du Tianchang through the token he had left behind. However, their reaction to his death was remarkably calm. What a useless wretch, to perish at the hands of that scoundrel, Luo Xiao scoffed. Bai Xiangmei echoed her sentiments, remarking, surely, he was caught off guard and ambushed by that scoundrel. He deserves it for attempting to claim all the credit for himself. Luo Xiao nodded in agreement, her eyes flickering with murderous intent. There are still 17 days until the exit opens. We must find him and eliminate him within this time frame. Bai Xiangmei smiled charmingly, saying, rest assured, senior brother Luo, I will set my white butterflies in various locations. As soon as he appears, I will sense his whereabouts. He won't be able to escape. Luo Xiao nodded. Then I shall trouble you, junior sister. 3 days later, Fang Chen remained seated in the cave, with spiritual energy swirling around him. The brilliance between his Danshan and sea of consciousness shone like a flowing galaxy. The celestial meridian. Open. Simultaneously, Fang Chen's realm surged dramatically. He broke through to the 4th layer of the postnatal realm and continued to ascend until reaching the pinnacle. Exhaling a deep breath of turbid air, he savored the changes within himself, a slight smile gracing his lips. He had finally achieved a breakthrough. He channeled the spiritual power within him. The central and celestial meridians rapidly activated, gathering a substantial amount of spiritual energy in the blink of an eye. Although meridians primarily serve to swiftly accumulate spiritual energy, it is crucial to understand that unleashing divine abilities requires a robust reservoir of spiritual energy. The more potent the divine ability, the greater the demand for spiritual energy. Others will not wait for you to slowly amass your spiritual energy to unleash divine abilities. They will strike while you are gathering. Furthermore, the meridians play a vital role in enhancing one's cultivation, determining future achievements. Rising to his feet, he felt a sense of satisfaction with the changes in himself. Merely opening the second meridian had significantly bolstered his strength. However, he was somewhat disappointed that the 5th level of the small tower had not yet opened. It seems that the key to unlocking the small tower lies not only in the elevation of one's realm, but also in other factors. If he guessed correctly, one would need to attain a certain level of strength to unlock higher realms. With this thought, he ceased to ponder further. It was time to venture forth. He wondered how arduous the search for him had been for others. Fang Chen slipped out of the cave and into the open air. Along the way, he encountered others. Though they were not the pursuers he had feared, but rather disciples genuinely engaged in their tasks. He chose not to disturb them and continued on his path. Little did he know, as he traversed the dense forest, a white butterfly took flight, gradually dispersing into the air. After walking for 10 miles, he stumbled upon a group of individuals. Initially, he intended to bypass them without a glance, only to realize that one among them was familiar. Han Xiangxiang. Before Fang Chen entered the new world, Han Xiangxiang had sent him a message, indicating that she was sent by Elder Hong Yin to assist him in evading this peril. However, after entering, he had been relentlessly pursued and had no opportunity to reach the central region, so encountering her here was truly unexpected. Who? Han Xiangxiang suddenly turned her gaze towards Fang Chen's direction. Startled, Fang Chen realized his presence had been detected. Chapter 49. Encounter with Han Xiangxiang. At this moment, Han Xiangxiang was not alone. 2 others accompanied her, appearing to be a master and a servant. The man in front held his proud head high, fanning himself with an elegant hand, exuding charisma. The man behind him bowed deeply, showing utmost respect to his superior. Upon hearing Han Xiangxiang's words, both men became alert. Han Xiangxiang's spiritual perception was significantly more potent than that of individuals at the same cultivation level, and it was precisely due to her formidable awareness that they had traversed this path unscathed. Fang Chen had not intended to reveal himself, but upon realizing that Han Xiangxiang had sensed him, he stepped forward. Upon seeing him, Han Xiangxiang broke into a smile. Fang Chen, you're alive. For so many days, Han Xiangxiang had been active in the central region, hoping to await Fang Chen's arrival. However, with half the time in the new world already elapsed, and Fang Chen still absent, she had feared he had perished, only to find him thriving. Fang Chen offered a slight smile and nodded. It's merely luck. Fang Chen, the one being pursued by Brother Luo? You scoundrel are still alive? Truly a stroke of luck. The man in front gazed at Fang Chen in disbelief. Han Xiangxiang frowned. Tianze, how can you speak so? She retorted sharply. If you continue to insult Brother Fang, there will be no need for us to collaborate further. Junior Sister Han. This fellow has offended Elder Luo and is as good as dead. Why should we pity him? Offending Elder Luo is a fate he deserves, Tianze said, visibly displeased by Han Xiangxiang's defense of Fang Chen. His gaze towards Fang Chen grew colder, laden with murderous intent. Indeed, Junior Sister Han. Why extend pity to one who is doomed? Added Tianze's subordinate, casting a disdainful look at Fang Chen. Fang Chen furrowed his brow. Had it not been for Han Xiangxiang's presence, he would have long since slain the two. Han Xiangxiang's expression turned even icier. I shall say this once more. If you continue to insult Brother Fang, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Upon perceiving Han Xiangxiang's icy demeanor, the two refrained from provoking her further. Han Xiangxiang turned to Fang Chen and said, Junior Brother Fang, from this moment onward, you shall accompany me. My spiritual awareness is rather unique. As long as I am present, they will undoubtedly be unable to locate you. Fang Chen harbored no doubts regarding her words, for it was through the soul heaven demon eye that he had discovered Han Xiangxiang and her companions. The fact that Han Xiangxiang was able to detect him solely through her spiritual awareness indicated her remarkable prowess, as such probing typically emanates from oneself, encompassing a certain radius. Before Fang Chen could respond, Tianze interjected, Junior Sister Han, that is unwise. Brother Luo and Sister Bai are actively searching for him. Taking him with us will only bring trouble. The companion added, Indeed, Junior Sister Han, we cannot bear this burden. The best course of action is to hand him over to Brother Luo. After all, this lad is doomed anyway. Precisely, the two echoed. Han Xiangxiang's expression turned frigid once more as she cast a cold glance at them and declared, If you are unwilling, you may leave at once. Should you dare to hand Junior Brother Fang over to Luo Xiao, it will be a matter of life and death. Upon hearing this, the two fell silent. Although Tianze was at the 6th level of the acquired realm and his companion at the 5th, they knew that without Han Xiangxiang's spiritual awareness, they could not freely explore this new world. They could only cast threatening glances at Fang Chen, attempting to intimidate him into not accompanying them. Fang Chen ignored them entirely and addressed Han Xiangxiang. Thank you, Junior Sister Han, but I can manage on my own and do not wish to burden you. Hearing this, Tianze and his companion exchanged smug expressions, believing their threats had been effective. However, Han Xiangxiang understood that Fang Chen genuinely did not wish to impose upon her. No, I am resolute, she asserted. I promised my master to protect you, and I shall fulfill that promise. I know you do not wish to burden me, but rest assured, as long as I am here, they will never find you. Fang Chen shook his head and replied, Thank you, Junior Sister, but I only trust myself. While he believed in Han Xiangxiang, he held no faith in Tianze and his companion. Just as Han Xiangxiang was about to speak, Fang Chen suddenly sensed something and swiftly turned to look, his expression darkening. Han Xiangxiang was taken aback, and in the next moment, she perceived over 10 figures approaching from all directions, precisely from the direction Fang Chen had gazed. This revelation shocked her profoundly. Fang Chen had detected the impending presence even before she did. Junior brother Fang, we must flee. They are upon us. She understood that this was not the time for discussion and urged him to move. Tianze, momentarily stunned, quickly realized that Luo Xiao was in pursuit. A glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes. Capturing Fang Chen would present a splendid opportunity to curry favor with Elder Luo. All right, Fang Chen nodded, ready to depart. However, Tianze and his companion positioned themselves in front of him, sneering, "Where do you think you're going?" Fang Chen's expression hardened upon realizing their intention to obstruct him until the pursuers arrived. "Get out of my way." He had no intention of engaging in idle chatter. And with a swift motion, the Haiming sword appeared, cleaving through the air. Now he has reached the 4th level of the celestial realm, having activated 2 meridians. Wielding a sword, and possessing the duality of martial and literary prowess, he is no longer the frail adversary who previously required all his strength to confront an injured opponent at the 6th level. Upon witnessing Fang Chen's fierce sword strike, Tianze's expression shifted dramatically, prompting him to hastily raise his sword in defense. Bang! Yet, he was still sent flying by Fang Chen's strike. Although uninjured, he felt a tremor in his chest. How is this possible? Tianze gazed at Fang Chen in disbelief. Merely at the 4th level, it was illogical for him to possess such combat prowess. Young master, one of his subordinates attempted to intervene and impede Fang Chen's advance. However, Han Xiangxiang, astonished that Fang Chen could repel Tianze with a single sword strike, hesitated for a moment before declaring, "Let us see who dares to obstruct." As her words fell, she brandished her jade sword to block the subordinate and swiftly countered with a strike that sent him reeling back. "Junior brother Fang, quickly flee," she shouted to Fang Chen. Fang Chen, feeling the pursuers drawing ever closer, wasted no time and made a beeline for escape. Although Tianze sought to impede him, Fang Chen executed the shadow step technique, his speed exponentially increasing. In the blink of an eye, he vanished into the dense forest. Just 5 breaths after Fang Chen's departure, over 20 figures emerged rapidly before Han Xiangxiang and her companions, including Luo Xiao and Bai Xiangmei, among others. They regarded Han Xiangxiang and her companions with furrowed brows. Luo Xiao inquired, "Where's that scoundrel?" Just as Han Xiangxiang was about to claim ignorance, Tianze pointed toward the direction Fang Chen had fled and shouted, "Senior brother Luo, that dog ran off in that direction." However, instead of feeling pleased, Luo Xiao advanced and delivered a sharp slap, exclaiming, "If you saw that scoundrel, why did you not stop him?" Though struck, Tianze dared not show any anger or resistance. He even fell to his knees, attempting to explain, "Senior brother Luo, I had intended to block him, but that brat is exceedingly cunning. He ambushed me unexpectedly, and before I knew it, he had escaped. Moreover, she aided that scoundrel. I had no means to restrain him." He pointed at Han Xiangxiang, attempting to shift the blame onto her. Han Xiangxiang refrained from elaboration, coldly fixing her gaze on Luo Xiao. He stared back at her icily, but refrained from aggression. Yet, he snorted disdainfully and issued a menacing threat. "Once we slay that beast, I shall deal with you properly. Let us go." With that, he led the group in pursuit of Fang Chen's fleeing form. Tianze, observing Luo Xiao and the others retreat, was filled with dread. Despite holding some standing within the sect, he felt vastly inferior compared to Luo Xiao and his cohort. This incident undoubtedly severed his prospects within the sect. That scoundrel. His expression darkened. All blame fell on Fang Chen. If not for him, how could he have offended Luo Xiao and his companions? Should he encounter that scoundrel again, he would surely dismantle him piece by piece. Han Xiangxiang's demeanor remained cold and grim, yet she uttered little else. She merely cast a glance at Tianze and said flatly, "Let us go." Tianze was taken aback, unable to believe Han Xiangxiang would still consider collaboration. However, she continued, "Our association is merely for the purpose of treasure acquisition. Once the treasure is obtained, our paths shall part." Chapter 50. In peril. Since it is merely a simple collaboration, any personal sentiments may be set aside for the time being. After the collaboration, there would be no further entanglements with each other. She coldly stated, "However, you should refrain from any tricks, otherwise." Tianze revealed a faint smile, "Sister Han, please rest assured." Fang Chen fled hurriedly, but behind him, Luo Xiao and her companions were relentless in their pursuit, the distance between them a mere 1,000 feet, almost within sight of one another. Meanwhile, Luo Xiao continuously commanded her subordinates to encircle Fang Chen, intent on trapping him. With his formidable spiritual awareness and the soul demon eye, Fang Chen was acutely aware of their movements. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the Earth Escape Talisman, aiming to widen the gap between himself and his pursuers. Seeing this, Luo Xiao sneered. An Earth Escape Talisman? Do you truly believe you are the only one with such an item? They all produced their own Earth Escape Talismans, which were of a superior grade compared to Fang Chen's. Not only did Fang Chen fail to distance himself from them, but the gap was narrowing, now only 500 feet apart. Understanding that their Earth Escape Talismans were equally potent, he knew that if this continued, he would inevitably be caught. After a moment of contemplation, he took out a map artifact, one belonging to Du Tianchong. During his seclusion, Fang Chen discovered that this map artifact could integrate data from other map artifacts, rendering it more comprehensive. The artifact in his hand had assimilated information from dozens of individuals, making it remarkably detailed, nearly encompassing the entirety of this small world. Through the map, Fang Chen noticed several areas that were not recorded, marked ominously with the words danger zone. He understood that these locations were undoubtedly perilous. However, rather than feeling trepidation, a slight smile crept upon his lips. You wish to kill me? Then come along for a tour inside. He promptly darted towards the nearest danger zone. The new world was not expansive. With the Earth Escape Talisman, he arrived within the span of a stick of incense. Before him lay an eerie thicket, where the trees were not the usual verdant green but a blood-like crimson hue. The sky appeared to be painted red by the forest's bizarre colors, exuding an unsettling aura. This place was designated as the Blood Mist Forest, rife with peril, and according to records, it seemed to house numerous never-before-seen beasts. Fang Chen murmured to himself. Meanwhile, behind him, Luo Xiao and Bai Xiaomei had also pursued him. Noticing this, Fang Chen had no hesitation in entering the Blood Mist Forest. Luo Xiao and Bai Xiaomei halted, their brows furrowed as they gazed at the vanishing figure of Fang Chen. They were well aware of the dangers of the Blood Mist Forest, and even they felt a chill run down their spines, astonished by Fang Chen's unflinching decision to enter. Does this lad fear nothing? Luo Xiao remarked coldly. Should we pursue him? Bai Xiaomei inquired. Of course we shall pursue. However, there is no need for haste. We will wait for the others to arrive before continuing the chase, Luo Xiao responded. Though perilous, it is not devoid of life. This time, we must ensure that this bastard meets his demise. He must not be afforded a moment's respite. Understood, Bai Xiaomei nodded. Before long, others caught up. Upon learning that they were to enter the Blood Mist Forest, their expressions changed dramatically. Some even entertained thoughts of retreating, unwilling to continue the hunt. Observing this, Luo Xiao coldly stated, Dear junior siblings, you have all benefited from my master's generosity. Having accepted benefits without fulfilling obligations, one should be well aware of the consequences that await. Upon hearing this, those contemplating withdrawal abruptly halted their steps. They were acutely aware of Luo Tingxiao's ruthlessness. Failing to act after receiving money could result in a fate as dreadful as that of Fang Chen. Bai Xiaomei reassured the group, stating that while danger lurked within, its severity was not insurmountable. As long as they cooperated and remained cautious, they would surely remain unharmed. In contrast, that wretch, alone and ahead of them, might not survive long in this treacherous environment. Her words served as a soothing balm, granting a measure of comfort to those present. Observing this, Luo Xiao gestured, urging everyone to proceed into the Blood Mist Forest. The group entered the forest with great determination. The Blood Mist Forest was eerily quiet, devoid of any avian or beastly presence, and even the slightest breeze seemed absent. Utilizing the shadow step technique, Fang Chen deftly maneuvered through the bloodwood trees, his soul heaven demon eye wide open, ever vigilant of his surroundings. Upon reaching a patch of crimson grass, he intended to leap over it, but was abruptly halted by a troubling sight through his soul heaven demon eye. Mere feet away, he was on the verge of leaping into the blood-red expanse. To the untrained eye, the grass appeared merely red, yet to Fang Chen's discerning gaze, it teemed with countless tiny insects writhing within, lying in wait for unsuspecting prey. This was a species he had never encountered before, sending shivers down his spine. Had he not stopped, he would have been devoured without a trace. He opted to circumvent the area, pausing at a safe distance until he sensed Luo Xiao and the others arriving before he continued onward. Bai Dai had been trailing Luo Xiao and the group, finally reaching the patch of grass. Initially, they were on high alert, fearing an attack from unknown creatures. However, as they ventured further, they realized that the Blood Mist Forest was merely an eerie facade, devoid of immediate danger. Gradually, they began to relax. Luo Xiao and Bai Xiaomei remained at the center of the group, vigilant due to their elevated cultivation, sensing the underlying peril of the forest. As the trio of fifth-layer postnatal practitioners stepped onto the grass, the rest of the group, oblivious to the impending threat, prepared to follow. Suddenly, the crimson grass surged violently. Countless tiny blood spots surged toward the three practitioners, enveloping them in a frenzied swarm. The trio attempted to resist, but it was already too late. The minuscule bloodworms, nearly invisible to the naked eye, latched onto their bodies, gnawing at their flesh and siphoning their blood. Their screams echoed in despair. The onlookers were aghast, their faces paling as they unleashed their abilities to combat the bloodworms. Their combined assault proved somewhat effective. Yet they soon realized that the visible bloodworms constituted only a fraction of the swarm. Beneath the surface lay an endless multitude of these parasites, and their attacks had provoked a wrathful response, akin to a locust swarm. Flee! Luo Xiao's countenance turned pale, and she bellowed, dashing to the side in a desperate escape. Others began to follow suit, with the bloodworms closely in pursuit. However, after fleeing several miles, the bloodworms ceased their relentless chase, retreating to their original position and transforming back into a crimson grassland. It was then that Luo Xiao and the others could finally catch their breath. Yet, upon accounting their numbers, his expression darkened significantly. Only 18 remained alive. The rest had perished at the hands of the bloodworms. Damned wretch! Luo Xiao's face turned ashen. Their chosen path was the one traversed by Fang Chen. It was inevitable that Fang Chen had discovered the bloodworms and lured them into the range of their attack. How did that wretch come to detect the bloodworms? Did he possess some formidable sensing technique? Luo Xiao found it hard to believe, considering Fang Chen was merely a fourth-stage practitioner of the acquired realm. There he is. At that moment, Bai Xiangmei shouted. Following her gaze, Luo Xiao quickly spotted Fang Chen a mile away, gazing at them mockingly, as if he were observing a troupe of jesters. Such contemptuous eyes instantly ignited their ire. After all, they had always regarded Fang Chen as nothing more than an insect. Chase him! Luo Xiao, enraged, bellowed and charged ahead. The others, without a moment's hesitation, followed suit in pursuit. Seeing this, Fang Chen also turned and fled. He was not foolish enough to assume he was invincible against such numbers. His only hope lay in evasion and striking them down one by one. Chapter 51, Outburst Flee? I shall see just how far you can run. Luo Xiao snorted coldly, throwing out a talisman that rapidly closed the distance to Fang Chen. In an instant, when he was merely 10 yards away, it suddenly ignited. The next moment, Luo Xiao's figure appeared there, a teleportation talisman. Fang Chen was taken aback. Such a talisman was worth tens of thousands of spirit stones. Clearly, Luo Xiao had spared no expense to eliminate him. The moment Luo Xiao teleported, he did not pause, forming seals with his hands. 2 beams of sword light shot towards Fang Chen. Fang Chen executed the extreme shadow step, attempting to evade. Yet, it seemed as though Luo Xiao's sword light could lock onto him, relentlessly following him no matter how he dodged. Realizing this, Fang Chen could only draw forth the demon shield to defend himself. Boom! The demon shield withstood the sword light, but Fang Chen was still sent flying several yards, significantly impairing his speed. Seizing this opportunity, Luo Xiao closed in another 2 yards. His assault continued, forcing Fang Chen to both defend and flee simultaneously. The distance between them narrowing. Luo Xiao sneered, wretch. Even in a perilous place, you have only one path, death. I suggest you surrender and accept your fate. I may show mercy and grant you a swift end. Fang Chen's expression remained icy as he retorted, to kill me, you are still unworthy. Luo Xiao's eyes were filled with disdain. A mere insect truly believes it can resist? Before absolute power and strength, you are destined to perish. As his words fell, multiple beams of sword light surged from all directions, sealing off Fang Chen's escape routes. Faced with this, Fang Chen could only brace himself and raise the demon shield once more. Fortunately, his physical body was robust enough to endure 1 or 2 strikes. Nevertheless, even so, he let out a muffled groan, feeling his internal organs shift. Simultaneously, Bai Xiangmei arrived. Her eyes sparkled with mockery, with his hands forming countless seals. A myriad of white butterflies surged toward Fang Chen, what appeared to be gentle and slow. These ethereal creatures instilled a chilling sense of danger that pricked every hair on his body. Fang Chen dared not be careless. With a furious roar, he unleashed the Black Ming sword, striking out repeatedly to carve through the onslaught. The evil demon shield whirled around him, desperately absorbing and deflecting the attacks. Yet, despite his efforts, numerous butterflies struck Fang Chen, causing him to spit blood, his body riddled with injuries deep enough to expose bone. Had it not been for his formidable physique, he would have perished on the spot. Others soon arrived, their gazes filled with resentment, disdain, and mockery towards Fang Chen, each preparing to unleash their powers to eliminate him while he was gravely wounded. Into the small tower, he thought. If he could not withstand the assault, He could at least seek refuge within the small tower. Although it would reveal its existence, it was preferable to dying here. However, Fang Chen soon realized that no matter how fervently he focused his thoughts, the small tower remained unresponsive. His expression shifted dramatically as a terrifying possibility struck him. Could it be that he was unable to enter the small tower in the presence of outsiders? Was he destined to perish here? No, he could not die here. Master, Grandpa Wang still depended on him. They could not die. With a roar, Fang Chen's aura surged. His eyes turning crimson. The sword demon body erupted forth, his blood energy enveloping him like a divine apparition. Instinctively, he slashed out with his sword, unleashing a torrent of demonic energy that countered the majority of the incoming attacks. Yet, several formidable spells still struck him. Surprisingly, Fang Chen sensed that the force of the spells was significantly diminished, inflicting him with minimal harm. No, that was not right. He quickly realized that it was not the weakness of the spells, but rather the overwhelming strength of his sword demon body that rendered him resistant to their effects. Had he awakened the potential of the sword demon body, enhancing both his offense and defense? As these thoughts flickered in his mind, he had little time to ponder further. A fifth-tier cultivator, renowned for their speed, swiftly approached from behind, intent on delivering a fatal strike. However, with the activation of his sword demon body, Fang Chen's soul demon eye became extraordinarily formidable, capable of observing his surroundings with perfect clarity. As the opponent drew near, he was already aware. Suddenly, Fang Chen pivoted sharply, his speed creating an afterimage. The fifth-tier cultivator paused, astonished that Fang Chen could perceive him amidst such a barrage of attacks. Yet, he did not dwell on it. With a short blade in hand, he lunged for Fang Chen's neck, determined to end him. But Fang Chen's speed surpassed his own. In a flash of sword light, he cut across the cultivator's throat. Before the blood could even spurt forth, Fang Chen vanished, propelled forward by the extreme shadow step, moving with such velocity that even Luo Xiao failed to react in time. "You bastard! How dare you kill my people? You shall pay!" Luo Xiao bellowed. Hastening after Fang Chen cast a cold gaze back at him, icily declaring, "Luo Xiao, I swear that you and your kind shall remain here forever. Pursue him." Luo Xiao shouted, hastily trailing Fang Chen. Yet, with the activation of his sword demon body, Fang Chen's extreme shadow step had ascended to the second tier, significantly amplifying his speed when combined with the Earth Escape Talisman. Although Luo Xiao and his companions had not been shaken off, it was exceedingly difficult to catch up in such a short span of time. Damn it! Luo Xiao's expression was exceptionally grim. He had not anticipated that Fang Chen would prove to be so tenacious. Continue the pursuit. Once his Earth-escaping talismans are exhausted, it will be his doom, he commanded. Fang Chen was acutely aware of this, his mind racing with strategies to counter the situation. He had not foreseen that Luo Xiao would expend a teleportation talisman solely to eliminate him, thereby disrupting the course he had originally intended to take. However, he felt no regret. Had he simply fled, it would have been exceedingly difficult to ensure their demise. By using himself as bait, he could lure the enemy deeper into danger. Now, he could only hope that other formidable beings resided within this perilous terrain, capable of assisting in the annihilation of his pursuers. Suddenly, Fang Chen's soul heaven demon eye gazed in a certain direction, causing his heart to tremble. He could sense a powerful and ferocious aura emanating from that location, one capable of slaying him. Approaching recklessly would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Yet, with Luo Xiao and the others closing in tightly behind him, Fang Chen contemplated for a moment and gritted his teeth, setting forth toward that direction. Continuing to linger would only lead to his eventual exhaustion. Facing Luo Xiao and his allies alone would be futile. The only viable option lay in relying on that formidable presence to vanquish Luo Xiao and his companions. However, he also risked becoming the first casualty at the hands of that entity. Yet, Fang Chen could no longer afford to ponder, for life and death were decreed by fate. And fortune favored the bold. Before long, he arrived near the source of the terrifying aura. The ominous presence, however, remained undisturbed, seemingly in slumber. Fang Chen's heart soared with joy. This was a splendid opportunity. Bursting forth from the dense forest, a massive cave appeared before him. He could distinctly sense that the being resided within the cave. Simultaneously, the entity detected the approach of a living soul and began to stir awake. Without a moment's hesitation, he struck towards the cave with his sword, regardless of whether he made contact. Following that, he hurled explosive talismans and fireball talismans at the rapidly approaching Luo Xiao and his companions. He spared no effort, casting all of his offensive talismans. He then produced his final earth-escaping talisman, along with the mist and illusion talismans, activating them as he fled. With all his strength, he triggered the earth-escaping talisman, vanishing instantaneously into the mist and illusion. Luo Xiao and his companions were taken aback at the sight of several offensive talismans and had no choice but to halt and defend themselves. Once they managed to withstand the onslaught, Fang Chen's figure had already melded into the misty illusion, evading even their divine senses. Chase him. They thought little of it, believing it merely to be Fang Chen's last desperate struggle. Yet at that moment, an enraged, beastly roar erupted from the cave. In the next instant, a colossal figure soared out. With blood-red eyes glaring fiercely at Luo Xiao and his companions, a sense of dread washed over them. This is bad. We've fallen into a trap. Upon sensing the aura of the entity, Luo Xiao realized they had once again been outsmarted by Fang Chen. Chapter 52. Bone Forging Realm Boom. Bang! The earth trembled as a gigantic beast gradually emerged. Towering at 10 meters, the creature was clad in dragon scales, exuding a chilling radiance. Its form resembled that of both tiger and lion, long and formidable. With a haughty step, her noble and arrogant gaze surveyed the multitude of insignificant beings below. Luo Xiao's countenance shifted dramatically as she sensed the formidable aura emanating from the beast. It was a peak-level third-tier demon beast. We must retreat. A peak-level third-tier demon beast possesses the combat prowess of a late innate stage warrior, far beyond their capacity to confront. Yet, just as they turned to flee, the demon beast vanished and swiftly reappeared behind one of the group. With a single claw, it rent the unfortunate soul asunder and devoured him whole. In an instant, it blinked away and materialized before a fifth-tier cultivator, who had no time to react before being slain and consumed. Luo Xiao's expression paled at this sight. The creature's speed was astonishing. Their only fate was to be picked off one by one. She shouted, "Do not run. Gather together and confront this beast. At peak innate stage, we still have a glimmer of hope. Fleeing will surely lead to our annihilation." Hearing her words, they quickly assembled. The demon beast, observing them with disdain as if they were mere ants, vanished into the forest. For a moment, Luo and the others were taken aback. Had the beast fled? But in the next instant, it lunged forth, striking one down with lightning speed before retreating into the dense woods. Terror filled the eyes of the group. The beast intended to use the forest's cover to eliminate them one by one. Luo Xiao commanded, "Destroy the forest." She was the first to act, wielding her sword amidst a flurry of shimmering blades that felled numerous trees. Seeing her resolve, the others joined in, quickly clearing a vast open space. The demon beast could no longer conceal itself, fully exposed before Luo Xiao and her companions. Yet, it remained unfazed, still regarding them with that same haughty contempt. "Attack! Slay this beast!" Luo Xiao cried, her eyes ablaze with fury. Having been deceived by Fang Chen and now belittled by this creature, her anger boiled over. Longing to rend the demon beast and Fang Chen into pieces, the remaining members hesitated not, launching their assaults. Though the beast was indeed powerful, it was still merely a peak-level third-tier entity. Faced with so many attackers, it could not afford to be careless. A cacophony of battle erupted as the beast clashed with over 10 warriors, all intent on vanquishing their foe. Meanwhile, Fang Chen sat cross-legged atop a nearby tree, having consumed several pills to stabilize his injuries. While he managed to suppress the pain, full recovery would require time. Yet, he felt no urgency. For the battle between Luo Xiao and the demon beast would not conclude swiftly. He chose to remain undisturbed, focusing on recuperation. As his wounds gradually healed, the essence of his sword demon body was refined anew. Due to the severity of his injuries, his refinement reached its peak, nearing the threshold of the bone forging realm. Bone forging realm, a vital phase for cultivating the bones, essential for strengthening the body. Bones are of utmost importance, serving as the foundation of physical cultivation. Without refining the bones, even a seemingly strong physique would remain fundamentally weak and vulnerable. The 9th level of bone forging realm is divided into 3 stages. The initial 3 focus on refining the limbs, the middle 3 on the central axis, and the final 3 on the cosmos, which refers to the head. Fang Chen sensed that he was on the verge of entering the bone forging realm and had no intention of sparing the last drop of blood of the sword demon. He directly utilized it for the cultivation of his physical body. Crack, crack. The bones within Fang Chen's body continued to emit crisp sounds, his brow furrowed tightly, cold sweat pouring down. The process of body tempering and bone forging is no trivial matter. Bones are notoriously difficult to refine, with the initial step being particularly arduous. The cultivation process demands not only the relentless honing of bones, but also the endurance of immense pain akin to having one's bones crushed or shattered, an agony that ordinary individuals cannot withstand. This is why most cultivators choose the path of spiritual cultivation rather than body refinement. Body refinement is not only costly, but also fraught with suffering. Although Fang Chen did not expend much, it was due to his possession of the sword demon physique and the priceless blood of the sword demon. The mere consumption of this blood could equate to the daily expenditure of 100 body refiners. This is one of the reasons for his rapid advancement. Fang Chen gritted his teeth, enduring the pain of bone forging for an entire hour. Fortunately, his willpower was formidable, otherwise he would have succumbed to the pain and suffered severe injuries from broken bones during this breakthrough. Once the bones are broken, the path of body refinement would be forever closed to him. But who is Fang Chen? With the sword demon physique and indomitable will, how could he possibly fail? Accompanied by a flash of golden light, the aura of his physical body surged dramatically. He achieved the first level of bone forging realm. Success. Fang Chen's aura underwent a monumental transformation, with his physical strength now boasting 500 dings. Moreover, his Dao cultivation also advanced to the pinnacle of the 4th level. At that moment, the small tower within him reacted once more, the 5th layer unlocking. Without hesitation, Fang Chen entered. For he was in dire need of the treasures contained within the small tower, preferably those that could resolve his current predicament. Upon entering the 4th layer of the small tower and arriving at the wooden table, Fang Chen opened the wooden box without delay. Inside lay a total of 8 drops of blood of the sword demon, which he hastily absorbed into his danshin. Subsequently, he turned his gaze to another treasure, 3 talismans. Upon closer inspection, joy flickered in his heart. The 3 talismans were distinct. One was a lethal talisman capable of slaying any formidable opponent beneath the Dao realm. Another was a teleportation talisman that allowed for instantaneous travel over vast distances without leaving a trace. And the last was a defensive talisman that autonomously activated to shield against any strike from adversaries below the Dao realm. It could be said that Fang Chen had gained an additional life. Most importantly, these 3 talismans were reusable, each capable of being employed 3 times. This meant that Fang Chen now had the means to eliminate 3 opponents below the Dao realm. A faint smile graced his lips as he thought of someone. Luo Tianxiao, you wish to kill me? I am eager to see who shall meet their demise. He exited the small tower, his gaze sharp and profound as he directed it toward the battlefield where Luo Xiao and the demonic beasts clashed. At this moment, there were still 8 individuals remaining on Luo Xiao's side, 2 at the 7th level, 2 at the 6th level, and 3 at the pinnacle of the 5th level. While the rest had fallen to the hands of the demonic beasts, both Luo Xiao and Bai Xiangmei bore injuries, though their wounds were relatively minor. The others were also hurt, with varying degrees of severity. However, the beast was equally afflicted, sustaining numerous injuries despite being a peak level 3 beast facing such an assault. In comparison to Luo Xiao and the others, it remained fierce and proud. Yet, Luo Xiao and his companions gradually became familiar with the beast's attack patterns, resulting in a stalemate where neither side could claim victory. Damn beast! Damn mongrel! Luo Xiao seethed, his fury palpable, for Fang Chen and his group had suffered grievous losses. He wished nothing more than to devour its flesh and grind its bones to dust. The beast, enraged by its wounds, viewed Luo Xiao and his companions as mere ants. And yet it had been injured by these insignificant creatures. Nonetheless, it remained composed, fully aware of the difficulty in facing the united front of Luo Xiao and his allies. Luo Xiao, equally vigilant after hundreds of exchanges with the beast, discerned its considerable intelligence, cunning, and treachery, traits not typical of a level 3 beast. However, this creature was a product of the New World, perhaps indicative of the peculiarities of this realm. The standoff continued, with neither side daring to strike, instead waiting for an opportune moment. Suddenly, one of the 5th level cultivators on Luo Xiao's side was gravely injured, spewing a mouthful of blood and collapsing to one knee. Luo Xiao and the others felt a pang of alarm, instinctively turning to assess the situation. The beast, sensing an opportunity, lunged towards the severely wounded cultivator. Intervene! Block this beast! Luo Xiao shouted, prompting the others to act immediately. Yet, the beast deftly shifted directions, targeting another 5th level cultivator instead. Realizing the cunning strategy, Luo Xiao's heart sank. This beast is feigning an attack. The group swiftly redirected their assaults, but the beast again changed course, attacking the injured individual. This is bad. Luo Xiao cursed inwardly. The beast was far too clever and swift. They could only watch helplessly as their spells missed the mark. The gravely injured cultivator was torn to shreds by the beast's claws, his blood dissipating into the air. Beast! Luo Xiao roared in fury, unleashing his powers. Golden light enveloped him, swiftly transforming into a magnificent golden sword that cleaved towards the beast. Caught off guard by the lethal strike, the beast was struck in the abdomen, unleashing a series of anguished cries as it retreated hastily. It only came to a halt after retreating several miles, revealing a deep gash in its belly. It glared furiously at Luo Xiao, brimming with rage. Luo Xiao, elated by the sight of its severe injury, declared, "If we continue to wear it down, it is destined for defeat." Yet, the next scene left everyone in shock. The beast abruptly turned and dashed into the dense forest, fleeing without hesitation. "Damn beast!" Luo Xiao exclaimed in exasperation. Unlike other beasts that would unleash a frenzied wrath upon injury, this one chose to retreat. Not only was Luo Xiao taken aback, but even Fang Chen, watching from a distance, was stunned. Could it truly act in such a manner? It seemed that this beast possessed intellect on par with humans. His gaze shifted back to Luo Xiao and his companions, turning cold and merciless. 7 remained. 2 7th-level cultivators, though injured, were not severely harmed. Among the 5 remaining, 2 were gravely wounded, 2 suffered minor injuries, and 1 was unscathed. Though the situation was perilous, action was imperative. He would not afford Luo Xiao and the others a moment's respite. Without hesitation, he swiftly approached them. It was only then that Luo Xiao and his companions regained their senses, and he shouted, "Let us depart. We must leave this place." Though a strong desire to eliminate Fang Chen lingered within them, their injuries made the prospect of continuing the pursuit perilous, potentially leading to their demise. For now, retreating from the blood mist forest was their only option, with plans to reassess later. Naturally, there were no objections. They had long wished to flee. After each consumed a healing pill, they began to retrace their steps. However, just as they had not traveled far, a blinding light erupted from the depths of the blood forest. One of the injured 5th-tier cultivators, caught unawares, was pierced through the back. A scream of anguish reverberated throughout the entire blood forest. Luo Xiao and the others initially assumed it was a beast returning. But upon seeing that the assailant was a blade, they realized they were under human attack. Gazing further back, they saw Fang Chen observing them with a mocking expression. "You again, you wretch. I had spared you, yet you dare provoke us once more." Luo Xiao's eyes burned with fury. It was because of Fang Chen that their group had dwindled from over 20 to a mere 6. Fang Chen remained composed and indifferent, replying, "Spare me? You have pursued me relentlessly. Do you think a mere statement of mercy suffices? Wretch, do not overestimate yourself." Bai Xiangmei retorted angrily. "Do you truly believe that surviving this ordeal ensures your life? Elder Luo will not let you go. Your fate is sealed. It is merely a matter of time. Offending Elder Luo guarantees your demise." Others joined in the chorus. Throughout, Fang Chen maintained his calm demeanor. "Have you finished? Once you are done, I shall send you on your way." Luo Xiao's expression darkened. He was not afraid of Fang Chen. Rather, he feared the resurgence of the beast. Should it return and ensnare them again, trouble would surely ensue. Yet he understood that without eliminating Fang Chen, escape would be impossible. "Surround him. Let us dispatch this wretch with utmost speed," he bellowed. Upon hearing this, the others sprang into action, though they were all injured. They remained confident that defeating Fang Chen was well within their capabilities. Observing this, a faint smile graced Fang Chen's lips as he suddenly vanished from sight. His speed was astonishing, beyond their wildest imaginations. With his physical prowess having reached the bone refinement stage, combined with the extreme shadow step technique, Fang Chen's velocity had undergone a qualitative transformation. Even Luo Xiao's countenance shifted dramatically. Fang Chen's swiftness had surpassed his expectations. In an instant, Fang Chen appeared before one of the 5th-tier cultivators. The cultivator was taken aback, hastily drawing his sword to strike. However, a hurried attack could hardly harm Fang Chen. In the blink of an eye, their weapons clashed, and the opponent's sword was deflected by Fang Chen's black Ming sword. The cultivator's bare chest was now exposed before Fang Chen. Without hesitation, Fang Chen cleaved him in two. With his current strength, he felt confident in overcoming even a 7th-tier opponent, let alone a mere 5th-tier novice who had yet to refine their physical form. After dispatching one foe, Fang Chen set his sights on another, swiftly closing the distance. Witnessing this, Luo Xiao's expression paled, to prevent Fang Chen from escaping. He commanded the others to spread out and encircle him. Little did he realize, this only granted Fang Chen the opportunity to eliminate them one by one. "Quickly regroup," he shouted. Yet it was already too late. The man, upon witnessing Fang Chen's approach, turned pale with fear, devoid of any courage to confront him. He swiftly turned to flee. However, he was no match for Fang Chen, who had mastered the first level of bone forging and the extreme shadow step technique. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen was upon him. By the time the man realized and attempted to resist, Fang Chen had already struck him down with a single sword. The others, observing Fang Chen's terrifying prowess, dared not show any inclination for battle and hurriedly gathered around Luo Xiao. Seizing this moment, Fang Chen unleashed the flowing shadow blade, targeting one of the 6th-level cultivators. With the strength he possessed at the bone forging stage, that strike shattered the sound barrier, reaching the 6th level cultivator in an instant. The cultivator, caught off guard, hastily raised his sword in defense, but the might of the flowing shadow blade was overwhelming, effortlessly deflecting his precious sword and piercing through his chest. The cultivator gazed in disbelief at the gaping wound on his chest, unable to fathom that he, a dignified 6th level cultivator, could not withstand even a single blow from Fang Chen. Seizing this opportunity, the remaining individuals hastily converged by Luo Xiu's side. However, they were now reduced to merely 4. Aside from Luo Xiu and Bai Xiangmei, only one injured 6th level cultivator and one unscathed 5th level cultivator remained. Fang Chen paid them little heed. These two were no longer his adversaries. Only Luo Xiu and Bai Xiangmei posed a genuine threat. At that moment, Luo Xiu's expression grew grave, for Fang Chen's strength exceeded his expectations. 3 strikes had felled 3 opponents, a display of power far beyond what Fang Chen had previously demonstrated. The most startling aspect was that Fang Chen had entered the secret realm as merely a 1st level cultivator. Now, he stood at the pinnacle of the 4th level. Bai Xiangmei, too, recognized this alarming truth, and they exchanged a glance filled with murderous intent. They had to eliminate Fang Chen now, otherwise they risked their own lives. We must kill this bastard. Otherwise, we shall perish. Luo Xiu bellowed, unwilling to waste any more time, and charged forth with his sword raised. Bai Xiangmei formed hand seals, surrounded by swirling white butterflies, and joined in the assault. Only the 2 6th and 5th level disciples exchanged hesitant glances. The display of strength Fang Chen had previously exhibited was too terrifying. Should they engage, they would surely become mere fodder. Ultimately, they steeled themselves and turned to flee. Damn it! Luo Xiu cursed upon witnessing their retreat, but he could not afford to be distracted. He surged towards Fang Chen. Fang Chen, undaunted, drew his sword to engage. The clash of swords echoed, clang, clang, as their blades met. Fang Chen felt a slight numbness in his arm and could not help but take 3 steps back, while Luo Xiu staggered only 2 steps back. Indeed, a formidable warrior at the 7th level of the postnatal realm. Were it not for my own body having reached the bone forging stage, I would surely be at a disadvantage, Fang Chen mused. Your swordsmanship is commendable, yet your cultivation is lacking. Prepare to meet your end. Luo Xiu, sensing Fang Chen was not overwhelmingly strong, sneered and attacked once more. Bai Xiangmei joined him, and together they unleashed their formidable techniques against Fang Chen. Luo Xiu's sword shadows shimmered brilliantly, with streams of radiant sword light converging from all directions toward Fang Chen. This was the Golden Light Sword Shadow technique, a second-tier yellow-grade skill, which Luo Xiu had cultivated to the 3rd layer, achieving minor success, making his strikes ruthless and swift. Bai Xiangmei, enveloped by swirling white butterflies, radiated a luminous white light, transforming into a figure reminiscent of a white butterfly. This was the white feather butterfly transformation technique, another second-tier yellow-grade skill and one of Bai Xiangmei's primary cultivation methods. As the two engaged, each unleashed their most formidable skills. Fang Chen, undeterred, swiftly executed the fierce demon sword technique, clashing with the duo. Luo Xiu wielded his golden sword, its brilliance flashing as it relentlessly struck towards Fang Chen. Meanwhile, Bai Xiangmei summoned countless white butterflies from all directions, appearing beautiful yet concealing deadly intent. Despite Fang Chen's mastery of the fierce demon sword technique, facing 2 opponents of the same cultivation level quickly placed him at a disadvantage. Observing this, Luo Xiu sneered. Though I am unaware of how you have advanced so rapidly and acquired the ability to combat beyond your level, I am certain that killing you will yield the answers I seek. Greed flickered in his eyes, envisioning himself as a top genius of the Tianyu divine sect if he too could fight above his level. Do you doubt my strength? Fang Chen remarked with a hint of a smile. In the face of our disparity in realms, your death is inevitable. Then you may attempt to prove otherwise. Fang Chen replied nonchalantly, as the energy of the great Dao surged behind him, revealing the characters of the sword Dao. Chapter 54, Cunning Dao Characters. Impossible. How can a mongrel like you awaken Dao characters? Luo Xiu exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief, shaking his head vigorously. He believed himself endowed with exceptional talent, destined to awaken Dao characters in the innate realm and become one of the top geniuses of the Tianyu divine sect. Yet, even he could not fathom awakening Dao characters in the acquired realm. The fact that this so-called mongrel had achieved it was beyond his comprehension. Fake. It must be fake. Bai Xiangmei, once confident and disdainful, now wore a face of shock and disbelief. Fang Chen remained calm, coolly regarding them. Fake. Then perhaps you should take another look to see if this is real. As his words fell, another character emerged, the character of war. The two Dao characters radiated an aura of the great Dao, powerful and enigmatic. Two Dao characters, Luo Xiao and Bai Xiangmei, were left dumbfounded. To awaken two Dao characters in the acquired realm was a feat achievable only by the most extraordinary of prodigies. In that instant, they realized they had provoked an entity far beyond their reckoning. Now, you may die, Fang Chen declared, a crimson light flickering around him as the sword demon body erupted. His demonic energy soared, his eyes turning blood red, crimson runes swirling about him, his aura surging explosively. This was a state Fang Chen had previously manifested during a life-and-death crisis, albeit not in its complete form. Now, with his physique reaching the bone refinement realm, he was fully capable of sustaining the sword demon body's eruption. He referred to this state as sword demon transformation. Do not hold back. Kill him. Luo Xiao sensed impending doom and shouted to Bai Xiangmei. In response, his sword glimmered with golden light, resembling a divine blade, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. Bai Xiangmei's surrounding white butterflies swiftly converged, transforming before her into a colossal white butterfly. The butterfly unfurled its wings, unleashing a fierce gale directed at Fang Chen. The two unleashed their utmost divine abilities, intent on slaying Fang Chen. In his sword demon transformation, Fang Chen's demeanor was icy, resembling a bloodthirsty demon. He raised the Haiming sword, which trembled incessantly, not out of fear from Fang Chen, but rather from its trepidation of Fang Chen transformed into a sword demon. As the two formidable powers approached, the black crying sword demon amassed an overwhelming aura. When the two divine abilities drew near, Fang Chen unleashed a single strike. The purple light demon blade cleaved through the air. With a resounding crash, the purple light demon blade obliterated the divine abilities upon contact, leaving no room for resistance. How could this be possible? Luo Xiao and Bai Xiangmei stared in disbelief. This was their ultimate divine ability, and it should not have been so feeble. However, in the next moment, their expressions shifted dramatically. After annihilating the divine abilities, the purple light demon blade showed no signs of pause and locked onto them. Instantly, a chilling sense of impending doom enveloped them, causing their hairs to stand on end. Flee! They must escape! Luo Xiao screamed internally, but it was too late. The purple light demon blade flickered past, and Luo Xiao's head was severed cleanly. His eyes widened in shock, unable to accept this fate. Gradually, his expression morphed into one of regret and fear. As the purple light demon blade targeted Luo Xiao, Bai Xiangmei was merely caught in the fallout, losing an arm. Yet this strike extinguished her will to resist entirely. Thud! Bai Xiangmei collapsed to the ground, pleading, "Please, spare my life. I will do anything you ask. I am skilled in pleasing men. I have learned the ways of the bedroom, and I can satisfy you." Yet Fang Chen showed no hesitation, swiftly severing her neck with a single stroke. Bai Xiangmei's eyes widened, tears streaming down her face, filled with regret and confusion. Was she not beautiful enough? Did she not stir any desire within him? Thud! With her doubts lingering, she fell to the ground, devoid of life. This time, he suffered no injuries. It was far better than before. Fang Chen exited the sword demon state, assessing his condition. It was no surprise that he could easily dispatch them, as he had now reached the bone refining stage with 4 levels of cultivation. Luo Xiao and Bai Xiangmei had not cultivated their physical bodies. Despite their 3 minor realms above him, the actual disparity was minimal. Moreover, with Fang Chen wielding a sword, the essence of combat, and possessing the sword demon physique, they were no match for him. Both were at the 7th level, and Fang Chen considered what treasures they might possess. He approached Luo Xiao and bent down to retrieve the storage pouch at his waist. But just then, he felt a chill behind him. A wave of murderous intent locked onto him. His expression changed dramatically. Without hesitation, he summoned the evil demon shield to protect his rear. Clang! A crisp sound echoed as the evil demon shield was struck and sent flying, unable to thwart the lethal force behind him. Yet this moment granted Fang Chen the opportunity to react. He swiftly turned, raising the black crying sword to defend himself. Boom! Despite this, Fang Chen was still struck and propelled backward, crashing through over 20 feet and toppling numerous trees before finally coming to a halt. He spat several mouthfuls of blood and glanced down at his chest, where a deep gash exposed bone. This blow had taken nearly half his life. Damn it, he thought. Had he known better, he wouldn't have defended himself. If he had refrained, he could have triggered the defensive talisman, which would have absorbed the blow without harm. The defensive talisman only activated when faced with a lethal strike. But Fang Chen's attempt to block with the evil demon shield and the black crying sword had rendered the attack non-lethal, yet it left him grievously wounded. At this moment, Fang Chen also had the opportunity to glance at his assailant. Upon recognizing the foe, he inwardly cursed the cunning beast. The creature that attacked him resembled both lion and tiger, possessing an elongated physique. It was none other than the pinnacle of a third-tier beast. The beast gazed mockingly at the severely injured Fang Chen, its mouth clenching two figures. A closer inspection revealed that they were precisely the two cultivators of the 5th level who had previously fled. It seemed that the beast had been stealthily trailing them, and upon finding them isolated, it launched a direct assault. Fang Chen couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. He had initially thought to utilize the creature, only to find himself outmaneuvered. Meeting the beast's disdainful gaze, he struggled to sit upright and addressed it. "My friend, we have collaborated quite well. I possess ample healing elixirs that could restore your strength. Shall we call it a truce?" The beast fixed its gaze on Fang Chen, filled with contempt, having no intention of reconciling. Sighing resignedly, Fang Chen lamented the cycle of vengeance. He attempted once more to reason with the beast. The creature looked at Fang Chen in confusion. Despite the apparent vulnerability of the ant before it, he still bore an air of nonchalance. However, it chose not to linger on such thoughts. Not wishing to toy with him further, it swallowed the two figures and charged at Fang Chen with astonishing speed, reaching him in the blink of an eye. Yet Fang Chen was prepared. With a swift motion, he threw forth a talisman he had acquired from the small tower, a talisman of attack. Without hesitation, he activated it. The crimson runes swirled, transforming into a glowing red that swiftly locked onto the beast, piercing through its skull in an instant. The speed was so remarkable that even Fang Chen's soul sky demon eye proved ineffective. The creature had no time to react. With a resounding thud, the beast collapsed, lifeless, rolling a considerable distance before finally coming to rest. Fang Chen exhaled a heavy breath, swallowing several healing elixirs before retracting the attack talisman. He cast a pained glance at the talisman, having expended it for a mere third-tier beast, when he had intended to reserve it for defeating the formidable Luo Tianshao of the Zhou Yuan realm. Nevertheless, had it not been for this talisman, he too might have fallen to the beast's cunning. Dismissing his discomfort, he rose with difficulty, retrieving the storage bags of Luo Xiao and Bai Xiangmei, and unceremoniously tossed the beast's carcass into his own storage. After a moment's contemplation, he headed in a particular direction and soon arrived at the beast's lair. Typically, lairs of such creatures are exceedingly secure, as other beasts would not dare encroach upon their territory. Thus, Fang Chen decided to recuperate within before departing the blood mist forest. Upon entering the cave, he discovered an unexpected expanse. The seemingly small entrance opened into a vast space. As he ventured deeper, he found himself momentarily frozen in astonishment. His mouth agape, nearly dropping to the ground. Surrounding him were numerous spiritual herbs and flowers, although the majority were of the first tier. There were also several rare second and third tier varieties. Among them were 7 spirit immortal flowers and the third tier Yuju spiritual grass. This a-rolling herb has likely existed for a millennium. This specimen, which I have never encountered before, must be a product of this realm. Fang Chen diligently gathered the herbs, discovering no fewer than 50 specimens, including a dozen of the second and third tiers, of which some were exceedingly rare. If sold, they would undoubtedly fetch a handsome price. Without hesitation, he collected all the spiritual herbs and flowers into his storage bag. Just as he was about to attend to his injuries, he noticed a fleeting golden light amidst the myriad of wild grasses where the demon beast lay asleep. Though the radiance vanished swiftly, it appeared strikingly brilliant in the pitch-black cave, instantly capturing Fang Chen's attention. What was that? He approached the underbrush, clearing it away, and was astonished to uncover an egg. An egg? Could it belong to the demon beast? He picked it up, finding it only the size of his hands, shimmering with golden light, adorned with white patterns that added an air of mystery. Gazing at the egg, Fang Chen furrowed his brow. Its aura did not resemble that of the demon beast, but rather seemed to surpass it, suggesting it was pilfered from elsewhere by the creature. As he pondered, the golden egg began to glow and encircle Fang Chen's hands. He felt a tremor, sensing a faint life force emanating from within the egg. Strangely, this energy resonated with his own sword demon physique, flooding his consciousness with an inexplicable sense of familiarity. What could this mean? Did the egg have some connection to the ancient sword demon? Or was it the egg of a magical beast? His mind swirled with countless thoughts. Yet he realized it was impossible to deduce the egg's origin based solely on this faint connection. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to place the beast's egg into his storage bag for safekeeping. Just as he completed this task, Fang Chen emitted a muffled groan, inadvertently aggravating his internal injuries. The demon beast's sudden assault had inflicted significant harm upon him. First, he needed to heal. Prolonging this matter would lead to complications. He promptly settled amidst the underbrush, consuming healing elixirs to begin his recovery. Several days later, Fang Chen's injuries had finally mended, and his physical cultivation had once again advanced. Although he had not broken through to the second level of bone refinement, he had reached the pinnacle of the first level, an impressive pace indeed. Once restored, Fang Chen retrieved and opened the storage bags of Luo Xiao and Bai Xiangmei. Apart from higher-tier healing and recovery elixirs, he found an assortment of miscellaneous talismans and artifacts. He was particularly pleased to find that the spirit-raising elixirs of the two were fewer in number, yet superior to others, being top-tier second-grade pills with enhanced potency. In terms of spirit stones, they possessed barely over 3,000 combined. It seemed they had not deemed it necessary to bring a substantial amount into this realm. Among their treasures, the most remarkable was undoubtedly Luo Xiao's innate artifact, a fourth-tier yellow-grade treasure known as the Ruojin sword. Regrettably, it was of the light attribute, unsuitable for Fang Chen. Artifacts are not merely valuable for their high grade. Their suitability to the wielder is of paramount importance. Nevertheless, the Ruojin sword could indeed command a lucrative price. Additionally, the maps possessed by Luo Xiao and by Xiangmei appeared significantly more complete, suggesting they had likely seized maps and artifacts from others to achieve such thoroughness. Upon integrating their findings, Fang Chen had nearly completed 90% of the new world. Only a couple of perilous locations remain, where no soul dares to tread. With merely 7 days left until the deadline, it is prudent not to linger here, for the nature of potential dangers is still unknown. After organizing his belongings, Fang Chen did not tarry further. He exited the cave and left the blood mist forest. Once safely away from the blood mist forest, he intended to seek a secure place to meditate, planning to emerge once the time had elapsed. However, he had not walked far when his soul heaven demon eye swiftly detected 3 figures. Upon recognizing their faces, Fang Chen momentarily froze. Sister Han and the 2 others were still together? Wait, something seems amiss. He swiftly altered his course towards Han Xiangxiang and the others. At that moment, Han Xiangxiang gripped her long sword, her body trembling incessantly, her complexion pale as death, her eyes ablaze with fury as they locked onto Tianze. Tianze, what do you intend to do? What have you done to me? Tianze's expression was grotesque, brandishing his own longsword, and he emitted a series of chilling laughs. What do I want? Naturally, it is the treasures you possess. The celestial cloud grass root is a divine herb for opening the sea of consciousness. Did you truly believe I would relinquish it without a fight? You have already fallen victim to my Hihuan Tian D powder. Let us see how you intend to resist. In these final 7 days, I shall thoroughly enjoy myself. Ha! Young master, once you grow weary of your game. May I have a turn? His lackey leered, nearly drooling. Tianze boasted, fear not, I shall ensure you have your share of pleasure. Han Xiangxiang's expression darkened profoundly. Tianze, you dare. My master will never let you go. Your master? Heh. Do not assume I am unaware that you are merely an outer disciple of Elder Yunhong. Besides, do you truly believe you can survive to return? Tianze sneered. Han Xiangxiang's face paled further. You intend to kill me? At that moment, her body swayed unsteadily, barely able to remain upright. Heh Xiangxiang. I shall personally take care of you before we depart, Tianze declared with a grin. You. Han Xiangxiang's complexion grew even more ashen, unable to maintain her strength. She collapsed onto the ground. Help! Help! She weakly cried out, hoping to attract the attention of nearby individuals. Tianze chuckled coldly. Here, near the blood mist forest. No one will come to your aid. With that, he lunged towards Han Xiangxiang. But at that moment, a gentle breeze swept through. Pardon the interruption, a voice slowly resonated. Upon hearing this voice, Tianze was initially taken aback, only to have his expression shift drastically as he turned to see Fang Chen, calm and composed. With one hand grasping his lackey's head. Junior brother Fang, you wretched spawn, both exclaimed in unison. Fang Chen regarded him coolly and remarked, what is this? Are you disappointed that I am not dead? Tianze sneered. Since you managed to escape, you ought to find a place to hide well. Yet here you are, attempting to be the hero. If I can just hold you back for a moment, I am certain brother Luo will soon catch up. This time, let us see how you intend to flee. Luo Xiao? Fang Chen's lips curled into a slight smirk. They have all perished within. Perished within? Tianze was momentarily stunned, but his cold laughter quickly returned. Do you think I would believe you? You, this wretched spawn, could never match brother Luo and the others. Junior brother Fang, run. Do not wait until Luo Xiao and the others catch up. Tell my master upon your return. She will avenge me. Han Xiangxiang initially felt a glimmer of hope. Yet upon recalling that Fang Chen was merely at the 4th level, she doubted his ability to contend with Tianze. Fang Chen gazed at Han Xiangxiang and shook his head, assuring her, rest easy, senior sister, I will save you. Save. You wretched fool, do you possess such strength? Tianze laughed heartily and charged forward with his sword. As for the minion in Fang Chen's grasp, Tianze had little regard for his life. His sole intention was to incapacitate Fang Chen and deliver him to Luo Xiao. In doing so, he could settle previous scores and perhaps even secure favor with the formidable Luo Tianxiao. Fang Chen sneered, gripping the minion's hand, and with a sudden force, crushed his head as easily as one would a watermelon. With his current strength, such a feat was trivial. He then drew the Haiming sword and met Tianze head-on. The clash of their swords resonated powerfully. Tianze felt an overwhelming sword intent coupled with terrifying strength surge through his arm and throughout his body, resulting in a spray of blood from his mouth, his internal organs displaced, and he was thrust back over Tianzhong, crashing into the ground and creating a deep crater. The Bone Forging Realm. How could this be possible? You are merely at the 4th level of the acquired realm. Your physical cultivation has reached the 1st level of bone forging. This is inconceivable. He howled in despair. Chapter 56. Junior brother, take me. The Bone Forging Realm. 4th level of the acquired realm. Han Xiangxiang's face was a picture of shock, astounded by Fang Chen's rapid advancement. Yet soon, her expression transformed into one of elation. Junior brother Fang, this is wonderful. Fang Chen turned his cold gaze upon Tianze and declared, previously, when Luo Xiao sought to hunt me down and you intended to obstruct me, you had already sealed your fate with me. What if you have entered the bone forging realm? To kill me? Such delusions are futile. Tianze roared, his eyes flickering with murderous intent as he raised his sword and charged at Fang Chen once more. Fang Chen's expression remained impassive as he horizontally slashed with the Haiming sword, shattering Tianze's assault, before delivering another strike that severed his arm. Ah! Tianze screamed in agony, his cries echoing in despair. How could he be so powerful? This is impossible. I cannot perish here. I am the young master of the Tian family. I have yet to fully embrace life. The vast estate remains unclaimed. I cannot die here. If only I could find senior brother Luo, I would survive. Countless thoughts raced through his mind as he sought a chance at survival. Yet Fang Chen surged forward with blinding speed, appearing before him in an instant. You have no chance left. As the words fell, the Haiming sword flashed, slicing through his neck and decapitating him. No, the Tian family will not let you go. Even as his head rolled to the ground, Tianze remained defiant. His roar filled with resentment. He did not wish to die. But ultimately, his life extinguished, his head lay lifeless on the ground. Beside them, Han Xiangxiang stared in disbelief. How could Tianze, at the 6th level of the acquired realm, have perished so swiftly? Just moments ago, he was in pursuit. And now he was vanquished. Unable to contain herself, she asked, Junior brother Fang, did you truly kill Luo Xiao and the others? Fang Chen nodded. Indeed, senior sister. I lured them into a perilous situation and utilized a powerful beast to eliminate them. Han Xiangxiang understood, finding the outcome acceptable. If Fang Chen had truly slain Luo Xiao and Bai Xiangmei single-handedly, it would have been utterly extraordinary. Senior sister, are you unharmed? Fang Chen observed as Han Xiangxiang's cheeks transitioned from a pallid hue to an unusual crimson. Not only her face, but also her ears and the entirety of her being began to flush red. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired. It appeared that Han Xiangxiang had just recalled that she had been afflicted by Tianze's euphoric powder. With a feeble sigh, she emitted a delicate, breathy moan. Fang Shidi, there must be an antidote on Tianze. You must search for it quickly. I can barely hold on. She struggled to articulate. Very well, Shija. Please wait. Fang Chen approached Tianze's lifeless body, rummaging through his storage pouch. At that moment, Han Xiangxiang suddenly embraced him, her consciousness clouded, her eyes dreamy. Exhaling a fragrant aura, her hands roving over Fang Chen's form. Shidi, I can no longer resist. Take me. Fang Chen was taken aback, attempting to pry her away. Yet, it seemed that Han Xiangxiang was entirely under the influence of the euphoric powder, refusing to relent. The softness of her back and her mischievous hands stirred an unusual sensation within Fang Chen. With a sense of helplessness, he grasped her hands, poised to separate them when Han Xiangxiang's gaze abruptly turned sharp and piercing. In the next instant, Fang Chen felt an immobilizing force seize him, realizing that a high-level binding talisman had been affixed to his back, and it was she who had done it. Shija, what are you doing? He regarded her in disbelief. At that moment, Han Xiangxiang bore no semblance of someone under the euphoric powder's influence. She stood tall, gazing triumphantly at Fang Chen, her laughter ringing clear. Hee. Those fools from Luo Xiao are truly inept, unable to eliminate even a mere 4th tier like you, necessitating my intervention. Do you intend to kill me as well? Fang Chen's brow furrowed in concern. Han Xiangxiang replied smugly. Did you think my presence here was mere coincidence? To speak frankly, I awaited you here as a precaution. Regarding Hong Yan, She is indeed my revered master, but I am merely her outer disciple, of little significance to her. The one who truly values me is my master. Luo Yun, who dispatched me to eliminate you. Luo Yun, once again. Is he so fearful that he cannot even wait 3 months? Fang Chen responded coldly. Han Xiangxiang regarded him with disdain. You, a mere wastrel, presume to compare yourself to my master? He is a prodigious talent destined to become the strongest. Opposing him, I can only deem you exceedingly foolish. My master desires your heavenly Dao Bone, and you must obediently relinquish it. Such a treasure should not be squandered on someone as powerless and inept as you. If my master chooses not to slay you then, you should consider it a stroke of luck. Fang Chen scoffed. What? He wishes to extract my heavenly Dao Bone, and I should express gratitude? Han Xiangxiang replied with an air of certainty. Is that not the case? Someone of your ilk does not deserve the heavenly Dao Bone. Only my master is worthy. Fang Chen could not help but marvel. No wonder she is his follower. Her shamelessness is remarkably similar. Han Xiangxiang sneered. Blame your lack of background. Blame your entanglements with those you should not have provoked. Now, it is time to send you on your way. She drew her sword, speaking with indifference. Remember, in your next life, do not offend those with greater power and wealth than yourself. With that, she raised her sword, aiming for Fang Chen's vital points. To kill me? You are not worthy. Gazing at the approaching blade, Fang Chen remained remarkably composed. In the next moment, the demon shield suddenly manifested, intercepting Han Xiangxiang's lethal strike. The demon shield, a growth-type magical artifact, possessed its own intelligence and could autonomously protect without Fang Chen's control. Of course, should Fang Chen be gravely injured or unconscious, its loyalty might waver. Simultaneously, Fang Chen's sword demon form was once again ignited, unleashing a furious assault upon the sealing talisman. Han Xiangxiang, taken aback by Fang Chen's ability to wield the artifact, scoffed coldly at his attempts, declaring, "This is a 9th-tier talisman. Do not even think of breaking it if you are below the 7th tier. Is that so?" Fang Chen replied, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Just the 7th tier? I have slain beings of that caliber before. How could this pitiful talisman, which merely binds the 7th tier, withstand my power?" With a fierce roar, he commanded, "Break." The sword demon form erupted in full force, overwhelming the talisman's restraints, which shattered instantaneously. How is this possible? Han Xiangxiang's eyes widened in disbelief as she witnessed him break free from the binding. Fang Chen slowly rose to his feet, his icy gaze fixed upon her. "Now, it is time to send you on your way." In his sword demon form, Fang Chen resembled a malevolent spirit, and his blood red, chilling eyes sent shivers down Han Xiangxiang's spine. In that moment, she realized that it was not the beast who had slain her companions, but Fang Chen himself. As he advanced step by step, Han Xiangxiang retreated in terror. What are you going to do? If you kill me, my master will surely avenge me," she cried out. Panic-stricken. "Do not worry," Fang Chen replied coldly, gripping the Hyming sword. "Luo Yun will soon join you." With that, he vanished in a flash, and a beam of sword light pierced through Han Xiangxiang's heart. Just moments ago, she was contemplating her survival, but this strike obliterated all hope. "Fang Chen, my master will definitely avenge me," she screamed, filled with resentment. Ultimately, her life extinguished, and she perished. Fang Chen regarded her coldly. Yet a sense of trepidation washed over him. He silently cursed himself for being too trusting. Had Han Xiangxiang opted for a direct attack rather than using the sealing talisman, he would have found himself in dire straits. Nevertheless, with his defensive talismans in place, his life was not in immediate danger. Still, Fang Chen resolved to never again place his trust in others or expose his vulnerabilities to anyone. After seizing the storage bags of Han Xiangxiang and Tianze, he sought a secure location, entering its confines. He had no intention of wandering further in the final 7 days, choosing instead to cultivate until the time elapsed. Once he confirmed the surroundings were safe, Fang Chen began to explore the contents of the 2 storage bags. Upon inspection, his eyes gleamed with excitement. He discovered the heavenly linked cloudgrass roots, a divine herb for developing one's consciousness, and the heavenly linked cloudgrass leaves, known to enhance mental prowess. These were indeed precious items. With the heavenly linked cloudgrass at his disposal, he could cultivate the unyielding consciousness technique and undoubtedly reach the 2nd level within 7 days. He then examined the other contents of the storage bags, but they consisted of mundane items, lacking any significant value. Realizing this, Fang Chen ceased to waste time and commenced his training. Time flew by, and soon the 7-day deadline arrived. Fang Chen gradually opened his eyes, and as expected, his indomitable technique had entered the 2nd tier. Thanks to the assistance of the celestial cloudgrass, Fang Chen's sea of consciousness expanded once more, equivalent to that of a 9th-level postnatal realm practitioner. The enhancement of his mental strength was not only profound, but had reached the pinnacle of the postnatal realm. Should outsiders become aware of Fang Chen's advancement, it would undoubtedly cause an uproar. It is well understood that the cultivation of mental power is exceptionally arduous. For an ordinary person, even a genius, to attain a level slightly above their own realm is already a remarkable feat. The reason Fang Chen was able to achieve such extraordinary growth was entirely due to his indomitable sea of consciousness. This technique, originating from the small tower, was indeed extraordinary, seemingly tailored specifically for him, allowing for unprecedented progress. Otherwise, his enhancement in mental power would not have been so rapid. Moreover, the potency of his mental sea further strengthened Fang Chen's soul heaven demon eye. Now, even when confronted with the pinnacle of the postnatal realm, Fang Chen's soul heaven demon eye could still exert influence. Additionally, Fang Chen's cultivation had further progressed, reaching the pinnacle of the 4th level of the postnatal realm, merely a step away from breaking through to the 5th level. With the 7 days having elapsed, it was time to depart. He believed that upon his emergence, the expression on Luo Tingxiao's face would be nothing short of remarkable. Thus, Fang Chen departed from this place, making his way to the exit. Outside, Luo Tianxiao and several inner sect elders, along with some law enforcement disciples, were counting the disciples emerging from the exit. At this moment, a considerable number of inner sect disciples had arrived. New worlds are seldom discovered, and their emergence signifies new opportunities. Although they could not be among the first to enter, being among the first to ascertain whether there were any medicinal opportunities within the new world was of great importance to them. Luo Tianxiao maintained a calm demeanor. Yet as the number of emerging individuals increased, a subtle frown crossed his brow. Logically, some of the 50 individuals he had dispatched to eliminate Fang Chen should have emerged by now, yet not a single one had done so. However, he was not concerned. After all, 3 of those sent were at the 7th level, 10 at the 6th level, and the rest added up to a total of 50. 50 individuals tasked with eliminating a first-level postnatal realm practitioner, especially with the aid of positioning, was a task easily accomplished. On the other side, Su Wanner, upon noticing that Fang Chen had yet to emerge, wore an increasingly radiant smile. That wretch must have perished within, she thought. If half of the others had already exited, how could he still be inside? A dark glee filled her heart as she contemplated. Since that wretch is dead, I shall soon seek trouble with that old woman. This time, I will absolutely seize all the treasures left by Tian Yangzi. Yet, she remained oblivious to the growing unease on Luo Tingxiao's face. By now, 200 people had emerged, yet not a single one of his own had returned. As anticipated, when a figure finally stepped out, his expression turned exceedingly grim. Fang Chen, he bellowed in a low growl, incredulous that Fang Chen had survived. Not only that, but Fang Chen's cultivation had significantly strengthened since his entry. Now reaching the pinnacle of the 4th level of the postnatal realm, Su Wanner was taken aback, her gaze drawn towards him. Upon witnessing Fang Chen's calm demeanor, tinged with a hint of mockery, disbelief washed over her face. Impossible. How could this be? She screamed. Apart from them, others were equally astonished to see Fang Chen, who had been relentlessly pursued, return alive. Fang Chen gazed at Luo Tianxiao and remarked, "What's wrong? Are you disappointed that I'm still alive?" Luo Tingxiao's expression fluctuated, his gaze shifting behind Fang Chen, searching for Luo Xiao and the others. "Stop looking," Fang Chen said nonchalantly. "Your people won't be returning." Luo Tianxiao and his companions were taken aback. That was a contingent of 50, 3 at the 7th stage, 10 at the 6th. How could they all have perished? Could it be that you killed them all? Luo Tianxiao demanded darkly. Fang Chen offered no response, merely allowing a slight smile to grace his lips, which unmistakably signaled to the crowd that he was indeed the culprit. Impossible. You, at the 4th stage, could not possibly have slain the likes of Luo Xiao. Luo Tianxiao dismissed the notion, convinced that Fang Chen was merely boasting. Fang Chen, however, chose silence, his smile remaining enigmatic. As time elapsed, the entrance began to close. Yet Luo Xiao and the others still did not appear. This deepened Luo Tianxiao's gloom. When the exit finally sealed, and none of the 50 made their appearance, the crowd was compelled to accept Fang Chen's claims as truth. In an instant, Luo Tingxiao's aura surged. The oppressive energy of the peak of the Zhou Yuan realm bore down on Fang Chen like a mountain. "Fang Chen, how dare you lay deadly hands on disciples of the sect? What punishment do you deserve? Lay hands on my fellow disciples. Pray tell, which of Elder Luo's eyes witnessed me doing so? Or is it that core elders possess the authority to falsely accuse disciples?" Fang Chen retorted boldly. "In Tianyu Divine Sect, can you act as you please, Luo Tianxiao?" Fang Chen stood resolute, undaunted, despite the immense pressure from the peak expert. The crowd gaped. Unable to fathom Fang Chen's audacity, publicly challenging Luo Tianxiao and placing the blame squarely upon him. Luo Tianxiao trembled with rage, fixing his glare upon Fang Chen. You wretched brat. Do you comprehend the weight of your words? Fang Chen chuckled coldly. Is Elder Luo hard of hearing? Moreover, to publicly insult a disciple of the sect as a wretch, does Elder Luo not heed the sect's rules, or has he dismissed them entirely? Luo Tianxiao's eyes reddened, veins bulging in fury, and he could no longer contain himself. With a single punch, he lunged at Fang Chen. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes, a cold smirk forming within. Come then. This way, I am justified in striking back at Luo Tianxiao, as it would be self-defense. According to sect regulations, the one who strikes first bears the greater sin, regardless of status. You dare. But just then, a sharp voice rang out. Another figure swiftly interposed herself between Fang Chen and Luo Tingxiao's fist, thwarting the blow. The one who acted was Aunt Jing, who had been covertly safeguarding Fang Chen. The voice that called out belonged to Meng Yao, who had arrived in haste. Meng Yao's enchanting visage was shrouded in frost. Her expression icy as she glared at Luo Tianxiao, her murderous intent palpable. It's Sister Meng. She has come as well. One had almost forgotten that Sister Meng had previously declared Fang Chen her companion. Was she here to stand up for him? Given her demeanor, it seemed she was truly incensed. The arrival of Meng Yao stirred quite a commotion, particularly due to her icy demeanor, which they had never witnessed before. Luo Tianxiao, upon seeing Meng Yao, wore a grave expression and coldly stated, Meng Shizi, what is your intention? This traitor has employed despicable means to slay Luo Xiao and 50 others. I am merely eradicating this traitor for the sect. Why do you impede me? He had already concocted a pretext for killing Fang Chen. As for evidence, it would be a simple matter to bribe a few disciples entering the new world to provide false testimony. However, he did not anticipate Meng Yao's appearance. Meng Yao, her expression still frigid, replied, Elder Luo, you claim Fang Chen is a traitor who has killed Luo Xiao and others. Yet, Fang Chen is merely at the 4th level of the acquired realm. How could he possibly slay those at the 7th level, such as Luo Xiao? Where is your evidence? Moreover, he is my partner. Should you lay a hand upon him, it would mean a vendetta against me. The Luo family cannot afford such enmity. Chapter 58. Trouble returns. Meng Yao's words reverberated throughout the hall, and the crowd gazed at Fang Chen with envy and resentment. Fang Chen looked toward Meng Yao, who met his gaze, and they exchanged a knowing smile. Luo Tingxiao's expression darkened further. He did not fear Meng Yao, but the family she represented was not one the Luo family could afford to offend. He glared at Fang Chen, realizing that as long as Meng Yao was present, he could not carry out his intentions against this wretch. You bastard, wait for me. I shall surely kill you, he transmitted coldly to Fang Chen. Fang Chen smirked slightly and replied in a calm tone, Old man, all you can do is threaten. You are nothing. Luo Tingxiao's veins bulged, and his eyes turned red as he stared at Fang Chen, wishing to tear him apart. However, understanding that he was powerless against Fang Chen for the moment, he suppressed his fury. Very well. To prevent further chaos, the inner sect elder responsible for this situation stepped forward and announced, a total of 211 disciples have emerged. Now, all disciples, please present your map artifacts. Upon hearing this, the assembled disciples promptly produced their map artifacts. Some were incomplete, while others roughly documented the entirety of the new world, and some were partially clear and partially vague. The new world was vast. It was impossible for a single disciple to document the entire expanse within a month. The only feasible option was to seize others' map artifacts, which was tacitly accepted. One by one, the disciples presented their map artifacts, and the inner sect elder examined them closely. Not bad. This has a 50% completion rate. This one has 40%. Astonishingly, this has 70%. The inner sect elder was quite pleased with the performance of the crowd. Fang Chen also produced his map artifact, but when the inner sect elder examined it, he was taken aback. This has a completion rate of 90%. The revelation caused an uproar. 90%. How could this be possible? It must have been accomplished by seizing others' map artifacts. My heavens, how many map artifacts must one acquire to achieve this? The gazes of the crowd turned toward Fang Chen, filled with shock and disbelief. Fang Chen merely smiled lightly and remarked, by sheer luck, I stumbled upon 50 map artifacts. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, but it was Meng Yao who first regained her composure, letting out a soft giggle, exuding charm and grace. Her enchanting eyes shot a glance at Fang Chen, filled with tenderness rather than reproach. It was only then that the others comprehended that Fang Chen was referring to the 50 maps and treasures belonging to Luo Xiao and the other 49 individuals. This revelation left everyone at a loss for words. while Fang Chen's statement seemed to imply he had indeed caused their demise. There was no tangible evidence to hold against him. Luo Tingxiao's lips twitched in frustration, nearly escalating to a shout in anger. This was outright provocation. He yearned to retaliate, yet found himself powerless against Fang Chen. Ultimately, he could only grit his teeth and mutter, "You shall pay for this," before turning away, his murderous intent towards Fang Chen intensifying. Su Wanner's expression also darkened considerably. Witnessing Luo Tingxiao's retreat, she dared not linger further. With a fierce glare at Fang Chen, she coldly remarked, "In the battle of life and death, your end is nigh." The inner sect elder cast a complicated glance at Fang Chen, undoubtedly acknowledging him as the victor. Once Luo Tianxiao departed, the elder cleared his throat and proclaimed, "Thus, congratulations to this disciple for securing first place in this exploration." He presented a brocade box containing the pulse-opening elixir and 20 spirit stones, stating, "This is your reward." Fang Chen accepted the brocade box with gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Elder." The others also collected their respective 20 spirit stones, feeling satisfied with the outcome, as they had discovered numerous treasures in the new world, which were the true rewards. After the rewards were distributed, the exploration concluded. Following the elder's announcement, the crowd dispersed in a flurry. As for re-entering the new world, that would have to wait until a stable entry point was established. Naturally, Fang Chen and Meng Yao did not linger either, settling into the spirit ship together. Meng Yao, with a hint of regret, said, "Brother Fang, I apologize. I was in seclusion and unaware of this matter." Fang Chen smiled and shook his head. "No need for such formalities. This is my own predicament, and I wouldn't want to trouble you every time. If I were to rely solely on you, I would indeed become a mere dependent. Being a dependent is fine. I can afford it." Meng Yao playfully blinked, laughing. "If others were to hear you say this, I would truly become the target of envy." Fang Chen chuckled. Not only had he won the affection of the formidable Yen Miren, but he could also bask in the comforts of reliance. How many would be envious and resentful of that? Let them try. Meng Yao retorted, "I'll take on any challenger." The two, having not seen each other for over a month, found themselves growing closer than before. "Miss, it's time to return. If we delay any longer, it will indeed be too late," came Aunt Jing's voice from outside the boat. Upon hearing her, the two ceased their conversation. Fang Chen inquired, "Return? Where are you going?" At the mention of this topic, Meng Yao's expression dimmed slightly, but quickly brightened again. She beamed and said, "The family has sent word, requesting me to return for a while, but I will be back soon." "I see." Fang Chen expressed his concern. "What about your indulgent physique?" Meng Yao maintained her smile. "Rest assured, after the last explosive episode, it will take a long time to settle down. There won't be another outburst." "That's good to hear." Fang Chen felt a sense of relief and resolutely declared, "During this period, I shall devote myself to rigorous cultivation. I sense that the higher my cultivation level rises, the better I will be able to suppress the explosive dark energy within you. In time, I will undoubtedly resolve this issue completely." Seeing Fang Chen's earnest demeanor, Meng Yao smiled radiantly. "Yes, I believe Brother Fang will certainly succeed." After exchanging a few more words, Meng Yao escorted Fang Chen to the outer reaches of the 7th peak, where they reluctantly parted ways. Aboard the airship, Meng Yao turned to Aunt Jing and said, "Aunt Jing, you should stay. In a month, it will be the life and death battle between Brother Fang and Luo Yun, and I fear I may not return in time." Aunt Jing nodded in agreement, noticing Meng Yao's low spirits, and offered reassurance. "Do not worry, Mississippi. This family summons should not be of great significance." Meng Yao sighed deeply, responding, "Our ancestor has lost contact, grandfather is unwell, and my father's old ailment has recurred. The rest of the family is restless, particularly my second uncle, who has long coveted the position of clan leader. This return to the family may not be peaceful. I can only hope that all remains well." Regaining her composure, she continued, "Very well, I must take my leave now. I shall leave matters here in your capable hands, Aunt Jing." Subsequently, Aunt Jing also disembarked. She gazed after the departing airship with a hint of concern in her eyes. Upon returning to the 7 Peaks Sacred Hall, Fang Chen encountered his master and the old man. Steel Tiger was in seclusion. According to the old man, it seemed the previous observation had inspired Steel Tiger, and he had been in closed-door training for a month. Not wishing to disturb him, Fang Chen was about to return to his residence when an angry roar echoed from outside. "Fang Chen, get out here." Fang Chen furrowed his brow. Sensing trouble had found him, he prepared to investigate and noticed the old man emerging as well. "Young master, you need not go out. I can handle it," the old man insisted. Fang Chen interjected, "Grandfather, I am more than capable. In the future, leave such matters to me. If I am not present, entrust them to Steel Tiger. Isn't that too dangerous?" The old man expressed concern. It will be fine, Fang Chen replied with a smile. You bastard. Aren't you going to come out? The voice outside rang out once more. After ensuring the old man would look after his master, Fang Chen stepped out of the Seven Peaks Sacred Hall. Outside the hall stood 7 or 8 young men, each exuding a fierce and intimidating aura, their eyes wide with rage. In the distance, a crowd had gathered, seemingly drawn by the commotion. At the forefront was a tall young man with white hair named Guang Hao, standing nearly 2 meters tall with a powerful build. He scrutinized Fang Chen coldly and declared, So you are Fang Chen, the bastard who killed my junior brother. Your junior brother? Fang Chen's brow furrowed slightly. Indeed, my junior brother, Luo Xiao. Guang Hao glared at Fang Chen and continued, You employed despicable means to harm my junior brother. Our Heavenly Feather Divine sect does not tolerate cunning and treacherous individuals like you. Now, self-destruct your cultivation. Sever your limbs. Leave the Heavenly Feather Divine sect. Chapter 59. Before slaying Luo Yun, I shall first take your life. With his words, Guang Hao unleashed the aura of his 8th layer postnatal realm, pressing down upon Fang Chen. Self-destruct your cultivation. Our sect will not harbor such treacherous individuals. You have harmed your fellow disciples. Self-destruct your cultivation and leave the sect. The others accompanying him echoed his sentiments fervently. Fang Chen's expression remained tranquil as he gazed at Guang Hao. If your purpose for coming here is merely to utter such drivel, then spare me the waste of my time, you fool. With that, Fang Chen had no desire to linger any longer and turned to leave. How audacious. A mere newcomer dares to be so arrogant. I must teach you a lesson today. With that declaration, he raised his hand and struck towards Fang Chen with considerable force, intending to incapacitate him on the spot. Instantly sensing the impending danger, Fang Chen pivoted and countered with a swift strike of his own. The impact resonated with a loud bang, causing Fang Chen to stagger back several steps before he finally came to a halt. Guang Hao, however, only retreated a single step, revealing the evident disparity between their strengths. Yet, the collision left Guang Hao's heart trembling. He had channeled considerable energy into his strike, while Fang Chen had executed a hasty counter. Nevertheless, Fang Chen had successfully withstood his powerful blow. You wish to cripple me? Fang Chen's gaze turned icy, a murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Had he not reacted in time, he would have surely been rendered disabled by that attack. Although Guang Hao was taken aback, he quickly regained his composure and retorted. So what? A person like you dying would be a boon for the sect. The sect would not punish me for it. If I were to kill you, do you think the sect would penalize me? Fang Chen unsheathed his black blade, preparing for battle. What of the 8th layer of postnatal? I find the possibility of slaying you far from impossible. Guang Hao sneered repeatedly. You insignificant ant. Do you truly believe you possess that capability? You may certainly attempt it. Stop. Just as the two were about to engage in combat, a commanding voice rang out, and Jing Yi appeared before the crowd. Greetings, elder. Upon seeing Jing Yi, everyone bowed respectfully. Jing Yi was not only a confidant of Meng Yao, but also an inner elder of the Tianyu Divine sect, standing among the most elite. Just a step away from the core elders. Both Fang Chen and Guang Hao were compelled to cease their confrontation. Jing Yi coldly inquired, What are you two up to? Engaging in open conflict? Do you not regard the sect's regulations? Elder, I am merely eliminating a threat to the sect. Guang Hao claimed, feigning righteousness. Which of your eyes witnessed him committing murder? Jing Yi asked icily. Naturally, he lacks that capability, but he employs deceit to harm his fellow disciples. He deserves to die. Guang Hao boldly asserted. And which of your eyes saw him using trickery to harm his peers? There is no need for observation. Brother Luo was killed by him. He must perish. Guang Hao declared arrogantly. You. Jing Yi was incensed. It was her first encounter with such an unreasonable individual. Jing Elder, why must you involve yourself in the grievances between disciples? A calm voice interjected. Fang Chen recognized that voice well. It belonged to Luo Tianxiao. Their gazes met, and Fang Chen was not surprised. If Guang Hao had no backing, he would not dare to act so brazenly. Jing Yi fixed her gaze on Luo Tianxiao, coldly stating, Elder Luo, do you not think it unbecoming to be so aggressive towards a disciple? If you believe Fang Chen to be problematic, we can take this matter to the law enforcement hall. Luo Tianxiao chuckled. Elder Jing, there is no need for such formalities. I merely sensed some disturbances here and came to investigate. As for the law enforcement hall, such trivial matters do not warrant their attention. He cast a disdainful glance at Fang Chen. Guang Hao, seemingly acting on Luo Tingxiao's command, continued to mock. Bastard, do you only dare to hide behind others? Do you lack the courage to face me in battle? An 8th rank ambushing a 4th rank, yet you wear that smug expression. If I'm not mistaken, your mother must have had a difficult labor when she bore you, her thick skin likely obstructing the process. Fang Chen retorted without reservation. The crowd gasped at his venomous words. They were indeed cutting. Bastard! What did you just say? Guang Hao seethed with rage, having never been subjected to such humiliation. What is the matter? Is your thick skin preventing you from hearing? Fang Chen replied coolly. You. Guang Hao's anger surged, veins bulging. And if it weren't for Elder Jing's presence, he would have lunged at Fang Chen to dismantle him. Luo Tianxiao's mouth twitched. He hadn't anticipated Fang Chen's sharp tongue. Sensing Guang Hao's fury, he cleared his throat and said, Fang Chen, you pride yourself on being a genius. Do you not possess the courage to engage in battle? Fang Chen sneered. What are you? Just because you asked me to fight, I should comply? Luo Tingxiao's expression turned icy, astonished by Fang Chen's audacity to insult him. Consider this carefully. If you refuse to duel, he will challenge you every day. Moreover, I recall that you have a mortal teacher, he said with a chilling smile. Fang Chen's expression darkened. His teacher was his Achilles heel. Anyone who dared to touch her would face dire consequences. With Luo Tianxiao using his teacher as leverage, their conflict escalated to a point of no return. Fine, you wish for him to battle me? I accept, Fang Chen said coldly. Luo Tianxiao and Guang Hao exchanged triumphant smiles. Once Fang Chen accepted the duel, they had countless ways to ensure his demise. Aunt Jing did not expect Fang Chen to truly agree, but considering his ability to comprehend the Tao through the spirit-gathering realm, defeating an 8th-rank opponent was not entirely out of reach. It seems you are not as cowardly as I thought, Guang Hao remarked with a sneer. Fang Chen then replied, however, I am not in the mood to play with you right now. If you desire a life-and-death battle, let us schedule it for the day of my duel with Luo Yun. I shall deal with you before I face him. In 20 days, then? Guang Hao was well aware of Fang Chen's impending duel with Luo Yun. He turned to Luo Tianxiao, seeking his approval. Luo Tianxiao nodded. As long as he could eliminate Fang Chen before Luo Yun, he would have leverage to prevent Luo Yun from becoming a candidate for the clan leader. Very well. We shall set it for before your life and death duel with Brother Luo. Regardless of whether I or Brother Luo is the one to kill you, your fate is sealed, Guang Hao stated confidently. Once the arrangements were confirmed, Guang Hao grew impatient and declared, cherish your remaining days. We shall take our leave. With a wave of his hand, he led his group away. Luo Tianxiao cast a cold glance at Fang Chen before departing, pondering that if not for the fear that Luo Yun might hesitate to fight, they wouldn't have to wait so long. Fang Chen watched them leave, his heart icy as he reflected. Fang Chen, do you have confidence? After Luo Tianxiao and others departed, Aunt Jing still expressed her concerns. Fang Chen smiled gently and replied, thank you for your concern, Elder. However, in less than a month, I shall face Luo Yun. What difference does an additional Guang Hao make? If I cannot defeat Guang Hao, how can I hope to vanquish Luo Yun? Aunt Jing was taken aback. Fang Chen's words rang true. Luo Yun's innate talent far surpassed that of Guang Hao. Having already reached the 8th layer of the postnatal realm recently, and it was rumored he was still in seclusion, striving to break through to the 9th layer. His rapid advancement was nearly on par with that of Miss Meng Yao from before. As for his strength, it was undoubtedly superior to Guang Hao's. With a slight sigh, she said, very well, in the coming month, you must intensify your training and not let the young lady down. Fang Chen cupped his hands and nodded, rest assured, Elder. I will not disappoint you. He then asked, somewhat puzzled, by the way, why are you here and not with Miss Meng Yao? Aunt Jing explained. The young lady instructed me to remain here to ensure your safety and that of the other two. She did not ask me to accompany her back. Fang Chen suddenly understood. So, it was you who intervened during the last incident with the 7 peaks? Aunt Jing did not deny it. Thank you for your timely assistance. Elder, Fang Chen expressed his gratitude. Had Aunt Jing not intervened last time, those individuals may have breached their defenses long ago. Your diligent training will be the best form of gratitude. As for the others from the 7 peaks, rest assured, as long as I am present, nothing will happen. Aunt Jing waved her hand and then departed on her sword. Watching her leave, Fang Chen returned to the 7 Peaks Sacred Hall and entered the training chamber. Chapter 60. The Golden Egg recognizes its master during this expedition to the New World. Fang Chen reaped substantial rewards. He acquired over 80,000 spirit stones, with dozens of vials of healing elixirs, both good and bad. Among them, 8 vials could enhance his cultivation, the finest of which were obtained from Luo Xiao and by Xiangmei, consisting of 2nd and 3rd tier elixirs. These elixirs would suffice to propel Fang Chen into the 5th and even 6th layers. As for spirit herbs and flowers, he gathered around 70 to 80, either discovered within demon beast dens or found in the storage bags of Luo Xiao and her companions, although there were numerous treasures above the yellow grade. Even for Fang Chen's demonic cultivation, these artifacts held limited utility for him. Should he choose to sell the useful items he retained, they could fetch approximately 300,000 spirit stones. And then there was this. With a grand gesture, Fang Chen summoned a massive corpse to the ground. That of an unidentified demon beast. Days had passed without the body being processed, yet it remained as fresh as if it had just perished. Observing this, Fang Chen felt a surge of excitement. The demon beast's flesh, undeterred by death, must possess a demon core. Logically, only demon beasts of the 4th tier or above bore such cores, yet this beast was notably cunning and powerful, making its possession of a demon core entirely plausible. Fang Chen then retrieved the flowing shadow blade and plunged it into the beast's chest. As expected, he grasped a palm-sized demon core brimming with demonic energy. A 3rd-tier demon core, and judging by its quality, it was among the finest. If sold, it could command a price of 70 to 80,000. Fang Chen mused, however, it is more fitting for my cultivation at present. Demon cores can also be utilized for training. With a stroke of luck, one might even comprehend the innate talents of the demon beast's lineage. Yet, such odds are exceedingly slim, a mere 1 in 10,000. As Fang Chen was preparing to refine the demon pill for cultivation, he sensed an unusual disturbance emanating from his storage bag. He paused momentarily, probing with his consciousness, and discovered that the golden egg was reacting. Almost forgotten in the hustle of his return, he had neglected this peculiar entity. Summoning it forth, the golden egg began to wobble on the ground, inching closer to him. No, it was not so much approaching Fang Chen as it was drawn to the demon pill in his hand. Do you wish to eat? Fang Chen inquired. The golden egg swayed back and forth, seemingly responding to his question. Astonished, Fang Chen gazed at the egg. This creature, yet to be born, exhibited intelligence and, even in its shell, sought to consume a 3rd-tier demon pill. Once hatched, it would undoubtedly emerge as a formidable beast, perhaps even a sacred creature. With this thought, a glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Fang Chen's eyes. He regarded the golden egg with a slight smile, exuding a facade of benevolence. Little golden egg, I can offer you this 3rd-tier demon pill, but you must acknowledge me as your master. What say you? The egg hesitated briefly, as if contemplating the proposal. Observing this, Fang Chen continued, in the future, I can provide you with even more demon pills. Upon hearing the promise of additional offerings, the golden egg shimmered with radiant light, ceaselessly nodding in agreement. It appeared that despite its remarkable sentience, it was still newly hatched and unaware of the treachery that could lie within human hearts. Satisfied with its response, Fang Chen smiled. Then let us establish a contract. The Beastmaster contract was quite straightforward, akin to a fundamental agreement. It merely required the inscription of a vow to be sealed. This initial pact would serve its purpose well. However, should the beast grow powerful or possess high intelligence, it could easily break the contract. Fang Chen understood this, yet for the present, this agreement would suffice, given that the creature within the egg had yet to be born. He could seek stronger contracts in the future. Thus, he inscribed the vow with his spiritual energy and signed his name. The golden egg leaped and, in a similar manner, appended its mark to the contract. Immediately, the vow transformed into golden light, vanishing into the void, solidifying their bond. Fang Chen felt a distinct connection to the golden egg, allowing him to place the demon pill before it. The demon pill began to levitate gently, hovering in front of the golden egg. Fang Chen sensed a formidable devouring force at work, absorbing the demonic energy from the pill. However, the process was somewhat sluggish. It would likely take around 10 days to fully absorb the essence of this 3rd-tier demon pill. Not concerned, Fang Chen shifted his focus, ensuring the preservation of the demon beast's corpse, as this unprecedented creature could fetch a handsome price. Properly handled, such beasts would not decay for 3 to 4 months. After completing this task, Fang Chen retrieved the pulse-opening heavenly pill. He aimed to open the 3rd meridian, and with the heavenly pill in hand, he believed it would pose no significant challenge. Once accomplished, his cultivation speed would accelerate considerably. Regrettably, he only possessed 1 pulse-opening heavenly pill. Had he 3 or 4 more, he could potentially open 7 or 8 meridians. Nevertheless, the process became increasingly arduous with each subsequent meridian. Otherwise, the affluent geniuses would have long since opened all 36. Consequently, Fang Chen consumed the pulse-opening heavenly pill and commenced his cultivation. For the following period, no one troubled Fang Chen further. Regardless of whether they are Dream Yao's admirers or those who wish for Fang Chen's demise, all believe that Fang Chen's time is limited. After all, he is up against the formidable Guang Hao and Luo Yun, whose strength surpasses by an immeasurable degree. Facing either of them, his fate appears sealed. Boom. With merely 3 days remaining until the fateful battle, at the second peak, a radiant beam ascends from Luo Yun's secluded abode. The forces of the great Dao converge from all directions. After months of diligent cultivation, Luo Yun has finally fully integrated the essence of the heavenly Dao and awakened. The extraordinary phenomenon instantly reverberates throughout the Tianyu divine sect. The esteemed figures within the sect are stirred, and the prodigious disciples observe in awe. Such celestial occurrences signal the emergence of an unparalleled genius. One core elder reflects, "Who is this remarkable individual?" Another elder inquires, "Luo Yun, a direct descendant of the Luo family, indeed possesses a fraction of his ancestors' talent. It seems this young man is the disciple of Qing Yuzi. With his master wandering afar, it is indeed fortunate that his disciple has awakened the heavenly Dao on his own." The elder continues, "Speaking of which, he should be returning soon." The elders express their sentiments, envious of Qing Yuzi's fortuitous circumstances. "Brother Luo, you are my idol. Brother Luo, you are simply the best." The disciples of the second peak cheer incessantly, their eyes brimming with admiration. "I knew the heavenly Dao would favor a genius like Brother Luo. Wasting it on that wretch is an utter folly," remarks a disciple familiar with the enmity between Luo Yun and Fang Chen. "That wretch dares to challenge Brother Luo. He truly does not know the meaning of danger. With merely 3 days until the life and death battle, I suspect he is trembling in fear," another disciple chimes in. "Indeed, he is unworthy to engage in combat with Brother Luo." As the crowd buzzes with discussion, Fang Chen's impending trial seems increasingly ludicrous in their eyes. Within Luo Yun's abode, Su Wanner gazes adoringly at the freshly emerged Luo Yun, who wears an air of pride. She believes that abandoning the worthless Fang Chen in favor of Luo Yun was the wisest decision of her life, one that will elevate her to a position of superiority among others, a dragon among men. She is confident the other women outside are consumed with envy, knowing they can never compare to her. Upon hearing that Fang Chen has resurfaced from the new realm, Luo Yun remains unperturbed. "So, Han Xiangxiang also perished at the hands of that wretch?" He muses lightly. "Presumably, that wretch must have encountered some fortuitous opportunity inside, emerging at the 4th level." Su Wanner grits her teeth, then softens her tone. "Yet even if he has stumbled upon good fortune, he cannot possibly rival our esteemed master." "The 4th level, you say?" Luo Yun's expression remains serene. "It matters not. Even if he reaches the 7th, 8th, or even 9th level, the outcome remains unchanged, death. He is filled with unwavering confidence in his own prowess." "Wretch, no one can protect you this time," he declares coldly. Chapter 61. Luo Yun. "Come down and face your doom." At the 7th peak, in the sacred hall of the 7 peaks, within the training chamber, Fang Chen furrows his brow, currently absorbing the blood of the sword demon, striving to transcend the limits of his physical body. The ordeal remains excruciating, yet Fang Chen has long grown accustomed to it. Although beads of cold sweat trickle down and his body trembles incessantly, he still manages to endure. With a fierce roar, he successfully breaks through to the 2nd level of the bone refinement realm. Fang Chen exhales a heavy breath, savoring the transformation within him. After consuming a drop of blood from the sword demon, he finally ascends to this new tier. Moreover, his sword demon physique has become even more formidable, reaching a strength of 3,000s. While this may seem merely a fraction, Fang Chen's physical prowess now far exceeds that of an ordinary practitioner at the 2nd level of bone refinement, amplifying his reflexes, recovery, and hardness to a degree that others of equal standing cannot match. The might of his sword demon physique has amplified his sword transformation several-fold, ushering him into an entirely new phase. The soul heaven demon eye, having absorbed a drop of sword demon blood, has also experienced a significant elevation in rank. Both its psychic attacks and probing range have become exponentially more powerful. Utilizing the opening meridian pill, Fang Chen successfully unlocks a 3rd meridian, the guardian spirit meridian, which connects to his left arm's dantian and is of utmost importance. However, his cultivation has only reached the pinnacle of the postnatal realm's 5th level. Even after consuming the majority of a spirit-enhancing pill, Fang Chen realizes that with the enhancement of his sword demon physique, the resources required for his progression far exceed those of others, necessitating 3 times the amount for a breakthrough. Yet, at an equal level, he possesses a strength several times greater than his peers, often overwhelming them. This revelation leads him to understand that as his sword demon physique continues to grow more powerful, the resources he will require may reach astronomical proportions. Should the day come when his needs escalate to such a terrifying extent, he risks becoming stagnated at that level. However, to forsake the cultivation of the sword demon physique would be tantamount to relinquishing the path of the physical body and the absorption of sword demon blood, which is simply unthinkable. He resolves to take it one step at a time, comforted by the presence of the small tower, believing it will help him navigate these challenges. As he gazes outside, his expression gradually turns icy. With just 3 days remaining until the life and death battle, Luo Yun, I sense the awakening of the celestial bone's ominous signs. Do not rejoice too soon. I shall reclaim the celestial bone. With that, Fang Chen closes his eyes once more, fortifying his cultivation. As the 3-day deadline approaches, Fang Chen emerges from the training chamber only to find Steel Tiger waiting for him. Junior brother Fang, I shall accompany you. We cannot allow others to bully us at the 7th peak. Steel Tiger declares. Fang Chen smiles and inquires, Senior brother, has your Dao text awakened yet? At this, Steel Tiger appears somewhat embarrassed, responding, Not yet, but I am very close. Fang Chen refrains from saying much more, nodding, Let us proceed. Upon our return, I shall assist you in comprehending the Dao text. Excellent. Steel Tiger replies enthusiastically. I will join as well. Aunt Jing suddenly appears before Fang Chen. Thank you, Elder Su. Fang Chen understands that Aunt Jing has come to protect him. He nods and expresses his gratitude, and the three of them set off together. At the Word Peaks Martial Arts Arena, a vast expanse dedicated to the disciples' training, the main stage is currently surrounded by thousands of disciples from the other 6 peaks, as well as numerous elders present. Numerous individuals, including the outer and inner gate disciples as well as esteemed elders, had gathered. Their singular objective was the life and death duel between Fang Chen and Luo Yun. One was the champion of the 7 peaks assessment, while the other was a seasoned genius who had awakened the heavenly Dao Bone, now poised to reach the pinnacle of talent. Although the outcome of their confrontation seemed predetermined, it nonetheless held considerable intrigue. Many speculated that Fang Chen lacked the courage to appear, as it was evidently a path toward demise. Even if he did show up, there remained the formidable Guang Hao to contend with prior to their battle. Fang Chen's strength would undoubtedly fall short against him. Brother Luo has arrived. How striking he is. Luo Yun was seen walking alongside Su Wan'er, followed by a throng of admirers who took pride in being associated with him. Upon reaching the platform where the elders stood, Luo Yun bowed respectfully, greeting them. Greetings, esteemed elders. The elders regarded him with warm expressions. No need for such formalities, dear nephew. Do not be so modest. You must strive diligently. Your future accomplishments will surely be remarkable. The elders expressed their admiration for Luo Yun. At that moment, Luo Tianxiao also arrived, accompanied by Guang Hao. Greetings, Elder Luo. In the presence of outsiders, Luo Yun maintained the respectful title of elder. Yet, Luo Tianxiao appeared somewhat aloof, merely nodding without uttering a word. Guang Hao interjected, Brother Luo, there's no need for you to involve yourself in this trivial matter. I can easily eliminate that scoundrel. Luo Yun replied. I have complete faith in your prowess, junior brother Guang, but this is a matter of a wager, and thus, I must be present. Indeed, indeed. Allow me to showcase my skills then, Guang Hao declared, leaping gracefully, deftly traversing 7 steps through the air, his movements both elegant and agile, landing upon the arena. What remarkable agility. This must be a technique of the 2nd tier of the yellow grade. Guang Hao was indeed a notable figure, a seasoned disciple of the inner sect. It seemed that Fang Chen lacked even the qualifications to engage in combat with Brother Luo. This was the consensus among the spectators, who praised Guang Hao. Convinced that Fang Chen had no chance of victory, Guang Hao wore a smug expression. This was his opportunity to demonstrate his abilities before the elders and thousands of disciples. And he resolved to slay Fang Chen with a single stroke. From a distance, Lin Suan had also arrived, though she preferred to remain unobtrusive and chose to observe from a concealed vantage point. Beside her stood an elder who had previously been dispatched by Lin Suan to monitor Fang Chen. Lin Suan inquired, Elder Lu, what is Luo Yun's current strength? Elder Lu gazed at Luo Yun and after a pause, responded, he stands at the 9th level of the acquired realm, unmatched in combat. Upon hearing this, Lin Suan felt a shiver run through her, an unspoken concern for Fang Chen stirring within her. I hope that fellow does not show up, she silently wished. Yet, fate often plays cruel tricks, and a voice from the plaza shattered her hopes. Fang Chen has arrived. Fang Chen strode forth, flanked by Steel Tiger and Aunt Jing. Is that Fang Chen? He seems rather unimpressive. Whispers circulated among those supporting Luo Yun. I heard that the heavenly Dao Bone on Brother Luo is originally his. That is mere rumor. Brother Luo's innate talent is extraordinary. How could it be otherwise? Even if it were true, the heavenly Dao Bone would manifest its true potential in Brother Luo's hands. What use could it possibly serve this waste? Supporters of Luo Yun laughed derisively at Fang Chen. Huh, you audacious wretch, how dare you show your face? I expected you to cower like a turtle. Guang Hao cast a disdainful laugh towards Fang Chen. However, Fang Chen had no intention of engaging in banter with Guang Hao. He slowly approached the arena, and the crowd parted to grant him passage. Can we begin? He asked coldly. Guang Hao, noticing that Fang Chen had not once acknowledged him, felt a surge of anger. How could a mere 5th-tier practitioner disregard him? A formidable 8th-tier warrior, as if he were a top genius? Since you wish to hasten your demise, I shall oblige. At that moment, an elder ascended the platform and remarked nonchalantly, this battle is one of life and death. Are you both prepared? Very well, Guang Hao nodded. Agreed, Fang Chen also acquiesced. Seeing this, the elder declared, in a life and death battle, you must not leave the stage until the outcome is determined. Let the contest commence. With that, he swiftly exited the arena. Glowing with spiritual energy, Guang Hao brandished a long spear and sneered. To perish at the hands of my spear would indeed be an honor for you, wretch. Of course, if you kneel before me now, I might spare you. He attempted to issue further threats towards Fang Chen. However, at that moment, Fang Chen had already drawn the Haiming sword, its demonic aura enveloping the blade. The Haiming sword emitted a sharp cry, seemingly reveling in the moment. Suddenly, Fang Chen vanished from sight, only to reappear before Guang Hao, who was still mid-sentence. Flash! Fang Chen brought his sword down, severing Guang Hao's head from his body. He stared in disbelief, wide-eyed, unable to comprehend the swiftness and decisiveness of Fang Chen's actions. Was he not merely a fifth-tier practitioner? Fang Chen did not spare him even a glance as the Haiming sword, radiating malevolent energy, pointed towards Luo Yun. Luo Yun, descend and meet your end. Chapter 62. He too is a genius. Silence enveloped the arena, an oppressive stillness. The onlookers gaped in astonishment, their faces etched with disbelief. The events had transpired in an instant, leaving them momentarily paralyzed. They had merely witnessed Fang Chen vanish and reappear before Guang Hao, only to see his head fly off. Is he dead? The 8th tier Guang Hao has fallen just like that? How could this be? Fang Chen was only at the 5th tier. After a prolonged silence, some began to regain their senses, though disbelief still hung heavy in the air. With a resounding thud, Luo Tianxiao rose to his feet, his expression dark and grim. Guang Hao was his disciple, and he had been so easily dispatched by Fang Chen, along with the previous losses of Luo Ao and Luo Xiao. He nearly resolved to annihilate Fang Chen's entire clan. Fang Chen, he hissed under his breath. Fang Chen cast a cold glance at Luo Tianxiao. Old fool. Today's grievances between me and Luo Yun are our own. Best not to interfere. Our matters can be settled another day. Armed with attack talismans, he felt no fear of Luo Tianxiao. Luo Tingxiao's eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Fang Chen, but ultimately, he could only grit his teeth and retake his seat. The rules of a life and death battle forbade intervention, and with Elder Jing present, he had no recourse against Fang Chen. As Luo Tianxiao settled back down, all eyes turned toward Luo Yun. Luo Yun maintained his calm demeanor, seemingly unperturbed by Fang Chen's fierce strike. He rose slowly, poised to step onto the stage. Just then, a robust laughter echoed. Ha! My apologies for arriving late. A burly middle-aged man materialized in the air, instantly capturing everyone's attention. It was Elder Qing, Luo Yun's esteemed mentor. This man was none other than Qing Wuzi, Luo Yun's master. The other elders in attendance promptly stood to greet him, extending their congratulations on his acquisition of such a remarkable disciple. Prior to his arrival, Qing Wuzi had been thoroughly informed about Luo Yun's awakening of the heavenly Dao Bone and the enmity with Fang Chen. Instead of feeling anger over his disciple's acquisition of Fang Chen's fortune, he was exceedingly pleased. After exchanging pleasantries with the other elders, Luo Yun approached and saluted, "Greetings, master." Qing Wuzi examined Luo Yun from head to toe, expressing his satisfaction. "You have done well, living up to your master's expectations." He then glanced at Fang Chen and remarked nonchalantly, "Go ahead. With your master present, nothing will go awry." His words served to bolster Luo Yun's confidence, while simultaneously imposing immense pressure on Fang Chen. Indeed, with master's approval, Luo Yun's face brightened with excitement. After a resolute nod, he leaped down, traversing through the air with astonishing speed, reaching the stage in the blink of an eye. Who do you think will win? It goes without saying, Brother Luo will prevail. Certainly, Brother Luo has attained the 9th level of the postnatal realm, while Fang Chen is merely at the 5th. His recent victory over Guang Hao was purely a result of Guang Hao's negligence. I wager Fang Chen won last even 10 exchanges against Brother Luo. 10 exchanges? 3 would be impressive. Even though Fang Chen had slain Guang Hao with a single strike, the crowd merely viewed it as a stroke of luck. Luo Yun regarded Fang Chen with disdain, sneering, "You should be grateful to still be alive after our last encounter. Find a place to hide and prolong your existence." Fang Chen, with a tranquil expression, replied, "This time, I shall be the one to extract your bones. What is rightfully mine, you cannot take. Such a treasure as the heavenly Dao Bone is beyond your worth," Luo Yun scoffed. "Then let me demonstrate who is unworthy. I hope you awaken my heavenly Dao Bone and do not disappoint me." Fang Chen retorted, disappointed? Are you jesting? Luo Yun found the statement to be a grand joke and countered, "Very well. Let us utilize your heavenly Dao Bone and show you the essence of true genius." As his words fell, Luo Yun unleashed a surge of purple energy, which coalesced into two spectral purple leopards. Second-grade yellow tier, purple leopard shadow fist. With a powerful strike, the leopards charged towards Fang Chen from all directions. Unfazed, Fang Chen did not draw his sword. Instead, he transformed his hands into palms and struck back at Luo Yun. The crowd gasped in astonishment at his decision to rely solely on his physical prowess. Luo Yun, taken aback, soon smirked, "You truly seek your own demise." With a thunderous clash, their fists and palms met, unleashing a cacophony of explosive sounds, reverberating waves radiating outward. The two retreated several steps after the exchange. The onlookers stood frozen, disbelief etched on their faces. Remarkably, in their initial encounter, neither had gained the upper hand. How was this even possible? To comprehend the situation, it is essential to recognize that Fang Chen relies solely on his physical prowess, while Luo Yun possesses the extraordinary capabilities of a second-tier Huang grade. Coupled with Luo Yun's advanced 9th level of acquired realm, it is reasonable to expect that the two should be evenly matched. However, atop the high platform, Qing Wuzi discerned the underlying truth. At the second level of bone forging realm, it was evident that Fang Chen was merely a cultivator of physical prowess. The cultivation of the physical body differs from that of the Dao. In the early stages of physical cultivation, the focus is primarily on internal development, making it difficult to ascertain one's true level. Thus, unless Fang Chen unleashes his full potential, others would struggle to perceive the depth of his physical realm. As Qing Wuzi's words resonated, gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. In the Tianyu Divine Sect, a mere 10% of disciples focus on physical cultivation, as most believe they can comprehend the Tao texts and embark on the path of enlightenment. Although the number of those who achieve this is exceedingly rare, the majority still opt for this route. Moreover, the resources required for physical cultivation are exorbitant, making it unsustainable for many. They were unprepared for the revelation that Fang Chen not only achieved the 5th level of the acquired realm in Dao cultivation, but also reached the 2nd level of bone forging in physical cultivation, a feat nearly indistinguishable from dual cultivation in both realms. Thus, it became clear where his confidence originated. Luo Yun, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his composure. Sneering, "If you think your physical prowess alone can vanquish me, you are sorely mistaken." With a flourish of his hand, a longsword materialized, shimmering with radiant light. Even if you have mastered the path of the physical body, it is of no consequence. Before absolute strength, you are but an ant. At that moment, Luo Yun's aura surged dramatically, and a torrent of sword energy erupted forth, enveloping the surroundings in a violet haze, the sword energy resembling a vibrant rainbow. This is the signature technique of senior brother Luo, the violet chi rainbow sword technique. Gasps of shock echoed from below. This is a 4th-tier Huang grade technique. Fang Chen is doomed. Supporters of Luo Yun exclaimed with fervor. Fang Chen remained composed, drawing forth his own Black Ming sword. "Let us see who the true ant is," he declared. As the words left his lips, both figures vanished from sight. Fang Chen unleashing a fierce demonic sword energy, with demonic aura swirling around him. His fierce demonic sword technique had reached the 4th level, and when combined with Fang Chen's demonic path, its might rivaled any lower-tier Huang grade technique. Clang! Boom! The clash of swords resonated. The sword energy, demonic aura, and violet chi surged across the arena, generating a flurry of sword shadows. The intensity of their battle escalated dramatically, to the point where many spectators struggled to track their movements, catching only fleeting glimpses of the combatants before they vanished again. On the high platform, Qing Wuzi wore a grave expression, taken aback by the formidable challenge posed by his disciple as opponent. Other elders began to regard Fang Chen with newfound respect. Initially, they believed the battle would be one-sided, yet Fang Chen, with merely the 5th level of acquired realm, could contend evenly with Luo Yun. It was becoming evident that this individual, often dismissed as merely fortunate, was indeed a genius. Chapter 63. The Soul's Interrogation. How is this possible? How can that waste? Fang Chen be so powerful? He has been a failure for 5 years. Su Wanner's eyes widened in disbelief, her heart screaming in protest. Gradually, her eyes turned blood red, and her expression twisted with rage. She refused to accept that Fang Chen could be so formidable. That waste was cast aside by her, and she would not misjudge him. Kill him. Young master, kill him. He must not be allowed to survive. Finally, she screamed in desperation. If Fang Chen were alive and revealed his innate talents, it would indeed render him a grand jest. She was unwilling to be the subject of ridicule. Thus, Fang Chen must perish. The Purple Chi Rainbow Sword Technique. Purple Chi from the East. The Purple Chi Rainbow Sword Technique. All swords converge as one. Luo Yun continuously shifted his stances, intent on delivering a fatal blow to Fang Chen. Yet, Fang Chen's formidable demon sword technique possessed but a single form, offensive and unyielding. The more he attacked, the stronger he became. His grand yet fluid moves, accompanied by the purest essence of sword demon energy, instilled fear even in the face of Luo Yun, who was at the 9th level and the 4th rank of Huanggrade techniques. In the blink of an eye, the two engaged in a fierce battle, exchanging blows over 100 times. The vast arena bore witness to their ferocious clash, scarred by the remnants of their sword strikes. With a resounding thud, the two figures separated, each retreating to opposite corners. At that moment, Luo Yun's expression darkened. Failing to vanquish Fang Chen was a profound humiliation for him. He fixed his gaze on Fang Chen and coldly remarked, "I never anticipated that a worthless being like you could grow to this extent." Fang Chen regarded him with an indifferent gaze and replied, "Spare me your bravado. Do you not feel embarrassed?" Luo Yun's countenance remained frosty, yet brimming with confidence. "You have indeed surpassed my expectations, but that is merely the extent of it. Now, allow me to demonstrate my true strength." As his words fell, an immense aura erupted from behind Luo Yun, revealing a singular character, the character for sword. Upon witnessing this glyph, gasps of astonishment echoed through the crowd. The Dao text. The sword Dao text. My heavens. Brother Luo has awakened the Dao text even at the postnatal realm. A genius. An unparalleled genius. The onlookers erupted with excitement. For the Dao text was the coveted key to their aspirations of cultivation. Without it, one would remain stagnant at the Zhou Yuan level for a lifetime. Qing Wuzi trembled with joy, for nurturing a disciple who comprehended the Dao text was an immense honor, one that would surely earn accolades and promotion within the sect. The other elders were equally taken aback and turned their envious gazes towards Qing Wuzi. "Congratulations, Elder Qing. Best wishes, Elder Qing." They offered their insincere congratulations. Qing Wuzi laughed heartily. "You are all too kind. It is merely a stroke of luck." Below, Steel Tiger and Aunt Jing maintained their composure, observing the crowd's fervor with disdain. Was awakening the Dao text at the 9th level of the postnatal realm truly impressive? Steel Tiger couldn't help but mutter. Aunt Jing nodded in agreement. After all, Fang Chen had awakened the Dao text at the spirit-gathering realm, and it was of the 2nd rank. Fang Chen was doomed. In truth, he was quite impressive, 5th level battling against the 9th level, a prodigy in both law and physical cultivation. Yet, what does it matter? Opposing Brother Luo was akin to courting death. Genius alone is insufficient. One also requires a formidable background. After the excitement subsided, the consensus was that Fang Chen was undoubtedly doomed. "You, a mongrel, shall die beneath my peak prowess. Consider it a fitting demise," Luo Yun proclaimed, gazing at Fang Chen with pride, hoping to glimpse a flicker of terror in his eyes. However, Fang Chen remained unperturbed, his expression tranquil, undeterred by Luo Yun's display of the Dao text. Observing this, Luo Yun scoffed. "Now, you may go to your death." As his words echoed, he vanished from sight in a flash, simultaneously unleashing his divine abilities. Countless strands of purple sword intent surged forth, converging from all directions to strike at Fang Chen. In this instance, Luo Yun exhibited a prowess that surpassed his previous strength by several magnitudes. This is the extraordinary might of Dao One. Observing this, Fang Chen remained undaunted, brandishing his sword and advancing. Once again, they clashed in a fierce duel upon the arena, where a tempest of sword energy surged forth, overwhelming in its ferocity. Yet, this confrontation lasted merely 3 exchanges before Fang Chen found himself at a disadvantage. "Ha! You insolent wretch, were you not so arrogant? Continue." As Fang Chen faltered, Luo Yun laughed maniacally, sensing his impending victory. Simultaneously, he unleashed his divine abilities, intent on annihilating Fang Chen. However, he failed to notice the slight smirk that graced Fang Chen's lips. "Very well, it is time for me to reveal some genuine prowess to entertain you." In the next moment, Fang Chen's aura surged dramatically, dark energy erupting around him, with demonic runes swirling in his wake. Sword demon transformation. With a resounding clash, the two swords collided once more. To Luo Yun's astonishment, this time their encounter yielded no clear victor. "How is this possible?" he gasped. "I have even employed the sword character Dao One. How can I not vanquish this scoundrel?" Surprised? "The best is yet to come," Fang Chen taunted. And then his aura flared again, revealing a blood-red halo of dual demonic energy behind him. The halo was adorned with ancient demonic runes, exuding a sharp and terrifying presence. This form emerged after Fang Chen's sword demon physique underwent a 3000th transformation, which he referred to as Sword Demon, Level 1. In this new form, Fang Chen bore an even greater resemblance to a demon, his crimson eyes paired with swirling demonic runes and energy, resembling a soul-reaping specter from the depths of hell. Boom. Without uttering a word, Fang Chen wielded the Black Ming's sword and clashed with Luo Yun once more. Their collision shattered the heavens and earth. Sword intent surging in every direction. The arena lay in ruins from the residual sword energy. Yet, this time, Fang Chen stood his ground, while Luo Yun staggered back several steps. Luo Yun felt a numbing sensation in his hands, agony coursing through his body, and his spiritual energy became chaotic. He could not comprehend how, despite Fang Chen's inferior artifacts, techniques, cultivation, and Dao Bone, he could not defeat him and was even being overpowered. Not only he, but the spectators below were equally bewildered. Their worldview crumbled as they struggled to grasp the astonishing scene before them. Even the esteemed Qing Yuzi and others atop the platform were perplexed. The power Fang Chen unleashed was not commensurate with that of a mere fifth-tier practitioner. Even with a body refinement at the second level, such strength was inconceivable. Yet, Fang Chen had indeed manifested such extraordinary power, leaving them confounded. Impossible. Su Wanner, watching from below, wore an increasingly twisted expression, her face contorting with pain as Fang Chen's terrifying talent became ever more apparent. That individual had long been regarded by her as a mere waste. No, you must have employed some secret method. It cannot be. You cannot be this powerful. Absolutely impossible. On the arena, Luo Yun roared with a distorted visage. I am a peerless genius who awakened Dao Bone at the 9th tier. How can I possibly fail to defeat a worthless wretch like you? In response to Luo Yun's furious outburst, Fang Chen retained his calm, indifferent demeanor. Is awakening Dao Bone truly so difficult? He spoke slowly. That is, of course, for one such as you, a mere waste. In this lifetime, it is utterly impossible for Zhu Luo Yun to roar in humiliation at Fang Chen, only to suddenly fall silent. Around Fang Chen, the essence of the great Dao surged, revealing a character behind him, one that symbolizes the sword. It is indeed a Dao text, encircled by a luminous halo. This is, astonishingly, a second-tier Dao text. Dao text? Is it truly that difficult? Fang Chen questioned once more. This inquiry struck the very souls of all present. Chapter 64. One Dao text, and he believes himself invincible? Is awakening a Dao text so challenging? Indeed, it is immensely difficult. How many individuals spend their entire lives seeking to comprehend a Dao text, yet never manifest a single character? Yet, Fang Chen, at the 5th level of the acquired realm, awakened a Dao text and ascended to the 2nd tier. Impossible. Luo Yun bellowed with a ferocious countenance. How could a waste like you possibly awaken a Dao text? Such a notion is absolutely absurd. Fang Chen scoffed. The true waste is you, believing yourself invincible with merely one Dao text? In my eyes, you are nothing but a jest. As he spoke, the essence of the great Dao surged once more behind him. The 2nd Dao text, the character for battle, emerged. Silence engulfed the arena. The crowd stared in disbelief at Fang Chen, their eyes wide with shock. Dao text. Another Dao text, the so-called waste, who they deemed destined for failure, had astonishingly awakened 2 Dao texts. Moreover, one of them was a 2nd-tier text. This transcended mere genius. He was a paragon among prodigies. Even the core disciples lagged behind him. Impossible. That waste cannot be this extraordinary. He cannot be this monstrous. Su Wanner clutched her hair, screaming in desperation. Disregarding her disheveled appearance, regret washed over her. She lamented having chosen Luo Yun and abandoning Fang Chen. She could have been the partner of a greater prodigy. From afar, atop a high building, Lin Suan could no longer maintain her aloof persona, her stunning visage marred by astonishment. So he was this exceptional, and I failed to notice. Recalling their first encounter, when she exerted pressure on Fang Chen in her capacity as a saintess, declaring that they were not of the same ilk, and that they would have no further interactions in the future, her words now seemed utterly ludicrous. Yet, she did not regret her initial decision. She aimed to become a formidable force on her own, her fate to be dictated solely by herself. However, she remained oblivious to the subtle pangs of regret stirring deep within her. Upon the high platform, the elders could no longer remain seated, rising in unison. The awakening of 2 Dao texts at the 5th level of the acquired realm, one of which was 2nd tier, signified profound implications. The talent displayed by Fang Chen was sufficient to qualify him as a core disciple. Qing Yu's expression darkened significantly. He had never anticipated that Fang Chen would be in existence even more monstrous than Luo Yun. He must perish. He roared within, knowing that Fang Chen's survival would pose endless troubles. This sentiment echoed in Luo Tingxiao's mind as well. If that bastard were to live, the Luo family would undoubtedly face immense turmoil. His countenance twisted with malice, he seethed internally. Unbeknownst to Fang Chen, he was oblivious to the thoughts of the two on the high platform. He pointed his sword at the ferocious Luo Yun and calmly declared, "It is time to send you to your demise." As his voice faded, he vanished in a fleeting moment, executing the shadow step technique with remarkable agility. The words sword and battle erupted forth, accompanied by the first layer of the sword demon, unleashing a fierce sword demon technique. This time, Fang Chen unleashed his full power. Luo Yun's expression shifted dramatically, a sense of dread taking root within him. The prowess displayed by Fang Chen had left him utterly astounded. Anyone confronted by such a prodigy would inevitably feel trepidation, even though he refused to acknowledge it. A deep-seated fear of defeat had already crept into his heart. Once fear takes hold, the outcome is all but sealed. Fang Chen let out a furious roar, and the violet glowing demonic blade descended. A flicker of terror flashed in Luo Yun's eyes as he was caught off guard, the sword striking him squarely in the chest. Fortunately, a talisman appeared in the nick of time, absorbing 80% of the blow's power. Yet, the remaining 20% still tore a gruesome wound into his chest. This was dire. On the high platform, Qing Wuzi and Luo Tian's expressions paled. Once injuries are sustained in battle, victory is often predetermined. Bang! Fang Chen, seizing the opportunity, unleashed a flurry of sword strikes, leaving Luo Yun unable to defend himself. More wounds accumulated on his chest. Fang Chen coldly declared, "Rest assured, I shall not grant you a swift death. I will carve open your chest, reclaiming my heavenly Dao Bone." The spectators below, witnessing this scene, realized that Fang Chen was on the verge of victory. How could this be? Brother Luo was actually losing? This seemed quite reasonable, for Fang Chen had comprehended 2 Dao texts, a talent befitting a core disciple. The disciples murmured among themselves, expressing their astonishment. Impossible. Brother Luo cannot be defeated. Indeed, Brother Luo will not fall. Fang Chen, you must not kill Brother Luo. He is a genius. You wretch, you shall not kill Brother Luo. Only Brother Luo can slay you. The staunch loyalists of Luo Yun among the second peak refused to accept this reality, even resorting to threats against Fang Chen. Fang Chen paid no heed to their words. Meanwhile, Luo Yun, feeling his injuries worsen, realized that if he did not act soon, he might truly perish here. Suddenly, he conceived the sole possibility of turning the tide, though it would come at the cost of self-harm, taking a year or more to recover. But at this moment, he could not afford to care about the consequences. He glared at Fang Chen with malice, blaming this wretch for having wasted more than a year of his cultivation time. Yet, if he could slay this wretch, it would all be worth it. You worthless fool, you think you can kill me? You are not worthy. He retrieved a crimson pill and swallowed it whole. In an instant, his aura surged, propelling Fang Chen several meters back. Aunt Jing's expression shifted as she called out to Fang Chen, "Fang Chen, that is a fury pill. Consuming it temporarily doubles one's strength. A pill to enhance cultivation?" Fang Chen remained unfazed, for he possessed them as well, but deemed Luo Yun unworthy of such enhancements. Luo Yun's eyes turned crimson, his face contorted with rage, his aura surging yet chaotic. He glared at Fang Chen, an intense murderous intent burning in his gaze. "You worthless scum, you deserve to die." With a furious roar, he vanished from sight once more. He reappeared right before Fang Chen, unleashing his divine abilities and raining down a flurry of sword strikes. Fang Chen's expression grew serious. With Luo Yun's newfound peak potential of the acquired realm, he indeed posed a considerable challenge. After a few exchanges, Fang Chen felt a tumultuous surge within him, as he was unexpectedly suppressed by Luo Yun. The onlookers were taken aback. Su Wanner and others who supported Luo Yun were ecstatic. "You are but a waste. What does it matter if you are a genius? You are still destined to perish here. Once you are gone, I shall remain the pinnacle of talent." Luo Yun unleashed a flurry of swords, the purple aura swirling and transforming into countless sword intents that drove Fang Chen into retreat. "Now, you can meet your end." He resolved to cease this drawn-out confrontation, raising his long sword high. The purple aura behind him rippled like a mighty river. "This strike shall surely end you," he declared with a cold smirk. In response, Fang Chen's lips curled slightly upward. "Let us see who meets their demise." Suddenly, he moved with remarkable swiftness, advancing towards Luo Yun instead of retreating. Simultaneously, the dark, demonic energy of the Black Ming sword gathered rapidly. The fierce demon sword technique erupted. The sword demon. In its initial surge, the battle commenced, with 2 sword paths igniting. The spectators were momentarily stunned by Fang Chen's unexpected action. Was he courting death? Luo Yun scoffed. "Do you think you can strike back while I gather my power?" Do you believe you have the time? As he spoke, a massive purple sword had formed behind him, poised to descend. Fang Chen's expression remained serene, devoid of fear, even taking the time to respond to Luo Yun's query. I have time. In the next moment, Fang Chen's eyes glowed crimson. The soul heaven demon eye erupted. Luo Yun momentarily halted. A violent pain surged through his consciousness, causing chaos within his spiritual energy. The carefully gathered divine power abruptly began to unravel. Simultaneously, Fang Chen's lethal strike arrived. This single strike appeared as one, yet it was, in truth, 3 blades. 2 blades severed his arm, while one pierced his chest. He was capable of killing, yet refrained from delivering a fatal blow, believing that such an act would be too merciful for Luo Yun. He spoke of unearthing the bones of the heavenly Dao, and he meant every word. Ah! Luo Yun let out a wretched scream, propelled several feet away, crashing to the ground, and spitting blood repeatedly, still howling in agony. Fang Chen wiped the blood from his fingertips and sheathed his sword. Chapter 65. A model teacher-student pair. The arena fell into a profound silence. The events that transpired in an instant left most spectators bewildered. Even more perplexing was how Luo Yun's divine power had suddenly begun to dissipate just as he was about to strike. Yinner. Qing Wuzi was the first to regain his composure, bellowing as he rose and charged towards the stage. You little scoundrel, dare to harm my disciple. You seek death. His aura surged, disregarding the sect's rules, and he unleashed a palm strike towards Fang Chen. The terrifying presence of the questioning Dao realm enveloped Fang Chen, causing him to cough up blood with a groan. You dare. Aunt Jing reacted swiftly, stepping in front of Qing Wuzi to shield Fang Chen from the overwhelming pressure. She then retaliated with a palm strike, countering Qing Wuzi's attack. A deafening crash echoed as Aunt Jing staggered back several steps, barely managing to halt her retreat. She pressed a hand to her chest, clearly injured by Qing Wuzi's blow, yet she steadfastly remained in front of Fang Chen. Get away from me, Qing Wuzi bellowed. Aunt Jing replied icily, Elder Qing, are you intending to violate the sect's rules? Fang Chen and Luo Yun are engaged in a life-and-death duel. No one is permitted to interfere until a victor emerges. At this moment, on the arena, Fang Chen's maniacal laughter echoed. What a pair of master and disciple. The disciple shamelessly digs for the bones of others' heavenly paths and seizes their legacies. The master, in defiance of sect rules, resorts to murder against his own disciple. Truly, a model of mentorship. Amidst his laughter, Fang Chen slowly approached Luo Yun, his sword-wielding form emanating an air of coldness and savagery. Filth! If you dare to harm my disciple, I shall ensure your body is shattered into 1,000 pieces. Upon seeing Fang Chen advance towards Luo Yun, Qing Wuzi bellowed once more. He yearned to rush forward, but Aunt Jing steadfastly blocked his path. Despite his superior cultivation, reaching Luo Yun before Fang Chen could strike was utterly impossible. With a sinister grin, Fang Chen brutally stepped on Luo Yun's chest. Ah! Luo Yun's anguished scream pierced the air as he spat forth mouthfuls of blood. Fang Chen coldly remarked, What? Is it permissible for your disciple to kill me? Yet not for me to retaliate. Elder Qing, how imposing you are. Qing Wuzi's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. However, he suddenly roared, Luo Tianxiao, are you not going to make your move? As his words fell, a sound of air being sliced open resonated. Luo Tianxiao surged towards Fang Chen at an astonishing speed. Aunt Jing, witnessing this, wished to intervene but found herself powerless. To stop Luo Tianxiao would mean allowing Qing Wuzi to advance. Filth, today marks your end. Luo Tianxiao swiftly closed the distance to Fang Chen, launching a strike aimed at ending Fang Chen's life. Fang Chen, however, was neither surprised nor fearful of Luo Tingxiao's abrupt assault. On the contrary, he awaited this very opportunity, an unassailable chance to eliminate Luo Tianxiao. Oh, whose end is it? He clutched an offensive talisman in his hand, prepared to act the moment Luo Tingxiao's attack was thwarted by a defensive talisman. Impudent. Just then, a melodious voice rang out. A jade sword subsequently swept past Fang Chen, aiming directly at Luo Tianxiao. Startled by the sight of the jade sword, Luo Tianxiao hastily attempted to block it with his palm. Yet, the sword's intent surged like a tempest, effortlessly shattering his defense and severing his arm. Ah! Luo Tianxiao screamed in agony, hurtling backward and crashing heavily into the ground, creating a massive crater. The crowd gasped. To inflict such severe injury upon a peak Zhou Tian realm practitioner with a single sword stroke indicated that this individual possessed at least the strength of the Dao-seeking realm. They turned their gazes in unison. There stood a woman clad in a light green gown, the hem adorned with embroidered plum blossoms dusted with snow, and a delicate white silk sash cinched around her slender waist. Her long hair was elegantly arranged in a pleasing bun, with a single plum-patterned jade hairpin delicately inserted. Simple yet refreshingly elegant. Salutations to the second peak master. The gathered crowd bowed in unison. This individual was none other than the master of the second peak, the esteemed Qingxiang, whose beauty was as striking as frost upon a winter's morn, radiating her profound fury. Very well. Qing Wuzi, Luo Tianxiao, as elders within the sect. How dare you violate the law? Is this how you instruct your disciples, with utter disregard for sect rules? Qing Wuzi's complexion shifted slightly, and he hastily replied, I dare not. Before Qingxiang, he would not dare to act recklessly. And you? Qingxiang's icy gaze fell upon the trembling form of Luo Tianxiao, who lay on the ground, racked with pain. I dare not, Luo Tianxiao gritted through clenched teeth. With a cold snort, Qingxiang declared, after this matter, you shall all receive punishment, especially you, Elder Qing. The two did not dare to defy and nodded in agreement. Only under Qingxiang's icy gaze did they muster the courage to look towards Fang Chen. However, Fang Chen showed no trepidation in meeting her gaze and respectfully saluted. I pay my respects to the peak master. Qingxiang, satisfied with this, nodded but remained silent. Yet, within Fang Chen's consciousness, he heard her voice. Young man, I have heard that you possess the ability to heal the indulgent body of the dream girl, and that you have also become her Dao partner. Fang Chen was taken aback and nodded slightly. Qingxiang transmitted again. Today, I have taken on the dream girl's request, so do not let her down. Otherwise, I shall, like them, defy the sect's rules and seek to end your life. Fang Chen's body trembled, but he quickly nodded with resolve. I will not. Seeing this, Qingxiang's cold demeanor softened. Very well, the battle of life and death is not yet concluded. Let us continue, she said slowly, then took her seat on the high platform. Fang Chen's gaze shifted to Luo Yun, who was now pale with terror and continuously spitting blood. Master, save me, he pleaded, looking towards Qing Wuzi, but at that moment, Qing Wuzi seemed helpless. Witnessing this, despair filled Luo Yun's eyes as he painfully addressed Fang Chen. Fang Chen, do not kill me. As long as you spare my life, I will return Su Wan'er to you and offer you substantial compensation. He was desperate to survive. He possessed the heavenly Dao Bone, the potential to become a supreme genius, a formidable powerhouse. You bastard, if you dare to kill him, I will ensure your dismemberment. If you spare him, I shall consider our grievances settled. Qing Wuzi transmitted to Fang Chen, unwilling to give up on his disciple's life. Fang Chen turned to Qing Wuzi, a cold smile gracing his lips. Old man, I am keen to see how you intend to dismember me. With that, Fang Chen hesitated no longer and drove his sword through Luo Yun's chest. Ah! Luo Yun's scream echoed once more. At this moment, his life force was extinguished, leaving only a faint breath hanging by a thread. No, no. Both Luo Tianxiao and Qing Wuzi roared in unison. Yet, the next scene ignited their fury even further. Fang Chen half squatted on the ground, gripping the shadow blade, and before all eyes, he forcibly extracted the heavenly Dao Bone from Luo Yun's body. In that instant, Luo Yun succumbed to excruciating pain and perished. Silence enveloped the surroundings. The onlookers stared in shock at Fang Chen, whose hands were drenched in blood, clutching the dim heavenly Dao Bone. This bone was now rendered useless. Having been awakened and subsequently extracted, it was utterly ruined. Nevertheless, Fang Chen was determined to proceed, for it was his possession. A chill swept through many hearts. He was a ruthless individual, extracting the heavenly Dao Bone before Qing Wuzi and Luo Tianxiao, forcing them to witness the demise of their own kin. This was a point of no return. Beast, I will not let you escape. Qing Wuzi's eyes turned crimson, his face contorted in rage, resembling a madman. Fang Chen's expression was cold, unperturbed as he met Qing Wuzi's glare, even managing a slight smile. Yet, this smile was particularly chilling. I shall remember you, Qing Wuzi said ominously, no longer lingering. He transformed into a streak of light and departed. Luo Tianxiao, with eyes filled with resentment, followed suit, leaving alongside Qing Wuzi. Fang Chen watched them leave without uttering a word. He approached Luo Yun's lifeless body, retrieved his storage bag, and then stepped down from the arena. No one dared to speak against Fang Chen's actions. As it was a life and death battle, the spoils of the vanquished were rightfully claimed by the victor. A tacit understanding among warriors. As Fang Chen descended from the arena, Su Wan'er timidly approached him. In her delicate demeanor, she looked at Fang Chen with an air of vulnerability, entirely devoid of the fierce rage she had displayed moments before, resembling a frightened young girl. This was a tactic she frequently employed when with Fang Chen. Her sincere apologies would typically elicit his forgiveness. She harbored hopes that this time would be no different. Believing that she could still reclaim her status as a prodigious woman, exalted above all others. Brother Fang, I realize my mistakes. It was truly Luo Yun who coerced me into such actions. Will you forgive me? She pleaded, tears streaming down her cheeks, projecting an image of utter grievance. In response, Fang Chen merely smiled, a smile laced with disdain. Since I relinquished my cultivation, you turned your back and sought solace in Luo Yun's embrace. You alone possess the secret of my heavenly Dao Bone. If you remain silent, how could he possibly know? Stop pretending. To me, you are nothing but repulsive now. If it were not for the sect's rules, do you truly believe you could still stand here? Fang Chen's expression was frigid. Upon witnessing the icy glare in Fang Chen's eyes, Su Wan'er stumbled and fell to the ground in sheer terror. She could sense the genuine intent behind Fang Chen's desire to kill her. With a cold laugh, Fang Chen remarked, "Rest assured, I will not take your life. To slay you would merely tarnish my hands." Seated on the ground, Su Wan'er felt the scornful, contemptuous, and derisive gazes surrounding her. This was not her rightful place. Just moments ago, she had basked in the envy, jealousy, and animosity of others. In this moment, she finally comprehended that she had lost everything. Her heart brimmed with hatred for Fang Chen. It was all because of him that she had been stripped of her possessions. Yet he had callously cast her aside. Despite the fact that it was he who had achieved everything because of her, she yearned to scream, but the disdain and loathing in the eyes around her became unbearable. She understood that confronting Fang Chen was futile, and thus she lowered her head and departed. However, her expression, cast downward, was rife with resentment and malice. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yuan Wen's countenance was particularly grim. Fang Chen's displayed prowess far exceeded his expectations. No wonder the assassin from Qinli Yingzi had failed to eliminate him and instead had met his demise. This young man possessed considerable skill. Yet he quickly scoffed. But it matters not. The ancestor has returned, while the ancestor of the Meng family perished on the battlefield. Our ancestor has already begun to exert pressure on the Meng family. I firmly believe that soon Meng Yao will become my woman. Ha ha. He laughed maniacally before departing. Fang Chen approached Ying Qingxiang, cupping his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Peak Master, for your timely intervention. Ying Qingxiang replied nonchalantly, there is no need for thanks. Gazing at the lingering demonic energy enveloping Fang Chen, she continued, while cultivation in the demonic path may yield rapid results, it is fraught with immense peril. One is prone to losing oneself to madness and developing a penchant for slaughter. Your talent is commendable, and you have even comprehended two inscriptions. Should the demonic roots be abolished and the righteous path be re-established, the future achievements would undoubtedly be significant, with the primary dangers substantially diminished. Fang Chen comprehended that the other party's intentions were benevolent, yet he shook his head and replied, Thank you, Sect Master, for your guidance. But my choice to walk the demonic path is not impulsive. It is the result of careful contemplation. Moreover, the most perilous aspects of cultivation are often not the demons themselves, are they? Ying Qingxiang gazed deeply at Fang Chen and remarked, You possess a clear insight. So I shall not persuade you further. Then, as if struck by a thought, she added, Interestingly, the current master of the Seven Peaks also treads the demonic path. Your entry into the Seven Peaks would indeed be fortuitous. The current master of the Seven Peaks is also a demonic cultivator? Fang Chen expressed his surprise. Ying Qingxiang nodded. However, he is often away. Otherwise, he could offer you some guidance. The two conversed for a while longer before Ying Qingxiang said, Enough. You are injured and should return to recover. Fang Chen took his leave, bowing respectfully before departing with Aunt Jing of Steel Tiger. The events of the day's battle quickly spread throughout the Tianyu Divine Sect. With everyone aware that the seemingly doomed Seventh Peak had produced an extraordinary genius who had comprehended two inscriptions. Unbeknownst to Fang Chen, he chose not to return immediately. On the way, he informed Aunt Jing, I must step out for a while. Having exhausted his resources, he needed to visit the Wangxing auction house to sell the items he possessed. I shall accompany you, Aunt Jing offered. However, Fang Chen shook his head in refusal. Elder Jing, you should return first. I am more concerned that they may pose a threat to my master. Seeing Fang Chen's resolute stance, Aunt Jing did not insist further but cautioned, Do take care. Understood, Fang Chen nodded. Steel Tiger remarked, Brother Fang, do return swiftly. My inscription requires your guidance. Upon which, Fang Chen transformed into a streak of light and vanished. Arriving at the Wangxing auction house, Fang Chen, holding a first-grade guest token, entered with ease. Upon learning that Fang Chen had arrived, Yin Qilan promptly dressed up and personally welcomed him. When she beheld Fang Chen, her eyes brightened. It had been 2 months since their last meeting, and she was impressed by the evident elevation in his cultivation. She smiled radiantly, her mature smile captivating. You flatter me. It is merely luck, Fang Chen replied modestly. Your humility is commendable. Even the core geniuses of our sect cannot compare, she responded, her eyes sparkling with charm. I lack the innate talent of Fang Keking. If you would be so inclined, might I invite you to my training room to provide me with some guidance? Her words were imbued with a spring-like allure, and combined with Yan Qiulin's enchanting gaze, it stirred the heart and ignited passion. Even Fang Chen felt a flutter in his heart, though it was swiftly quelled by the self-regulating power of his unyielding sea of consciousness. He replied, Please do not jest. Miss Yan, I have come today with the intention of selling a batch of materials. Yan Qiulin's face reflected disappointment. It seems that Fang Keking has a heart for someone else. However, she quickly regained her professional smile and inquired, What items does Fang Keking wish to sell? There are quite a few and rather diverse, he replied. Rest assured, we have the most professional team for this, Yan Qiulin assured with a smile. Hearing this, Fang Chen ceased to elaborate further and directly handed a storage bag to Yan Qiulin. Yan Qiulin smiled as she accepted the storage bag, but her expression quickly froze upon sensing the contents within. Is this a bit excessive? Can it be this much? Inside, there was an assortment of items, elixirs, herbs, materials, treasures, and more. Particularly striking was the massive corpse of a fourth-tier demon beast, something she had never encountered before. Fortunately, having seen her fair share of the world, she quickly regained her composure and said to Fang Chen, Please wait a moment. I will summon the appraisers for an official evaluation. Fang Chen nodded in agreement. Soon, several appraisers arrived, and Yan Qiulin promptly laid out everything from the storage bag. Initially, they maintained their composure, for they had witnessed many scenes in their lengthy careers. However, upon seeing the corpse of the peak fourth-tier demon beast, they all gasped in astonishment. It was a creature unlike any they had ever seen. Fang Chen did not conceal the origin of the beast, revealing it was from the newly opened world, a fact that would soon be common knowledge. After examining the corpse, one appraiser suggested, This demon beast's flesh and bodily materials are exceptionally rare and hold significant value. I recommend putting it up for auction. It is sure to fetch a handsome price, likely around 80,000. Such a high amount? Fang Chen inquired, slightly taken aback. Yan Qiulin explained, Items that have never been seen before, especially demon beasts, tend to attract considerable interest. Fang Chen understood. In that case, let us proceed with the auction. He naturally wished to secure the best possible price. There will be a high-level auction this afternoon. I will arrange for this beast to be auctioned, Yan Qiulin stated. Thank you, Fang Chen replied with a nod. The group of appraisers spent a full incense stick's worth of time meticulously cataloging the items before presenting the list. Yan Qiulin took the list and handed it to Fang Chen. Fang Keking, the treasures have been accounted for, and the prices set, excluding the demon beast's corpse. The total value of the remaining treasures amounts to 310,000. Please check if there are any discrepancies. Fang Chen declined to take the list, stating, I have confidence in the credibility of the Wangxing auction house. Let it be as it is. Yan Qiulin was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a smile. Thank you, Fang Keking, for your trust in our establishment. Fang Chen added, Regarding spirit stones, I wish to purchase spirit elixirs from Wangxing auction house, and I can trade directly with them. What spirit elixirs does Fang Keking require? She inquired. I need spirit-enhancing elixirs, as well as those for opening meridians. Preferably the celestial meridian opening elixir, Fang Chen stated succinctly. His primary focus was on improving his cultivation and opening his meridians. As for body refinement, he had the blood of the sword demon, and his mental acuity had reached a bottleneck that could be addressed later. The celestial meridian opening elixir is indeed rare and costly. Currently, we can only offer 3, Yan Qiulin replied. I will take them, Fang Chen declared. In addition, please exchange the previously mentioned spirit stones for the spirit-enhancing elixirs and any other meridian-opening elixirs available. Understood, Yan Qiulin nodded and immediately set about making arrangements, instructing them to procure only the finest elixirs. Not long after, a maid entered respectfully, holding a tray upon which rested an exquisite storage pouch. Yan Qiulin accepted the pouch, and with a flicker of her mind, 15 elixir vials and 5 ornate boxes materialized upon the table. Fang Keking, she stated, here are 18 vials of spirit-enhancing pills, all of the finest second-tier quality, with 5 pills in each vial. These 3 boxes contain opening meridians heavenly pills, while the other 2 hold different opening meridians elixirs. Though their effects are not as potent as the heavenly pills, they are still quite commendable. Fang Chen nodded, calculating that acquiring these items outside would certainly require no less than 300,000 to 400,000 spirit stones. It appeared that Yan Qiulin not only offered him a 20% discount, but also generous concessions. He opened one of the ornate boxes, and a refreshing aroma of the elixir wafted towards him. Fang Chen realized that the opening meridian's heavenly pills within were significantly superior to those provided by his sect. Thank you. He expressed his gratitude. Yin Qilan smiled, saying, we are all family here. There is no need for such formality, Fang Keqing. Subsequently, Fang Chen stored all the elixirs in the pouch. Yin Qilan added with a smile, if you are interested in this afternoon's auction, you may wish to participate. Fang Chen pondered for a moment, then declined politely. In that case, I shall graciously accept. That is splendid. I shall make arrangements at once, Yin Qilan replied, her smile unwavering. As the Wangxing Auction House is the premier auction venue within dozens of cities, each high-end auction naturally attracts considerable attention from powerful families. The expansive auction hall can accommodate over 1,000 attendees, along with numerous VIP rooms. Entry to these rooms requires not only wealth, but also a certain status, serving as a display of power for various families. As the afternoon approached, attendees began to filter in, and nearly all the seats were filled. The VIP rooms were equally crowded, with the grand auction nearly devoid of empty seats. Yin Qilan had naturally arranged a VIP room for Fang Chen. Fang Keqing, the time is nearly upon us. I apologize, but I must attend to some auction matters. May I have these two accompany you? She indicated towards two beautifully dressed maids. Fang Chen had no objections. No problem. Please do what you must, Manager Yin. Yin Qilan performed a courteous bow and then departed. Fang Keqing, please. The two maids stepped forward, bowing respectfully, their voices melodious and captivating. Fang Chen nodded and followed the two women towards one of the VIP rooms. You wretch. You are here too? As they traversed a long corridor, a sarcastic voice echoed. Fang Chen frowned slightly, turning to see Yu Yuanwen gazing at him with a mixture of surprise and disdain. Beside him stood a white-haired elder, exuding an air of superiority. Fang Chen recognized Yu Yuanwen, and noticing the trouble-seeking demeanor, he retorted without hesitation, oh, it's you, you fool. Upon hearing this, Yu Yuanwen's anger flared, veins bulging on his forehead. Fang Chen's words alluded to his previous auction of counterfeit elixirs. You seek death. Yu Yuanwen seethed, unleashing the pressure of his 7th-tier innate realm. Young Master Yu, this is the Wangxing Auction House. Please refrain from causing a disturbance, the maid beside Fang Chen interjected. Only then did Yu Yuanwen calm down. Realizing that resorting to violence here would indeed invite considerable trouble, he glared menacingly at Fang Chen and, after a moment's contemplation, jeered coldly, you may not be aware, but soon, Minjao will be wed to my family, becoming my woman. Fang Chen frowned slightly and replied nonchalantly, do you truly expect me to believe your words? Ha ha. Yu Yuanwen laughed triumphantly. Do you genuinely think Minjao would choose to be with you? Just look at your pathetic status. Do you really believe a toad can catch a swan? Noticing Fang Chen's silence, he became even more smug, adding, just wait. You will soon receive news, I assure you. He laughed maniacally and departed alongside the elder. Fang Chen remained pensive, fully aware that Yu Yuanwen's words held no truth. Yet, an unsettling feeling gnawed at him. Perhaps Minjao would find herself in some predicament. Keqing, let us proceed to the VIP room, the maid suggested. Understanding that dwelling on these thoughts was futile, Fang Chen nodded and followed the maid to the VIP chamber. Upon entering, he was greeted by lavish decor, with tables adorned with numerous exquisite spiritual fruits. As he sampled one, a warm sensation coursed through him, invigorating his spirit, and the flavor was delightful. His eyes brightened, and he collected several of the spiritual fruits into his storage pouch, intending to share them with his master and elder for their enjoyment. The two water spirit maids were taken aback, for it was their first encounter with a guest who would take spiritual fruits. Realizing his actions might have been somewhat impolite, Fang Chen offered an awkward smile and said, I apologize. I wish to bring these back for my family. The maid beamed and replied, young master need not be modest. Take as many as you desire. She then arranged for more spiritual fruits to be presented and meticulously packaged a portion for Fang Chen to take. With a grateful smile, Fang Chen thanked her, and the two maids returned his gesture with cheerful bows. At that moment, a middle-aged man ascended the auction stage, smiling broadly. Esteemed guests, thank you for attending the Wangxing auction. I am Fang Zheng, though you may call me Fang Dao Yu, he announced. Without further ado, we have 20 items up for auction, and I trust one of them will captivate your interest. Let the auction commence. With a clap of his hands, a maid wheeled out a display cart, its contents concealed beneath a red cloth, which possessed the remarkable ability to obstruct others' spiritual perception. Fang Zheng elaborated. This item hails from a perilous realm. It is a natural artifact, incredibly potent for forging divine weapons. Can anyone guess what it is? Please hurry. Do not waste our time. Someone below interjected impatiently. Fang Zheng, unfazed, replied with a smile, since you are eager, I shall reveal it. This is a celestial treasure. a meteorite from the 1,000 holy mountains. He lifted the red cloth, unveiling a stone approximately the size of a fist, dark purple and black. Though the stone appeared utterly ordinary, its unveiling elicited a chorus of gasps from the crowd. Fang Chen was quite pleased with their reaction. With a smile, he remarked, "I need not elaborate on the efficacy of this stone. It undoubtedly benefits everyone's magical artifacts, and it is even conceivable that it may facilitate ascension." Upon hearing this, even those who were previously unaware were struck with astonishment. Ascension of magical artifacts? This stone possesses such extraordinary properties. Instantly, the crowd turned their gaze towards the meteorite from Qiansheng Mountain, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Sensing the atmosphere was ripe, Fang Chen declared, "In that case, let the auction officially commence. The starting bid is 10,000 spirit stones." The crowd gasped. A starting bid of 10,000 spirit stones was remarkably high, even for a prestigious auction. 10,002, 10,004. The price escalated rapidly, ultimately stabilizing at 34,000. Fang Chen watched with wide eyes, dazzled, yet refrained from participating. Unfortunately, his funds were depleted, having already spent most of his spirit stones on medicinal pills. He had merely 50 or 60,000 left, which he preferred to conserve for future necessities. Meanwhile, in another VIP room, Yu Yuanwen fixed his gaze on Fang Chen's chamber, eagerly awaiting his move. A cold smirk danced on his lips as he thought, "You wretch, regardless of what you desire, I shall not allow you to succeed." Since Fang Chen's presence here indicated he sought something from the auction, Yu Yuanwen's intent was to compel Fang Chen to expend a hefty sum or to secure the item himself. Congratulations to our esteemed guest number 29 for winning the first auction item. Now, let us proceed to the second item, Fang Chen announced with a smile, signaling for the next item to be presented. The second item, procured from the perilous Wanjing forest, was unveiled. The auction continued in an orderly fashion, showcasing one exquisite item after another, each inciting gasps and expressions of excitement and greed. The bidding was particularly fierce, with prices climbing steadily, eliciting continuous exclamations from the audience. Fang Chen's excitement grew, for there were numerous items he coveted. Tragically, just as he resolved to make a bid, a random participant's call surged the price to several times his assets. Defeated, he reluctantly lowered his hand, his longing and frustration drawing giggles from two nearby maidservants. From a distance, Yu Yuanwen watched with mounting impatience. Seeing Fang Chen's hand rise only to fall again made him grit his teeth in exasperation. "How many items have been auctioned? Are you not interested in any of them?" Beside him, an elder furrowed his brow and remarked, "Young master Yu, we must focus on the matter at hand. Rest assured, old Lu, I will deal with this scoundrel without jeopardizing our primary objectives," Yu Yuanwen replied. The elder, hearing this, chose silence and closed his eyes to meditate. Suddenly, Fang Chen felt a pair of malevolent eyes fixated upon him. He turned to find Yu Yuanwen staring, a cunning expression on his face. He paused briefly, pondering, what does this fellow intend? Is he plotting against me? In an auction, such schemes could only manifest in two ways, by inflating prices to vex him or by acquiring the items he desired. As he contemplated, his attention returned to the auction floor, where a jade pendant artifact was currently being auctioned. This treasure was known for its ability to autonomously protect the owner, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a being at the Yuan realm. The bidding had already reached 60,000, with numerous participants still vying for it. Seizing the moment, Fang Chen called out, 65,000. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he heard Yu Yuanwen shout, 80,000. Fang Chen turned to look, and Yu Yuanwen met his gaze with a face full of provocation and disdain. "You rabble, do not think you can take anything from here. My financial power is not something you can compare with," he communicated telepathically. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen remained silent, lowering his head to retake his seat. Yu Yuanwen, seeing this, felt even more triumphant. He did not continue to raise the price, instead keeping a watchful eye on Fang Chen. Yet, he was oblivious to the slight upward curve of Fang Chen's lips as he kept his head down. Ultimately, this jade pendant was auctioned off for a price of 100,000, followed by several other treasures, during which Fang Chen did not make a bid. Finally, on the 13th item, it was Fang Chen's Tier 3 Peak Demon Beast carcass that came up for auction. Ladies and gentlemen, what follows will be something you have never seen before. I can reveal that it will be the carcass of a demon beast. But this particular beast hails from a newly emerged minor dimension and is making its debut appearance, Fang Chen announced mysteriously. This statement instantly piqued the curiosity of the crowd, as the emergence of new demon beasts often stirred quite a commotion. Observing the growing interest, Fang Chen ceased his superfluous chatter and swiftly unveiled the red cloth. Immediately, the carcass of the Tier 3 Peak Demon Beast slain by Fang Chen was fully revealed to the audience. The The carcass, having undergone minimal processing by the Wanxing auction house, exuded a terrifying aura that caused many faces to shift in color. Its peculiar form, resembling neither lion nor tiger, further aroused the curiosity of the onlookers below, who began to chatter excitedly about the demon beast carcass. It is well known that the flesh, scales, bones, and organs of certain demon beasts hold immense benefits for cultivators. Selling such an unknown demon beast carcass might carry certain risks, but the path of cultivation is fraught with peril. Where can one find opportunities that are guaranteed? Sensing the opportune moment, Fang Chen called out, "The starting bid is now. 30,000. 100,000. A voice rang out eagerly as soon as he finished speaking. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Many had just raised their hands to bid, only to retract them upon hearing that price. 100,000 for a Tier 3 demon beast carcass, even if it were unprecedented, surely could not be valued so high. As they turned to see who had called out, another voice broke the silence. 200,000. The crowd was left stunned. All eyes turned toward the speaker. In a VIP section, Yu Yuanwen triumphantly raised his hand, casting a taunting glance at Fang Chen. At this moment, he was still reveling in the discomfort he was causing Fang Chen. But in the next instant, he realized something was amiss. Wait a moment. How much did I just shout? 200,000. He had been so focused on Fang Chen that he had failed to listen to Fang Zheng's announcement. Hearing Fang Chen's bid, he instinctively shouted out loud. Only after he had spoken did he realize that Fang Chen had initially called for 100,000. Caught off guard by Fang Chen's unexpectedly high bid, he had blurted it out without contemplation. Ha! On the other side, Fang Chen could not help but chuckle. He had inspected the demon beast carcass previously. Its maximum value was 100,000, of which 60,000 was for the beast itself and 40,000 for its novelty of appearance. He was unperturbed by the prospect of others not raising their bids. Considering that many had recently expressed interest, a modest increment of 100,000 was still quite manageable. However, he could never have anticipated that Yu Yuanwen would audaciously declare a price of 200,000. Old Lu furrowed his brow and inquired of Yu Yuanwen, "Young Master Yu, what is the meaning of this? 200,000 for a third-tier demon beast? Even if it were a rare first appearance, it would not merit such an exorbitant sum. Not to mention the absence of a demon core. While the Yu family was indeed affluent, this issue transcended mere spirit stones. It was a matter of the family's reputation. Old Lu, it's all that brat's fault. I fell into his trap." Yu Yuanwen could only lament, glaring fiercely at Fang Chen and bellowing, "You dare to conspire against me." Fang Chen, having relished the moment, replied dismissively, "I merely called my own price. How does that constitute a conspiracy against you? However, young Master Yu, I must say that the earlier speaker was quite accurate. You're simply a fool. Brat." Yu Yuanwen's anger surged, veins bulging with fury, wishing he could dismember Fang Chen. Observing this, old Lu interjected, "Young Master Yu, it is merely 200,000 spirit stones. What significance does it hold?" He then discreetly communicated, "Let us not forget our true objective." Upon hearing this, Yu Yuanwen gradually regained his composure, yet he still issued a menacing threat. "Fang Chen, this time, no one will be able to protect you. Wait for it." Fang Chen remained silent, a smile gracing his lips. Many wished to kill him, and he had long-standing enmity with Yu Yuanwen. Even if he chose not to act, his adversary would surely seek his detriment. Fang Zheng was equally taken aback by the unfolding events, yet the escalating price was undoubtedly advantageous. He announced, 200,000 once, 200,000 twice. Yu Yuanwen hoped fervently that no other bids would emerge, but the 200,000 for the demon beast's corpse had already far exceeded its worth. Even a recently surfaced one did not justify such a valuation, and thus, no further bids materialized. Ultimately, the demon beast's corpse was secured by Yu Yuanwen for the sum of 200,000, inciting him to shatter the exquisite teacup upon the table in a fit of rage. Congratulations to guest number 44. We shall now proceed with the auction. May I present the next item? Fang Zheng announced with a smile, as a maid gracefully ascended the stage, balancing a tray. At that moment, old Lu's eyes gleamed with golden light. An opportunity for fortune had arrived. Yu Yuanwen also displayed a glimmer of excitement. "The Wanxing auction house. You dare to consume my 200,000 spirit stones. I shall ensure you repay every last coin. No, I will make you pay tenfold." He chuckled coldly, then turned to old Lu, inquiring telepathically, "Old Lu, is this arrangement acceptable?" Old Lu responded with a confident smile, relaying, "We owe this insight to the counterfeit pill you mentioned last time. Rest assured, the simpletons at Wanxing auction house will never discern the truth. Otherwise, they would not have dared to auction it." Yu Yuanwen smirked with malice. "Our task now is to continuously inflate the bidding price. Of course, they would not act directly. Arrangements had already been made for individuals positioned beneath the arena. They would consistently elevate the bidding until they secured the item, subsequently following a similar path as before to demand compensation from the Wanxing auction house. Atop the elevated platform, Fang Chen cheerfully introduced esteemed guests. This exquisite orb is known as the Demon Essence Celestial Pearl, a creation of the natural world, imbued with a rich and pure demonic aura, greatly beneficial for those who cultivate the dark arts. Although the practice of demonic cultivation was scarce within the Tianyu divine sect, it flourished in the outside world, as practitioners advanced at a remarkable pace. Upon hearing these words, many attendees' eyes lit up, fixated on the Demon Essence Celestial Pearl. Fang Chen, being a cultivator of the dark arts himself, found himself intrigued by this pearl as well. However, a sense of unease began to creep in. Soon, Fang Chen sensed something amiss about the Demon Essence Celestial Pearl, a perception stemming from his sword demon physique. If it were truly as Fang Chen described, such feelings would not arise. Activating his soul demon eye, he pierced through the aura of the pearl, scrutinizing its exterior and interior with clarity. Upon closer inspection, Fang Chen discerned the anomaly. The demonic energy emanating from within the pearl was not inherent to it, but originated from an embedded demon essence stone. Although the energy of this stone bore resemblance to that of the pearl, it was transient, dissipating within a fortnight. This method of deception was akin to the counterfeit pill encountered previously, albeit lacking its intricacies. Nonetheless, to the untrained eye, it would be challenging to detect the fraud, particularly for those unfamiliar with the demonic path. Fang Chen internally lamented, letting out a wry smile. The Wanxing auction house had once again fallen prey to trickery. He resolved that this orb must not be auctioned, for it would spell trouble for Wanxing. At that moment, the auction commenced, and the price soared, reaching 500,000. Fang Chen summoned a maid and inquired, "Is it possible to interrupt the auction midway?" The maid, taken aback, decisively shook her head. "It cannot be paused unless someone intervenes. Once commenced, it must proceed uninterrupted." Hearing this, Fang Chen felt a weight in his heart. He instructed, "Bring manager Yin to me and inform her that I have a matter of great importance regarding the auction house's reputation." The maid, startled by Fang Chen's serious demeanor, nodded in agreement and hurried away. Meanwhile, the bidding for the Demon Essence Stone had already escalated to 800,000, thrilling Fang Chen atop the platform. The highest price for the stone had only been around 300,000, and this unexpected figure far exceeded his expectations. Old Master Lu observed the situation and remarked, "It's nearing its peak. Any further increase may invite suspicion." Indeed, Yu Wenwen concurred with a smile. 800,000 spirit stones would yield a double compensation of 1,600,000. However, their ambitions extended beyond mere financial gain. "Is there a higher bid for 800,000? Fang Chen gazed into the crowd, hoping for an even loftier price. Unfortunately, the atmosphere descended into silence, as if the bidders had lost interest. Fang Chen felt a twinge of disappointment, yet 800,000 was already a substantial sum, and he chose not to prolong the auction. 800,000 once, twice, 820,000. Just as Fang Chen prepared to finalize the sale, another voice rang out. The crowd gasped, astonished that there was still someone willing to bid. They turned to see a young man in the VIP section, calmly raising his hand. It was Fang Chen. 820,000? Have they gone mad? Even if the magic essence of the heavenly pearl is exceptionally potent, the price of 820,000 is excessively exorbitant. Indeed. The crowd regarded Fang Chen with expressions of incredulity, but he paid them no mind. Since he could not prevent this, he resolved to acquire the pearl, ensuring it did not fall into the hands of others. After all, he was a guest elder of the Wanxing auction house, and could not stand idly by while the auction house was deceived. Old Lu and Yu Wenwen were equally taken aback. They had not anticipated anyone other than themselves to place a bid. Upon realizing it was Fang Chen, Yu Wenwen seethed with indignation, cursing under his breath. "That wretched scoundrel is thwarting my plans again." He swiftly conveyed a message to his subordinates below. "Keep bidding. We must secure this at all costs." "Yes," came the response from his subordinates. Old Lu did not intervene. If they failed to acquire it, their forgery would be rendered meaningless. However, he regarded Fang Chen with a perplexed expression, muttering to himself, "Why is he still bidding? Could he have discerned something?" "Impossible," Yu Wenwen asserted confidently. "With old Lu's exceptional forgery skills, how could that brat possibly see through it? If I am not mistaken, he is also a demonic cultivator, likely seeking to acquire this pearl for his own cultivation." Indeed, old Lu nodded in agreement, unconvinced that his forgery could be uncovered by a mere novice. 850,000, 870,000. Yu Wenwen's associates continued to shout their bids. Fang Chen remained unhurried. He waited until it was nearly time for the bid to close before casually announcing, 900,000. This infuriated Yu Yunwen and old Lu, who ground their teeth in frustration, yet they dared not display their anger too overtly, instead cursing Fang Chen's ancestors in their hearts. Meanwhile, Yin Qilan finally arrived. Elder Fang, what is amiss? She was acutely aware of the tense atmosphere outside. Fang Chen's sudden entry into the bidding undoubtedly had its reasons. Fang Chen stated bluntly, that pearl is a fake. At his words, Yin Qilan felt as if struck by lightning. The auction item priced at 900,000 was indeed counterfeit. Should this information spread, it would undoubtedly cause a tremendous uproar, severely damaging the reputation of the Wangxing auction house. Elder Fang, are you certain? Despite her trust in Fang Chen, she felt compelled to inquire further. As a cultivator of the demonic arts, I can discern the authenticity of this pearl. If I am not mistaken, among those bidding against me below, there are accomplices attempting to inflate the price, only to demand double or even tenfold compensation from you. Fang Chen explained. Simultaneously, the bidding price escalated to 1,000,000 spirit stones. Without hesitation, Fang Chen declared 1,020,000, 1,050,000, 1,080,000. A few individuals in the audience continued to contest Fang Chen's bid. Yin Qilan sensed that something was amiss. A heavenly pearl should never sell for such a price. As Fang Chen suggested, someone was indeed plotting against the Wangxing auction house. She immediately reassured him, Elder Fang, bid freely without fear. Our Wangxing auction house will ensure you do not suffer any loss. With that, she cast a cold glance at the individuals below and stated, I have matters to attend to. Fang Chen nodded, rest assured. Soon after, Yin Qilan departed, and Fang Chen continued to raise his bid. Old Lu and Yu Yunwen wore expressions of utter disdain, wishing to tear Fang Chen to shreds. At this moment, they realized that Fang Chen must have discovered something, which led to his frenzied bidding. Could it be that this young man has discerned the falsity of the item and wishes to profit, as we do? Yu Yunwen mused. Forget it, we must instruct them to halt the bidding. Otherwise, we shall face grave consequences, Lao Lu advised. Lao Lu, at this juncture, we cannot afford to surrender easily. Yu Yunwen retorted, his voice laced with defiance. What do you propose we do then? A sinister smile crept across Yu Yunwen's face as he declared, I have a plan that will ensure this scoundrel meets a fate worse than death. Chapter 70. Retribution. He promptly ordered the bidding to cease, and the price reached 1,200,000. The onlookers remained astonished. 1,200,000 for a mere bead. Was this madness? Some began to sense an impending storm brewing. However, the host, Fang Zheng, remained oblivious to the undercurrents of tension. He was exhilarated. 1,200,000. Such an exorbitant sum. Noticing the lack of further bids, he felt a tinge of disappointment, but still announced, 1,200,000, going once. 1,200,000. Confirming that no one else would bid, he declared, 1,200,000, sold. Congratulations to the esteemed guest in Box 7 for acquiring the Demon Yuan Pearl. Wait. Suddenly, Yu Yunwen shouted, capturing the attention of the crowd. As all eyes turned towards him, Yu Yunwen asserted, Ladies and gentlemen, I am acquainted with that individual. He is merely an ordinary inner disciple of the Tianyu divine sect, lacking both background and power. I strongly suspect he is bidding recklessly. He does not possess even 1,200,000 spirit stones. At this revelation, gasps echoed throughout the room, and all gazes fixated on Fang Chen. Yet, Fang Chen remained unperturbed, his expression tranquil and devoid of any reaction. Yu Yunwen maintained his cold smirk and inquired of Fang Zheng, what happens if a bidder cannot produce the requisite spirit stones? Fang Zheng replied, naturally. We will take appropriate action to compensate for our losses, and the auction will revert to the previous highest bid. A triumphant smile spread across Yu Yunwen's face. This was the outcome he had sought. He then turned to Fang Chen, accusingly proclaiming, Scoundrel, did you hear that? I cannot believe my esteemed Tianyu divine sect harbors someone as shameless as you. I will surely report this incident to the sect and ensure you are expelled. I knew it. This young man is far too young to possess such wealth, murmured another. Indeed, it appears he was merely bidding at random. The crowd buzzed with speculation, many relishing the misfortune that awaited Fang Chen. Fang Zheng's expression soured. He found himself partially believing Yu Yunwen's claims. He then addressed Fang Chen, esteemed guest. We kindly request that our representatives visit your private chamber to verify your financial capacity. Financial capacity? What wealth could he possibly have? A pauper, indeed, Yu Yunwen scoffed. Throughout it all, Fang Chen had not uttered a word in rebuttal, but a subtle smile began to grace his lips as he nodded, saying, of course. That poses no issue. Please proceed. Yu Wenwen was momentarily taken aback, surprised by Fang Chen's audacity to acquiesce. However, he quickly regained his composure, sneering. Let us see how this impoverished fool intends to produce 1,200,000 spirit stones. Soon, 3 men dressed in the attire of the Wantung auction house knocked and entered Fang Chen's VIP room. Fang Chen remained still, while a maid approached and handed him a storage bag. One of the men accepted the bag, briefly sensed its contents, and then returned it to the maid, who respectfully placed it beside Fang Chen. Quickly announced whether there are only 120 spirit stones inside. Yu Wenwen mocked. His words elicited laughter from many. The verifying man cleared his throat and solemnly declared, the financial capability of VIP number 7 has been confirmed, no issues. Instantly, the laughter ceased, and the crowd gaped in astonishment at the calm Fang Chen. Could he truly possess such wealth? They had been led to believe he was merely an ordinary disciple with no background or strength. It then dawned on them that if Fang Chen truly lacked connections or power, how could he occupy a VIP room? I refuse to believe it. This kid cannot possibly have such wealth. You must be colluding to deceive us. Yu Wenwen stubbornly insisted, unable to fathom how 120,000 could be within reach. Even for him. Doubt me? Fang Chen smirked, brandishing the storage bag. With a flourish, a cascade of spirit stones spilled forth, forming a small mountain in the expansive VIP room. The glimmering, energy-infused mound made the hearts of those below race, their eyes turning crimson with envy. This was not merely 120,000. It could easily surpass 150,000. Fang Chen looked at Yu Wenwen with a cold smile and said, do not assume that a little background gives you an edge. Remember, there are always those stronger and more influential than you. One must learn to remain humble. Understand? Little pauper? Yu Wenwen's fury boiled over, his complexion shifting from green to purple, having never been insulted in his life. He found Fang Chen's words, calling him a fool and a little pauper, insufferable. Yet, he was utterly powerless against Fang Chen, feeling as though he had been soundly slapped. Fang Chen reveled in the moment. The spirit stones were not his, but had been sent by Yan Qilan. However, using them allowed him to play the part convincingly. He was aware that flaunting wealth might bring trouble, but he was unconcerned, having secluded himself in the sect for cultivation. Did they truly dare to come to the sect to harm him? At that moment, Fang Zheng received a message from Yan Qilan. He cast a cold glance at Yu Wenwen before announcing, congratulations to VIP number 7 for acquiring the auction item. We shall now proceed to the next item. He then instructed the staff to bring down the demon origin heavenly pearl. Elder Lu sighed and said, we should take our leave. The Wanting auction house may have caught on to something. It is unwise to linger here. Let us retreat. Very well. Although Yu Wenwen yearned to eliminate Fang Chen, he understood the timing was not right and reluctantly agreed to Elder Lu's advice. Unbeknownst to them, their movements had already attracted attention. As they departed, someone stealthily followed. Fang Chen, disinterested in the upcoming auction, returned to his previous room under the maid's guidance. Shortly thereafter, Yan Qilan came to see Fang Chen, her expression filled with gratitude. Fang Keqing, we have just conducted an offensive investigation on the demon origin heavenly pearl and indeed discovered it to be a mere counterfeit, consisting solely of a magic stone. I am truly grateful to you, Fang Keqing. Otherwise, the reputation of my Wanting auction house would have suffered irreparable damage. She bowed deeply and continued, to express my gratitude. The proceeds from the auction of the beast's corpse amounting to 200,000 will be entirely at your disposal. And I shall additionally present you with another 200,000 spirit stones as a token of thanks. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen resolutely shook his head. I appreciate the kind gesture, Manager Yan, but I can only accept the 200,000 from the auction. The additional 200,000 I must decline. He asserted firmly, this is merely my duty. Otherwise, I would feel an insatiable discomfort receiving my yearly 10,000. Yan Qilan, however, smiled and said, Fang Keqing, you are being overly formal. Once you have resolved our issues, it is customary for you to receive a corresponding commission. This 200,000 is indeed a commission, especially given the substantial amount involved and its critical impact on our house's reputation. Really? Fang Chen expressed skepticism. Indeed, Yan Qilan affirmed, with the surrounding maidservants nodding in agreement. Seeing this, Fang Chen ceased his refusal and remarked, in that case, please convert the 200,000 into spirit-nourishing pills for me. Yan Qilan nodded with a smile, not a problem. She immediately arranged for it, and while waiting, Fang Chen inquired, do you know who was responsible? Yan Qilan nodded. If I am not mistaken, it should be Yu Wenwen. I will capture all those involved and interrogate them. This grievance shall not be forgotten by my Wanting auction house. As she spoke the last words, her expression grew increasingly cold. Soon after, 10 vials of spirit-nourishing pills were presented. After receiving them, Fang Chen intended to take his leave. Yin Qilan said, Fang Keqing, I shall have someone escort you home. If you return alone, you may encounter trouble. Chapter 71. The eccentric mansion. Fang Chen was well aware of his predicament and did not refuse. Thus, I am most grateful. Manager Yin, he expressed his thanks. Subsequently, Yin Qilan arranged for 2 powerful cultivators at the Zhou Yuan realm to protect Fang Chen. Upon exiting the Wansheng auction house, Fang Chen observed the bustling crowd but sensed nothing amiss. However, the 2 Zhou Yuan realm cultivators exhibited a vigilant demeanor, indicating that someone indeed had their eyes on him. He remained unconcerned, proceeding towards the Tianyu divine sect under the guardianship of the 2 strongmen. He has managed to escape. On a rooftop, a middle-aged cultivator spoke venomously. Since he has returned, we must let it go. We are not like those madmen from the 1,000-mile shadow assassins, rushing into the Tianyu divine sect. Soon, these cultivators dispersed. Meanwhile, in the forest outside Yechen, Yu Yuanwen, how could you betray me? Elder Lu was half kneeling on the ground, a bloody wound marring his chest. Standing beside Yu Yuanwen were 2 elderly men, both of whom were cultivators of the Zhou Yuan realm. Yu Yuanwen let out a cold snort and said, What a useless fool, to have been exposed by a mere bastard. What use are you to me? You. May you meet a wretched end. Elder Lu's face was filled with bitterness. This was supposed to be his opportunity for ascension. Yet he found himself in such a dire predicament. Have the others been dealt with? Yu Yuanwen asked dismissively, glancing at an elder nearby. Have they all been killed? Yes. The elder confirmed. Excellent. Yu Yuanwen nodded in satisfaction, realizing that even if the Wansheng auction house had guessed his identity, they were utterly powerless against him. The elder inquired, Young master, shall we return? There is no rush, Yu Yuanwen replied, his expression shifting between light and shadow. I intend to kill that scoundrel Fang Chen before we go back. He then commanded, increase the bounty on Qin Liang to 300,000. Eliminate Fang Chen. Yes. The elder responded respectfully before departing. Fang Chen, Yu Yuanwen exclaimed, stepping on the corpse of the old man, his teeth clenched in fury, I will surely slay you. Under the protection of 2 formidable figures, Fang Chen returned safely to his sect. After expressing his gratitude to them, he made his way back to the sacred hall of 7 Peaks. Brother Fang, you have finally returned. Steel Tiger exclaimed, visibly excited upon seeing Fang Chen's safe arrival. Fang Chen smiled and nodded, then presented 5 bottles of spirit-promoting pills to Steel Tiger. Take these 5 bottles for your cultivation. The 7th peak lacks spiritual energy. Without spirit stones or these pills, one cannot cultivate at all. Steel Tiger was taken aback, opening one of the bottles to reveal a spirit-promoting pill. As he beheld its brilliance, he realized it was a top-tier 2nd-grade elixir, exceedingly precious. He opened the other bottles, discovering they all contained pills of the same high caliber. Tears welled in his eyes. Brother Fang, these are far too valuable. Fang Chen gazed at him with a bemused expression, despite his words. Steel Tiger's eyes remained fixated on the bottles. Take them, Fang Chen insisted. I have enough for myself. I cannot let you leave empty-handed while you accompany me. Deeply touched, Steel Tiger vowed earnestly, Brother Fang, rest assured, I will never betray the 7th peak. He then added, however, it is indeed peculiar. The 7th peak used to be rich in spiritual energy, but it has inexplicably vanished. It was once comparable to the 1st peak, a true sanctuary for cultivation. Yet, after the passing of Master Tianyangzi, the spiritual energy gradually dissipated, leaving not a trace. The powerful within the sect have investigated, but found nothing. Perhaps it is related to the back mountain. At that moment, the elder approached and interjected, the back mountain? Fang Chen turned to the elder, inquiring, Grandfather, why do you say that? The elder explained, I used to reside in the back mountain, as it was suitable for farming without tarnishing the image of the 7 peaks. After living there for a while, I noticed a perpetual mist enveloping the area, which struck me as quite strange. I contemplated venturing inside, but each time I entered, I unknowingly found myself back outside, so I ceased my attempts. The back mountain. Fang Chen pondered, considering the possibility that it held secrets. Perhaps even the reason behind the disappearance of spiritual energy. With this thought, he declared, I shall investigate the back mountain. Steel Tiger replied, I will accompany you. Fang Chen nodded, and together they made their way to the back mountain. The back mountain of the 7 peaks was not particularly vast, aside from a stretch of forest. It was a series of small hills. At that moment, within the depths of the forest, a mist swirled, and occasionally, birds could be seen emerging, chirping melodiously. Fang Chen activated his soul heaven demon eye, granting him a clear view of the entire forest. With the formidable power of his soul heaven demon eye, he surveyed the landscape in its entirety. However, what caused Fang Chen to furrow his brows was the fact that even the soul heaven demon eye could detect no abnormalities. Naturally, Steel Tiger found nothing amiss either. Scratching his head, he remarked, "I see nothing unusual here. It all seems quite ordinary. Let us venture deeper." Fang Chen agreed, and the two entered the forest, progressing further into its depths. The woods were inhabited by wild beasts, yet they were merely low-tier creatures, presenting no threat to the duo. As they delved deeper, a mist began to envelop the surroundings, obscuring their vision. Observing this, Steel Tiger scoffed, "Brother Fang, this mere fog attempts to confound us? Such is a foolish dream." However, when he glanced back to where Fang Chen had stood moments before, he was startled to find him vanished. Brother Fang, where are you?" Steel Tiger cried out, his anxiety mounting. At that moment, Fang Chen's brow was tightly knitted. Just as he had entered the fog-laden area, he felt the space around him distort. Though the scenery remained unchanged, he sensed he was no longer in his previous location, and Steel Tiger was nowhere to be found. Indeed, there is something amiss in this back mountain. Have I inadvertently entered a secret realm? Is it truly this simplistic? Fang Chen pondered, his mind racing. Moreover, why had only he entered while Steel Tiger remained behind? At that instant, he sensed a faint response from the small tower within him, radiating a gentle glow. Understanding dawned upon him as he placed a hand over his chest. "It seems it is due to the small tower that I have arrived here." Simultaneously, the surrounding mist gradually dissipated, revealing a mansion ahead. Gazing at the edifice, Fang Chen mused, "If I am not mistaken, this must be the opportunity left for me by my master." He approached the mansion, which exuded an aura of antiquity, its structure marked by the passage of time. Placing his hands upon the grand door, he gently pushed, and the entrance creaked open. Before him lay a vast courtyard, and to Fang Chen's astonishment, at its center stood a statue of an ancient sword demon. The sword demon held a sword in one hand and a tower in the other, remarkably resembling the small tower within him. Indeed, there must be a connection between the small tower and the ancient sword demon, Fang Chen contemplated. He had previously harbored suspicions, especially considering that each level of the small tower contained the blood of the sword demon, suggesting a profound lineage. Now, confronted with the statue of the ancient sword demon, he felt his thoughts solidify. Stepping further into the mansion, he was immediately enveloped by a rich aura of spiritual energy, so potent that it rivaled that of spirit stones. This indicated that every inch of the mansion was equivalent to a spirit stone. The mere courtyard surpassed the value of 1,000,000 spirit stones, and its energy replenished rapidly, almost inexhaustibly. If I could cultivate here, one day of training would equate to 10 days for others. Fang Chen's heart raced with excitement. This was indeed a sanctum for cultivation. At that moment, he noticed inscriptions upon the statue, though obscured by dust, rendering them nearly illegible. With a sweep of his hand, he brushed away the debris, revealing the writing beneath. "If one can enter this place, it signifies a connection with the true essence. I bestow upon you a method, hoping that in the future, you may elevate it to grand heights and not bring disgrace to the title of Sword Demon." As Fang Chen finished reading, these words glimmered with a crimson light, and a fragment of a text materialized before him. Fang Chen took the fragment and gazed intently. It was the remnant of divine and demonic arts, the first 3 tiers. This technique is without rank. The stronger the practitioner, the more potent the method becomes. It accompanies one throughout their life, unlocking the true potential of the sword demon physique. Fang Chen was taken aback. Could it be that the transformation into a sword demon does not represent the true power of the sword demon physique? He turned the remnant over and began to read the introduction of the first tier. After finishing, he gasped in astonishment. So it is. The reason the sword demon is called such is not because he requires a sword. His very body is the sword, and any part can become a blade. Can it truly be anywhere? Fang Chen looked below, and a peculiar image formed in his mind. Chapter 72. Meng Yao is engaged. He swiftly shook off the inexplicable thoughts that had suddenly surfaced and continued reading. Upon reaching the introduction of the first tier, he gasped again. It was at this moment he comprehended how little he understood about the sword demon. One might even say he had squandered the potential of this sword demon physique. Truly, the ancient sword demon is remarkable. If I can cultivate the first tier, not to mention other benefits, my combat power alone would multiply, making it effortless to battle beyond my level. Upon returning, I must dedicate myself to thorough study and practice. He tucked away the technique and approached the grand entrance to the inner estate. This was merely the outermost layer. There were surely other treasures within. Moreover, the sudden disappearance of spiritual energy on the 7th peak is undoubtedly related to this place. Fang Chen raised his hands, intending to push open the grand door. However, at that moment, a flash of red light flickered from the door. Fang Chen was abruptly repelled, crashing to the ground. He let out a muffled groan, gazing at the door emanating red light, and forced a wry smile. It seems I am not yet worthy to step inside. To enter, my strength must reach a certain threshold. This bears some resemblance to the little tower. Fang Chen remained unfazed. Even if he could enter, opportunities of unequal power are not easily claimed. Having obtained a remnant of divine and demonic arts, he felt quite satisfied. Furthermore, the spiritual energy here is intensely rich, making it an excellent locale for cultivation. I shall first reunite with Steel Tiger and return here to practice another day, Fang Chen decided. If I begin cultivating now, Steel Tiger might worry and report back to the master, causing her unnecessary distress. Thus, Fang Chen made his way out. As he reached the woods, the surrounding white mist thickened once more. Accompanied by the twisting of space, Fang Chen successfully departed from that realm. Steel Tiger sensed his presence immediately upon Fang Chen's emergence. Brother Fang, where have you been? Why did you suddenly vanish? Upon seeing Fang Chen, Steel Tiger sighed in relief. Fang Chen shook his head and replied, I don't know. I also suddenly lost track of you. He had no intention of revealing the estate in the woods to Steel Tiger, as it pertained to his secret. Upon hearing this, Steel Tiger felt an ominous chill in the woods. Brother Fang, let us leave this place quickly. It feels very eerie here, he urged. Very well. Fang Chen naturally had no objections. Meanwhile, deep within the shadow forest, beneath the ground, lay a dimly lit underworld, heavily fortified and teeming with formidable beings. This was the headquarters of the 1,000-mile shadow assassins. Inside the mansion tavern, several cultivators were pointing and discussing the bounty board. Numerous portraits adorned the board, each accompanied by basic information and cultivation levels. Among them was Fang Chen, standing out prominently. The bounty for his capture was set at 300,000. How had this individual offended someone of such stature? Only assassins of silver rank and above were permitted to take action against him. The gathered assassins were abuzz with curiosity regarding Fang Chen. At that moment, a figure entered the tavern, forcefully pushing past several assassins near the bounty board. The assailant, initially incensed, turned pale upon recognizing the newcomer and hastily retreated. The newcomer was a young man named Tian Chong. He had darker skin, wore a red scarf, and bore a scar across his face, yet his demeanor was perpetually cheerful. Prominently displayed on his chest was a silver badge, marking him as a silver rank assassin. Tian Chong cast a glance at the bounty board, his attention quickly fixating on Fang Chen's notice. 300,000, post-heaven realm level 5, intriguing indeed. He tore down Fang Chen's bounty, a smirk emerging on his lips. You are the one. With that proclamation, a terrifying aura of demonic energy surged around him, causing the sword strapped to his back to tremble slightly, not from fear, but from an exhilarating anticipation of impending bloodshed. Don't rush. Soon you shall taste the blood of a genius, he reassured the sword, before departing with the bounty notice in hand. The remaining assassins exhaled in relief once he left. They had feared the madness of his presence. I thought he had completely succumbed to madness, one murmured. With him involved, it seemed certain that Fang Chen would meet his demise. Yet, this could also spell trouble for their organization. But who cares? His brother is part of the organization's upper echelons, another quipped, explaining Tian Chong's audacity and the absence of any dare to confront him within the ranks. The assassins exchanged hushed comments but refrained from further discussion, returning to their tables to continue drinking. As for Fang Chen, they paid little heed to his affairs, as such incidents occurred frequently. Unbeknownst to Fang Chen, he was once again being targeted by the 1,000-mile shadow assassins. The subsequent period was relatively tranquil. Occasionally, challengers would come to confront Fang Chen, but he chose to ignore them. Elders from other peaks expressed interest in taking Fang Chen as a disciple, recognizing the prodigious talent he displayed. However, he ultimately declined their offers, citing his commitment to revitalizing the 7th peak. Gradually, fewer individuals visited the 7th peak. During this time, Fang Chen continued to guide Steel Tiger in comprehending the principles of battle. Although Steel Tiger had yet to awaken his abilities, he had made considerable insights, advancing his cultivation to post-heaven realm level 3. One day, upon returning from the character peak, Steel Tiger was exceptionally animated. Brother Fang, I have uncovered significant news. Fang Chen halted his training and inquired, what is it? Steel Tiger, brimming with excitement, replied, I have just received confirmed information that, at the earliest, in 6 months, the sect will hold a contest on the Heaven Platform. What is the Heaven Platform contest? Fang Chen asked, intrigued. You are not aware? In the contest of heaven, the top 10 victors shall represent our sect to journey to the center of the Divine Heaven Continent, the Lucian Domain, to partake in the Divine Continent Assembly. The Divine Heaven Continent encompasses 9 great domains, among which the Lucian Domain and the Shandong Domain, where Fang Chen resides, are included. The Lucian Domain stands as the heart of the Divine Heaven Continent, renowned for its prosperity and strength, a realm that countless individuals yearn to behold. However, he then spoke with a hint of despondency. Yet, the core disciples competing in the contest will all be present, each a prodigy of innate talent, having awakened at least one Dao text. They are not opponents I can contend with at present. 6 months is too brief. He cast a hopeful glance at Fang Chen, his eyes brightening. Brother Fang, perhaps you possess a glimmer of opportunity. With your talent, a breakthrough to the innate realm within half a year is quite feasible. And at that time, you could vie for a spot. Fang Chen was naturally aware of the Lushan domain, located to the east of the Shandong domain. A colossal cliff separates the two domains, with the Lushan domain perched atop the precipice, towering 500 zhang above the entirety of the Shandong domain. It is said that the spiritual energy in the Lushan domain is several times more abundant than that of the Shandong domain, where powerhouses abound and opportunities are plentiful, making it a sacred land for cultivation, a place that countless aspire to reach. The two domains are akin to contrasting terrains, one representing heaven and the other earth, with a vast disparity between them. The inhabitants of the Shandong domain can only gaze upwards in admiration towards the Lushan domain, much like the realm of aspirations for humanity. However, entry into the Lushan domain is not granted to just anyone. Without a guide or sufficient strength, one lacks the qualifications to set foot upon that land. This domain is also a place of longing for Fang Chen, for it is only natural to seek elevation, to witness a broader expanse of existence. Additionally, it is a place his master once visited, which further fuels his desire to explore. 6 months? That is ample time. Fang Chen silently resolved to secure a position within the top 10 of the contest. At that moment, a voice resonated from outside the Seven Peaks Holy Hall. Fang Chen, I wish to see you. Startled, Fang Chen recognized the voice. It was Lin Xuan. What could she want? With a sense of intrigue, he made his way outside the hall, followed by Gang Hu, who also found the voice familiar. Stepping outside, Fang Chen found Lin Xuan standing alone, adorned in a flowing blue and white gown that accentuated her slender figure. Yet, her demeanor appeared somewhat frigid upon seeing Fang Chen. She stated directly, I have come to inform you that Minjiao is engaged. Chapter 73. Those who hinder shall be slain. The moment those words left her lips, Fang Chen felt as if struck by lightning, his body trembling slightly. Engaged? What are you saying? He questioned in disbelief. Lin Xuan replied coldly, Indeed, she is engaged. In an alliance with the Yu family. The groom is Yu Yuanwen. This revelation instantly recalled the words of Yu Yuanwen at the Wangxing auction house, leaving Fang Chen astonished that the man had spoken the truth. Minjiao would never agree to marry Yu Yuanwen. Fang Chen furrowed his brow. Lin Xuan nodded affirmatively, saying, That is correct, but this is an unavoidable circumstance. The elder of the Ming family has perished in battle, and Minjiao's grandfather is gravely ill. They are the backbone of the Ming family. Should both fall, the family will inevitably be gradually consumed by others. Thus, the Ming family intends to ally with the Yu family to weather this crisis. So, Minjiao has become a pawn? Fang Chen's expression turned icy. Lin Xuan nodded in confirmation. After a moment of silence, Fang Chen inquired, When is the engagement scheduled? Lin Xuan shook her head and replied, I do not know, but I estimate it will be within the next 6 months. Fang Chen nodded in understanding, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, senior sister Lin, for informing me. Lin Xuan gazed deeply at Fang Chen and inquired, Do you intend to visit the Ming family? Fang Chen did not deny it and nodded in affirmation. I share this information with you so that you may reconsider, for this is also Meng Yao's wish. Whether it be the Yu family or the Meng family, they are not entities you can afford to offend, nor can you contend with them, Lin Xuan continued. As for the Meng family, we need not discuss them now. The Yu family is beyond your reach. The ancestral figure of the Yu family has returned, possessing strength that surpasses the Tao-seeking realm. And there are countless other formidable beings among them. Those at the innate realm are akin to mere ants. What can a mere acquired realm cultivator like you bring back to Meng Yao? If this situation had not arisen, perhaps your talent would have allowed the Meng family to overlook your union. But circumstances have changed, whether you accept it or not. You must come to terms with this reality. Fang Chen said little in response, yet his expression remained resolute. Observing this, Lin Xuan understood that Fang Chen was unyielding. I have come here to convey Meng Yao's words. As for the decisions you make thereafter, I shall not interfere. However, I can clearly tell you that your journey will not alter anything, she stated, her gaze towards Fang Chen chillingly indifferent, reminiscent of their first encounter, cold and disdainful. What does it matter to possess talent? In this world, mere talent cannot change everything. A genius remains merely a genius, not a true powerhouse. Such is fate, she asserted. I do not believe in fate. I believe in myself, Fang Chen declared resolutely. With those words, he turned towards the Seven Peaks Sacred Hall, preparing for his journey to the Meng family. You will perish, you Yuanwen, Luo Tianxiao, and the Luo family have all set their sights on you. Once you leave the Tianyu divine sect, you will undoubtedly face their relentless pursuit, Lin Xuan warned. Fang Chen's pace did not falter. Then let them come. Those who obstruct me shall be dealt with accordingly. Throughout this journey, Meng Yao had assisted him numerous times without seeking anything in return. How could Fang Chen abandon her in her moment of utmost need? Truth be told, he feared that his next sacrifice would yield a fate akin to Su Wan'er. Yet, what he feared more was his own impotence. Even knowing the dangers that lay ahead and the slim hope of success, he felt compelled to proceed. Lin Xuan observed Fang Chen, hoping to discern a hint of hesitation in his silhouette. However, his posture remained unwavering, and his steps were resolute. In that moment, Lin Xuan's once frozen heart stirred with a complex mixture of emotions, leaving her at a loss for words. Upon returning to the Seven Peaks Sacred Hall, Jing Yi appeared. Having overheard their earlier conversation, I will accompany you, she stated. Fang Chen, however, shook his head. Elder Jing, the Seven Peaks still require your protection. I can manage this journey on my own. Jing Yi possessed cultivation at the Zhou Yuan realm, which could offer him some assistance, albeit limited. Yet, she still wished to say more. Rest assured, Elder, I will not embark on this journey to the Meng family alone, Fang Chen assured her. What do you mean? Jing Yi asked, puzzled. Fang Chen smiled. You will find out soon enough. But for now, I need to continue my seclusion and strive to break through to the sixth layer. He understood that this matter could not be rushed. Even a marriage alliance between the two families could not be accomplished in a mere couple of months. For now, his priority was to enhance his own strength, ensuring he possessed at least the means to safeguard his life. Meanwhile, Luo Tianxiao crushed the communication talisman in his hand, seething with rage. Bastard! This time, I shall see where you can escape. A sinister smile crept across his face. He had suffered considerable losses. Not only had Luo Yun perished, but he had also lost the use of one hand and been demoted to an inner sect elder, facing punishment as well. As for Qing Yuzi, he was to be confined for 3 months. At that moment, a disciple entered the hall and reported, Elder, someone from the Luo family has arrived. Luo Tianxiao was not surprised. The death of Luo Yun had enraged the entire Luo family, and the family head had issued a death order to eliminate Fang Chen, making their arrival quite expected. Let them in, he commanded. The disciple soon brought the visitors into the grand hall. Initially, Luo Tianxiao maintained a calm demeanor, but upon seeing the leader, his expression changed dramatically, and he immediately adopted a respectful stance. The leader was a middle-aged man adorned with heavy makeup, exuding both elegance and a hint of femininity. Elder, I never expected the family head would send you, Luo Tianxiao addressed him. The newcomer was Luo Xiaoshan, the grand elder of the Luo family, a formidable figure at the 3rd level of the inquiry realm. Luo Xiaoshan coldly remarked, Luo Ao is dead. And so is Luo Yun. Are you merely idling away at Tianyu divine sect? Luo Tianxiao immediately knelt, exclaiming, Grand Elder, you cannot blame me. I had not anticipated that bastard would be so exceptional. With a mere 5th level cultivation, he was able to slay the 9th level Luo Yun. As for Luo Ao, I was in the Luo family when this incident occurred. Luo Xiaoshan snorted disdainfully. Once that bastard is killed, you will face your own punishment. Yes, Luo Tianxiao respectfully nodded, not daring to offer further explanations. Where's that bastard now? Luo Xiaoshan inquired. That bastard is at 7 Peaks. However, I suggest we wait a little longer. Wait longer? Indeed, I have received a communication from the Yu family. That lad will soon leave Tianyu divine sect to head to the Meng family. At that time, it will be the perfect opportunity to strike, Luo Tianxiao replied. Is the information accurate? Luo Xiaoshan asked. Absolutely accurate, Luo Tianxiao affirmed with a serious nod. The Meng family is about to form an alliance with the Yu family, and Meng Yao will be the sacrificial pawn in this union. That bastard has some connection with Meng Yao and will undoubtedly not allow her to become a victim. Luo Xiaoshan slowly nodded. In that case, let him live a little longer. This time, I shall take matters into my own hands. Whoever dares to harm my Luo family will pay a grievous price. Besides Luo Xiaoshan, more than 10 others from the Luo family had arrived, all of them innate realm experts. It was evident that the Luo family was making substantial efforts to eliminate Fang Chen. Outside Tianyu divine sect, Luo Tianxiao stood with his hands behind his back, flanked by 2 powerful figures at the Zhou Yuan realm and over 10 innate realm experts. These were individuals he had summoned from the family, and their purpose was straightforward, to target Fang Chen. After much contemplation, he ultimately believed that witnessing Fang Chen's demise firsthand would be far more satisfying. Bastard, this time, I shall see how you can survive. You will either cower within the sect for the rest of your life or emerge to meet your death. I am certain that once this news reaches Meng Yao, she will abandon all hope. Chapter 74. The Ascendancy of the Soul Heaven Demon. Fang Chen remained blissfully unaware that the outside world had transformed into a perilous den for him. At this moment, he sat cross-legged in the forest manner, 3 exquisite boxes before him, containing the opening pulse heavenly elixir. By opening another pulse first, he could break through to the 6th level of the postnatal realm with much greater speed. Additionally, he intended to utilize 3 drops of blood of the sword demon to enhance the soul heavenly demon eye, given the treacherous circumstances he was about to face. His survival would heavily depend on this eye. He also aimed to strengthen the heavenly Dao demon bone, attempting to cultivate the remnants of the divine demon scriptures to the 1st layer. As he contemplated the divine demon scriptures, Fang Chen let out a long sigh. He was aware of the difficulty in cultivating the scriptures, but had not anticipated it would be this arduous. During this time, he had been diligently practicing the scriptures, yet his progress was painfully slow. Presently, he had not even reached the threshold of the 1st layer. Thus, he had no choice but to temporarily abandon the cultivation of the scriptures and focus on breaking through his realm. Having made up his mind, Fang Chen commenced his training. This time, he sought to activate the corresponding Zhuoling pulse. Despite the 2 pulses being oppositional, the difficulty of opening this one was several times greater than before. As one advanced further in opening the pulses, the need to connect to previously opened ones became imperative. However, establishing these connections was no simple feat, for the pulses were not initially linked. Achieving harmony required a substantial amount of energy. This energy consumption would not only draw from Fang Chen himself, but also from the opening pulse elixirs, which explained why the more pulses one attempted to open, the more challenging it became. He consumed an opening pulse heavenly elixir and, relying on his formidable sword demon physique, began to absorb its potency. Yet, after fully absorbing the elixir's power, he was astonished to find that he had only managed to activate a mere quarter of the pulse. He was not surprised by the incomplete activation, but was taken aback by the minimal progress. It was essential to note that he could fully absorb the entire potency of the opening pulse heavenly elixir, even if the subsequent pulses were harder to open. He had expected to achieve more than this. Fang Chen furrowed his brow, casting a helpless glance at himself. It seemed this was somewhat related to his sword demon physique, akin to the challenges he faced in elevating his cultivation. With another deep sigh, he reflected that the sword demon physique was both a curse and a blessing. To fully activate all 36 pulses seemed as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Subsequently, he swallowed a second opening pulse heavenly elixir and continued his cultivation. By the 3rd day, utilizing all available pulse opening elixirs, he finally succeeded in activating the 4th pulse, the Zhuoling pulse. Instantly, Fang Chen felt the flow of spiritual energy become significantly smoother and swifter. The energy released was also more potent, and the rate of absorption accelerated. Furthermore, both his sea of consciousness and Danshin had grown stronger, and his foundation was remarkably solidified. Not bad. Compared to others, my pulses are likely larger and wider. The difficulty in opening the pulses had inadvertently bestowed some advantages upon Fang Chen. Under the constant onslaught of energy, his pulses were considerably thicker than those of others. He then produced several bottles of spirit-enhancing elixir. It was time to break through his realm. Without any hesitation, he poured an entire bottle into his mouth. If others were to witness this, they would undoubtedly be astounded, believing Fang Chen had gone mad. Such a method of consumption was tantamount to courting death. Before even absorbing it, the terrifying energy of the spirit-enhancing elixir could explode his body. This entire bottle of elixirs was far beyond what a mere postnatal realm cultivator could withstand. Fang Chen was no ordinary practitioner of the acquired realm. His physical body had already ascended to the bone-forging stage, and the formidable strength of the sword demon physique rendered him incomparable to others. Coupled with the fact that he had already unlocked 4 meridians, he felt no trepidation whatsoever. Soon, Fang Chen activated the fierce magic sword art, absorbing the spiritual energy from the mansion within the woods, and swiftly refined 10 spirit-enhancing pills. Yet, even at the pinnacle of the 5th stage, a single vial of spirit-enhancing pills was insufficient for him to break through his bottleneck. Without hesitation, Fang Chen consumed another vial, but still found himself unable to transcend. With unwavering resolve, he continued to ingest more pills. After all, his sword demon physique could fully absorb the medicinal properties and expel any toxic residues, leaving him unscathed by side effects. Thus, he consumed the 3rd, 4th, and 7th vials. Finally, upon reaching the 12th vial, Fang Chen's aura surged dramatically. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth converged, and he finally broke through to the 6th level of the acquired realm. He exhaled a heavy breath. A bitter smile etched upon his face. The effort required for his single breakthrough was equivalent to that of others advancing 2 minor realms. However, the singular advantage was that he emerged from this breakthrough significantly stronger than ordinary 6th-level practitioners, even rivaling the least skilled of 9th-level cultivators. Should he unleash his full power, confronting a 1st-level innate practitioner would pose no challenge. With this new elevation in realm, he set about enhancing the Soul Heaven Magic Eye. He extracted 3 drops of sword demon blood from his danshin, allowing the Soul Heaven Magic Eye to absorb 1 drop first. Instantly, a searing sensation surged through him. This absorption was even more excruciating than before. What could be the reason for this? Fang Chen furrowed his brows, the intense pain causing beads of cold sweat to stream down his face as his body trembled uncontrollably. The Soul Heaven Magic Eye, akin to a black hole, seemed insatiable after devouring a drop of sword demon blood. In response, Fang Chen hastily poured in the 2nd and 3rd drops. The Soul Heaven Magic Eye absorbed them swiftly, and a terrifying energy radiated from his eyes, instantly filling the vast training chamber with overwhelming demonic aura. Simultaneously, a wave of intense pain coursed from his eyes throughout his entire body, as if countless whips lashed against every inch of his skin. Fortunately, Fang Chen's will was resolute, and with his training in the unyielding sea of consciousness, he gritted his teeth and persevered. Was the Soul Heaven Magic Eye about to ascend? Ultimately, these eyes belonged to Fang Chen, and he could sense its potential. You wish to consume the sword demon blood? Then I shall provide you with an abundance. Gritting his teeth, Fang Chen produced 2 more drops of sword demon blood and offered them to the Soul Heaven Magic Eye. Yet, after absorbing 2 drops, the Soul Heaven Magic Eye still appeared unsatisfied. Not enough? Then here are the last 2 drops. If that is still insufficient, I have none left. With determination, Fang Chen surrendered the final 2 drops of sword demon blood to the Soul Heaven Magic Eye. Fortunately, this infusion finally allowed the Soul Heaven Magic Eye to reach saturation. Initiating its ascension, Fang Chen felt an intense heat radiating from his eyes, as if they were about to explode. Simultaneously, a powerful energy coalesced at the center of the spiritual eye. Boom. In the next moment, Fang Chen's aura erupted. His cultivation steadily climbed, directly reaching the pinnacle of the 6th level. And when Fang Chen opened his eyes, a beam of red light shot forth, crashing against the walls of the training chamber. The training chamber was meticulously crafted from exceptionally resilient ore by Tianyangzi, rendering it nearly indestructible even to formidable practitioners of the Zhouyuan realm. Yet, the crimson light unleashed by Fang Chen astonishingly carved a profound fissure into the stone wall. As the radiant light dissipated, it unveiled a pair of blood-red eyes. However, in contrast to before, a white halo shimmered within the crimson irises. Concurrently, the essence of the Tao converged behind Fang Chen, manifesting the character for eye, representative of the Tao text. At the moment the Soul Heaven Demon Eye ascended, Fang Chen simultaneously comprehended the eye character Tao text. After a considerable duration, Fang Chen gradually emerged from the torment he had just endured. Following this elevation, how formidable was the Soul Heaven Demon Eye? He activated it and directed his gaze toward the stone wall. Instantly, the 2-foot-thick stone wall was rendered insubstantial, effortlessly pierced by Fang Chen. The exhilaration surged within him. This was a divine ability that countless men yearned for. Furthermore, upon penetrating, Fang Chen found his investigative range extended to a radius of 10 miles. It is worth noting that this was the effective range for the divine consciousness of a late-stage innate realm practitioner. Moreover, should he encounter living beings, no matter how well they concealed themselves, they would find no refuge from Fang Chen's sight. This capability far surpassed that of divine consciousness, even for innate realm practitioners. Accurately locating a target within a 10-mile radius was exceedingly challenging. Coupled with the comprehension of the eye character Tao text, the Soul Heaven Demon Eye grew even more potent. With this eye, as long as one was not a Zhouyuan realm practitioner, safeguarding his life was assured. A faint smile graced Fang Chen's lips. Although his sword demon blood had been entirely expended, he was deeply gratified by the might of the Soul Heaven Demon Eye. Regrettably, he could not enhance the heavenly Dao Demon Bone. Nevertheless, Fang Chen remained unperturbed, believing that upon breaking through to the 7th layer of the postnatal realm, he would be able to re-enter the small tower. Everything was in place, only awaiting the right moment. It was time to set forth. Fang Chen rose steadily, preparing to journey to the Meng family. Chapter 75. Journey to the Meng family. Upon returning to the 7 Peaks Sacred Hall, Fang Chen entered the hall to meet his mentor, Xiaomei. She was already aware of Fang Chen's impending departure and the perilous nature of his undertaking. However, she did not hinder him, instead presenting him with a neatly folded garment. You have been growing recently, so I knitted this for you. Take it with you on your journey, she said gently. After arriving at the 7th peak, she continued her usual routine, tending to flowers or weaving clothes. Previously, she had crafted garments for Tianyangzi. Now, her efforts were devoted to Fang Chen. Of course, occasionally, Gang Hu and the old man also benefited from her kindness. When Gang Hu received his first garment, he was profoundly moved, as it was the first gift he had received since adulthood. Yes, Fang Chen replied, stowing the garment into his storage pouch, then adding, Minter, when I return, I shall bring back a daughter-in-law for you. Xiaomei smiled softly, saying, very well. I shall await my daughter-in-law's return. After a brief conversation, Fang Chen took his leave. However, upon reaching the entrance, he discovered Gang Hu and the old man waiting there for quite some time. Gang Hu spoke, Fang brother, go forth without worry. As long as I am here, I will ensure that no one disrupts the 7 peaks. Fang Chen smiled and replied, brother, do remember to cultivate diligently. When I return next time, I hope to see you awaken to the Tao text. Certainly. The confident steel tiger patted his chest and abdomen. Fang Chen nodded and turned to the old man, saying, Grandfather, I entrust master to you. Rest assured, young master, the old man replied, though his face betrayed his worry for Fang Chen. You must return safely. With the master gone, we cannot afford to lose you as well. Fang Chen smiled reassuringly. Do not worry, grandfather. Those who wish to harm me will find it far from easy. Despite his concerns, the old man understood there was little he could do and merely said, I will continually pray for your safety, young master. Fang Chen nodded with a smile and then called out into the void, Elder Jing, I entrust this to you. Do not worry, came Elder Jing's voice from the emptiness. With that reassurance, Fang Chen felt unburdened as he departed from the 7 Peaks Sacred Hall and made his way toward the outside world. However, before he reached the Tianyu Divine Sect, Fang Chen took out a message talisman. After murmuring a few incantations, he cast the talisman away, and it transformed into a streak of light, darting deep into the sect. With this, Fang Chen finally exited the Tianyu Divine Sect. As soon as he stepped out, he was immediately detected by Luo Tianxiao. He finally dares to emerge. Let us act, Luo Xiaoshan said with a grim expression. No need to rush, Luo Tianxiao replied. We are still within the Tianyu Divine Sect's domain. If we were to kill that brat here, it would certainly attract the attention of the powerful within the sect. This brat has displayed formidable talent. Killing him here would incite their wrath, leading to significant trouble for our Luo family. Luo Xiaoshan considered this and found it reasonable. When shall we act then? Since he has come out, he will undoubtedly head to the Meng family. We will wait until he has moved further away, then strike, Luo Tianxiao declared. Then let this boy live for a few more hours, Luo Xiaoshan agreed. After leaving the Tianyu Divine Sect, Fang Chen paused briefly before heading towards Yu City, ultimately entering the Wangxing auction house. Luo Xiaoshan frowned tightly. What does he need in Wangxing? He must be looking to purchase some treasures for protection, Luo Tianxiao sneered. But whatever he buys, his death is inevitable. Luo Xiaoshan nodded in agreement, disdainfully asserting, in the face of absolute power, all means are but child's play. True strength lies in one's own might. Fang Chen spent a substantial half-day within the Wangxing auction house. However, when he emerged, Luo Tianxiao's expression froze. To his astonishment, 2 individuals clad in the ceremonial attire of Wangxing auction house, a man and a woman, followed Fang Chen, both at the 9th level of the Zhaoyuan realm. This brat. He actually sought bodyguards. Luo Tingxiao's expression darkened. They had underestimated Fang Chen, thinking he had no connections, but it was clear he possessed the means to hire protectors. This only intensified Luo Tianxiao's desire to eliminate him. The boy must be eradicated, or he would pose an endless threat. Luo Xiaoshan, however, remained unconcerned. 2 mere 9th level Zhaoyuan cultivators. Do they truly believe they can keep him safe? Such naive delusions. Indeed, Luo Tianxiao affirmed, with the Grand Elder present. Even if this brat had numerous Zhaoyuan cultivators around him, he would surely perish. We shall strike once he is 30 miles outside Yu City. Do not grant him any further opportunities. Understood. Luo Tianxiao nodded firmly. Fang Chen seemed oblivious to the fact that he was being followed. Under the protection of 2 masters from the Zhouyuan realm, he swiftly departed from Yu City, heading directly towards the Fang family. Luo Tianxiao and his companions trailed behind at a measured pace, for with Luo Xiaoshan present, even the 2 peak Zhouyuan masters could not detect their presence. Thus, Fang Chen and his companions soared through the sky, and within no time, they covered 30 miles. Upon reaching the summit of a hill, one of the Zhouyuan men, with a furrowed brow, abruptly halted Fang Chen and his companion, stating, Stop. There is something amiss. The man, named Long Qi, was a second-rank elder of the Wangxing auction house, possessing formidable strength and having safeguarded Yu City for over 2 decades. What is it? Fang Chen inquired. Your troubles have arrived, the woman slowly replied. Her name was Lan Bingzin, also a second-rank elder of the Wangxing auction house. With qualifications rivaling those of Long Qi. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen remained unperturbed, responding calmly, since they have come, why hide away? Bastard, this time I assure you. Your demise is imminent. A sinister laughter echoed before the figure appeared, belonging to Luo Tianxiao, flanked by over a dozen of his men who swiftly encircled Fang Chen and his companions. Fang Chen, however, paid no heed to him, continuing. Are there not other allies who wish to reveal themselves? At these words, Luo Tianxiao and his cohorts were momentarily taken aback. Apart from them, there were indeed others. A chilling laughter then rang out. Bastard, it seems you are prepared to meet your end. Yu Wenwen appeared, accompanied by over a dozen men, including a formidable being from the Wendo realm, who surpassed Luo Xiaoshan by 2 levels, a 5th-tier master. Their sudden appearance caused even Luo Xiaoshan to change countenance, as they had not sensed the presence of their adversaries at all. Truly worthy of the Yu family. They are indeed a hidden treasure, Luo Xiaoshan mused inwardly, becoming increasingly vigilant. Noticing Luo Xiaoshan's wariness, Yu Wenwen smiled and clasped his hands in greeting, saying, Elder Luo, there is no need for concern. I bear no ill intent. Our purpose here aligns perfectly with yours, to eliminate this bastard. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiaoshan let out a quiet sigh of relief and returned the gesture. Ah. So it is young Master Yu. He then turned to the 5th-tier master, recognizing him as Yu Huachen, the 3rd elder of the Yu family. Indeed, it is I. Yu Huachen responded with a slight bow. Luo Xiaoshan proposed, since we all aim to deal with this bastard, why not join forces and slay him together? Yu Wenwen nodded with a smile. That is precisely my intention. At this juncture, Long Qi's expression shifted slightly, and he transmitted a message to Fang Chen. 2 Wendo realm masters, one at the 3rd tier and the other at the 5th tier. This could prove troublesome. Fang Chen reassured him, do not worry. All will be well. All will be well. Bastard, you will soon meet your end. How can it be well? Yu Wenwen retorted with a cold laugh. Once you are dead, I shall inform Minjao. I am certain she will delight in the news. Fang Chen regarded him coolly, stating, Minjao will never marry you. Ha ha. Yu Wenwen laughed maniacally. Never marry me? Upon my return, Minjao will be mine to command as I please. And you shall meet a fate without a grave. After your demise, I shall sever your head, allowing you to witness how I ascend to Dream Yao. Chapter 76. Let us engage in a game. Fang Chen's expression instantaneously turned frigid, his eyes radiating a crimson glow, as dark energy surged within him. Yu Wenwen remained disdainful, continuing his derision. I truly cannot fathom the audacity you possess. Thinking you can alter anything upon your arrival at the Meng family. Have you considered your own worth? To extinguish your life would be as effortless as crushing an ant. Fang Chen remained silent, merely casting a cold gaze upon him. Seeing Fang Chen's continued silence, Yu Wenwen, brimming with arrogance, proclaimed, just like now, your demise is inevitable. You cannot even approach the Meng family. The only fate awaiting you is that of a wandering spirit. Do you genuinely believe you can compel me to remain here? Fang Chen replied with an air of indifference. Upon hearing this, Yu Wenwen erupted in laughter, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. Not only did he laugh, but those around him joined in, their laughter rife with contempt and scorn. After a considerable time, the harsh sounds of mockery gradually subsided. Yu Wenwen regarded Fang Chen with disdain. Do you truly believe that 2 individuals at the Zhou Yuan level can ensure your safety? Standing beside me is an elder of the Yu family, while beside Elder Luo stands the great elder of the Luo family. Both are formidable beings of the Dao inquiry realm. With 3 at the Zhou Yuan level, what do you possess to defend yourself? Fang Chen's demeanor remained calm as he replied, you may attempt to find out. You are indeed courting your own demise, yet remain oblivious to it, Yu Wenwen scoffed. He turned to Long Qi and the other, stating, gentlemen, should you return to the Wangxing auction house now, nothing will happen. Long Qi's expression grew solemn, yet he resolutely shook his head. Storekeeper Yen has issued a death order, vowing to protect Elder Fang at all costs. Although Lan Bingzin remained silent, her resolve was unwavering. Fang Chen was astounded. He had not anticipated such loyalty from these 2, especially given their brief acquaintance. However, this must have been arranged by Yan Qian specifically for him. She likely knew of their loyalty and thus assigned them to safeguard him. Contemplating this, Fang Chen felt a profound gratitude towards Yan Qian. Yu Wenwen let out a long sigh, his tone turning icy. Since you wish for death, I shall oblige. He turned to Yu Huachen, 3rd elder. I entrust this to you. Understood. Yu Huachen nodded, turning to Luo Xiaoshan. Elder Luo, swiftly eliminate one of them each. Certainly. Luo Xiaoshan had no objections. As the two advanced, Long Qi's countenance grew grave. Should a battle ensue, Bingzin, you must escort Fang Keqing to safety. I shall cover your retreat. Brother Long, if we must fight, let us do so together. Han Bingzin protested. The two had worked together for over 20 years, fostering a profound bond. This is an order, Long Qi commanded. Yet Han Bingzin was reluctant, understanding this was their only chance for survival. At this juncture, Fang Chen interjected. There is no need for such drastic measures. Assistance will arrive. Assistance? You wretched cur, are you still lost in a daydream? Yu Yuanwen mocked. Accept your fate. This is the consequence of offending my Luo family. Luo Tian laughed coldly. As the two Dao Inquiry Realm experts pressed closer, Long Qi and Han Bingzin's expressions grew increasingly grave. Just then, Luo Xiaoshan and Yu Huachen's expressions shifted, their gazes drawn to a particular direction. Yu Yuanwen was momentarily taken aback and urged, Elder Third, kill him. However, Yu Huachen paid him no heed, his expression growing increasingly grave. Yu Yuanwen and the others sensed something amiss and turned to look. To their astonishment, a delicate figure floated in midair, gazing at them with icy indifference. Kill. Who do you intend to kill? The figure asked coldly. Upon recognizing this person, Yu Yuanwen's countenance turned pale. The second Peak Master. The newcomer was indeed the second Peak Master, Ying Qingxiang. Clad in an elegant, simple long dress, her demeanor remained as frosty as ever. Yu Yuanwen's face turned ashen. With Ying Qingxiang present, their plans to eliminate Fang Chen would become exceedingly difficult. This realization darkened his expression, for despite having two at the Dao Inquiry Realm, they were no match for Ying Qingxiang alone. To ascend to the position of Peak Master within the Tianyu Divine Sect, one must possess the ability to battle beyond their rank, especially considering Ying Qingxiang's cultivation was several minor realms above that of Luo Xiaoshan and his companion. He also grasped that Fang Chen's calmness indicated he was aware of Ying Qingxiang's proximity. He had not only summoned the two elders from the Wanxing auction house, but had also called upon Ying Qingxiang. Indeed, upon seeing her, Fang Chen respectfully bowed and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Peak Master, for coming to my aid. The person he had communicated with via a sound transmission talisman was none other than Ying Qingxiang. Naturally, he did not place all his hopes on her. Had she not arrived, he would have utilized a teleportation talisman to escape. Even a Dao Inquiry Realm expert would struggle to lock onto him after he executed 3 consecutive teleports. Ying Qingxiang's gaze softened slightly as she looked at Fang Chen, but only marginally. She conveyed through sound transmission, I can only protect you for a brief distance. I cannot accompany you all the way to the Meng family. You must devise a way for yourself. Of course, Fang Chen responded, not surprised by her limitations. Although he was unaware of her indifference towards Meng Yao's situation, he was grateful for her assistance. At that moment, Yu Yuanwen interjected, Second Peak Master, this is outside the sect. My grudge with Fang Chen is personal. I kindly ask you not to intervene. Besides, your beloved disciple will soon become my wife. We are family. Ying Qingxiang, however, retorted bluntly, killing in my presence is unacceptable. Instantly, Yu Yuanwen's expression soured. His gaze fixed on Fang Chen as he coldly remarked, Bastard, can you only cower behind others? Fang Chen scoffed. 2 at the Dao Inquiry Realm, 3 at the Zhou Yuan Realm, and over 20 at the innate realm. All this just to kill a mere postnatal realm individual? Yu Yuanwen, how shameless must you be to utter such words? What, do you intend to linger here indefinitely? You won't go to the Meng family, will you? He sneered chillingly. Not believing that Fang Chen would remain there, Fang Chen sighed deeply and said, Alas, there is no other choice. Knowing that moving forward guarantees death, it is better to resign to fate. Yu Yuanwen's smile instantly froze, and Ying Qingxiang looked at Fang Chen in astonishment. Are you truly willing to abandon Meng Yao? If you do not go, Meng Yao will belong to me. He could not believe it. Fang Chen replied, I believe Meng Yao will understand me. Even if you possess her physically, her heart will always belong to me. The declaration left the entire assembly in stunned silence. What nonsense was this? Fang Chen revealed a faint smile and remarked, Consider this. Your wife gazes longingly out of the window, yearning for someone who is not her husband, but rather me. Isn't that rather amusing? Upon hearing these words, Yu Yuan's veins bulged with fury, wishing nothing more than to dismember Fang Chen piece by piece. His desire to eliminate Fang Chen stemmed from the belief that once Fang Chen was dead, Meng Yao would finally let go. If Fang Chen were to truly abandon his affections, it would become exceedingly difficult to kill him. Furthermore, with Fang Chen's exceptional talent, allowing him to grow unchecked would undoubtedly pose a significant threat in the future. Observing Yu Yuan's wrathful demeanor, Fang Chen smiled slightly and proposed, How about this? I shall not deny you the opportunity. Let us engage in a game. A game? The crowd was taken aback, puzzled by Fang Chen's intentions. Fang Chen directed his gaze towards the innate realm cultivators behind Yu Yuan and declared, "All cultivators below the Yuan realm may pursue me. But those of higher levels must refrain from intervening. Let it be a game of pursuit." A game of pursuit? Yu Yuan and the others were momentarily stunned, uncertain of Fang Chen's motives. After all, he was merely at the acquired realm. Even a single attack from an innate cultivator would lead to his certain demise. Moreover, there were over 20 innate realm powerhouses present, with 5 or 6 of them at their peak. Fang Chen maintained a calm demeanor, even sporting a faint smile. "What? Are you afraid?" "Afraid? Not at all." Yu Yuan contemplated the situation, realizing that this might be the optimal opportunity to eliminate Fang Chen. A pursuit of an acquired realm cultivator by innate one seemed foolproof. He doubted Fang Chen could truly escape their clutches. "Very well," he replied, turning to Qing Xiang and bowing. "I request that the Peak Master make the final decision." Qing Xiang gazed deeply at Fang Chen before refraining from an immediate answer, instead communicating telepathically. "Do you have confidence in this?" Fang Chen inwardly exclaimed, "If you do not escort me to the Meng family, what options do I have?" The proposal of this game was, in truth, a last resort. He could neither refuse to go nor endure a prolonged confrontation with Yu Yuan. Thus, he had to resort to this method to minimize risk and seek a way to evade their pursuit. If all else failed, he would utilize a teleportation talisman to escape. However, that was his trump card, which he would not employ unless absolutely necessary. Despite his internal turmoil, he maintained a confident smile and replied, "Naturally." Seeing this, Qing Xiang chose not to elaborate further and nodded in agreement. "No problem." Fang Keqing added, "We will remain vigilant against others." "Thank you." Fang Chen expressed his gratitude. He then turned to Yu Yuan and stated, "I will take a half incense stick's time to escape. That is acceptable, is it not?" "Allowing you a half incense stick as time? What does that matter?" Yu Yuan scoffed. Fang Chen smiled slightly, then let the game commence. In the next moment, Fang Chen produced an earth escape talisman and affixed it to his calf. He swiftly burrowed underground, heading in a specific direction. This direction was not towards the Meng family. As Luo Tianxiao discerned, it is the Wanjian forest. It appears he intends to utilize its treacherous terrain to elude his pursuers, Luo Xiaoshan commented. "That is of no consequence." Yu Yuan dismissed. "No matter where he flees, he is destined to die." He turned his gaze towards a peak innate realm powerhouse beside him. The innate cultivator nodded and produced a jade mirror, activating it. Instantly, Fang Chen's residual image upon his departure materialized on the mirror, and he proclaimed, "Target locked." "Excellent." Yu Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Soon, the half-incense duration came to an end. The formidable practitioners of the innate realm, numbering over 20, transformed into streaks of light, pursuing Fang Chen in his flight. Luo Xiaoshan, witnessing this, remarked, "Shall we follow suit? It is indeed a rarity to witness a game of cat and mouse." He then turned to Qing Xiang, inquiring, "Are you joining us?" "I shall," Qing Xiang responded, fully aware that her presence was essential to deter Luo Xiaoshan and the others. As long as she remained uninvolved in the affairs of the Meng and Yu families, she had no reservations. Moreover, she was curious about how Fang Chen would evade his pursuers. Long Qi and Han Bingzhen naturally followed as well, to prevent Luo Tianxiao and his companions from launching a sudden attack on Fang Chen. Fang Chen fled rapidly, soon arriving at the fabled perilous terrain known as the Wanjian forest. This forest was immense, seemingly boundless, with towering trees that reached the clouds, some standing over 20 meters tall, while others soared to a staggering 100 meters, akin to a giant's woodland. Without a moment's hesitation, Fang Chen plunged into its depths. At the same time, he produced a map. This map centered around the Tianyu divine sect, with the Wanjian forest included, offering detailed descriptions. Fang Chen had acquired it from Yan Qielin at the Wangxing auction house, foreseeing the likelihood of being pursued. He quickly scanned the map, acknowledging the Wanjian forest's notorious reputation, which housed several treacherous locations where entry equated to certain death. These areas were shunned by others, yet one such perilous spot was precisely where Fang Chen intended to head. He understood that without embracing some risk, it would be impossible to shake off his pursuers, even if those above the Yuan realm were absent. The disparity between the two sides remained vast. After surveying the deadly locales within the Wanjian forest, he swiftly pinpointed one such area, the Abyss of Demons. It was said that the demonic aura there was overwhelming, a chasm formed by a single strike from a formidable demonic cultivator, centuries past. No one who entered had ever emerged alive. The demonic energy and the treacherous nature of this abyss suited Fang Chen perfectly. Resolute in his decision, he made his way towards it. They are closing in? So soon? Just after entering the Wanjian forest, Fang Chen, Soul Heaven Demon, I detected Yu Yuanwen and his companions had already approached within 10 miles, and were swiftly closing the distance, their speed surpassing his own significantly. What was happening? Fang Chen was slightly taken aback. His speed, enhanced by the Earth Escape Talisman, should not be inferior to that of ordinary innate realm practitioners. Even if those in the latter stages could catch up, they shouldn't be this swift. However, upon noticing the talismans they bore, he instantly understood. They were using escape talismans, sparing no expense to hunt him down. A wry smile tugged at the corner of his mouth as he felt a sense of helplessness. This won't do. At their current pace, they would catch up to him before he reached the abyss of demons. Suddenly, a beast resembling a cross between a wolf and a rat surged from the ground towards Fang Chen. Its sharp claws lunged at his throat. Startled, Fang Chen realized he had been so focused on Yu Yuanwen and the others that he had neglected the fact that he had ventured deep into the Wanjian forest. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, and this beast was merely of the second rank. He transformed his hand into a sword and cleaved the creature in two with a single strike. Oh, I had almost forgotten this technique. Fang Chen gazed upon the carcass of the demon beast, and a spark of inspiration ignited within him. Previously, he had leveraged a third-tier demon beast to severely injure Luo Xiao and her companions. Here, in the vast expanse of the Wanjian forest, where formidable demon beasts abound, why not employ the same tactic once more? With this thought in mind, he swiftly activated his Soul Sky Demon Eye and scanned the depths of the forest. Eureka! Before long, he spotted a fourth-tier iron bull indulging in its meal. That would be perfect. Although the fourth-tier iron bull possessed immense combat strength, it was rather sluggish in its reactions, making it an ideal target. Without delay, Fang Chen altered his course, abandoning his subterranean escape to transition directly to the surface, employing the extreme shadow step technique. However, this shift slightly diminished his speed, as the extreme shadow step was not solely designed for evasion. As his pace slowed, Yu Yuanwen and his group quickly closed in, and within mere moments, they clearly discerned Fang Chen's fleeing figure among the trees. I see him, Yu Yuanwen exclaimed, his countenance transforming into a mask of fervor. Kill him, he bellowed. Instantly, all prepared to strike. Simultaneously, Fang Chen arrived near the iron bull. At that moment, the iron bull remained blissfully unaware, engrossed in its meal. Fang Chen executed the extreme shadow step, reaching the iron bull's side in an instant. The beast, taken by surprise, wore a bewildered expression, failing to comprehend the sudden appearance of a human. In the next heartbeat, Fang Chen unleashed a powerful kick, channeling the formidable strength of his bone-forging physique. Coupled with the essence of the sword demon body, he sent the massive iron bull soaring through the air. Its trajectory aimed directly at Yu Yuanwen and his companions. As they were on the verge of capturing Fang Chen, their expressions shifted drastically upon witnessing the colossal creature hurtling towards them. They instinctively dodged aside. Upon recognizing the flying beast, their faces paled further. It was the iron bull. Renowned for its singular focus, once it had identified its foe, it would relentlessly pursue until either it or its enemy lay dead. Although Fang Chen's kick was powerful, it inflicted no harm upon the iron bull. Instead, it incited the beast's wrath. Once the iron bull regained its balance and recognized that the beings who had struck it bore an uncanny resemblance to the one who had kicked it, it let out an enraged roar and charged forward with the ferocity of a rampaging bull. Meanwhile, Fang Chen had already utilized the extreme shadow step to make his escape. Kill that beast. Continue the pursuit, Yu Yuanwen commanded, witnessing the disruption in their formation. If we do not slay this creature, our safety will be in jeopardy. Indeed, over 20 innate realm experts joined forces effortlessly to subdue the iron bull. However, in doing so, they lost track of Fang Chen. Observing this, a cultivator wielding a jade mirror stepped forward and activated the artifact. Instantly, a residual image of Fang Chen appeared in the direction he had just fled. Chase him, Yu Yuanwen roared, and the group pressed on in relentless pursuit. High above, several experts from the Zhou Yuan and one Dao realms followed at a leisurely pace. For those below Zhou Yuan, Fang Chen's speed seemed almost sluggish. As Fang Chen skillfully distanced himself by utilizing the demon beast, Ying Qingxiang praised, "Well done. He has not succumbed to chaos despite being pursued." In contrast, Luo Tingxiao's expression darkened. They had not anticipated Fang Chen's cunning nature. Surely, Luo Xiao and her companions had fallen victim to this scoundrel's schemes. Ro Tianxiao gritted his teeth in fury, reminiscing about how his disciples had perished at the hands of Fang Chen, wishing fervently to dismember him. Suddenly, an unsettling sensation enveloped them, compelling their gazes towards a particular direction. There, amidst the dense forest, a shadow stealthily traversed, swiftly approaching Fang Chen, the 1,000 miles shadow killer. A silver-tier assassin. Long Qi instantly recognized the identity of the intruder. Chapter 78. This game has just begun. Why has someone from the 1,000-mile shadow killer involved themselves in this? Long Qi's countenance darkened. That assassin was hired by my young master for a substantial sum. It is permitted under the Zhou Yuan realm. Ro Tianxiao declared with pride. You have summoned over 20 innate warriors, yet you request an assassin to hunt down a postnatal. Is that not disgraceful? Han Bingxin rebuked. Ro Tianxiao retorted with a sneer. He could hire one as well. We never claimed it was forbidden. A wretch who allowed him to offend us despite lacking the capability. You. Han Bingxin was infuriated, yet Qing Xiang remained silent. Further words would bear no fruit. Meanwhile, Fang Chen, employing the Soul Heaven Demon Eye, continually manipulated the beasts to thwart Yuanwen and his companions, forcing them to halt. However, the price of utilizing these beasts left him wounded, nearly leading to his demise on 2 occasions. Fortunately, his quick reflexes and robust physique allowed him to narrowly escape. Yet, the distance to the abyss of demons grew ever closer. Merely 100 feet remained. Fang Chen consumed a healing pill and continued to execute the extreme shadow step. Just then, a shadow emerged from the thicket, brandishing a medium-length crimson sword, lunging directly at Fang Chen. It was none other than Tian Chong, the silver-tier assassin from the 1,000 Miles Shadow Killer. Ha! To perish by my hand, Tian Chong, is an honor you shall cherish for eternity. With his demonic sword, Tian Chong aimed for Fang Chen's neck. Fang Chen's expression shifted, but he reacted promptly, summoning the demon shield to protect himself. Bang! The 2 demonic entities collided, each unleashing devouring forces, absorbing one another's demonic energy. Yet, due to his hasty defense, Fang Chen was ultimately struck and sent flying, spitting blood mid-air. Quite a swift reaction. Tian Chong was taken aback. In the distance, Yuanwen, who had just slain a 4th-tier beast, rejoiced at the sight. Well done. They hastened forward, intent on eliminating Fang Chen right then and there. Fang Chen had not anticipated an ambush, but he dared not linger. The moment he steadied himself, he executed the extreme shadow step to its utmost, racing towards the abyss of demons. However, his speed was still impeded, granting Yuanwen and the others the opportunity to strike at him. Wretch, aren't you adept at luring beasts? Keep at it. Yuanwen taunted, observing Fang Chen's desperate flight ahead. Fang Chen's expression remained cold and unyielding. He offered no reply, pouring every ounce of strength into the extreme shadow step, unleashing his potential to its limits. As death loomed near, struggling in vain, Yuanwen scoffed, then ceased his banter. Kill him. All innate practitioners launched their attacks. Their divine abilities surged forth like a tempest, rushing towards Fang Chen with ferocity. Upon witnessing this, Fang Chen cast several talismans and positioned the demon shield behind him. Boom! Bang! The deafening sounds of explosions echoed ceaselessly, creating immense craters in the ground where Fang Chen stood. Trees around him collapsed with a thunderous crash or were obliterated into fragments. In an instant, the remnants of divine powers filled the air, thick smoke rising and enveloping the entire area. Yet, in the next moment, Fang Chen emerged from the haze. His garments were tattered, and his body bore numerous ghastly wounds. Blood poured from his mouth, and the demon shield displayed several cracks, indicating it had absorbed considerable damage on his behalf. He is still alive? Yu Yuanwen was astonished, having believed Fang Chen was doomed. High above, Han Bingxin and Long Qi watched in dread. Although Fang Chen had survived this onslaught, he was gravely injured. If Yu Yuanwen were to strike again, Fang Chen would undoubtedly perish. Senior, will you not intervene? Long Qi transmitted to Ying Qingxiang, hoping she would act to save Fang Chen. However, Ying Qingxiang remained unmoved. She spoke slowly. Fate has already been sealed. I have aided him once, but I cannot assist him again. Upon hearing this, despair washed over Long Qi and Han Bingxin. Without Ying Qingxiang's intervention, they were powerless to save Fang Chen. Yu Yuanwen mockingly observed Fang Chen's pitiful retreat, sneering, "Weren't you brimming with confidence? Did you not claim to play a game? What is this? Do you no longer wish to play?" The people around him also looked at Fang Chen with derision. It was clear that Fang Chen was doomed, and they relished the thought of tormenting him slowly rather than allowing a swift end. "Oh, mouse, do keep fleeing," they taunted. "How audacious to compete with our young master for a woman, truly oblivious to your own mortality. A mere insect, lacking both background and strength, what can you possibly compare? If you kneel now, perhaps our young master might show mercy and spare your life." Ignoring the taunts from behind, Fang Chen pressed forward. Soon, a faint aura of demonic energy enveloped the surroundings. The abyss of demons had arrived. The air was filled with violent demonic energy, the land barren and desolate. Shrouded in darkness, the deep, crimson abyss seemed capable of devouring the very souls of all who approached. Fang Chen stood precariously close to the abyss, bloodied yet resolute. His stance was both heroic and tragic. Yu Yuanwen scoffed, "This wretch cannot even navigate his escape properly, stumbling into a dead end." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in laughter, filled with scorn and disdain. "Look at him. He must be terrified out of his wits. Wretch, if you kneel before young master you now, you might still have a glimmer of hope. Hurry, kneel and kowtow. If you can perform 100 deep bows, perhaps young master you will grant you mercy." The crowd's jeers were relentless, akin to playing with an insignificant insect. Yu Yuanwen, with a mocking gaze fixed on Fang Chen, said languidly, "Did you hear that? Wretch, kneel and bow, and I might grant you a quicker end." Fang Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, revealing a faint smile. He gazed at Yu Yuanwen and replied calmly, "What? Do you truly believe you have triumphed?" Yu Yuanwen coldly scoffed, "Do you still believe you have a chance?" Fang Chen exhaled a heavy sigh, his demeanor calm as he replied, "Perhaps." He cast a sweeping glance over the assembled crowd, his smile unwavering, and took another step back. Now merely an inch away from the abyss of demons. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. Could it be that Fang Chen intended to leap into the abyss and embrace death? He gazed upward at the demonic hell and said softly, "It is said that those who enter the abyss plunge directly into hell, their very souls devoured." With a graceful smile, he added, "But I, Fang Chen, do not believe it. If I can rise from genius to waste, then surely I can ascend from waste to genius. I refuse to believe I cannot conquer this mere abyss of demons." He turned his gaze towards Yu Yuanwen, flashing a carefree smile. "Fool, this game has only just begun. If I emerge from the abyss, it will be you who meets your demise." With that declaration, Fang Chen leapt without hesitation into the depths of hell. The onlookers were aghast. They never expected Fang Chen to truly dare to jump. They rushed forward just in time to witness his figure vanish into the crimson mist, completely disappearing from sight. Had he truly descended? This was the first time they had encountered someone so unafraid of death. Even with Qingxiang still soaring above, he still had a slim chance of survival. One could only deem him a fool, yet also a madman. The chilling thought of Fang Chen's words sent shivers down Yu Yuanwen's spine. If he truly emerged, would it be he who perished? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He sneered, "What a wretch. Do you truly believe yourself to be the chosen one? Even a destined child would surely perish in the abyss, with no hope of survival." Fang Keqing. In the heights, Long Qi watched in desperation as Fang Chen plunged into the abyss, feeling utterly helpless. Luo Xiaoshan and Yu Huachen fixed their gazes upon them. Unless Qingxiang intervened, there was no glimmer of hope. Qingxiang observed Fang Chen's descent into the abyss with an unsettling calm, her expression betraying no emotion. "This is fate." She sighed softly before turning away, opting not to linger. At this, Long Qi and Han Bingzhen understood. Fang Chen was beyond salvation. "We should depart." Long Qi sighed heavily. Han Bingzhen, equally resigned, could only follow suit. No one who entered the abyss of demons had ever emerged alive, and Fang Chen would likely be no exception. As they traveled together, the trio of Qingxiang paused after 100 miles, instructing the others, "You two should head to Dreamtalk City and await Fang Chen." Dreamtalk City was the very stronghold of the Meng clan. The two were taken aback, unable to comprehend the meaning behind Qingxiang's words. With Fang Chen already dead, what purpose would there be in going to Dreamtalk City? "This is what Fang Chen conveyed to me before his leap," she explained. "He instructed me to relay this message to you, and my inaction was also at his behest." Without further delay, she transformed into a streak of light and departed, leaving Long Qi and the others in a state of bewilderment. After a prolonged silence, Han Bingzhen finally spoke. "Why would Signoring say such a thing? Is it possible that Fang Keqing is still alive? That cannot be. After all, it is the abyss of demons. Surely, even we would meet our end if we ventured within." Long Qi pondered for a moment and remarked, "Perhaps Fang Keqing is indeed alive." From the very beginning, his objective was the Wanjing Forest. After entering the forest, he headed straight for the abyss of demons. Upon hearing this, Han Bingzhen was taken aback, for it was indeed as Long Qi had stated. Regardless of the truth, let us proceed to Dream City. Should Fang Keqing still be alive, he will undoubtedly arrive in Dream City before the union of the two dream families, Long Qi declared. Agreed. Han Bingzhen nodded emphatically. The two then transformed into beams of light, swiftly making their way toward Dream City. "Young Master Yu." Tianchong turned to Yu Yuanwen and said, "The man is already dead. Although I did not strike the killing blow, I certainly contributed. Remember the sum of 300,000. Yu Yuanwen glanced at him, waved his hand, and one of his subordinates produced a storage bag, delivering the entire sum of 300,000 spirit stones to Tianchong. With a faint smile, Tianchong clasped his hands in gratitude and turned to leave. However, he had not gone far before he felt somewhat unsettled. That scoundrel actually chose to leap into the abyss, and my sword has yet to taste blood. Gazing at the Wanjing forest, a smirk crept across his lips. Forget it. I shall sate my thirst for blood by slaughtering a few in the Wanjing forest. Young master you, we should be on our way. That scoundrel is unlikely to still be alive, remarked a powerful innate expert. Yu Yuanwen, however, shook his head and replied, there is no rush. Let us retreat 100 zhang and continue to lie in wait. He feared that Fang Chen had not truly delved into the abyss of demons, but had merely created an illusion for them. Understood. The others felt that Yu Yuanwen was being overly cautious, for those who entered the abyss of demons rarely returned alive. Yet, since the young master had spoken, they could only comply. Meanwhile, Luo Tianxiao and the others chose to remain as well. Within the abyss of demons, Fang Chen was indeed alive, still in the midst of his descent. Upon leaping into the abyss, his spiritual power felt as though it had been confined, rendering it inaccessible. However, he remained unperturbed, for he possessed a teleportation talisman. His audacity in leaping into the abyss of demons stemmed from the confidence that this talisman afforded him. As long as he held this talisman, he could teleport beyond the perception of Yu Yuanwen and his companions. Thus, they would assume he had truly plunged into the abyss of demons and would inevitably perish, prompting them to vacate the area. In this manner, he could safely proceed to the Dream family, free from the risk of pursuit. This had been his plan all along, although somewhat perilous. It was the swiftest means to evade his pursuers. Without resorting to this tactic, he would not even have been able to depart from the Tianyu divine sect. As Fang Chen prepared to activate the talisman to leave, the small tower within his dantian emitted a slight sound, indicating a direction toward the depths of the abyss of demons. He sensed the tower's intent and was momentarily taken aback. You want me to go down? That could lead to death, he said. The small tower responded with another wave, assuring him that he would be safe as long as it was with him. Furthermore, it promised that should he descend, it would aid him once in the future. Once. How formidable can that assistance be? Fang Chen's eyes brightened. Any formidable opponent. The small tower communicated. This revelation filled Fang Chen with immense joy, for it meant he had gained an additional trump card. However, the small tower soon conveyed another message. Although there is no limit, you must be able to bear the consequences. I must bear the consequences? Fang Chen inquired in confusion. The small tower explained, just as with your current state, if I were to intervene, I could only eliminate an opponent at the first level of the Dao. If one were to exceed their own limits, they would surely meet a tragic end. Fang Chen suddenly realized that he must continue to grow stronger. If so, this hidden card would become even more formidable. With this thought, Fang Chen no longer hesitated and resolutely stowed away the teleportation talisman. The small tower emitted a response, indicating that something lay below. Tempted by the prospect of taking action once more, Fang Chen found it impossible to refuse. Furthermore, possessing the teleportation talisman assured his safety. Thus, he continued to descend. 10 zhang, 50 zhang, 100 zhang. The surrounding demonic energy thickened and grew increasingly frenzied. Should an ordinary cultivator attempt to absorb the demonic energy here, even a mere wisp could lead them to madness. Even demonic cultivators dared not absorb the chaotic energy of the abyss of demons, for it was too wild to refine. Yet, to Fang Chen's astonishment, when the demonic energy drew near, the sword demon body instinctively activated, repelling the surrounding energies. The rampant demonic energy dared not approach him in the slightest. This revelation filled Fang Chen with elation. He had not anticipated that his sword demon body would be so formidable as to fearlessly confront such violent energies. Soon, he arrived at a depth of 1,000 zhang, reaching the valley floor. Here, the atmosphere was not dark. Rather, a faint red glow emanated from all around, rendering the entire cliff face even more eerie and terrifying. He swiftly unfurled his soul heaven demon eye, scanning his surroundings. Fortunately, there were no living creatures or demons at the valley's base. The silence was almost haunting. The ground was littered with numerous remnants of bones, both human and beast. However, these remains, having been eroded by demonic entities, had gradually transformed into a crimson hue, appearing especially ghastly, akin to hell itself. The density of the demonic energy here was such that even a formidable cultivator at the asking Dao stage would be instantaneously consumed. Yet, with his sword demon body, Fang Chen naturally felt no fear of these energies. Just as he intended to explore further, he inadvertently aggravated his injuries, stifling a groan as blood escaped his lips. He clutched his chest and forced a bitter smile. This injury was indeed severe. He had nearly met his demise. He needed to recover before he could truly investigate what lay at the bottom of this abyss of demons. Finding a relatively concealed spot, he commenced his healing. Despite his injuries, Fang Chen felt no anger. Rather, he harbored a sense of gratitude towards Yuanwen and the others. As he mended his wounds, his physical realm continued to advance. In a mere 3 days, he ascended from the second to the pinnacle of the third level of bone tempering. Moreover, his extreme shadow step technique broke through once more, reaching the third tier. Now, when Fang Chen executed the extreme shadow step, not only was his speed enhanced, but he could also create 2 shadowy figures to confound his enemies. Simultaneously, his cultivation progressed steadily, originally at the peak of the 6th level. He was now on the verge of breaking through to the next realm. Naturally, he would not squander this opportunity and began to consume spirit-enhancing pills to reach the 7th level. Above the abyss of demons, Yuanwen and the others had waited for 3 full days. Observing that Fang Chen had yet to appear, Yuanwen felt a slight sense of relief. That scoundrel must have perished. He no longer wished to waste time here, and, with a disdainful smile, declared, "Scoundrel, this is the consequence of crossing me. I shall inform Meng Yao of this. I am certain she will lose all hope in you from this point onward." With that, he waved his hand and said, "Let us depart." Luo Xiaoshan and the others did not leave. They too believed that Fang Chen was undoubtedly doomed. Thus, Luo Xiaoshan remarked, "Let us depart as well. That wretch is certainly destined to perish, with no chance of survival." However, the Grand Elder, Luo Tianxiao, remained fixated on the abyss of demons, stating, "I wish to continue my vigil." He aimed to ensure that Fang Chen possessed not even the slightest hope of survival. Observing this, Luo Xiaoshan did not refuse. Keeping one behind could serve as a precautionary measure. "In that case, you shall remain," he declared, and subsequently led the Luo clan members away. Luo Tianxiao continued to fix his gaze upon the abyss of demons, muttering, "Wretch, I shall remain here until the union of the Meng and you families. At which point I shall ascertain whether you are truly deceased." Within the abyss of demons, Fang Chen remained seated in meditation, executing the formidable sword demon art. Suddenly, his aura surged dramatically. A terrifying surge of spiritual energy ascended to the heavens. He had reached the post-celestial realm, at the 7th level. In the next moment, the small tower emitted a faint sound, and the 6th layer opened. Finally, it had been unlocked. Fang Chen felt a surge of joy as he entered the small tower. Arriving at the 5th layer, it was still as before, a table and a box. However, this time the wooden box was significantly larger than the previous one he had encountered. Chapter 80. The Abyss of Demons, a realm carved from existence. Fang Chen approached the wooden box and opened it. Inside were a total of 16 drops of sword demon blood. Additionally, there was a spear. A spear? Why would it be a spear? Fang Chen curiously picked up the long spear, only to inadvertently pierce his finger, causing a drop of blood to fall upon the spear. The spear trembled slightly, recognizing its master. At that moment, Fang Chen comprehended the nature of this weapon. Yet, the realization left him wide-eyed and astounded. This was, in fact, a treasure of no rank, a spatial artifact. Gripping the spear, Fang Chen shot directly towards the platform below. Thud! The spear soared through the air, striking the tower wall. Yet it inflicted no damage. However, in the next moment, Fang Chen unexpectedly appeared beside the spear, grasping it with one hand. This was not merely a sudden rush, but a teleportation. Indeed, after recognizing the spear as his own, Fang Chen could teleport to its location. However, this ability had a limit, extending only up to 100 miles. The most astonishing aspect was that as Fang Chen's strength continued to grow, the range would further increase. This was truly a divine artifact. Had I possessed this treasure previously, I would have had no fear of the pursuit by Yuan and the others. The next time I flee, let us see who can catch up to me. Fang Chen's expression was filled with excitement. Yet, he soon realized that his thoughts were somewhat misaligned. Wait, why am I only thinking of escape? This artifact is also a formidable weapon for pursuit and assassination. Grasping the spear, he declared, "Since you can teleport, I shall name you the Instant Spear." Subsequently, Fang Chen collected all 16 drops of sword demon blood and exited the small tower. Upon emerging from the 5th layer, the small tower urged Fang Chen to hurry in a specific direction. "All right, I shall proceed at once," Fang Chen replied. Having benefited from the small tower, he naturally felt inclined to heed its guidance. If he were to offend this venerable entity, it might refuse to open the tower doors for him in the future, leaving him filled with regret. The small tower directed Fang Chen to the left, where the depths were more profound and the demonic energy more intense. It seemed that the source of the abyss of demons lay in that direction. Although Fang Chen harbored some apprehensions, he found solace in the presence of the small tower, believing that challenges would be manageable. As he ventured further left, Descending deeper, the path narrowed on both sides. Fortunately, flickers of crimson light illuminated the valley floor, albeit dimly, preventing total darkness. However, the eerie atmosphere caused Fang Chen to furrow his brow, and he kept his soul heaven demon eye activated, vigilant of his surroundings. This journey lasted a full day. At last, he arrived at the very depths of the abyss of demons. Yet, upon witnessing the scene before him, Fang Chen was taken aback. Before him loomed a colossal skull, approximately 100 feet high. It resembled a monstrous entity rather than a human head. The enormous skull was cleaved in two, not by the ravages of time or demonic energy, but by the hands of some other formidable being. This revelation left Fang Chen profoundly shaken. Despite having been dead for an unknown number of years, the aura emanating from this being was still terrifying, causing him to break into a cold sweat. How could such an entity be severed in two by another? The strength of the assailant must have been unfathomable. Could it be true? Fang Chen surveyed the entire canyon and began to grasp an unsettling notion. Was it indeed, as the legend suggested, that the abyss of demons was carved out by a single strike? It was hard to fathom the kind of existence capable of such a feat. I am in such pain, such pain. Suddenly, a distant, resonant voice emanated from the massive skull. With the utterance, a terrifying gale of demonic energy surged forth, forcing Fang Chen to stagger backward. His expression changed dramatically. Could this entity still be alive? How could that be? The abyss of demons had existed for countless years. No matter how powerful, even the mightiest beings could not possibly endure for such an eternity. I am in such pain, such pain. The voice echoed once more, deep and filled with sorrow. At that moment, the small tower urged Fang Chen to move forward. Seeing this, he had no choice but to advance. Soon standing directly before the skull, he looked up, realizing that he was but a fraction of its eye's size. As he approached, the voice ceased to express pain. Yet, in the next instant, it confronted him directly. Who? The voice carried a terrifying demonic energy that swept past Fang Chen, sending him staggering back several paces. Cold sweat dripped from his brow. Even in death, he felt no different from an ant before such a presence. Had it not been for the operation of his mind cultivation technique, which helped him maintain his composure, he would have fled in terror. Meanwhile, the small tower persistently urged him to press on, seemingly yearning for the skull before them. Gritting his teeth, Fang Chen stepped closer to the skull once more. He bowed slightly and said, "Esteemed elder, I meant no harm by trespassing." The skull remained silent, as if it had not conversed with anyone in ages, momentarily at a loss for words. But in the next heartbeat, a terrifying surge of violent demonic energy erupted. Fang Chen watched in astonishment as the skull's eyes ignited with a fierce red flame, a pressure from the depths of hell enveloping him, pinning him to the ground, rendering him breathless. "You bear the ominous aura of the sword demon. Who are you? Are you the sword demon? Speak. Why do you seek to end my life?" The voice roared incessantly, reverberating throughout the entire abyss of demons, as if it were on the verge of shattering. Cold sweat streamed down Fang Chen's brow, rendering him breathless and engulfed in tumultuous waves of fear. To think that this formidable being was slain by the sword demon in this very place, unresting in death. Their resentment had transformed into malevolence. Such was the depth of their grievance against the sword demon that even after countless years, they could not find peace. What terrified Fang Chen most was that his legacy stemmed from the ancient sword demon. If the entity wished him harm, even in death, it would be a trivial matter to accomplish. Had the small tower summoned him here to meet his demise? Sword demon, you have slain me. Do you not relent, even in my lingering essence? Your merciless pursuit leaves no room for survival. I shall confront you head-on. The presence roared, thoroughly incensed. The abyss of demons trembled violently, rocks cascading down as the magical energy surged, resembling the cataclysm of the world's end. In the next instant, a torrent of malevolent energy surged forth, enveloping Fang Chen. He was instantly crushed to the ground, unable to move, his flesh tearing as blood flowed profusely, rendering him a mere specter of blood. Even though the foe had been dead for countless years, a remnant of their spirit remained, formidable enough that Fang Chen could not withstand it. So powerful, Fang Chen summoned all his strength, channeling the essence of the sword demon, unleashing 3 inscriptions. Yet he still found himself unable to resist this overwhelming energy. Damn it! This realization filled him with intense pain and deep resentment. How could he be unable to withstand even the remnants of a dead entity? I refused to believe it. His indomitable spirit would not allow him to concede to death at the hands of a mere specter. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of terrifying pressure surged toward him relentlessly. His already tattered garments could no longer withstand the assault, shattering completely. Blood covered his entire body, even oozing from his 7 orifices. Fortunately, his physical form was robust, bolstered by the essence of the sword demon. Were he an ordinary person, even one of innate strength would perish under such pressure. Yet even so, he was on the brink of collapse. "Ah, I cannot die. I must not die," Fang Chen roared, his indomitable spirit activated, breaking through to the third level. In that moment, his consciousness expanded once more, now rivaling the early stages of innate power, with his mental strength becoming even more refined. However, even with this enhancement, his will remained steadfast, while his body could not endure such relentless torment, teetering on the edge of destruction. "Sword demon, I shall ensure you accompany me to the grave." From within the skull, that voice echoed once more, and a colossal hand of malevolent energy suddenly emerged, descending upon Fang Chen. Should this strike connect, his demise would be inevitable. As the demonic hand was about to descend upon Fang Chen, the small tower within his dantian finally reacted, bursting forth. In an instant, the small tower radiated with a crimson glow, magical energy soaring to the heavens. As it emerged, it simultaneously countered the oppressive force weighing down on Fang Chen, pulling him back from the threshold of death. "It is you, truly you, sword demon." The voice resounded once more, this time with an even more frenzied anger, as if it had truly awakened. The entire abyss of demons trembled incessantly, the earth quaking and mountains shaking, with demonic energy rippling through the air. The small tower floated mid-air, its crimson radiance more resplendent than ever. In the next instant, a surge of red light erupted forth, enveloping the entire skull. The red flames ignited upon the skull, seemingly drawn as they continuously surged toward the small tower. "I am already dead, yet you still refuse to release me. Sword demon, how ruthless you are." The deep voice was laden with resentment. However, the small tower remained unfazed, beginning to absorb the remnants of this lingering malevolence. Fang Chen gazed in astonishment at the small tower. He could see that as it absorbed the remnants, it gleamed even more brilliantly, with some of its damaged areas slowly mending. Could it be that the small tower was not whole, but rather incomplete? Fang Chen was astounded by this scene. In the next moment, the small tower seemed to recall Fang Chen, casting a wisp of the absorbed red flame towards him. At that moment, there was no escape for Fang Chen, as the red flame entered his body directly. In the next heartbeat, a pure and potent energy rapidly disseminated within him. Fang Chen was taken aback, disregarding his injuries as he sat cross-legged, commencing the absorption of this energy. This energy was both pure and immense. If he did not absorb it immediately, he would undoubtedly be overwhelmed. As he began to absorb it, Fang Chen's cultivation advanced at a visibly rapid pace. Observing this, he intended to employ the fierce demon sword art for his training. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that this vast and pure energy might be the perfect opportunity to cultivate the remnant pages of gods and demons. With this thought, he hesitated not and commenced the cultivation of the remnant pages. Boom, boom, boom. The demonic energy surrounding Fang Chen surged like waves. With each surge, his cultivation ascended at an observable rate. Simultaneously, his progress in the remnant pages of gods and demons also advanced significantly. So it was. The reason I have been unable to progress in the remnant pages was due to my insufficient demonic essence. The red flames bestowed by the small tower not only contained pure energy, but also abundant demonic energy for me to absorb. As my sword demon physique continuously refined, my comprehension of the remnant pages deepened. In a mere 3 hours, he ascended from the 7th to the pinnacle of the 7th level of the postnatal realm. As if there were no bottleneck, he surged directly into the 8th level of the postnatal realm. Moreover, he continued to ascend, his seemingly bottomless realm filling at a discernible pace. Within just a few days, Fang Chen's cultivation had directly breached into the 9th level of the postnatal realm. And this was under the condition that he continually suppressed his cultivation to absorb even more energy. Only when he could absorb no more did he choose to break through to the 9th level. Simultaneously, the remnant pages of gods and demons successfully broke through to the first layer after Fang Chen absorbed 4 drops of blood from the heavenly Dao demon bone. When Fang Chen completed the first layer of cultivation, the demonic energy surrounding him became even more vividly red, fierce, and pure. He resembled a true demon, descending upon the world. At the same time, a single character slowly emerged upon his back, the character for demon. Yet this character was unlike any other. The characters of the great Dao should emanate an air of reverence, instilling awe. However, this character radiated a tempestuous, demonic energy, appearing not as a path, but as if it had emerged from the depths of hell. Should one behold Fang Chen in his current state, they would undoubtedly be struck with fear, for a faint crimson shadow looms ominously behind him. With sword in hand, he gazes indifferently upon the world. reminiscent of a deity or a demon. In Yujia City stands the grandest of establishments, the Yujia restaurant, owned by the Yu family. It is here that the Meng family and their companions have taken residence. Meng Yao occupies a room on the 7th floor, where she now sits alone. Gazing out of the window, her unparalleled beauty has lost its former vibrancy, replaced instead by a profound sense of desolation. Having spent a considerable time in Yujia City, Meng Yao has remained confined within her quarters, never daring to step outside. Her family has thrust her forward as a bargaining chip for an alliance with the Yu family. Though she has resisted, her efforts proved futile. Ultimately, her cultivation was sealed, and she was brought to Yujia City. Now, she has resigned herself to her fate, fully aware that defiance is in vain. Creak. The door swings open, and a middle-aged man strides in. Noticing Meng Yao's distant gaze toward the window, he wears a mocking smile. Meng Yao, why the long face? Marrying into the Yu family is quite a favorable option for you, and it could save them from their dire predicament. What is so wrong with that? He remarks. Meng Yao refrains from turning around, as she already knows who has entered. Save the Meng family? She scoffs. Once allied with the Yu family, you would be the first to eliminate my entire family, wouldn't you? The man is none other than Meng Yao's second uncle, Meng Dingshan, who continues to wear a smile. What an absurd thing to say. Fear not. I shall execute my plans with utmost discretion, leaving no trace of suspicion. It is laughable that your mother continues to support me wholeheartedly. It's almost too amusing. You. Meng Yao glares at Meng Dingshan, wishing she could tear him apart. Meng Yao. At that moment, a heavily made-up woman enters, the very woman who gave birth to Meng Yao. Lu Minglin. Upon seeing Meng Dingshan, she greets him with a smile. Ah, uncle is here as well. Meng Dingshan nods with a grin. Indeed. I came to see Meng Yao and to offer her some guidance. Lu Minglin smiles and says, this girl is simply rebellious. Marrying into the Yu family would be splendid. They are a prestigious family. She once clamored to wed the man her father had promised her in childhood. Yet he pales in comparison to the Yu family's eldest son. I've heard he has become a good-for-nothing. Meng Dingshan concurs, absolutely. Not only would this union secure a good match for Meng Yao, but it would also facilitate cooperation between our two families. Truly a win-win situation. Yes, yes. Uncle is quite right, Lu Minglin adds, casting a pointed glare at Meng Yao. Meng Yao, you must heed your uncle's advice and cease these foolish notions. Meng Yao remained silent. She had previously warned her mother of Meng Dingshan's ill intentions towards their family, yet Lu Minglin refused to believe her, leaving her feeling helpless. By the way, the young master Yu has come to see you. Do converse with him. He is quite the charismatic gentleman. With that, Lu Minglin ushers in a dapper young man clad in white, none other than Yu Yuanwen. With a smile, Yu Yuanwen bows and greets. Greetings, Elder Meng. Meng Dingshan, still smiling, remarks, young master Yu, he has come to meet Meng Yao. Our betrothal has been arranged. And today I wish to inquire if Meng Yao has any particular wishes regarding the wedding day, so I can make the necessary arrangements. Such thoughtfulness from the young master. Hearing these words, Lu Minglin's smile grew even brighter. In that case, we shall not disturb you. Please continue your conversation, she said, and then departed with Meng Dingshan. Meng Yao, it has been a long time, Yu Yuanwen remarked with a smile. Meng Yao cast him a cold glance and replied, please, Mr. Yu. Refer to me as Miss Meng. Yu Yuanwen chuckled, we will soon be family. There is no need for such formalities. Meng Yao regarded him and spoke. Perhaps you are unaware that my constitution is quite unique. I possess the rare physique of an indulgent body. Not only will I not survive past 20, but any physical intimacy we share would lead to our mutual demise. Are you certain you wish to marry me? She intended to dissuade Yu Yuanwen, caring little for the Meng family's fate. Growing up in the Tianyu divine sect, she had little connection with the rest of the Meng family aside from her grandfather and immediate kin, and had never received any support from them. All her accomplishments were achieved solely through her own efforts. Now, as the Meng family's higher-ups chose to ally with Meng Dingshan upon her grandfather's impending death and her father's grave illness, they disregarded her family's survival. Why should she save such a clan? Oh, I have long been informed of this by your second uncle, Yu Yuanwen replied with a smile. But rest assured, my ancestor has returned from the battlefield with a method to resolve the indulgent body issue. You will be safe. However, the solution is somewhat unconventional and requires my ancestor to engage in dual cultivation with you. Do not worry. Although you were the first to give yourself to my ancestor, I have no qualms about it. He spoke these words with a smile that shattered Meng Yao's worldview. Her exquisite visage was marred by disbelief, unable to fathom that such words could be uttered by a human. You lunatics, your family is filled with madmen, she exclaimed. Yet, Yu Yuanwen remained unfazed. To serve my ancestor is an honor. After that encounter, you will belong to me. He turned to leave, but paused midway, seemingly recalling something. "Oh, I have some good news for you. Your betrothed, Fang Chen, is dead." Meng Yao's body trembled, and she shouted, "Impossible." Yu Yuanwen smiled faintly and replied, "I witnessed him leap into the demon abyss of Wanjing Forest and waited there for 3 days. Luo Tianxiao from the Luo family is still there guarding the site. It has been nearly a month. He is undoubtedly dead." With that, he laughed heartily and exited the room. Despite her disbelief, Meng Yao understood that Yu Yuanwen had no reason to fabricate such a lie. "Fang Gij, how could you be so foolish?" she lamented. Knowing that Fang Chen had left the Tianyu divine sect for her sake. "Did I not tell you not to come? What use is your arrival now?" Her eyes reddened. Her once charming face was now devoid of the joy she had felt upon first meeting Fang Chen, replaced instead by sorrow. After a lengthy silence, her gaze suddenly hardened. "No, Fang Gij may not be dead. Perhaps he is still alive, trapped in the demon abyss. I cannot die yet. At least not before our wedding. If he escapes, who knows what might happen." She looked out the window and whispered, "Fang Gij, if this endeavor fails, I shall accompany you to the underworld." At this moment, she could no longer contain her tears, which flowed gently down her cheeks. Uncertain of how long it had been, Fang Chen slowly opened his eyes. At last, he had cultivated his divine and demonic powers to the initial level and had awakened the script of the demonic path. With these 2 enhancements, his strength had ascended to a new echelon. Fang Chen was filled with joy. However, his elation quickly faded as he realized that the energy continued to spread uncontrollably. He had no choice but to continue his cultivation and refine this energy. Yet, upon reaching the pinnacle of the postnatal realm's 9th level, he discovered that a considerable amount of energy still remained. Stuck at the bottleneck of the postnatal realm, he found himself unable to transition into the innate realm. Contemplating deeply, an idea sparked within him. Indeed, he could utilize this energy for body refinement. Presently, his body refinement was merely at the 3rd level of bone tempering, and he believed this energy could facilitate a substantial improvement. Without further hesitation, he shifted his focus to body refinement. However, body refinement required the infusion of blood of the sword demon, and refining both energies simultaneously posed significant danger and suffering. Nevertheless, Fang Chen did not waver and commenced his practice without delay. If he were to abandon his path due to some peril and pain, there would be little reason to continue his pursuit of demonic cultivation. Demonic cultivation is not merely about becoming a demon. It is a struggle for survival against the demons themselves. The blood of the sword demon and energy surged within Fang Chen, a searing sensation coursing through his entire being. It felt as though countless ants were incessantly gnawing at him, causing cold sweat to pour forth and a pained expression to mar his face. Fortunately, his unyielding spirit and the breakthrough in his consciousness cultivation allowed him to maintain an unwavering resolve. Although the torment was excruciating, he could still preserve his rationality and continue his cultivation. Thus, he entered a state akin to torture during his practice. Bone tempering, peak of the 3rd level. Bone tempering, 4th level. Bone tempering, 5th level. It was not until he reached the pinnacle of the 6th level of bone tempering that the energy gradually diminished, ultimately being completely refined by Fang Chen. Yet, he did not cease his cultivation at this point. He continued to consolidate his newfound realm. After all, his advancement had been exceedingly rapid, and should others learn of it, they would undoubtedly be astounded. Such extraordinary prowess. The small tower seemed to have completely refined the residual energy and did not linger any longer, returning to Fang Chen's stanchion. The voice that had once echoed also fell silent, vanishing entirely from existence. Fang Chen sat cross-legged beneath the skull, and thus he remained for a full month. When he finally opened his eyes, an aura surged outward. His realm had been firmly established. Fang Chen exhaled a heavy breath of turbid air and assessed himself. He had attained the 9th level of the postnatal realm, the peak of the 6th level of bone tempering, and the 1st layer of the divine and demonic remnant. Had he engaged in regular cultivation, even with an uninterrupted supply of spiritual elixirs, it would have taken him a full year to achieve such progress. Yet now, he had accomplished it in a mere month. The potency of that energy was truly formidable. Clenching his fists, he thought, although my current strength is insufficient to alter the engagement with the Meng family, there is at least a glimmer of hope. With this thought, he gazed upwards. A month had passed, and it was time to exit the abyss of demons and proceed to the Meng family. In the abyss of demons, flying was prohibited, yet Fang Chen remained unconcerned. With his current 6th level of bone tempering, he could easily ascend using his physical prowess. Resolving this, he leapt into the air. This jump reached a height of 30 zhang. He unleashed the shadow step technique, his figure darting back and forth against the walls of the abyss, continuously ascending. A full day passed, and when Fang Chen finally emerged from the depths of the abyss, he exhaled a heavy breath of murky air. At last, he had escaped. You bastard! How could you survive the depths of the demon abyss? Just as Fang Chen felt a moment of relief, a voice filled with astonishment and resentment suddenly erupted. Startled, Fang Chen opened his soul's eye and turned toward the source of the sound. To his surprise, Luo Tianxiao swiftly approached, reaching Fang Chen's side in the blink of an eye. A sense of urgency gripped Fang Chen's heart. This old wretch had been lying in wait for an entire month. Where were the others? As he glanced behind Luo Tianxiao, he saw no other figures. Could it be that only Luo Tianxiao was present? After a brief moment of hesitation, Fang Chen did not flee. If there were indeed others, he could always leap back into the demon abyss. But if it was merely Luo Tianxiao, then the situation would be manageable. Luo Tianxiao halted 10 zhang away from Fang Chen, his eyes still filled with disbelief upon confirming Fang Chen's identity. You actually managed to emerge alive from the demon abyss, and your strength has grown immensely. His voice was low, laced with a hint of shock. When Fang Chen entered the abyss, he was merely at the 6th level of the acquired realm. Yet he had now reached the peak of the 9th level upon his return. Such rapid progress compelled Luo Tianxiao to tread carefully. If Fang Chen continued to develop, the Luo family would indeed face dire consequences. Fang Chen maintained a calm demeanor and remarked, I must commend you for waiting here for an entire month. Luo Tianxiao snorted in derision. I would not leave until I was certain that you, this dog of a bastard, were truly dead. He then sneered. But even if you did escape, what difference does it make? You will still die at my hands. Chapter 83. The Luo family? I shall annihilate them. Is that so? Fang Chen's lips curled slightly in a smirk. Luo Tianxiao retorted with a scoff. You, a mere 9th level of the acquired realm, believe you can contend with me? I will sever your head and offer it as a tribute to Luo Ao and my disciples. He continued. You have only yourself to blame for slaying those you should not have. Fang Chen replied with a cold laugh. Not slaying them? Should I simply allow myself to be slaughtered? Indeed, Luo Tianxiao proclaimed with an air of certainty. You ought to consider your own status. Even if you could compare to Luo Ao and Luo Xiao, beings like you are destined to be crushed like ants. Upon hearing these words, Fang Chen shook his head. How utterly shameless. Luo Tianxiao boasted. This is not shamelessness, it is power. Now, it is time to send you to hell. Without further ado, he unleashed a long sword that sliced through the air, advancing toward Fang Chen. With a swift motion, he aimed to strike. Before he even arrived, an overwhelming aura from the peak of the Zhouyuan realm pressed down upon Fang Chen, rendering him immobile. Despite Fang Chen's newfound strength, he felt no different from an ant in the presence of such a formidable opponent. Fang Chen's expression grew grave as he struggled against the oppressive force while watching Luo Tianxiao close in. 5 zhang, 3 zhang, 1 zhang. Luo Tianxiao was upon Fang Chen in an instant. A sword aimed for his neck. Die? He sneered. The blade was already in motion. Bang! Clang! Just then, a defensive talisman activated, successfully blocking the strike. Luo Tianxiao never anticipated that Fang Chen possessed a treasure capable of withstanding the onslaught of a Zhuran realm expert. Caught off guard, he was sent flying, his form unsteady. Now, in an instant, Fang Chen sensed the dissipating pressure and unhesitatingly activated the attack talisman. The talisman transformed into a slender beam of crimson light, piercing directly toward Luo Tianxiao. He had no time to react before the beam penetrated his skull. His eyes widened in disbelief, his face a canvas of incredulity. A peak Zhuran realm practitioner, and yet he met his demise at the hands of Fang Chen, a mere postnatal realm cultivator. You, the Luo family will not let you off. His gaze was filled with despair and malice as he fixed his eyes on Fang Chen. Ultimately, he succumbed to death, collapsing heavily to the ground. Fang Chen regarded him with indifference. The Luo family? I shall annihilate them. Approaching Luo Tianxiao, he confirmed the absence of life before seizing the storage bag and unceremoniously kicking the corpse into the abyss of demons. I had been seeking an opportunity to eliminate you, yet you delivered yourself to my doorstep. He smiled faintly and then departed, heading toward the outskirts of the Wanjing forest. Possessing the soul heaven demon eye, Fang Chen harbored no fear of ambushes by lurking beasts, effortlessly evading the gaze of several high-tier demon creatures. He intended to exit the Wanjing forest in this manner. But as he passed through a dense thicket, his soul heaven demon eye scanned the surroundings, and a glimmer sparkled in his eyes. 7 miles away, a small creature resembling a rabbit caught his attention. It was entirely green, with a long tail and white feathers, almost blending seamlessly into the forest, rendering it exceedingly elusive. That is, a forest spirit demon, and a level 4 one at that. Fang Chen's heart leaped with joy, although the forest spirit demon was level 4. It lacked the combat prowess of a level 4 beast, possessing instead an exceptional ability for concealment and speed. Even a Huron realm expert would find it challenging to capture. Upon reaching level 4, forest spirit demons contain demon cores, which are invaluable treasures for breaking through to the innate realm. The most arduous aspect of transitioning from postnatal to innate is the manipulation of spiritual energy. In the postnatal realm, it is referred to as postnatal spiritual energy. To enter the innate realm, one must be able to circulate this energy, transforming it into innate spiritual energy. This is why Fang Chen chose not to directly break through to the innate realm upon reaching the peak of the postnatal realm. Failing to convert the spiritual energy upon entry would be tantamount to courting death. The demon core of a forest spirit demon facilitates the transformation of spiritual energy into innate energy, even purifying it further, which is precisely what Fang Chen requires. Naturally, he would not let this demon escape. Employing the extreme shadow step technique, he swiftly approached, but as he neared within 100 yards, his speed significantly diminished. The forest spirit demon possessed remarkable perception, and any movement within 100 yards would be difficult to elude its awareness. Thus, Fang Chen had to exercise utmost caution, leaving no room for oversight. Concurrently, a radiant spear materialized in his hand. He concealed his aura and affixed a breath-holding talisman to himself, gradually advancing toward the forest spirit demon. At this moment, the forest spirit demon was engaged in feeding. Despite its adorable appearance, it was a genuine carnivorous demon beast, reveling in the hunt of second-tier small demon creatures. Presently, it was gnawing on a second-tier beast resembling a fawn, its mouth already stained crimson. Yet, even while eating, it remained acutely vigilant, constantly scanning its surroundings for any threats to its safety. Fang Chen advanced toward the naturally concealed direction of his vision, each step meticulously calculated. However, he dared not proceed too slowly. Should the forest spirit beast finish its meal and depart, its speed would render pursuit futile. Thus, he gradually drew closer to the forest spirit beast, 90 feet, 70 feet, 30 feet, and finally 10 feet. Yet, despite his utmost vigilance, the forest spirit beast detected him at a mere 10 feet away. Instantly startled, it turned tail and fled without a moment's hesitation. But Fang Chen would not allow it to escape. In the very instant the creature panicked, he launched his instant spear. The spear shattered the sound barrier, arriving before the forest spirit beast in the blink of an eye. Yet, the beast was exceedingly cunning, leaping aside with ease. Simultaneously, it coiled its legs, poised to unleash an astonishing burst of speed the moment it touched the ground. But Fang Chen would not grant it such an opportunity. As the spear aligned with the forest spirit beast, he vanished from his original position, reappearing at the creature's side. The forest spirit beast, witnessing the sudden appearance of this human, was filled with disbelief. Fang Chen thrust his spear through with precision, piercing the creature's body and causing it to collapse lifelessly. This entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving the forest spirit beast wide-eyed, oblivious to how this human had accomplished such a feat success. Fang Chen rejoiced. The instant spear was indeed remarkable. He retrieved the forest spirit beast from the spear and dissected it, extracting a gem-sized demon core. Just as he suspected, he stored the core in his pouch, but one was insufficient. He would require at least 5. There must be more forest spirit beasts nearby. He needed to capture a few more. With that resolve, Fang Chen activated his soul celestial demon eye once again, resuming the search for the forest spirit beast's traces. With the aid of the soul celestial demon eye, his hunt proved exceedingly smooth. Within a mere half-day, he had slain 4 beasts. Now, he found himself amidst a thicket, slowly approaching the 5th target he had locked onto. This particular forest spirit beast remained blissfully unaware that its companions had perished at Fang Chen's hands, contentedly rolling on a patch of grass. This was a favored pastime for them, as the grass provided a soothing sensation against their backs. But at that moment, a long spear suddenly shot forth from the thicket. The forest spirit beast was startled into the air. Before it could comprehend, Fang Chen had instantaneously arrived, piercing it through with a single thrust. He retrieved the 5th demon core. A slight smile graced Fang Chen's lips. 5 cores were sufficient, while 1 or 2 could suffice for circulating spiritual energy. Fang Chen's needs far surpassed those of an ordinary postnatal realm cultivator. Just as Fang Chen intended to stow the demon core, several figures abruptly materialized, emerging from the dense forest and locking their sights on him. Fang Chen's brow furrowed. He had previously focused solely on the forest spirit beast, unaware of the presence of others in the vicinity. His soul celestial demon eye scanned the newcomers. There were 7 in total, 1 at the 2nd level of the innate realm, 2 at the 1st level, and the remaining 4 were at the 8th and 9th levels of the postnatal realm. Observing this, Fang Chen felt no urgency to flee with his current combat prowess. He was not intimidated by these individuals. 7 individuals swiftly approached Fang Chen, their eyes igniting with fervor upon glimpsing the essence core of the forest spirit in his grasp. "That spirit core is mine. Hand it over," asserted the leader, a man with an elongated nose, the most formidable among them, boasting a cultivation level of the 2nd stage of the innate realm. Chapter 84. Offending me, Mu Qingfeng. Will render your existence worse than death. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, responding coolly, "This forest spirit was slain by my hand. On what grounds should I relinquish it to you?" The long-nosed man, full of arrogance, declared, "I am a disciple of the Tianyu divine sect. If you refuse to comply, do you believe I will not ensure your demise?" A disciple of the Tianyu divine sect? Fang Chen mused, realizing that these were practitioners sent out from the sect to hone their skills. The long-nosed man, convinced that he had intimidated Fang Chen, grew even more haughty. "Hand it over quickly. The Tianyu divine sect is not something a mere ant like you can provoke." Fang Chen scoffed. "I was puzzled as to why the Tianyu divine sect's reputation is somewhat tarnished. It appears it is due to scoundrels like you." Infuriated by these words, the long-nosed man shouted, "You seek death." With a flick of his wrist, a spear of spiritual light manifested in his hand, and he lunged at Fang Chen's chest. In an instant, Fang Chen's weapon vanished, replaced by the Haiming sword, which he swung with precision. Bang! The sword and spear clashed. Fang Chen remained unmoved, while the long-nosed man staggered back several paces, his fingers numb with pain. "How is this possible?" he exclaimed, wide-eyed in disbelief. "I am at the 2nd stage of the innate realm. How could I not eliminate a mere postnatal cultivator?" He bellowed in rage, and the spear radiated brilliance, transforming into a luminous projectile aimed directly at Fang Chen. With icy resolve, Fang Chen noted that he had previously held back, sparing his opponent from serious injury. But the repeated provocations made him wonder if they truly believed he was easy to manipulate. Channeling his demonic energy into the Haiming sword, he executed a decisive strike. The purple-hued demonic blade cleaved through the air. Bang! The strike met the spear, shattering it instantly. Yet, the purple blade did not dissipate. It surged forth towards the long-nosed man. Panic-stricken, the long-nosed man attempted to evade, but it was too late. He could only awkwardly shift to the right to avoid a fatal blow. However, while he evaded the critical strike, his right arm was not so fortunate. Severed cleanly from his body. "Ah, my hand!" he cried out, collapsing to the ground in agony. The other disciples stood in stunned silence. Their senior brother was a 2nd stage innate realm cultivator, and Fang Chen, merely at the 9th stage of the postnatal realm, should not have produced such an outcome. "I remember now. He is Fang Chen, the one who topped the 7 Peaks assessment and killed Guanghao and Liyun, the new king," suddenly shouted a female disciple. "What?" The crowd gasped, for Fang Chen's name resonated prominently within the Tianyu divine sect. He beheaded Liyun and awakened 2 inscriptions, a prodigious talent. "It seems I have gained a modicum of fame," Fang Chen remarked nonchalantly. "Fang Chen, though your talent is commendable, I would advise you to surrender the forest spirit in your possession. We are here under the auspices of senior brother Mu, and that spirit is desired by him." The female disciple stated with haughty disdain, seemingly confident that invoking Mu would compel Fang Chen to comply. However, the next words spoken by Fang Chen nearly caused her internal injury. "Mu Shixing? Who is he? His Dao partner? What is it to me?" Fang Chen replied calmly. "You." The female disciple exclaimed in exasperation. Fang Chen, with an air of impatience, retorted, "Scram. Out of respect for our shared sect, I might spare your lives. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Fang Chen, you must think this through. Mu Shixing is a core disciple of the 3rd peak, an absolute prodigy on the genius list." Mu Qingfeng, the genius list? Fang Chen pondered. The genius list is the only ranking within the inner sect, with only 36 individuals gracing its ranks. All of them are top-tier talents within the inner sect, with Lin Xuan ranked 1st and Meng Yao 3rd. As for Mu Qifeng, Fang Chen was unaware of him and indifferent to his reputation. Seeing Fang Chen silent, the female disciple assumed he was intimidated. A mocking smile gracing her lips as she said, "Fang Chen, quickly hand over the demon core and apologize to Mu Shixing. Perhaps he will spare your life." "Hand it over? Spare my life?" Fang Chen looked at them incredulously. "Have you all lost your minds? Apologize? A bunch of fools." He had no intention of being courteous towards them. The female disciple, taken aback by Fang Chen's audacity to insult them, was immediately filled with fury. Her voice sharp as she yelled, "Fang Chen, you seek death. Attack together. Kill him. Bring his corpse before Mu Shixing. Kill." The 6 of them launched their attacks, showcasing their various abilities as they advanced towards Fang Chen. Seeking death, Fang Chen's gaze turned frigid, and he unleashed the extreme shadow step, erupting with the fierce demon sword technique. The first layer of sword demon exploded forth. As his figure flickered, he swiftly unleashed dozens of fierce sword strikes. Boom. Ah. The cries of anguish instantly echoed. The six were sent flying, each sustaining injuries, blood flowing freely. How could he be so strong? Just a month ago, he was only at the 5th level. In such a short span, he has reached the pinnacle of the acquired realm. The six wore ashen expressions, their eyes filled with terror and disbelief. Retreat. We are no match for him. The female disciple screamed, and the 7 fled in disarray into the dense forest. Fang Chen contemplated for a moment, but had no intention of pursuing them. To him, they were merely a swarm of ants, and he was disinclined to waste time. What mattered most now was to head towards the Meng family. Thus, he ceased his hunt and swiftly departed towards the outskirts of the Wanjiao forest. In the Wanjiao forest, upon the corpse of a 4th-level peak demonic beast stood a young man, approximately 23 or 24 years of age. He was handsome, tall and slender, wielding a long knife, clad in shoulder armor, exuding an air of dominance. Beneath the beast's corpse stood over 10 individuals, all part of the younger generation, gazing up at the young man with reverence. Among them was a strikingly beautiful girl, her face filled with admiration. Among this group of over 10, the 7 who had just encountered Fang Chen recounted the events that had transpired. Mu Shixing, that guy did not take you seriously at all. He even said that if he encountered you, he would definitely bring you down as well. A long-nosed man embellished the tale, while the other 6 did not refute him. This imposing young man was none other than Mu Qingfeng. Mu Qingfeng's expression was frigid, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. How intriguing, he mused. A newcomer so audacious, truly believing that by slaying a mere Luo Yun, he could walk unchallenged in the Tianyu divine sect? Brother Mu, the beautiful maiden below interjected, her voice laden with feigned innocence. I merely wished for a demon core from the forest, yet it has caused you trouble. I can forego that core. But that man is too vile, having stolen our core and further humiliated you. She was none other than Mu Qingfeng's partner, Qiu Tiantian. Tiantian, that demon core rightfully belongs to you. I shall retrieve it for you. Mu Qingfeng's voice was calm, yet icy. Go, find Fang Chen for me. I wish to see if he dares to remain so arrogant once I have severed his hands and feet. Yes. The crowd responded in unison, their forms vanishing into the surrounding forest. Fang Chen, having offended me, Mu Qingfeng, I shall make you wish for death. With a swift motion, he cleaved a level 4 demon beast in two. At that moment, Fang Chen had reached the outskirts of the Wanjing forest, on the verge of departure. Just as he was about to leave, a petite figure frantically fled into his line of sight. It was a young girl, around 15 or 16 years of age, with fair complexion, clad in a light green garment, her oval face strikingly beautiful. Yet, her exquisite features were marred by terror as she frequently glanced back, as if haunted by a specter. Fang Chen activated his soul heaven demon eye, discovering a bloodied figure leisurely pursuing the girl. He could have easily caught up with her, but chose instead to toy with her like a cat plays with a mouse before delivering the fatal blow. Upon recognizing the figure, Fang Chen's expression turned icy. The man pursuing the girl was none other than Tian Chong, the assassin who had previously ambushed him. Chapter 85. Enough of the games, time to send you on your way with a thud. The girl stumbled in her panic, falling to the ground with a pained gasp. In her fright, she turned to see Tian Chong, nonchalantly approaching from 5 paces away, a mocking and greedy grin spreading across his face. Why? We have no enmity with you. Why did you kill my parents? The girl, named Dong Xiang, hailed from a hunting family near the Wanjing forest. Her father had established a hunting team of over 10 members, subsisting on the low-tier demon beasts of the forest. Their lives, though not without peril, were relatively stable. The team thrived in harmony, filled with laughter each day. While hunting a level 1 demon beast, Tian Chong had suddenly appeared, and without a word, unleashed a massacre upon them. Her parents had perished at his hands while attempting to shield her escape. Tian Chong chuckled mockingly. Why? Does one need a reason to kill? I simply desire to take a life for amusement. You just had the misfortune of crossing my path. Dong Xiang gazed at Tian Chong in disbelief, her worldview shattered. How could there exist someone who found pleasure in taking lives? You madman. You will meet a terrible end. You absolutely will. Aware of her impending doom, Dong Xiang began to hurl curses at Tian Chong. Unfazed, he merely swallowed hard, leering, it has been a while since I have played with a woman, especially a delicate little thing like you. Rest assured, I shall grant you a taste of familial bliss before I bring about your demise. No, do not approach me. Dong Xiang was utterly panicked, yet she found herself bereft of any weapon, unable even to resort to self-destruction. Tian Chong laughed heartily. The more you struggle, the more exhilarated I become. Suddenly, The sound of something slicing through the air pierced the tension. A chill ran down Tianchong's back, and his instincts as a killer kicked in. He swiftly twisted to the left, narrowly avoiding a spear that shot past him, embedding itself a considerable distance away. Turning to the direction from whence the spear came, he beheld a familiar figure. It was Fang Chen. You, how could you still be alive? Tianchong gazed at Fang Chen in disbelief. I have not perished. Are you surprised? Fang Chen, wielding the Hyming sword, spoke calmly. Indeed, it is quite astonishing. I never anticipated you would emerge alive from the abyss of demons. Yet, you should not have provoked me. There is but one fate for those who do, death. Tianchong mocked. Is that so? A smirk graced Fang Chen's lips, and in the next instant, he inexplicably vanished from sight. How is this possible? Tianchong's eyes widened in shock, unable to comprehend. He had been tracking Fang Chen closely. There was no way his speed could be this extraordinary. But in the next moment, he felt another chill at his back. A glance revealed Fang Chen had appeared behind him, and the blade was already descending upon him. How can this be? Is this teleportation? His heart surged with astonishment as he desperately evaded Fang Chen's strike. Fortunately, he possessed a cultivation level of the 4th layer of innate, far surpassing Fang Chen, and as a killer, he was inherently agile. Faced with the lethal blow, he managed to evade a fatal injury, but his left arm was severed by Fang Chen's sword. Tianchong let out a muffled groan but refrained from crying out in pain, instead retreating rapidly while consuming a healing pill to staunch the bleeding. It is no wonder you are a killer of the 1,000-mile shadow, truly exceptional. Fang Chen remarked coolly. Tianchong glared at Fang Chen. His expression twisted with rage. Bastard, how dare you ambush me? Fang Chen chuckled coldly. Is it permissible only for you of the 1,000-mile shadow to ambush others? Yet not for me to ambush you. That is only natural. You are my prey. Your sole fate is to be slain by my hand. I shall rend your body into 1,000 pieces and slaughter your kin one by one to satiate my wrath. Tianchong spat vehemently. Fang Chen's countenance turned icy. You shall not have that opportunity. Fang Chen began to channel the remnants of the divine demon scripture, marking the first time he utilized it after his initial cultivation. Surrounding him, demonic energy surged, radiating hues of red and purple. The energy swirled and transformed into a towering figure of 3 meters high, a manifestation of the divine demon. The demonic runes spread across Fang Chen's form, glowing crimson, resembling a fearsome fiend. This is the 1st layer of the divine demon scripture, the divine demon manifestation. Such potent demonic energy. Tianchong stared at Fang Chen in shock. As a fellow practitioner of the demonic arts, he could acutely sense the terror of this power. Even the demonic sword in his grasp trembled with excitement. Do not rush. This time, let us indulge thoroughly. Tianchong spoke to the sword, his face alight with excitement and greed. I never anticipated such a fortuitous surprise. Once I slay you, this technique shall be mine. Such a worthless individual does not deserve to wield it. It rightfully belongs to me. He roared with frenzied arrogance. Fang Chen, however, had no intention of engaging in idle chatter. With a single stroke, he unleashed his sword. This strike was imbued with an overwhelming surge of demonic energy, accompanied by a terrifying sword intent. Bam! Tianchong was instantly sent flying several zhang away, spewing forth blood mid-air. How could he be this powerful? A shock coursed through his heart. The might of this strike should not be something an innate 9th-layer cultivator could unleash. Meanwhile, the demonic sword in his grasp shuddered slightly, absorbing the residual demonic energy released by Fang Chen's attack. Upon absorbing it, the sword seemed to revel in this newfound energy, growing increasingly animated. Seeing this, Tianchong felt a surge of joy. If you enjoy it, then continue to absorb. The more, the better. Fang Chen's onslaught persisted. In an instant, he unleashed dozens of strikes. It must be noted that after harnessing the remnants of the divine and demonic arts, Fang Chen's strength had undergone a qualitative transformation. His demonic energy, swordsmanship, physical prowess, and overall might had surpassed his previous self by several folds. Now, he possessed the strength to contend with those in the mid-stage of innate cultivation, showing no fear even against those at the 6th level. Tianchong was formidable. Yet before the current Fang Chen, he was merely subject to torment. Even when he unleashed his divine abilities, he found himself unable to break through Fang Chen's defenses. Each of Fang Chen's strikes posed a significant threat to Tianchong. The only reliance he had was the demonic sword in his hand. Had it not been for this sword absorbing much of Fang Chen's overwhelming power, Tianchong would have perished long ago. Bam! Another series of strikes sent Tianchong flying once more, blood erupting from his lips. Meanwhile, the demonic sword pulsated with excitement, vigorously vibrating as it absorbed the residual demonic energy. It seemed unsatisfied, yearning to break free from Tian Chong's control to absorb even more distant remnants of energy. Realizing this, Tian Chong hurriedly reined in the sword, bellowing, "Have you absorbed enough? If so, unleash your power quickly." The sword trembled slightly, expressing its discontent. "You have 10 breaths of time. If you do not unleash your power, you shall see what I do to you upon our return," Tian Chong threatened. Given Fang Chen's terrifying combat prowess, even he felt an inkling of being unable to withstand the pressure. If this continued, his demise was inevitable. The only recourse left to him was the sword in his hand. The demonic sword offered no response, seemingly acquiescing. Bam, bam, bam. In the next moment, Fang Chen struck again with several strokes. Seeing this, Tian Chong unleashed his divine abilities, transforming into a flurry of blood swords to counter Fang Chen's onslaught. Yet, the instant they made contact with the strikes, his blood swords were shattered in an instant. A torrent of sword strikes surged forth, propelling him backward once more. Blood spilling from his mouth. How is this possible? He was horrified to discover that Fang Chen's strength had grown significantly since their last encounter. Simultaneously, Fang Chen suddenly ceased his onslaught. So that's how it is. The utilization of the divine and demonic remnants functions in this manner. Fang Chen spoke, his tone reflecting a profound understanding. Tian Chong was momentarily taken aback. What did Fang Chen mean by that? Had he been merely testing his techniques and not attacking with full force? Fang Chen's subsequent words confirmed his suspicions. "Enough of this game. It is time to send you on your way," Fang Chen stated coldly.